Elderly bursts in, his patience wearing thin as he calls her a heartless ingrate for the sudden disturbance. Yuan Chu isn't playing around. She begs him to check her over, convinced she's on the verge of a grisly end. The elder's expression shifts from annoyance to deep, clinical focus as he examines her condition. He demands to know exactly what she did the day before, as the witherbark has miraculously gone dormant. Yuan Chu is stumped, claiming the only notable event was a heated argument with her disciple, Ye Chen. Ye Chen watches silently, wondering if his blood mark suppressed the parasite, though he knows its primary function is only tracking. Elderly insists she must have triggered a weakness. Dormant or not, they need to find out what stopped the growth. Desperate for answers, Yuan Chu turns to Ye Chen, hoping his memories of their encounter will provide a clue. Ye Chen reaches out, maintaining a strictly professional focus on the medical examination, as he takes her hand to investigate. Suddenly, a sharp crackle of electricity arcs between them, jolting through the room. Under the surge of energy, the parasitic vines visibly shrivel and recoil within her skin. Yuan Chu's eyes widen as she feels the parasite's influence weaken under the current. A flash of memory hits her. She was accidentally zapped by Ye Chen's lightning yesterday while trying to restrain him. Elderly connects the dots instantly. The dreaded blood-sucking witherbark is terrified of heavenly lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Chen suggests they use his lightning to eradicate the parasite for good. The elder is ecstatic, realizing they've finally discovered the monster's Achilles heel. But Yuan Chu hesitates. If they zap it and it retaliates in its final moments, the backlash could be fatal. Ye Chen's expression darkens as he considers the danger his master is in. He refuses to let her take a blind risk that could result in her death. His gaze is intense, his mind racing for a way to save her, without causing accidental harm during the experiment. He asks Elderly if it's possible to transplant a portion of the parasite to another host for testing. Elderly is horrified, asking if Ye Chen is planning to use another person as a guinea pig for the lightning test. Yuan Chu is equally shocked by the suggestion, unable to believe her disciple would even consider such a thing. Ye Chen quickly pivots, claiming he only meant to use a small animal like a mouse for the trial. But deep down, his thoughts are much darker. He'd love nothing more than to use Mu Qinghan as a test subject, though he knows his master would never allow it. Elderly shuts the idea down, explaining the parasite dies the moment it leaves its host, making a transplant impossible. The visual of the creeping vines serves as a grim reminder of how deeply the witherbark is rooted in her system. The room falls into a tense silence as they realize their options for a safe removal are dwindling. Elderly warns that messing with it now might wake the dormant beast, leading to an even more violent reaction. Yuan Chu remains quiet, weighing the life-threatening risks against her desire for freedom. She makes a bold call. They'll try to snip a small part while it's asleep, betting that the damage won't spread past her wrist. Ye Chen looks at her hand with a mix of desperation and resolve. Every second the parasite remains, her life is in danger. Just as they prepare to act, Yuan Chu senses a presence approaching the room at high speed. A sharp, rhythmic knocking echoes through the chamber, shattering the focus of the group. A hand pushes the door open, signaling an uninvited arrival. Yuan Chu stares in disbelief at the newcomer, demanding to know why they've shown up at such a critical moment. Just as things settle down, a friend rushes in with a game-changing update. She's been scaring the other branches looking for King Ji, finally catching her at the main residence. King Ji, still shaking off the cobwebs from an accidental oversleep, realizes she's missed a massive development. The school has finally cracked the case. They've identified the student who illegally swapped the entrance tokens as Lai Xuanji. King Ji is stunned by how quickly the administration moved. Her friend explains that the investigation was airtight, while the elite students confirmed Li was nowhere to be found in the premium realm. Outer court students spotted him hiding out in the elementary zone. Caught red-handed, he had no choice but to confess. But the spotlight is now on King Ji. The school is reeling from the news that she's already reached the late golden core stage, and they've summoned her for an immediate hearing. Ye Chen steps up, placing a protective hand on her shoulder, ready to face the music by her side. Their friend worries that his presence might cause a stir at such a high-stakes meeting. However, Ye Chen remains cool and calculated, noting that since this is a public trial, the school wouldn't dare turn away onlookers. With a plan in motion, the group wastes no time heading toward the trial hall. Outside the hall, the atmosphere is electric with tension. Students are whispering about the severity of the token swap, knowing that being sent to the wrong realm is a literal death sentence for most. The elite students are even more bitter, complaining that the intruder was so powerful she completely stripped their realm of its most valuable treasures. As the crowd wonders who this mysterious powerhouse could be, the doors swing open. A student points in shock as King Ji makes her entrance. It's her. She's the one who stole our chances. Flanked by Ye Chen, King Ji walks into the hall with the poise of a seasoned master. Completely unfazed by the glares of her peers, she marches toward the center of the room, her confidence radiating through the hall. Standing before the council is the culprit, Lai Xuanji, looking defeated as the trial begins. The presiding elder wastes no time, demanding confirmation of her identity. King Ji confirms she is indeed Mu King Ji, while Li Xuanji can only watch with a frustrated scowl. The elder's gaze is piercing as she asks the million-dollar question. Why would a golden core cultivator suppress her power and hide her true strength? What was her ultimate goal? King Ji doesn't blink. She spins a narrative of humility, claiming she was simply playing the pig to eat the tiger. She explains that her family warned her never to stand out because there is always someone stronger over the horizon. She claims her goal was to temper her character for 4 years, hoping to shed the arrogant reputation her family believes she holds. The elder is momentarily disarmed, noting that the girl's attitude seems surprisingly well-behaved for someone of her talent. But the interrogation continues. The elder asks why she didn't report the token swap the moment she realized she was in the wrong realm. King Ji plays the victim card perfectly, arguing that anyone with the power to manipulate school tokens must be a dangerous individual. She claims she was terrified of being silenced if she spoke up too soon. When asked why she chose to rob the other students, her answer is genius. She claims the theft was a calculated move to incite public outrage. She knew she couldn't investigate the conspiracy alone, so she caused enough chaos to force the school to step in and find the truth. A student from the crowd asks if she intends to return the loot now that justice has been served. King Ji's response is ice cold. In the world of cultivation, the weak are prey to the strong. She's never heard of a victor returning their spoils. The elder is forced to clear her throat, stunned by the girl's audacity. Ultimately, the elder decides to view King Ji as a victim of circumstance and a rare genius, grouping her and Ye Chen together as the school's newest rising stars. Turning to the culprit, the elder asks Li Xuanji if he has anything to say for himself before sentencing. Li Xuanji takes a deep breath and drops a bombshell that shocks the entire hall. The truth is, I did it. Because I like Mu King Ji. He claims he knew how powerful she truly was and wanted her to have access to the better treasures in the premium realm, framing his crime as a misguided romantic gesture. The crowd erupts into a frenzy over the sudden, public confession. The students are left speechless by the sheer boldness of his claim. The elder, seeing a way to avoid a political scandal, decides to classify the incident as a private matter. This allows the school to protect its reputation while confirming there was no deeper conspiracy at play. As the hearing concludes, King Ji begins to walk toward the man who tried to frame his sabotage as affection. She stops right in front of him, a sharp, dangerous smirk playing on her lips as she asks, "So, you say you like me?" Things are heating up at the academy as Li Xuanji feels the burning gaze of the crowd, realizing he's become the center of a public spectacle. Desperate to pivot the narrative, he drops a bombshell confession, claiming his actions were driven by a simple reason: he likes her. While the academy looms in the background, Li's internal monologue reveals a twisted logic he believes putting her in this difficult situation was the only way to help her reach her potential. Yuan Chu isn't buying the act for a second, her aura radiating pure suspicion as she narrows her eyes at his convenient story. Li doubles down, arguing that he only swapped the tokens because he knew she was strong enough to survive the premium realm and wanted her to prove it. He claims his ultimate goal was to get her into the elite class just so they could spend more time together. Playing the martyr, Li declares he's willing to shoulder any punishment the school deems fit, but behind his clenched fist he's gambling on a hidden agenda. He's betting that as long as the matter stays private, the school will be lenient and Mu King Ji might even feel indebted to him. Yuan Chu lets out a sharp, mocking smile as she prepares to dismantle his lie. She leans in, her expression turning cold and predatory as she asks the million-dollar question. How exactly did a low-level student like him manage to steal a token from a late-stage golden core cultivator? The revelation of her true power level sends shockwaves through the room, leaving Li and the onlookers completely stunned. Li begins to stammer, pathetically claiming he just barely managed to pull it off while she was distracted. Seizing control of the trial, Yuan Chu turns to the elder with a formal proposal. The elder, intrigued by the shift in momentum, grants her permission to speak. Yuan Chu points a finger directly at Li, calling out his incoherent lies and exposing him as a fraud in front of everyone. Li's face pales as he realizes his script is falling apart. He frantically tries to insist he acted alone, desperate to keep any co-conspirators out of the line of fire. Yuan Chu tells him to stop panicking because she's just getting started. She offers a high-stakes challenge. She will suppress her cultivation all the way down to the foundation building stage. Holding up a small, ornate bell, she draws every eye in the hall toward her. She declares that if Li can take this bell from her, she'll accept his story as truth, boldly asserting that no genius beneath the heavens is more outstanding than her. The crowd is left breathless by her sheer audacity. Yuan Chu then turns the pressure on the faculty, asking the elder if the academy is prepared to take responsibility if this trial turns lethal. The elder acknowledges the gravity of the situation, realizing the school's reputation is on the line. However, a red-haired teacher intervenes, arguing that even with suppressed cultivation, a golden core body is naturally tougher, making the match unfair for Li. Yuan Chu meets the teacher's gaze with a sharp, challenging look, asking for her specific suggestion. The teacher demands she suppress her strength even further, down to the middle stage of foundation building. The onlookers gasp, knowing that the power gap between golden core and middle foundation is like heaven and earth. Even the other students begin to murmur that the faculty is being far too harsh on her. Unfazed, Yuan Chu agrees to the handicap and fastens the bell to her waist. She taunts Li with a playful yet dangerous energy, telling the little guy to come at her with everything he's got. Lai is sweating bullets, knowing that even if he wins, his reputation is in tatters, but he decides he must take the bell to save face. As Yuan Chu stands ready, looking every bit the untouchable prodigy, Lai prepares his assault, masking his desperation behind a mask of proving his feelings. Yuan Chu simply tells him to relax. With a chillingly confident smirk, she promises that by the time this is over, she'll have him falling for her even harder literally. The air crackles with spiritual pressure as the high-stakes duel finally ignites. Lai Xuanji doesn't hold back for even a second, immediately unleashing the fierce whirlwind, a massive vortex of energy designed to overwhelm his opponent instantly. Onlookers are horrified by the display. Li is shamelessly using an advanced technique against a girl whose cultivation has been forced down to the middle foundation stage. The wind slices through the arena with a violent whoosh, threatening to tear everything apart. Amidst the chaos, Yuan Chu remains eerily calm, the gale whipping her hair as she assesses the pathetic display. With a mocking smirk, she asks if this is really all he's got, completely unfazed by the storm. Her eyes sharpen with a predatory glint as she prepares to end this farce. With a deafening bam, she shatters his momentum in a single, brutal strike, proving that raw talent far outstrips hollow techniques. Lai Xuanji is sent hurtling backward, slamming into the ground with a sickening bang. Yuan Chu closes the distance instantly, grabbing the dazed Li and throwing his earlier, romantic, lies right back in his face. She pummels him mercilessly, declaring that she's going to give him a love he will never forget for the rest of his life. With a dismissive toss, she flings his broken body aside like yesterday's trash. The red-haired teacher is outraged, shouting at her for treating a fellow student with such blatant disrespect. Yuan Chu stands tall and unbothered, mockingly suggesting that in her world, a good beating is the highest form of affection. She steps over the fallen Li, noting that she is simply repaying the favor for his attempts to frame her. The teacher screams nonsense, but the damage to Lei's reputation is already done. Sensing the tide has turned, Ye Chen steps forward, his presence commanding the attention of the entire courtyard. He coldly asks if the academy still intends to protect a proven fraud and refuse to hand over the real perpetrator. The students begin to whisper. It's now obvious that if Li was this weak, he never could have stolen anything from someone as powerful as Mu Qingji. The crowd grows restless, demanding the truth as the conspiracy begins to unravel. Watching from the sidelines, Gu Qingqi realizes with a jolt of panic that Lai Xuanji is now completely useless to her. The red-haired teacher, feeling the pressure, calls Gu Qingqi forward to explain her involvement in the token situation. The students are in shock, unable to believe that the kind and gentle Gu Qingqi could be involved in such a mess. Gu Qingqi looks toward her master, her composure fracturing as the spotlight turns on her. The master demands the truth, placing the weight of the academy's integrity squarely on her disciple's shoulders. Yuan Chu watches the drama unfold, her sharp gaze cutting through the tension. Just as Gu Qingqi is cornered, Su He suddenly jumps into the fray, shouting for them to leave Sister Gu alone. In a shocking twist, the pink-haired girl claims full responsibility, stating she orchestrated the entire plan because she couldn't stand Yuan Chu. Yuan Chu is genuinely baffled, pointing out that she has never even provoked this girl. Su He puts on a dramatic, teary-eyed performance, acting the part of the victim. She screams that Yuan Chu has been interfering with her personal relationships and her fiancé since the moment she entered the academy. The sheer absurdity of the accusation leaves Yuan Chu completely speechless. Wasting no more time on the drama, Yuan Chu tells the elders that since a culprit has confessed, they should settle this according to the rules. The crowd mutters in hushed tones, wondering if the academy actually has the guts to punish a princess of Dan Men. The teacher can only respond with a frustrated "Himph," her hands tied by the public confession. She turns to leave, the situation resolved on the surface, but leaving a bitter taste in everyone's mouth. The master commands Gu Qingqi to follow her immediately, clearly displeased with the day's events. Gu Qingqi obeys, her mind racing with the political fallout this will have for her family and her future. She secretly hopes that Ye Chen won't get caught up in Su He's web of lies. As she turns back, she catches Ye Chen looking directly at her. His golden eyes are cold and piercing, filled with a silent judgment that sends a shiver down her spine. Gu Qingqi panics internally, desperately wishing he would believe that she had absolutely nothing to do with the sabotage. The crowd parts as a heavy silence falls over the academy grounds. The vice principal has finally made her grand entrance. She stands with an air of absolute authority, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene with cold calculation. Without waiting for an explanation, she declares that she is already fully aware of the situation at hand. Looking toward Yuan Chu, the vice principal adopts a tone of forced diplomacy, urging the students to treat each other with leniency for the sake of the academy's reputation. She turns her attention to Gu Qingqi, suggesting that instead of a harsh punishment, they reach a mutual agreement to settle the matter quietly. While she acknowledges the academy has strict rules for major crimes, She dismisses this case as a mere misunderstanding that doesn't warrant such severity. The vice principal's true motives surface as she reveals that the Dan Men sect will provide the academy with massive technical benefits in exchange for dropping the charges. She emphasizes that Soo-hee Yu is a rare talent, a second-rank pill master in her teens with a future too bright to waste on a scandal. To her, losing such a prodigy would be a devastating blow to the institution's prestige. She looks back at Yuan Chu with dismissive eyes, implying that a girl of her status has no need for the high-level pills or compensation the academy is offering. Suddenly, Ye Chen steps forward, his presence instantly commanding the space as he shields Yuan Chu. He coldly announces that as a fourth-rank pill master, he can provide his fiancée with any pill she could ever desire, rendering the academy's benefits worthless. The announcement hits like a physical blow. The surrounding students and Gu Qingqi gasp in collective shock. Gu Qingqi's face pales, her mind racing in denial. There is no way a boy his age could have reached the prestigious fourth rank. To prove his point, Ye Chen begins a masterful display of technical prowess, swirling his internal energy into a violent, controlled vortex. A brilliant blue flame erupts in his palm, the hallmark of a high-tier alchemist. With a snap of his fingers, the energy condenses into a glowing orb of pure power. He holds up a perfect fourth-rank strengthening pill, his eyes boring into the vice principal as he asks if his qualifications are finally enough to be heard. The vice principal is paralyzed by the sight of the pill. She realizes that a young man with this much power and technical mastery is a treasure the Gu family must secure at all costs. Stunned by the sheer scale of his talent, she reflexively takes a step back. Gu Qingqi trembles, the reality of her precarious situation finally setting in. Watching from the side, Yuan Chu's chibi self worries that Ye Chen's protective streak might escalate the conflict into something they can't easily walk away from. She briefly considers just letting it go and finding a way to reimburse herself later, thinking revenge is a dish best served with a side of profit. But Ye Chen isn't interested in compromise. He looks the vice principal dead in the eye and delivers a blunt, two-word response. We refuse. Gu Qingqi's shock turns back to outrage, demanding to know if he truly intends to make an enemy of the entire Danmen sect. The vice principal tries to regain control, questioning why they are being so aggressive when the academy is offering compensation. Ye Chen scoffs, making it clear that their meager bribes mean nothing to him. He lays down a final, non-negotiable demand. Soo-hee Yu must kneel and kowtow to Yuan Chu to atone for her crimes. His gaze is lethal. He will make anyone who dares to harm his fiancée pay the ultimate price in dignity. Gu Qingqi shrieks in defiance, telling him to dream on if he thinks they will ever submit to such humiliation. In a flash of movement, Ye Chen is on her, his energy blade held precisely at her throat. He smiles with a chilling, arrogant confidence, repeating her words back to her. Dream on? Yuan Chu is momentarily stunned by the sheer intensity of his protection, finding this side of her disciple surprisingly impressive. Even the small spirit companion nearby looks on in awe as the power dynamic shifts completely. Yuan Chu steps up, her aura flaring with authority as she commands them to kneel and repent for their vicious conspiracy. Terrified, Gu Qingqi screams for the vice principal to arrest them for their assault. The vice principal demands they release her immediately, but the air suddenly chills. A booming, ancient voice echoes across the academy, calling the vice principal by her personal name, Yuan Chu. A powerful figure arrives, their sharp eyes narrowing as they deliver a crushing rebuke. Is this how you've been taking care of my school? Just as the tension reaches a breaking point, a pillar of light descends from the heavens, signaling the arrival of the ultimate authority. The principal stands tall, his expression unreadable and his presence commanding the entire courtyard's silence. The surrounding students can only gasp in shock as the most powerful man in the academy intervenes. He looks down at Vice Principal Yuan Chu, his very gaze demanding an explanation for this chaos. Yuan Chu and Ye Chen look up, recognizing that the true judge has arrived to settle the score. Sensing the walls closing in, Gu Qingqi tries to play the victim, arguing that since no one died, her status in the Dan Men sect should protect her. But Yuan Chu isn't looking for blood, she's looking for a total loss of face, demanding 3 kowtows to settle the debt of the conspiracy. She reminds the crowd of the brutal reality. She spent 10 agonizing days on the brink of death in the mystic realm because of their schemes. Gu Qingqi tries to deflect, claiming that only murderers should pay with their lives, desperate to avoid the public shame. The principal's voice cuts through the air like a blade, reminding everyone that the Academy's iron law is absolute. However, he offers a single alternative. A private settlement is possible, but only if the victim Yuan Chu agrees to the terms. Suddenly, a powerful figure named Uncle Guy emerges from the crowd, hoping to fix the mess before it destroys their reputation. He tries to buy Yuan Chu's silence with a grade 7 ascension pill, a treasure of unfathomable value. Gu Qingqi is horrified, unable to believe her family would waste such a legendary item on someone she considers beneath her. Uncle Guy snaps at her to shut her mouth, knowing that her life is currently hanging by a thread. Yuan Chu inspects the pill, her mind racing. She knows its power. A grade 7 pill can bridge the gap to the nascent soul stage, potentially extending a cultivator's life by centuries. But she isn't for sale. She stares Gu Qingqi down, refusing the bitter pill in favor of the 3 cowdows she was promised. Gu Qingqi's pride is her armor, and she refuses to kneel, fearing the eternal shame it would bring to the Dan name. Desperate, she screams for Uncle Guy to save her from the humiliation. That's when Ye Chen's eyes flash with a lethal, golden light. In a blur of motion, he slashes his blade, the cold steel grazing Gu Qingqi as a final warning. Uncle Guy can only watch in stunned silence as the young disciple takes control of the situation. Ye Chen warns him that if he takes another step, the blade won't miss a second time. He looks at the terrified girl with a chilling, confident smirk. Gu Qingqi trembles, realizing that for the first time, her status means absolutely nothing. With a voice like a death knell, Ye Chen delivers the ultimatum. Kneel. Her legs give out, and she finally collapses to the ground in front of everyone. Uncle Guy seethes with rage, warning Ye Chen that by choosing this path, he is making an enemy that will never forget this insult. Yuan Chu watches the girl's reaction, noting how the fear in her eyes is being replaced by a pure, toxic hatred. She realizes that Gu Qingqi's grudge has turned into a permanent death wish, meaning there is no point in showing mercy now. Seeing the bridge is already burned, Yuan Chu decides to push the provocation to the limit. Ye Chen keeps his gaze locked on his prey, his intent as sharp as the edge of his sword. Gu Qingqi tries one last time to resist, her body shaking with fury. But Yuan Chu gives the final order. If she won't kowtow, Ye Chen should scratch flowers onto her face, threatening to permanently disfigure her beauty. The threat of losing her looks breaks her instantly. Gu Qingqi screams in terror, promising to bow. She slams her forehead against the pavement, begging for forgiveness in the most humiliating display of her life. With the debt paid in pride, the principal delivers the final hammer blow. The conspirators are stripped of their status and expelled, banned from the academy forever. The fallout of the public humiliation is immediate as the principal takes command, ordering an emergency meeting with every elder and teacher in the academy. He turns his gaze toward the duo, informing them that once the administrative chaos is settled, he requires a private audience with them. With a final, authoritative command, the massive crowd is dismissed, leaving the courtyard in a heavy, contemplative silence. As they walk away from the scene, Yuan Chu is burning with curiosity, asking Ye Chen how on earth he realized that the old man was actually the principal. She remembers his confident wink from earlier and wonders if he had planned this entire confrontation with the head of the school in mind. Ye Chen offers a calm, knowing smile and admits the truth. He simply guessed. The sheer audacity of his gamble leaves Yuan Chu completely stunned. Ye Chen explains his brilliant deduction. The lotus throne they recovered was a legendary heavenly artifact, and there was no way the vice principal wouldn't have reported its status to the principal. He knew that if a crisis erupted, the principal would be forced to reveal himself to maintain order. Furthermore, Elderly had mentioned he couldn't sense the old man's aura, a clear sign of a master hiding in plain sight. He realized the sweeper was the principal the moment he noticed the man's calculated presence. Yuan Chu wonders why he would take such a dangerous risk, but Ye Chen explains it was all a test. The principal had returned in secret, choosing to observe how they handled the corrupt Dan Men faction before intervening. He was gauging their character and how they managed high-stakes conflicts when they thought no authority was watching. Ye Chen knew that as long as their arguments were just and reasonable, the principal's sense of fairness would eventually force him to side with them. Yuan Chu can't help but beam, praising her disciple for being so incredibly attentive and sharp. With the immediate threat gone, they head toward the administrative wing for their upcoming appointment. They arrive at the grand, imposing structure that serves as the academy's heart. A staff member greets them, explaining that the principal is currently locked in a heated session with the other teachers and asks them to wait. Ye Chen gives a polite, professional nod, perfectly maintaining his composed exterior. In the quiet of the waiting room, Yuan Chu admits she was worried about him stepping into the spotlight. By defeating the conspirators, Ye Chen has earned the permanent enmity of the powerful Dan Men sect. Ye Chen simply smiles, telling her that her peace of mind is the only thing that truly matters to him. Touched by his unwavering loyalty, Yuan Chu radiates happiness, glad to have her disciple by her side. Seizing the quiet moment, Yuan Chu suggests they perform a vital procedure, removing the parasitic witherbark from her skin. She asks Elderly to stand guard at the door to ensure their concentration isn't broken. Elderly warns them to be extremely careful, as the blood-sucking nature of the witherbark makes it dangerous to aggravate. Ye Chen assures him that he will prioritize his master's safety above all else during the extraction. With the perimeter secure, they prepare for the delicate task. Yuan Chu focuses her spiritual energy, her form glowing as she stabilizes her body for the medical procedure. The crystalline growths of the witherbark begin to manifest on her hands, ready for removal. Ye Chen readies his surgical blade, gently telling his master to speak up if the pain becomes too much to handle. Yuan Chu notes that the parasite is currently dormant, making this the optimal time to strike. With surgical precision, Ye Chen begins the difficult process of cutting the bark away from her skin. Yuan Chu winces as the blade works through the parasitic layer. Seeing her in discomfort, Ye Chen's expression shifts to one of deep focus and distress, determined to finish the extraction as quickly and painlessly as possible. Suddenly, Elderly sends a telepathic warning, The disgraced Gu Qi is approaching the room. Ye Chen doesn't hesitate, immediately casting a powerful magical seal on the door to prevent any outside interference. Outside, Gu Qi nervously paces the hall, desperate to fix the misunderstanding and salvage her reputation before she is permanently cast out. She knows she must convince the duo to help her, or her future is over. She reaches the door of the waiting room, certain they are inside. As she reaches for the handle, she hears a sharp cry of pain from Yuan Chu, who pleads for Ye Chen to be more gentle with his movements. Gu Qi freezes in shock, her mind racing as she wonders what kind of intense, secret procedure is happening behind the locked door. Inside the quiet room, Elderly notices a shadow lingering outside and warns that someone is secretly listening in. Ye Chen doesn't flinch, telling the elder to let her stay. He has a specific plan for their guest. He realizes Gu Qi is likely trying to make amends, but he decides to use this moment to finally sever any lingering attachments she has toward him. Turning his focus back to the task at hand, he tells Yuan Chu to remain calm and not be afraid. The surgical procedure begins as sparks of spiritual energy crackle around the parasitic witherbark roots, embedded in Yuan Chu's hand. Despite the visible strain, Yuan Chu grits her teeth, telling him she can endure whatever it takes to remove the toxin. Outside the door, Gu Qi stands frozen, her expression twisting into a mask of pure distress as she hears the muffled sounds from within. She is visibly shaken, unable to comprehend what could be happening in broad daylight. Yuan Chu's resolve wavers as the pain intensifies, and she cries out for him to stop. Seeing her struggle, Ye Chen offers to pause the extraction, noticing how terrified his master has become. The procedure is gruesome. Thick, insect-like white roots are slowly being drawn out of her skin. Ye Chen urges her to stay still, promising it will be over soon if she can just hold on for a little longer. Observing from the side, Elderly is baffled by Gu Qi's horrified reaction, wondering why the girl looks so utterly traumatized by what she's hearing. Ye Chen remains laser-focused, repeating his plea for Yuan Chu to endure the final stage of the surgery. Yuan Chu finds a spark of defiance, telling him not to hold back just because she's a delicate flower. Ye Chen's eyes sharpen with clinical precision as he prepares the final strike. The witherbark roots squirm violently as he uses a blade to sever their connection to her meridians. A sharp scream escapes Yuan Chu as the parasite wakes up in a final, desperate struggle. A surge of lightning crackles through the room, neutralizing the last of the infection. Spent and exhausted, Yuan Chu collapses forward. Ye Chen catches her instantly, his voice full of concern as he checks her vitals. She clings to him, trembling with relief now that the ordeal is finally over. A gentle smile plays on Ye Chen's lips as he reassures her that as long as he is there, she has nothing to fear. Dazed but recovering, Yuan Chu marvels at the intensity of the lightning he used during the procedure. She describes a strange sensation, feeling as though she were floating and dying simultaneously as the toxins left her body. Ye Chen looks toward the door, sensing the barrier is still holding. Yuan Chu admits that while the initial extraction was agonizing, she now feels a strange, tingly sense of comfort. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door breaks the silence. Knowing the rumors already surrounding them, Ye Chen whispers to Yuan Chu to stay put and let him handle the fallout, since everyone already believes they are engaged. Yuan Chu quickly transforms back into her smaller form as Ye Chen signals Elderly to unblock the entrance. Gu Qi steps inside, looking pale and hesitant as she addresses Ye Chen. Yuan Chu watches her warily, wondering if this girl was the one responsible for the entrance token sabotage. As Gu Qi approaches, Ye Chen remains protectively close to his master. Gu Qi stops, staring at them with a complex, silent intensity. Yuan Chu notes the hard glare in the girl's eyes, convinced she's here for a confrontation. To finish his plan and drive Gu Qi away for good, Ye Chen leans in and calls Yuan Chu darling, whispering for her to play along with his lead. Gu Qi's hands tremble at the sight of their apparent intimacy. Ye Chen doubles down on the act, declaring that he will never hide anything from his beloved. Internally, Yuan Chu is ecstatic, cheering for her disciples' superb acting while blushing furiously at being called darling. Yuan Chu isn't just watching the drama unfold, she's calculating her next move. She's prepared to falsely accuse Gu Qi if it means ensuring she can't escape her own guilt. If this cousin is truly involved in the token incident, Yuan Chu is ready to retaliate until she's driven to the edge. Gu Qi, meanwhile, is in total disbelief, clutching her sleeve as she demands to know if this girl is really Ye Chen's fiancée. She's shaken, wondering why he's never mentioned a partner before. Ye Chen doesn't give her an inch. He coldly clarifies that Yuan Chu's is his junior sister and shuts down any idea of a romantic past with Gu Qi. He pulls Yuan Chu into a firm embrace, making it clear that she is the only one who matters, and tells Gu Qi to stop calling him brother. Stunned, Gu Qi tries to play the nostalgia card, asking how he could say such a thing after all they've been through. She begs him not to forget the feelings they developed while growing up together. Yuan Chu sees right through the act. If Gu Qi actually valued their relationship, she wouldn't be so manipulative now. She recalls the history between them, remembering how Ye Chen once suffered injuries just to help Gu Qi escape a forced marriage. Now Yuan Chu realizes that a truly responsible person would never have let someone like Su Heyu take advantage of the situation. Overwhelmed by a sudden surge of possessiveness, Yuan Chu mentally stakes her claim he is hers and hers alone. Ye Chen watches her performance, finding her jealousy strangely endearing even though he knows she's just playing a part. Gu Qi tries to pivot, accusing Yuan Yuan Chu of being a jealous brat who is forcing a wedge between Ye Chen and his oldest friends. She insists that her bond with him is the purest form of affection. She even goes as far as to call Yuan Chu a burden to Ye Chen's future. This sets Yuan Chu off. She reminds everyone that she's the one who raised this boy and kept him fed all these years. She turns to Ye Chen with a terrifyingly sweet smile, asking him point blank if she really is a burden. Ye Chen doesn't hesitate, softly assuring her that she could never be a burden. He moves in closer, leaning down to plant a sudden, bold kiss on her cheek to solidify the ruse. His gaze is intense, fully committed to the role of the devoted fiancé. Yuan Chu is left completely stunned, her hand drifting to her face as she wonders if he actually meant it. Her cheek feels electric. She can't tell if it's his residual lightning power or just the heat of the moment. Gu Qingqi is seething, convinced that Yuan Chu is only winning because she's using her charms to seduce him. She watches with pure envy, unable to accept her defeat. Ye Chen shifts back to a professional tone, asking Gu Qingqi what her actual purpose is for being there. He offers to help her out of respect for the past, but only if she had nothing to do with Su Hiyu's recent scheme. Gu Qingqi realizes she's lost her composure and tries to regain her footing. She claims she only came to address the incident, insisting that Su Hiyu is her closest friend, and she didn't realize how far things would go. She tries to paint Su Hiyu as a victim of a misunderstanding, blaming the entire conflict on Yuan Chu's fickle behavior. She attempts to frame Yuan Chu as the one who seduced another woman's fiancé. Ye Chen's expression hardens. He's not buying the innocent friend routine for a second. Gu Qingqi looks around the room, bitter that Yuan Chu seems completely unaffected, while Su Hiyu was the one forced to leave in disgrace. She demands to know why Yuan Chu is the one who gets to stay. She makes one last plea for Su Hiyu's forgiveness, but Yuan Chu's expression remains cold and unforgiving. Ye Chen ends the discussion, stating that since no one was ultimately disturbed, there's no need for further punishment. But the conversation is over. He flashes a polite but dismissive smile, telling Gu Qingqi that his fiancée is tired and needs to rest before their meeting with the principal. Gu Qingqi is horrified, realizing she's being unceremoniously kicked out. With no other choice, she gathers what's left her dignity and prepares to leave. As she exits the room, her heart is full of resentment. She vows that this isn't the end, and she will eventually steal back what she believes belongs to her. Yuan Chu realizes that her disciple, Ye Chen, has a sharp eye for manipulation, seeing right through the fake innocence of those who seek to cause trouble. Ye Chen's gaze remains cold and focused, as he delivers a stern warning to his master to keep her distance from such toxic people in the future. He emphasizes that those who wear a mask of kindness while harboring hidden agendas are the most dangerous of all. Yuan Chu is struck by his protective nature, realizing that if she were ever the one in trouble, Ye Chen wouldn't hesitate to stand by her side and take the heat. In her mind, she's already determined to reciprocate that loyalty, vowing to find a way to protect him if the roles were ever reversed. However, her heroic thoughts are cut short when she suddenly remembers her current position. She's still being held firmly in his arms. Ye Chen looks down at her, his eyes softening with an intensity that makes her heart skip a beat. Yuan Chu is completely frozen, her mind racing as she tries to process the sudden proximity. He offers a gentle, knowing smile that only adds to her confusion. As her eyes drift toward his lips, the memory of their recent kiss floods back, sending her into a total tailspin. Overwhelmed and blushing furiously, Yuan Chu's composure shatters as she realizes her face must be glowing red. Desperate to escape the tension, she frantically tells him to stay behind and focus on his research while she makes a quick exit. She bolts from the room, feeling like she's been struck by lightning, cursing her own lack of masterly dignity. Ye Chen watches her flee, unable to hide his amusement as he finds his master's flustered reaction incredibly charming. The scene shifts to the grand architecture of the academy's main hall, where a more serious matter awaits. Inside, the principal sits with a commanding presence, ready to discuss the future. Ye Chen arrives shortly after, maintaining a professional and composed demeanor for this high-level meeting. The principal begins by praising Ye Chen for his courage in defending his fiancée, noting his impressive character. Ye Chen dismisses the compliment, treating his actions as a simple necessity, rather than something worthy of praise. The principal notes that while Ye Chen doesn't physically resemble a certain person, his cold and sharp gaze is strikingly familiar. He draws a parallel between Ye Chen and a distant figure, likely his father, noting that Ye Chen possesses a warmth that the other man lacks. Ye Chen's eyes narrow instantly, questioning if the principal is referring to the crown prince. Moving to the core of the meeting, the principal reveals that the secret realm of the Holy Sword will soon open, an event that occurs only once every decade. Ye Chen is skeptical, questioning why such a critical mission would be entrusted to a brand new student. The principal admits that while elite students are usually chosen, he has a unique confidence in Ye Chen's potential. Intrigued, Ye Chen asks what possible advantage he could have over the academy's veterans. The principal brings up the legendary Lonesome Sword artifact, and the Crown Prince's failed attempt to claim it. He asks Ye Chen for his personal understanding of the artifact's nature. The artifact is a blade of immense power, rumored to require its wielder to completely abandon all human emotion and focus solely on cultivation. The principal confirms that this is the common belief that only a heart of stone can master the blade. He explains that the Crown Prince even practiced the divine art of sacrifice to purge his feelings, Yet even that wasn't enough to earn the sword's recognition. Hearing the name of that forbidden technique sends a shock through Ye Chen. He recalls a similar, soul-erasing technique from his past that he once refused to learn. The principal, having been the Crown Prince's teacher, knows the grim details of that failure all too well. He proposes a radical theory. Perhaps the emotionless path was the wrong one all along, leading only to madness instead of mastery. He wants Ye Chen to try the exact opposite tactic. The principal believes the lonesome sword isn't looking for a void, but rather someone with incredibly strong, genuine feelings. Ye Chen stands silent, weighing the burden of a weapon that demands the weight of one's heart. Meanwhile, his inner spirits are practically screaming at him to agree, knowing that this artifact is the ultimate prize in offensive power. Ye Chen accepts the principal's dangerous mission to the secret realm, but he isn't going alone. With a sharp gaze, he makes one non-negotiable request. The principal, intrigued by the young man's boldness, urges him to speak his mind. Without a hint of hesitation, Ye Chen demands a second entry spot for his fiancée, Yuan Chu. The principal is stunned. These spots are legendary. Cultivators would sacrifice anything just to get a glimpse of the secret realm. He reminds Ye Chen that people have literally traded their own limbs for the opportunity he's asking to give away. But Ye Chen's resolve is ironclad. He explains that he cannot leave Yuan Chu behind, prioritizing her safety over the legendary artifact itself. To him, no treasure in the world compares to her well-being. Thinking of the year-long duration of the quest, he refused to let his master stay outside alone for so long. The principal can only smile at the young man's devotion, noting that Ye Chen possesses the heart of a ruler who would sacrifice an entire kingdom for a single person. The principal grants the request, though he warns Ye Chen not to feel too pressured. In 8,000 years, only the Crown Prince has ever truly seen the Holy Sword. As the weight of the task settles in the room, the principal notices a lingering shadow in Ye Chen's eyes. Ye Chen seizes the moment to ask a personal question, confirming if the principal was indeed the Crown Prince's teacher. When the principal confirms this, Ye Chen claims he simply admires the legendary figure and wishes to learn more about his legacy. The principal is open to sharing, asking exactly what the boy wants to know. Ye Chen doesn't pull any punches. He wants to know why the Crown Prince disappeared and where he was last seen. Beneath the table, Ye Chen's hand clenches into a fist. If he truly is that man's son, he is duty-bound to find him. The principal drops a bombshell. The heartless Crown Prince disappeared because of a woman. This shocks Ye Chen. Wasn't the Crown Prince's cultivation path designed to cut off all human emotion? The principal explains that some feelings are powerful enough to melt even a heart of stone. Unfortunately, the realization came too late. While his soul token still flickers in the ancestral hall, the Crown Prince's life is in constant peril. He was last seen heading toward the farthest celestial northern pole, the frozen wasteland of the Manhwa Glacier. Ye Chen's eyes widen. That is a forbidden zone where the living cannot enter. The principal cryptically notes that there are always exceptions to the rules. Before Ye Chen leaves, the principal gives one final, stern warning. Stay far away from the Emperor's grandson while inside the mystic realm. Ye Chen is confused by the sudden warning, but the principal's gaze turns cold and serious. He refuses to elaborate, telling Ye Chen that some secrets are better left buried. Respecting the boundary, Ye Chen bows and prepares to depart, leaving the principal alone with his thoughts. Ye Chen strides out of the building, his mind swirling with the revelations about his potential father and the dangers ahead. Meanwhile, as the sun sets over the academy, Yuan Chu has retreated to the rooftops to drown her confusion in wine. In her chibi-fied state of distress, she struggles to reconcile her past life's memories with her current feelings. She lies back, frustrated by how much her disciple has been affecting her composure lately. Bolting upright, she tries to use the wine to numb her racing heart. Suddenly, a figure leaps onto the roof with effortless grace. It's Ye Chen. He looks down at her with a soft expression, calling out to his master. The sudden appearance catches Yuan Chu completely off guard, her face flushing a deep crimson. Startled, she begins coughing violently as she chokes on her wine. While a worried Ye Chen wonders how a powerful nascent soul cultivator could possibly be defeated by a simple drink. Yuan Chu is clearly feeling the effects of the wine, blushing as she stubbornly insists she's perfectly fine. But Ye Chen isn't buying it, standing firm on the roof as he scolds his master for indulging in scented wine. He quickly confiscates the jar, warning her that she's still growing and this potent brew is far too strong for her to handle. Yuan Chu pouts, feeling like her own disciple is bullying her despite the wine's alluring aroma. Ye Chen remains professional, explaining the technical danger. This specific alcohol causes spiritual disturbances that could leave her completely unconscious. Stubborn as ever, Yuan Chu looks completely unconvinced by his logic. She shifts the blame, claiming Ye Chen is the one acting weird and causing all the trouble. When he asks for a promise to quit drinking for good, she doubles down with a fierce shout, demanding her drink. Her face flushes with determination as she threatens to discipline him if he doesn't stop bothering her. Ye Chen finds her fierce display more adorable than intimidating, struggling to stay stern. He gently takes her hand, offering a technical compromise. He will use his skills to refine the wine, removing the components that cause spiritual disruption before she drinks. Yuan Chu's eyes go wide. She wants to know if the drink will still have its kick after the refinement process. Ye Chen assures her it will be fine, guiding her as they settle the matter together. Yuan Chu beams with pride, convinced she's successfully defended her dignity as a master. With the tension eased, Ye Chen drops the real news. The principal has officially agreed to let her join him in the mystic realm of the Holy Sword. Yuan Chu is ecstatic, her face lighting up at the prospect of the upcoming mission. She sits down overwhelmed with joy. Grateful for his efforts, she promises to repay his kindness, refusing to let him go off on such a journey alone. Under a breathtaking sunset, she tells him not to be angry anymore, their bond appearing stronger than ever. Ye Chen, ever the attentive disciple, asks if she'd like some snacks to go with her refined drink. She happily requests shortbread, and as the sky glows with orange hues, Ye Chen vows he will never reject her requests because she is his master. The scene shifts abruptly from the peaceful roof to a lavish estate. A door is violently pushed open, and a servant is ruthlessly thrown to the ground. A pink-haired woman stands over them, seething with rage at her useless staff. Her eyes are cold and unforgiving, as the terrified servant scrambles away, and the door slams shut with a heavy thud. Inside, her daughter is in tears, devastated that her father has ordered her into solitary confinement. The mother pulls her into a comforting embrace, her anger boiling over the fact that her husband is prioritizing a talented individual over his own blood. She wipes away her daughter's tears, dismissively calling their rivals peasants. The daughter looks up, desperate for vengeance, and the mother asks exactly how she wants her to help. The girl's expression turns chillingly dark as she utters her final, murderous wish. She wants Mu King dead. The sun hangs high over the tranquil manor, but inside, a medical mystery is unfolding. Yuan Chu lies in bed, looking unusually drained as Ye Chen stays by her side, ever the attentive disciple. Their focus is on a peculiar, glowing specimen, the blood-sucking witherwood, a parasitic entity with a terrifyingly tenacious will to live. Yuan Chu watches the creature warily, asking if this thing will eventually drain her dry, if it continues to sap her energy. Ye Chen's expression softens with concern as he addresses his master. He admits that while little is known about the witherwood's long-term effects on a living host, its behavior is unpredictable. As Yuan Chu sinks deeper into her pillows, a heavy lethargy takes hold. She wonders aloud why she feels so suddenly fatigued, fearing the parasite is already siphoning away her vital nutrients. Sensing her distress, Ye Chen immediately puts down his book, his protective instincts kicking into overdrive. He rushes to her bedside, calling out to her with growing alarm. Seeing her condition worsen, Ye Chen summons Elder Li, urgent for a professional medical opinion as he realizes something is terribly wrong. Yuan Chu's complexion has turned a ghostly pale, her strength failing her. Elder Li analyzes the situation, noting that logically the witherwood should be dormant and shouldn't be influencing the host like this. Ye Chen gazes at his master, his eyes filled with worry as she struggles to remain upright. Even Yuan Chu is baffled, unable to pinpoint exactly why she feels so unwell. Trying to maintain her dignity, she tells them to stop worrying, claiming she just needs some rest to recover. But as she moves, Ye Chen catches a glimpse of something that makes his heart stop. Without a second thought, he sweeps her up into his arms, his face etched with panic. He's horrified to find what looks like a serious injury. There, staining the pristine white sheets, is a bright crimson mark. Yuan Chu immediately tries to block his view, her face flushing with a different kind of heat. Ye Chen spirals, wondering if the witherwood has finally lashed out and caused internal bleeding. Realization finally dawns on Yuan Chu. She stammers that she isn't actually injured. Ye Chen isn't convinced, pointing out the obvious blood stain with frantic concern. She tries to explain that it isn't the kind of blood he thinks it is. Driven by duty, Ye Chen tries to pull back the covers to inspect the wound and provide aid. Mortified, Yuan Chu screams at him to stop, forbidding him from looking any closer. Both Ye Chen and Elder Li stand frozen, completely bewildered by her sudden outburst. Elder Li urges her to stop hiding the injury, fearing she's just trying to avoid a painful treatment. Internalizing her embarrassment, Yuan Chu realizes she's stuck between an old scholar and a knave disciple who both know everything about books but nothing about women. Clutching the sheets in desperation, she finally loses her patience and shouts the truth. It's just her period. The revelation hits the two men like a lightning bolt, leaving them in stunned silence. Yuan Chu quickly dives back under the safety of her covers, hiding her flaming red face. An incredibly awkward silence fills the room as the gravity of the misunderstanding sinks in. Elder Li is the first to break the tension, letting out a nervous laugh and explaining that this is simply a natural part of growing up. Fed up with the scrutiny, Yuan Chu demands they both leave the room immediately. The two men beat a hasty retreat, realizing they've overstepped in the most awkward way possible. Outside, a flustered Ye Chen is left wondering what he's supposed to do to help in a situation like this. From beneath the blankets, Yuan Chu tells him she doesn't need anything except some much-needed peace and quiet. Even though she's lived through many things, she remains curled up in a ball of pure embarrassment, waiting for the floor to swallow her whole. Ye Chen is taking his role as a caretaker to the extreme, lecturing Yuan Chu on her diet with surgical precision. He demands she avoids anything salty, spicy, or cold, hovering over her like a worried parent. He even insists she bundle up in more layers, his overprotectiveness reaching a fever pitch. Yuan Chu, however, has had enough. She flatly tells him to relax, explaining that she doesn't need a specialized medical regimen just for her monthly cycle. The bluntness of her response leaves Ye Chen completely flustered and speechless. Their domestic bickering is cut short when Yuan Chu's senses sharpen someone is approaching. A silver-haared messenger arrives, searching for the elusive Mu Qingji. Yuan Chu doesn't hesitate. She quickly transforms her appearance to meet the girl, confirming she's the one being sought. The messenger reveals that Mu Qinghan's master is desperate to see her. Apparently, the Mu family has been intercepting all communications, forcing the master to send this message in total secrecy. With the warning delivered, the girl vanishes as quickly as she appeared. Yuan Chu stands in silent contemplation, the gravity of the situation sinking in. She remembers how Ye Chen's previous actions left Mu Qinghan injured, and the guilt begins to gnaw at her. She turns to Ye Chen, suggesting they skip their lessons to pay him a formal visit. Despite their past friction, she acknowledges that Mu Qinghan was a vital ally back in the mystic realm. Ye Chen, seeing her resolve, agrees to accompany her, but Yuan Chu has one condition. He must promise not to start another fight the moment they arrive. With a reluctant nod, the two set off toward the Mu estate. Meanwhile, the secret messenger watches them go, noting they should arrive at the residence within the hour. The Mu family manor stands imposing and cold. Inside, the pink-haired antagonist is already spinning her web, determined to ensure Mu Qinghan never regains his former status. Within the inner chambers, the atmosphere is thick with tension. Madame Mu enters with a high-ranking physician and a rare grade 5 pill, insisting on a medical examination for her son. Mu Qinghan, looking pale but resolute, tries to dismiss them, claiming he has already fully recovered. Madame Mu is insulted by his defiance, scolding him for showing such rudeness to the aunt who brought the help. She refuses to believe he could recover from soul overexertion so quickly and demands the doctor proceed. Seeing no way out, Mu Qinghan submits to the unwanted attention. The physician, Liu Zhan, prepares to examine him with a calculated smile. Behind the scenes, the aunt gloats. If the doctor finds a serious ailment, Mu Qinghan will be trapped in a debt of gratitude to her forever. Suddenly, a servant interrupts the scheme, announcing a visitor. Mu Qingji. The name hits the room like a lightning bolt, sending the aunt into a silent rage. Mu Qinghan's face lights up with genuine joy, and he commands the servant to bring her in immediately. Madame Mu, however, is livid. She can't believe the woman whose companion injured her son has the audacity to show her face. Mu Qinghan snaps back, defending Yuan Chu and stating he'd be dead if not for her intervention. His mother isn't buying it, accusing Yuan Chu of being a social climber trying to leech off the Mu family name. As Yuan Chu and Ye Chen step through the doors, they find themselves walking into a den of vipers. The aunt continues to poison Madame Mu's mind, whispering that Mu Qinghan is simply too naive to see through the girl's tricks. Yuan Chu stops in her tracks, surprised by the hostile crowd awaiting her. Ye Chen senses the malice immediately, leaning in to suggest they drop off their gift and leave this toxic environment. Madame Mu wastes no time, sneering at Yuan Chu and calling her an ambitious opportunist for daring to come here. Yuan Chu keeps her composure, stating she only came out of courtesy. But since she's clearly unwelcome, she won't overstay. When she offers her gift, Madame Mu violently rejects it, treating the gesture with utter contempt. Mu Qinghan watches in horror as his mother insults his guest. Seeing enough, Ye Chen steps forward to shield his master, his gaze cold as they turn their backs on the Mu family's petty drama. The atmosphere in the Mu estate is suffocating as Mu Qinghan watches his guests prepare to leave, his face pale with a mix of exhaustion and regret. Madame Mu and the scheming aunt linger in the background, their presence a constant reminder of the family's icy hostility. But the tension shifts the moment a rare treasure is revealed. Top-grade divine comfrey. Physician Liu Zhan's eyes practically bulge out of his head as he cradles the glowing medicinal herb, his professional composure crumbling into pure, unadulterated greed. Seeing the doctor's distraction, the pink-haired aunt quickly interjects, urging him to wait until the current situation is settled before diving into his medical analysis. Internally, she's reeling she never expected a commoner like Yuan Chu to possess such a priceless artifact. Even the cold Madame Mu is forced to second-guess herself, wondering if she misjudged the girl's intentions and social standing. Ye Chen has seen enough of this toxic family and firmly tells Yuan Chu it's time to go. Desperate to salvage the moment, Mu Qinghan reaches out, catching Yuan Chu's sleeve to stop her retreat. He pleads with her, apologizing for his mother's sharp tongue and begging for just a moment of her time. Yuan Chu looks back, her expression softening at the sight of her friend's genuine distress. Mu Qinghan turns to his mother, asking her to take the others outside so they can speak privately. Madame Mu, however, isn't interested in reconciliation. She coldly demands they leave immediately. She leads the fawning physician Liu away, leaving the trio in a tense standoff. The grand architecture of the manor feels more like a prison than a home. Standing in the courtyard, Yuan Chu looks Mu Qinghan in the eye. She delivers a crushing blow. Because of his mother's blatant dislike, it's best they remain nothing more than regular friends from now on. Mu Qinghan is devastated, frantically trying to explain that his mother isn't usually like this, and someone must have poisoned her mind. Yuan Chu drops another truth bomb, revealing that Su Hiyu was the one who sabotaged her entrance token, a fact Mu Qinghan was completely unaware of. The revelation leaves him stunned, his world spinning as he realizes the depth of the deception surrounding him. Yuan Chu keeps her tone level, explaining that they have their own reasons for being in the empire, and have no desire to provoke local nobility. She even offers a rare olive branch, asking him to forgive Ye Chen for the physical altercation earlier, explaining that her disciple was simply overprotective. Ye Chen stands by, his arms crossed and his gaze sharp, making it clear he regrets nothing. Mu Qinghan realizes he is the one who owes them an apology. He vows to hold Su Hiyu accountable for her actions, but the damage is done. Ye Chen steps forward, his voice a low growl as he points out that Yuan Chu has been constantly inconvenienced by this relationship. He reiterates that they are just commoners and demands that Mu Qinghan stop embarrassing them further. He leans in, his eyes flashing with a dangerous warning. If Mu Qinghan continues to pester his master against her wishes, there will be consequences. Stunned by the disciple's ferocity, Mu Qinghan can only watch in silence. Ye Chen doesn't mince words. He threatens to knock the young master unconscious again if he doesn't take the hint and back off. As the group disperses, the pink-haired aunt watches from the shadows, realizing that Madame Mu's exit is the perfect opening to enact her own dark plan. She catches up to Physician Liu, her voice dripping with false urgency. Liu is curious, wondering what the young mistress could possibly want. She claims to be delivering a message from her mother, but her real goal is far more technical and sinister. She brings up a plundering cultivation technique, a method of forcibly draining vital energy from another practitioner. She points toward Yuan Chu, identifying her as the target. Liu's eyes light up with professional interest as she describes the girl. The aunt reveals that Yuan Chu possesses a rare, pure yin body and has already reached the middle stage of the golden core realm, making her a walking battery of high-level energy. The aunt's jealousy is palpable. She refuses to sit back while Yuan Chu uses her cultivation to rise in status within the Mu family. Liu glances toward Ye Chen, worried about the powerful brother hovering nearby, but the aunt dismisses him as a mere foundation-building practitioner, posing no threat. She smirks, seeing that she's successfully riled up Liu's ambition. Liu's smile turns predatory as he realizes the potential gain. The aunt seals the deal with a chilling promise. She will find a way to get Yuan Chu into his room, and then her vast reserves of vital energy will be his to take. The shadows of the Mu estate harbor a deadly conspiracy as the pink-haired aunt dismisses any fear of Yuan Chu's status at the top academy or the protection of her supposed brother. To her, these are mere hurdles that can be cleared with a simple, calculated move. She has no intention of letting the girl escape, viewing her prestigious identity as nothing more than a secondary detail. Handing over a mysterious artifact, she instructs her accomplice to keep it close, preparing to spring her trap. Her true motive is pure greed. She's realized Yuan Chu possesses a golden core and a rare pure yin body, a literal stroke of luck that any cultivator would kill to possess. As she contemplates the intoxicating sensation of hating someone, a dark realization washes over her. A sinister, jagged grin spreads across her face. To her, this hunt is becoming far too interesting. Inside the estate, Mu Qinghan tries to play the peacemaker, urging everyone to settle down and speak rationally. Yuan Chu, however, is already on the offensive, sternly reminding Ye Chen of the promise he made to her. She's visibly annoyed, snapping at him for nearly picking a fight when he said he wouldn't. The fierce disciple instantly softens his gaze, promising to listen to whatever his master says. Mu Qinghan watches them, sensing a heavy, inexplicable atmosphere between the two that goes far beyond a typical master and student. Needing answers, he asks Yuan Chu to wait outside for a moment so he can speak with Ye Chen alone. Yuan Chu's eyes narrow in suspicion, wondering if they're planning a duel to the death the moment she leaves. Mu Qinghan quickly reassures her, claiming he only needs to clarify a few professional matters. Yuan Chu is left completely in the dark, unable to fathom what these two could possibly need to discuss in private. She chalks it up to secret guy things, though her intuition is screaming otherwise. She gives them one final warning. Communicate like adults, and don't let things escalate to violence. Both men give her their word, maintaining a calm facade to ease her worries. Yuan Chu steps out but remains right by the door, ready to intervene the second she hears the sound of a struggle. As she keeps watch, a pair of eyes locks onto her from the courtyard. The pink-haired aunt approaches with a fake elegance, cornering Yuan Chu in the hallway. Yuan Chu recognizes her immediately, her guard instantly going up. The aunt asks for a short chat, but Yuan Chu isn't interested in pleasantries with a stranger. She flatly refuses, demanding to know why she should listen to someone she doesn't even know. The aunt plays her trump card, asking if Yuan Chu wants to know who else was secretly working against her during the previous incident. The revelation hits its mark, leaving Yuan Chu stunned as she tries to process the possibility of another hidden enemy. The aunt watches her reaction with a cold, calculating gaze. She mocks the girl, feigning admiration for how Yuan Chu has managed to offend so many powerful people in such a short amount of time. With a condescending smile, she continues to bait the trap. She glances toward the room where the men are talking, knowing Yuan Chu is isolated. Yuan Chu demands to know how this woman could possibly have such information. Meanwhile, inside the room, Mu Qinghan isn't taking any chances. He places his hand against the wall, casting a powerful isolation spell. This ensures that even with Yuan Chu standing right outside, she won't be able to hear a single word of their conversation. He turns to Ye Chen, his expression turning deadly serious. Ye Chen waits, his face a mask of calm indifference as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. Finally, Mu Qinghan drops the act, calling him by his full name and asking the question that's been burning in his mind. Is he truly just Yuan Chu's disciple? Ye Chen doesn't flinch, confirming his status with a simple "of course." But Mu Qinghan isn't finished. He reaches out, grabbing Ye Chen's attire to force a confrontation. His eyes lock onto the disciples as he demands to know the truth. Exactly what kind of feelings do you have towards Yuan Chu? Yuan Chu is done playing games. She glares at the aunt, warning her that she's ready to throw hands, even if they are guests in someone else's house. The pink-haired aunt realizes she's pushed her luck too far. There's no talking her way out of this confrontation. She takes a cautious step back, her mind racing. Since things have escalated to this point, she realizes a direct fight is the only option left. She knows the isolation spell inside the house prevents anyone from hearing them. If she can just keep Ye Chen occupied, she can afford to take this dangerous risk. Yuan Chu, however, isn't looking for a scene. She remembers this is the Mu household and MQH is the host's fiancé. She decides to swallow her pride for the sake of diplomacy. Turning her back, Yuan Chu decides to walk away, noting that since they clearly despise each other, she might as well leave. The aunt's eyes narrow with predatory focus. This is the exact opening she was waiting for. Now's my chance. She lunges forward, her hands glowing with a sinister energy as she strikes at Yuan Chu's back. But Yuan Chu is a seasoned master. She senses the shift in the air and glances back, her expression turning sharp and cold. With a fluid, effortless motion, she avoids the sneak attack, leaving the aunt stumbling through empty air. The aunt loses her balance and crashes into the ground with a heavy thud, her desperate ambush failing miserably. Yuan Chu looks down at her with pure disdain. Trying to launch a sneak attack with such amateur skill is almost insulting. The aunt spins around, her face twisted in a mixture of rage and desperation. She isn't finished yet. Suddenly, she releases a concentrated puff of pink mist directly into Yuan Chu's path. The mist expands instantly, glowing with an unnatural, vibrant hue that traps the master within its swirling clouds. Yuan Chu's eyes widen in shock. She tries to block the vapor, but the specialized gas is already bypassing her defenses. It's the 3-day soul-enticing incense, a powerful, high-grade sedative designed to incapacitate even the most formidable cultivators. The aunt grins, sweating from the close call. For a split second, she genuinely thought her life was over. She stands over the swaying Yuan Chu, mockingly asking how it feels to finally be at her mercy. This is pure revenge. The aunt hasn't forgotten the humiliation of being forced to kneel in front of 1,000 people. And now she's relishing the payback. She gloats that from this day forward, everyone will remember this moment of weakness, savoring the total downfall of the master's reputation. Yuan Chu's vision blurs and her strength fails, her body beginning to collapse under the weight of the drug. Mu Qingji, go to hell. Yuan Chu manages one final curse before the incense completely shuts down her consciousness. Before she hits the ground, a male accomplice catches her. He looks down at his captive, commenting on her beauty with a cold, predatory gaze. He immediately activates a massive artifact, the Bell of Good Fortune, which slams down over them, sealing them away in an impenetrable golden barrier. He smirks in the shadows of the bell. No one will disturb them now. The little girl is officially in his grasp. Meanwhile, inside the isolation spell, Ye Chen is being mentally paralyzed by Mu Qinghan's intense interrogation. MQH presses him hard, claiming that his feelings for Yuan Chu have long since crossed the line of a simple master-disciple relationship. Ye Chen stammers, his mind a whirlwind of confusion as he tries to maintain his composure. He tries to convince himself that he only feels a disciple's loyalty, but a dark voice in his mind mocks him, asking why he can't say it out loud. A shadowy manifestation of his own inner turmoil looms over him, whispering the truths about his heart that he refuses to acknowledge. Ye Chen snaps, screaming for the voices to shut up. He refuses to face the reality of his own emotions. Suddenly, his heart skips a beat. A physical jolt of pure dread washes over him, cutting through his mental crisis. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. Master is in grave danger. Without a second thought, he unleashes a massive burst of energy, shattering the isolation spell and the very room itself as he charges for the exit. He bursts through the doors into the courtyard, his eyes scanning frantically for any sign of Yuan Chu. Mu Qinghan follows him out, completely bewildered by his sudden, violent outburst and the sudden change in atmosphere. Ye Chen stands amidst the rubble, his aura flaring with desperation as he realizes he might already be too late to save her. The commotion draws the rest of the household. Another woman arrives, demanding to know what kind of chaos is happening in the Mu Manor. In the corner of the courtyard, the aunt's mother whispers to her daughter, asking if the mission was a success. The aunt confirms the victory with a wicked smile, thanking her mother for providing the specialized incense and the means to purify it for this exact moment. The mother beams with pride. Their trap has been sprung perfectly. They laugh together, anticipating the total ruin of Yuan Chu. In 3 days, there will be nothing left of her except the memory of her defeat. Desperation turns into a deadly resolve as Ye Chen senses his master's life force flickering like a candle in a storm. With a look of pure intensity, a terrifying realization hits him. Yuan Chu is on the brink of death. He doesn't just tap into his power, he lets it explode. A violent, swirling vortex of red energy erupts around him, signaling that the time for restraint is over. At the center of this storm, his spiritual focus sharpens into a singular, glowing point of destructive intent. With a roar that shakes the very air, he unleashes the punishment of raging fire, a technique so volatile it turns the sky into a furnace. The impact is instantaneous and catastrophic. Multiple explosions rip through the Mu family estate, sending shockwaves through the architecture as the ground itself screams under the pressure. Inside the manor, the aunt's mother is blindsided by the sheer audacity of the attack, demanding to know who would dare bring such chaos into her household. Debris rains down as the aunt frantically warns her mother to stay back, the sheer scale of the energy blast threatening to level everything in its path. From above, Ye Chen looks like a vengeful god, his power rumbling through the courtyards as the family realizes their guards have been completely bypassed. Panic sets in for the matriarch when she realizes the destruction is headed straight for the guest quarters, where the powerful Mr. Liu is currently stationed. The structural integrity of the estate gives way, and a massive building collapses into a heap of dust and timber under the relentless assault. Watching from the sidelines, Mu Qinghan can hardly believe the scale of the carnage, noting that Ye Chen is truly a man who does whatever he wants, regardless of the consequences. She watches with a devious, intrigued glint in her eye, fascinated by the raw display of power unfolding before her. Finally, Ye Chen's strikes reach their target. Heavy blows rain down on the bell of good fortune with a deafening bam, the artifact finally beginning to buckle under the strain. Through the haze of battle, Ye Chen's eyes narrow, searching for the one person who matters. He finally spots her, but this isn't the master he knows. He cries out her name, seeing Yuan Chu caught in a state of spiritual distress. Her eyes glow with an ominous, blood-red light, devoid of her usual warmth. Ye Chen reaches out through the shimmering pink energy, desperate to pull her back from the brink. But Yuan Chu looks back with a cold, hollow expression, her mind clearly lost to the effects of the sedative. Suddenly, she lashes out with a violent burst of energy, creating a massive ramboli that pushes everything back. Standing before the giant, glowing artifact, the aunt finally snaps out of her shock. She screams at her subordinates to move, realizing that if they don't intervene now, the situation will spiral beyond repair. Her mind is racing. She brought Ye Chen here as a pawn in her scheme to win favor with Liu Zhan. But the stakes have changed. Ye Chen is a 5th-grade pill master, an asset far too valuable to lose. If he dies here, her husband's fury will be absolute. Desperate to save her own skin, she orders her men to smash the bell apart immediately. Mu Qinghan steps in to explain the grim reality. Yuan Chu has inhaled the 3-day soul-enticing incense. Usually, this potent drug targets a person's deepest desires, trapping them in a dream of their own making. But for Yuan Chu, the effect has been warped. Instead of desire, it has amplified her suppressed hatred into a weaponized rage. The bell of good fortune stands still and silent, a massive golden prison in the center of the courtyard. Ye Chen orders everyone to clear the area. He centers his breathing, his aura shifting from chaotic fire to a cold, focused blue. He calls out to his master's spirit, telling her to concentrate as he prepares a legendary strike. His eyes sharpen with a lethal clarity. He recounts the ancient legend of a blade that once severed the very connection between the earth and the heavens. Even the aunt's mother watches in stunned silence as the young man prepares a move that defies logic. He calls forth the heavens separation sword technique, first form, everlasting severance, with a final, guttural command to break. He brings his blade down with everything he has left. The impact is legendary. A massive crack splits the air as the bell is struck by the full force of the technique, the resulting arambai, echoing across the entire city as the artifact finally begins to shatter. As the dust settles over the ruins of the Mu estate, Ye Chen rushes through the debris to find his master. He finds Yuan Chu collapsed on the ground, calling out to her with desperate concern. A pale hand reaches out from the shadows, trembling as it seeks a familiar presence. Yuan Chu suddenly grips Ye Chen's arm, her eyes wide and unfocused as she demands to know where he's going. Ye Chen's gaze softens with a mixture of pain and resolve as he realizes the depth of her trauma. He pulls her into a protective embrace, grounding her as he whispers a dark promise. "Master, who do you want to kill? I'll help you kill them." Yuan Chu remains trapped in a daze, her voice a mere stutter as she struggles to reclaim her senses. The air is thick with a sinister aura. The soul-bewitching incense from the fallen Liu Zhan is still warping Yuan Chu's emotions, pushing her toward the brink of madness. Ye Chen holds her steady, focused on purging the corruption before it takes root. Suddenly, a small vial of the cursed incense floats out from the carnage. With a sharp flick of energy, the bottle shatters, breaking the mental shackle holding Yuan Chu captive. Ye Chen leans in, his voice urgent as he asks if she is finally feeling like herself again. Tears well in Yuan Chu's eyes as the fog clears. She looks up at him, overcome with guilt for dragging him into another catastrophe. Internally, she spirals. She realizes the man she just defeated is a high-ranking pill cultivator for the royal family. If he dies, the entire empire will hunt them, ruining Ye Chen's chance to overthrow the fake emperor. Ye Chen stands tall, his expression hardening into a mask of stoic determination. Sensing his resolve, Yuan Chu reaches out to touch his arm, seeking the comfort only her disciple can provide. He reassures her with a gentle gaze, telling her that as long as she is safe, nothing else matters. The moment of peace is short-lived as Yuan Chu reveals the true architect of this misery, Suhi Yu. Ye Chen's teeth grit in fury that name again. Drained by the ordeal, Yuan Chu leans against him, her strength completely spent. Suddenly, a massive boom echoes through the courtyard as a golden dragon aura erupts from Ye Chen. He tells her to rest, promising that he will handle the fallout of this massacre personally. His eyes glow with a lethal light. Those who dare to harm his master will pay a price beyond death. Nearby, the Mu family matriarch panics, screaming for someone to save the dying Mr. Liu. Ye Chen watches the bleeding cultivator with a cold, predatory smile, noting that it isn't his time to die just yet. Liu Jian lies in the dirt, his face battered and bloodied, a shell of the powerful cultivator he once was. The Mu family aunt trembles, realizing that even a nascent soul expert was utterly crushed by Yuan Chu's hidden power. She looks on in horror, realizing she has no way to fix this diplomatic nightmare. Ye Chen steps forward, his voice dripping with icy calculation. He informs her that Liu Jian's nascent soul is shattered. Only a legendary reincarnation pill can save his life. The woman freezes, the weight of the situation crashing down on her. She pulls out the rare pill, her hand shaking as she considers the cost. Ye Chen's gaze pierces through her, asking if she has truly thought this through. He explains the cruel reality. The pill will save Liu Jian's life, but his cultivation is gone forever. He will be nothing more than a commoner. Ye Chen's eyes narrow as he mocks the idea of wasting such a priceless treasure on a disabled person. The woman hesitates, her greed warring with her fear as she looks at the useless man on the ground. Her relative screams at her to use the medicine, threatening that the entire Mu household will be destroyed if Liu Jian dies. But the woman's grip tightens on the pill. She knows Liu Jian is a vengeful monster. If he wakes up powerless, he'll blame her for using him as a pawn. She decides to let him die. Ye Chen watches the betrayal unfold with a dark, satisfied smirk, noting there is still one more person to deal with. Terrified, the woman peeks out from the shadows, realizing she is trapped in a predator's gaze. Ye Chen's eye reflects her trembling form, cold and devoid of mercy. He reaches out, ready to finish the job and erase the Mu family's arrogance once and for all. Mu King flinches, feeling a sharp prick on her hand, but when she looks down, there is nothing there. She quickly dismisses it as a trick of her imagination, unaware of the trap being set. Her mother, the Mu aunt, sharply warns her to stay away from the fallen royal cultivator, Liu Jian, fearing any further involvement. But Mu King is thinking ahead, arguing that if Liu Jian survives, he will certainly seek vengeance against the Mu family for his injuries. The Mu aunt freezes as the weight of that reality sinks in. She realizes that if they cannot prove their innocence immediately, the Pill Association will descend upon them with lethal force. Desperate to avoid a scandal, the Mu aunt pulls out a rare reincarnation pill, intending to stabilize him just enough to get him off their property. She desperately hopes that if he leaves the Mu estate alive, the household will be spared from the fallout. However, Mu Qingji pulls her back, insisting that allowing him to wake up is a death sentence for them all. She reminds her mother that he is the brother of a powerful sect leader, who will never show them mercy. Distraught and cornered, the Mu aunt asks what other choice they possibly have. That's when Ye Chen steps forward, a chillingly calm smile on his face as he reveals he has a plan. He suggests a ruthless strategy. Use a 5th-grade bone-casting pill to repair the man's frame, then execute him while he's defenseless. To finalize the cover-up, Ye Chen offers to personally infuse the body with demonic energy. He explains that by doing this, they can frame his death as a cultivation accident caused by demonic contamination, clearing the Mu family of all suspicion. The Mu aunt is stunned, realizing Ye Chen is asking them to commit cold-blooded murder to save themselves. Ye Chen counters her hesitation, pointing out that no one would believe a low-level cultivator like King could naturally kill a nascent soul master, unless it was an accident. He warns that if they don't take this chance, rumors will spread and ensure a far more miserable end for their family. Outside the Mu household, the air is thick with tension as the family's fate hangs in the balance. Even the young Mu heir urges his mother to listen, believing Ye Chen's dark solution is their only way out. With no other choice, they force the bone-casting pill into Liu Jian's mouth. The powerful medicine begins to work instantly, causing Liu Jian's body to float as his shattered bones are forced back together. Ye Chen tosses a dagger onto the floor, the metal clattering with an ominous finality. He commands them to act now, before the man regains consciousness and screams for help. Mu King hesitates, asking why Ye Chen will do it himself if the plan is so perfect. Ye Chen's eyes turn cold as he threatens to take the matter directly to the Pill Association if they refuse to pull the trigger. Her hands trembling, Mu Qingji reaches for the weapon, knowing there is no turning back. On the floor, Liu Jian gasps, blood trickling from his mouth as his consciousness begins to flicker back to life. Ye Chen hisses at her to hurry, warning that the window of opportunity is closing. Mu King stares down at her victim, her face pale with terror. Suddenly, Liu Zhan's eyes snap open, filled with a sudden, agonizing awareness. The last thing he sees is the cold reflection of his killer in his own pupils. Mu King plunges the blade home and then pulls it out, her fear turning into a frantic, murderous rage. She stabs him again, cursing him for being a useless thing as she seals his fate. The Mu aunt and her son watch in horror, realizing their hands are now permanently stained with blood. With the murder complete, Ye Chen prepares to unleash the demonic energy to finish the frame-up. Watching from the shadows, Yuan Chu is struck by a terrifying realization. Her disciple is a master of manipulation, playing with people's lives as if they were pieces on a board. Awakening from her stupor, Yuan Chu is hit with a wave of cold realization. She's horrified to discover she nearly pummeled a high-ranking 5th-grade cultivator into oblivion. Guilt gnaws at her as she watches her disciple, Ye Chen, step in to handle the fallout, fearing she's once again dumped a mountain of trouble onto his shoulders. But as she watches him work with such cold, clinical efficiency, her worry transforms into pure admiration as composure in the face of chaos is simply too handsome to ignore. She beams with pride, convinced that having a disciple this capable is the ultimate reward for any master. Meanwhile, the Mu family matriarch is spiraling into a nightmare of her own making, staring down at her blood-stained hands in utter disbelief. The weight of the murder she committed crushes her, and the realization that she is now permanently under the thumb of blackmailers sends a shiver of terror down her spine. Desperate to deflect her own guilt, her eyes flare with a manic, misplaced rage. She convinces herself that everything went wrong because of Yuan Chu's interference, snarling that if the girl had just played her part, none of this would be happening. Her mind snaps, consumed by a toxic need for a scapegoat for this entire disaster. With a shriek of, "You must pay with your life!" she lunges at Yuan Chu, her hands outstretched like claws. Ye Chen doesn't flinch, stepping forward to shield his master with a terrifyingly calm presence. His eyes ignite with a predatory, golden glow, signaling a counterattack before the matriarch can even land a blow. Suddenly, the matriarch's aggressive momentum is shattered by a piercing scream as she collapses, clutching her arm in agony. She writhes on the ground, the pain appearing out of thin air and striking with brutal intensity. As she whimpers in the dirt, her family can only watch in stunned silence. The agony is unbearable, leaving her sobbing and begging for help as a strange sensation begins to take hold of her limb. Yuan Chu watches the scene unfold, her confusion growing as she tries to process the sudden shift in the matriarch's health. The woman gasps out a name that strikes fear into the hearts of everyone present. Blood-sucking wither bark. Ye Chen stands over her, his voice devoid of sympathy as he confirms the diagnosis. He explains with chilling detachment that it is a parasite that fuses with the human body, slowly draining the life from its host with no known cure. The matriarch screams in horror as the translucent, vine-like parasite becomes visible, constricting her wrist like a living noose. Hysterical and blinded by pain, she begs her family to take a blade to her arm and sever the infected limb immediately. Her mother rushes forward with insect-expelling pills, desperate to save her daughter from the encroaching rot. Ye Chen's voice cuts through the panic like a blade, warning them that medicine is useless against a witherbark parasite. The matriarch, sensing his eerie knowledge of the situation, looks up with tear-filled eyes, demanding to know what she can possibly do. Her desperation turns back into accusation as she points a trembling finger at the young man. She screams that he must be the one responsible for this curse, her voice cracking under the pressure of her mounting terror. She demands he remove the curse at once, but Ye Chen merely offers a dark, mocking smile. He reminds her with cold logic that he just helped her hide a corpse. Why would he bother cursing her when she's already done for? Broken and defeated by the pain, the matriarch repeats her plea for amputation, seeing no other escape. With a grim expression, the elder of the family prepares the blade, urging her daughter to endure the coming strike. In one swift, violent motion, the hand is severed, sending a spray of crimson across the floor as a guttural scream echoes through the courtyard. To ensure her recovery, the elder immediately forces a high-grade reincarnation pill into her mouth, a miracle drug meant to regrow lost limbs. The matriarch swallows the pill, her eyes wide with a flicker of hope as the healing magic begins to take effect. Moments later, the flesh begins to knit together, and a brand new hand starts to sprout from the stump. But the hope is short-lived. The horror returns tenfold as the parasite regrows right along with the new flesh, spreading even more aggressively than before. The matriarch stares at her regrown limb in absolute shock, her mind failing to grasp the nightmare. She realizes with mounting dread that the amputation solved nothing. The parasite is rooted deeper than they ever imagined. Watching the despair settle in, Ye Chen offers a final, ruthless suggestion. If they want to be sure, they shouldn't just stop at the wrist, they should cut the entire arm off from the shoulder to truly separate the roots. The matriarch of the Mu family stares at her mangled arm in sheer horror, realizing she has exhausted her supply of miraculous reincarnation pills. Seeing his mother's descent into madness and the family's reputation in tatters, The Su family heir makes a cold decision, demanding an immediate end to the engagement. Without a second glance, he turns his back on the ruins of the Mi family's status. His departure is final, leaving the matriarch with nothing but the consequences of her own schemes. To settle the debt and sever all ties, Madame Su offers one final reincarnation pill as compensation for the broken contract. The matriarch clutches the small vial, her last hope for a physical recovery that can't heal her shattered pride. She reflects on her failure. She had come here to expose Mu Qingji, yet her plan backfired so spectacularly it destroyed her daughter's future instead. Tears of frustration spill over as she realizes her target escaped unscathed while she was forced to take a life to save herself. Even worse, the parasite continues to ravage her hand, a constant, writhing reminder of her defeat. Sensing the drama is over, Ye Chen looks to his master, suggesting it's finally time to leave this den of vipers. Behind them, the grim work begins as a blade is prepared for the second, more drastic amputation. The matriarch's face distorts into a mask of agony and madness, knowing the coming pain will be far worse than the first. As the duo exits the compound, the screams of the matriarch echo behind them, but Ye Chen doesn't flinch. His mind is dark, calculating that if he hadn't been following his master's lead, he would have simply ended those women right then and there. He realizes that mere strength isn't enough. He needs the authority of his true lineage as the emperor's grandson to truly command respect. Looking at the grand architecture of the city, he resolves to claim a high-ranking position to ensure no one ever dares to plot against his master again. He looks at Yuan Chu with a protective gaze, his resolve hardening to become omnipotent for her sake. Back at their residence as the sun sets, the atmosphere is far more peaceful. Yuan Chu sits up in bed, looking uncharacteristically small and worried. She admits she was careless for a split second, allowing herself to inhale the enemy's incense. Ye Chen leans in, gently pinching her cheek in a strictly protective, brotherly gesture to ground her. She pouts, relieved that she's safe, but feeling the weight of her mistake. Hiding her face behind her hands, she sheepishly asks if he's still upset with her. Ye Chen doesn't sugarcoat it. He admits he's furious because the thought of her falling for such a low-tier scheme nearly drove him to a breaking point. Yuan Chu puts on her most pitiful face, trying to soften his stern mood. Ye Chen clarifies that his anger is directed at her enemies, not her, though he secretly believes the parasite was far too merciful a punishment for what they tried to do. Yuan Chu realizes that if it weren't for Ye Chen's rapid response, she might have actually been in serious danger. She jumps up on the bed, full of renewed energy, and vows that she will never let her guard down like that again. She reminds herself that she is the master, and she should be the one protecting him, not the other way around. As they lock eyes, Ye Chen observes how she's constantly causing trouble and acting spoiled, yet he can't help but find her antics endearing. He gives her a rare, genuine smile, thinking his master is actually quite cute when she's being sincere. Feeling the atmosphere get a bit too close for comfort, Yuan Chu's inner spirit represented as a flustered rabbit pushes him away. She suddenly becomes very conscious of the fact that Ye Chen isn't a child anymore and looks incredibly handsome, leading her to demand they maintain a strictly professional distance to avoid any further suspicious situations. Night falls over the silent estate as the moon hangs high over the clock tower. Yuan Chu is finally tucked away in bed, her body heavy with exhaustion. Ye Chen watches over her with a gentle, protective gaze, whispering for her to rest well after such a grueling day. But sleep doesn't come easily. Yuan Chu's mind is a whirlwind, still reeling from the effects of the 3-day soul-enticing incense. Sensing her internal turmoil, Ye Chen leans in, his voice cutting through the silence. He asks if she wants to know why he resorted to killing. Yuan Chu looks up, startled by his bluntness. While he sits calmly by her side, the weight of his actions hangs heavy in the air. Internally, Yuan Chu is actually relieved. She knows that if he hadn't acted, she might have been forced to do something far worse. She suddenly sits up, her hair a mess as she tries to deflect the heavy atmosphere. It isn't just about the violence. It's about the deep-seated secrets she's been hiding. Her hands tremble against the blanket as she wonders if now is the time for total honesty. Staring into the void, she debates whether she should finally lay her past bare. Ye Chen, ever observant, acknowledges that she has her own hidden burdens. He offers her a way out if she isn't ready to speak. He doesn't want to know as long as it stops her from suffering. Yuan Chu tries to find the words to explain, but Ye Chen gently presses a finger to her lips, silencing her. He smiles warmly, assuring her that if the words are too hard to say, he won't force her to listen. The tension in her eyes softens, but the conflict remains. Then, Ye Chen asks a question that cuts deep. Does she even know how to cry? The master is caught completely off guard, her typical confidence vanishing. She looks at him, bewildered by the suggestion. Ye Chen clarifies that he isn't talking about her usual crocodile tears. He finds those cute, but they aren't real. He's realized that she never allows herself to express genuine sadness or grief. He makes a solemn promise. She can cry in front of him, and he'll use his powers to ensure they aren't disturbed, even promising to forget the weakness by morning. Yuan Chu stares at him, her defenses finally crumbling under his unwavering support. A single heavy tear finally escapes. They reach out, hands meeting in a silent pact of trust as she begins to weep. Vulnerable and seeking comfort, she asks him if he will stay and sleep on the bed with her. As the night deepens, they lie together in a strictly supportive embrace, Yuan Chu finally finding the peace she needs. Ye Chen remains awake for a moment, wondering if her hidden pain is linked to her search for the Su mirror. He realizes how little he truly knows about his master's history, even as he holds her close. The next morning, sunlight floods the balcony, bringing a sudden end to the emotional truce. Yuan Chu bolts awake, realizing she's still wrapped in Ye Chen's arms. Her internal monologue goes into a full-blown panic as she realizes her master's dignity is at stake. Ye Chen slowly stirs, groggy from sleep. He yawns casually, greeting her with a "morning, master," as if nothing is out of the ordinary. Flustered and blushing furiously, Yuan Chu demands to know why he's in her bed. Ye Chen gives her an innocent look, reminding her that she was the one who invited him to stay last night. Mortified, Chu realizes she can't deny it. Not only did she invite him, she cried in his arms, leaving her dignity in absolute tatters. After a night of emotional vulnerability, Yuan Chu is determined to reclaim her dignity. She instantly transforms back into her authoritative form, declaring that the time for fooling around is over. They have classes to attend. She marches off with a stiff back, lecturing Ye Chen on the importance of being diligent students. Ye Chen doesn't miss a beat, playfully agreeing and offering to help brush her hair to prepare for the day. Still flustered, Yuan Chu huffs, insisting she's perfectly capable of doing it herself. However, Ye Chen's protective gaze catches a detail she overlooked. He points out that she's walking around barefoot on the freezing floor, which is a major health concern. Reverting to a stubborn, childlike state, Yuan Chu throws a full-blown tantrum, stamping her feet and shouting that she'll step on the cold floor as much as she wants. Without hesitation, Ye Chen scoops her up like a rebellious kitten while she flails, demanding to be let go. She's absolutely fuming, glaring at her disciple for his disrespectful behavior. Remaining completely calm, Ye Chen asks if she's finally lost her temper. "What? Am I not allowed to?" She snaps back, her face flushed with annoyance. Instead of being offended, Ye Chen offers a warm, genuine smile, admitting that he actually prefers it when she throws a fit. He gazes at her with unwavering devotion, his eyes softening. Utterly baffled, Yuan Chu asks if he's some kind of masochist who enjoys being yelled at. Ye Chen explains his reasoning with technical precision. He believes that keeping pain bottled up in her heart is far more damaging than a temporary outburst. Yuan Chu pauses, her anger flickering into concern as she asks if his feelings won't be hurt by her outbursts. Kneeling to carefully slide shoes onto her feet, he reassures her that nothing makes him happier than seeing her content. Yuan Chu stands frozen, the weight of his absolute loyalty finally sinking in. Ye Chen rises, telling her she can always use him as an outlet for her stress. He then moves to tie his hair back, suggesting she rest while he prepares a meal for them. Watching him, Yuan Chu uses a new nickname, Xiao Yuanzi, and asks if he ever feels the need to hold back his own emotions. The new name catches him off guard, a drop of sweat appearing as he processes the informal title. In the kitchen, Ye Chen pours a drink with practiced ease. Yuan Chu follows him, demanding to know if he's a saint, since he never seems to get angry at her antics. He gently passes her a cup of warm milk, urging her to head back to the room where it's cooler, but she won't let it go, insisting on a real answer to her question. Ye Chen leans in, his expression becoming intensely focused. "It's because of you," he whispers. He tells her that because she is such a sweet master, he is always satisfied and has no reason for anger. The sheer sincerity in his voice makes Yuan Chu's face turn bright red. Flustered, she retreats to her room to hide her embarrassment. Taking a sip of the milk, she wonders why it tastes so incredibly sweet. It must be the extra sugar he added. 3 days pass, and the scene shifts to the grand architecture of the academy. Inside, rows of students are deep in meditation, maintaining a strictly professional focus on their cultivation. A blue-haired investigator approaches Ye Chen to deliver a thorough report. Ye Chen looks up, his demeanor shifting from the doting disciple back to a calculated strategist. The investigator reveals a dark update. Every night, screams echo from the inner courtyard of the Su mansion. Master Su was originally anxious to help, but after realizing he couldn't save Su Heiyu, he turned his anger toward Gu Danhong and stopped visiting. Due to the high-profile nature of the deaths involved, the case was officially closed without any substantial findings. Hearing this, a sharp, cold smirk plays across Ye Chen's lips. The investigator looks on, slightly unsettled by the shift in atmosphere. With a dangerous glint in his eye, Ye Chen decides it's time to intervene. He plans to knock on their door and resolve the mansion's dark secrets as quickly as possible. As the academy session continues, the air is thick with more than just lessons. Behind the scenes, the real work begins as Ye Chen's ally poses the ultimate question. Will he send a proxy to handle the Su family, or step into the lion's den himself? Ye Chen doesn't hesitate, he's going personally, even as a wary Yuan Chu dozes off right beside him. The mere mention of the mission jolts Yuan Chu awake, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and sudden focus. His ally quickly warns him to tread carefully. The stakes are high, and Su Heiyu's mother is already convinced that Ye Chen is the culprit behind their family's downfall. Ye Chen taps the table, his mind already 3 steps ahead of any potential trap they might set. He remains completely unfazed. With Liu Zhan out of the picture, the Pill Cultivators Association is already out for blood, and Ye Chen knows exactly how to navigate their desperation. He notes that Su Heiyu was only valued for her innate talent, and now that she's lost it, her influence has utterly evaporated. Despite his cold logic, his ally remains hesitant about him taking such a massive personal risk. But Ye Chen has a calculated reason. Entering the mansion personally allows him to investigate the truth, while keeping his true identity hidden in the shadows. By leveraging his status as an academy student, he can clear his name while simultaneously digging into the Su family's internal affairs. The conversation shifts to the thing in the dark that has been terrorizing the local elite. The blood-sucking witherbark has moved from the Mu family to the Su family, and Ye Chen realizes the perpetrator is growing reckless. He believes that by being present at the Su mansion, he can finally sniff out the suspicious individual behind these targeted attacks. His intuition points to a high-level player within the royal family itself. By acting as a strategic go-between for the two feuding families, he hopes to expose the mastermind and turn the situation to his advantage. The sheer complexity of the political web spanning the Mu Su and royal families is enough to leave his ally's head spinning. Overwhelmed, the ally wonders why Ye Chen doesn't just use his royal bloodline to expose the current faker sitting on the throne. A public blood test with the God Emperor would surely prove the truth and end this dangerous game of shadows. But Ye Chen is a strategist, not a gambler. He admits that his mother's claims aren't fully verified, and he refuses to risk his life on a maybe. The current grandson has managed to solidify his power despite his parents being missing and a rival uncle eyeing the crown. Such stability suggests a powerful, hidden backer, making a direct confrontation far too risky for now. He decides to play the long game, waiting for the perfect opening or perhaps dropping a few clues to see if the hare comes to investigate him instead. Breaking his deep train of thought, Yuan Chu gives him a playful poke to grab his attention. She points toward their teacher, Miss Zhao Ling Yu, noting her incredibly professional and elegant stature. Ye Chen looks up, curious about what has his master so suddenly distracted. Yuan Chu continues to admire the teacher's refined presence as the lecture wraps up. Ye Chen remains stoic, his focus entirely elsewhere. He smoothly turns the compliment back on Yuan Chu, telling her that her own presence and poise are far superior to anyone else's. Yuan Chu pouts at the compliment, complaining that he's becoming far too serious and less cute as he grows older. Finally, Miss Zhao Ling Yu dismisses the class for the day. In the hallways, the air is buzzing with gossip as students discuss the Su family's massive reward for anyone who can cure the untraceable, blood-sucking witherbark. Sensing the opportunity, Yuan Chu leans in, asking if tonight is the night they finally take action. Ye Chen confirms the plan. He's heading to the Su mansion under the cover of night. Eager for the adventure, Yuan Chu begs to join him, but Ye Chen shuts her down instantly. For her own safety, he insists she stay at the academy or rest within the Sky Pearl. Yuan Chu is left absolutely stunned. There's no way she's letting her disciple head into danger while she sits on the sidelines. Ye Chen is playing it safe. He warns his master about the 3-day soul-enticing incense, desperate to ensure she doesn't get hurt again. Yuan Chu listens with a skeptical gaze, clearly having her own ideas about staying on the sidelines. To ease his mind, she promises to wait at the academy, claiming she can feel a major cultivation breakthrough on the horizon. Ye Chen's eyes widen in surprise. Her progress is staggering. He realizes that once she pushes past this current bottleneck, her ascension will be unstoppable. "What did you say?" he asks, needing to confirm he heard her correctly. Yuan Chu just gives him a cute, innocent smile, promising to be a good girl while he's gone. Relieved, Ye Chen agrees to the plan. He reasons that the academy is secure, with teachers running strict 12-hour patrol shifts, knowing an enchanted barrier can be triggered at any moment. He finally feels at peace leaving her behind. The moment he's gone, a mysterious blue egg emerges. Yuan Chu cradles it, noting that the little white dragon inside is growing stronger and will be hatching soon. She tells her Yuan not to worry, insisting she'll be perfectly content staying home to focus on the egg. Meanwhile, Ye Chen arrives at the Grand Su mansion to confront the mystery head-on. Su Yan, the head of the Su family, is far from welcoming. He's skeptical that this young man actually knows how to restrain the lethal blood-sucking witherbark. Ye Chen remains composed, stating he can't guarantee success without seeing the situation first, and asks for permission to try. Su Yan hesitates, recalling reports that Mu King was the one who harmed his daughter. He looks Ye Chen dead in the eye, noting that he is Mu King's fiancé. The tension is thick as Su Yan asks point-blank why he should trust the man tied to the primary suspect. Ye Chen doesn't flinch, arguing that if his wife were truly the culprit, he would have fled long ago rather than standing right there. He's here to prove his innocence through action. Su Yan finally stands, agreeing to the request. However, he warns Ye Chen that his daughter is currently in a somewhat unique and likely disturbing state. Back at the academy, Yuan Chu is still preoccupied with her dragon egg, wondering just how long it takes to raise a white tiger, or in this case, a dragon. Suddenly, she senses something off. Someone is at her door. She quickly hides the egg away. Just as a dignified man enters the room, Yuan Chu's instincts scream. She realizes this man is a hidden master who easily bypassed the bottleneck protecting her. The intruder introduces himself as Ye Chen. Yuan Chu recognizes the name immediately. He's the grandson of the fake emperor. She plays the part of the confused student, asking why a royal would come to find her without any servants in Tao. Internally, she's grinning. This is the perfect chance to test her legendary acting skills. Ye Chen reveals his purpose. He's there to personally apologize for the negligence of his fiancé, Gu Qingqi. Yuan Chu realizes he's trying to smooth over the conflict. She immediately leans into her role, acting as if she's moved by his warmth while subtly trashing Gu Qingqi's character. With a sharp, calculating look, she declares that Gu Qingqi simply isn't worthy of a man like him. Ye Chen puts on a show of fake nobility, claiming his engagement to Gu Qingqi is a selfless sacrifice to save her from a life-threatening physique. He insists the arrangement is nothing more than a strategic partnership that benefits them both. Inside, Yuan Chu is practically gagging, wondering what kind of delusional gaze he's giving her. But the master of deception pivots instantly, faking a look of pure heartbreak as she commends him for sacrificing his own happiness for others. She beams at him, playing the role of the wide-eyed admirer who truly believes he's a good person. Ye Tiangsu smirks, convinced he's successfully charmed this foolish girl into wanting to climb the social ladder through him. Thinking he has her in the palm of his hand, he invites her to sit and reaches out to grab her hand. Yuan Chu's internal alarms go off instantly. Before he can make contact, she delivers a sharp slap to his hand. The prince is stunned, his ego taking a direct hit. However, his arrogance quickly reframes the rejection. He assumes she's just playing hard to get. Yuan Chu quickly retreats into her innocent persona, acting shy and flustered. Internally, she's screaming at herself to hold back her rage and not beat him into the floor just yet. Seeing her blush, Tiangsu buys the act completely, convinced she's just overwhelmed by his presence. She finally takes a seat, cautiously asking if His Highness needs anything else. He gestures smoothly, making it clear his only priority is spending more time with her. He leans in, claiming that since she's finally appeared at the academy, he has every reason to stay longer. Yuan Chu clenches her fist under the table, barely containing her disgust at his blatant harassment. Still, she keeps the mask on, offering a strained, polite smile. She claims her schedule is open, leading Tiangsu to feel even more confident. He begins to prod for information, asking about her fiancé. Yuan Chu plays the part of the indifferent bride-to-be, acting as if the fiancé is beneath notice. Tiangsu bites the bait, suggesting that her reaction proves she doesn't actually care for the man. She doubles down on the manipulation, claiming that while her fiancé treats her well, he is nothing compared to the prince's unparalleled ability. She is fully committed to the White Lotus act, appearing innocent while hiding a deadly agenda. She showers him with flattery, calling him a man of immense talent. Her goal is simple. She's going on the offensive to lure out his secrets. She rhythmically taps the table, setting the pace of the conversation. Ye Tiangsu is completely focused on her, unaware he's being played. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the Su mansion, where blood-curdling screams tear through the air. Standing in the courtyard, Ye Chen remains stoic as the cries echo from the inner chambers. He watches the servants scramble in a panic, realizing that Su Heiyu's condition has reached a breaking point. The screams originate from a heavily guarded building. Prepared for the worst, Ye Chen subtly shakes a vial of medicine, ready to intervene. Su Yan finally gives the word, activating a hidden mechanism that opens the way forward. "Follow me," Su Yan commands, leading the way into the depths of the mansion. They descend a cold, stone staircase into a dark cellar. Ye Chen's expression hardens as he steps into the gloom, his eyes adjusting to the shadows. As they reach the bottom, Ye Chen's pupils dilate in shock at the sight before him. Chained and broken in the darkness, Su Heiyu looks up, her eyes wide with a terrifying, agonizing madness. In the dim light of the Su family cellar, the atmosphere is thick with tension. The Su patriarch looks on with narrow-eyed skepticism, doubting this young man has the power to cure such a horrific curse. Unfazed, Ye Chen takes a decisive step forward. Suddenly, a violent surge of spiritual energy crackles through the air, striking the possessed Su Heiyu. She lets out a blood-curdling scream as the energy tears through her system. The result is instantaneous. The parasitic wither bark, which had been draining her life, shrivels into nothingness and detaches from her skin. The Su family head is left speechless, stunned that Ye Chen neutralized a demonic threat in a single move. Ye Chen doesn't celebrate. He turns back to the patriarch with a cold, professional gaze. He knows he looks suspicious, so he immediately begins to explain his methods. He makes it clear that while he knows how to suppress the wither bark, he is not the one responsible for this incident. To prove the gravity of the situation, he presents a manual detailing the parasite's origin. He explains that the wither bark is an ancient demonic plant, extinct for millennia, and cultivating it requires a terrifying level of control over demonic vegetation. Ye Chen issues a stern warning. Only a powerful, shadowy clan would have the resources to grow such a thing. He advises the patriarch to stop suspecting him and start looking at his true enemies, those who would benefit from the Su family's downfall. He warns that while Miss Su was the target today, the mastermind's next move could be aimed at anyone in the household. With a respectful but firm bow, Ye Chen urges the patriarch to consider the danger carefully. He leaves the Su family head spiraling into a state of pure paranoia, realizing that his family is being hunted by an invisible predator. As Ye Chen walks away from the Su estate, his mind is already 3 steps ahead. He knows this isn't just about the Su family. This demonic plant is the key to finding the mastermind who dared to harm his master. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Yuan Chu is busy maintaining her elaborate White Lotus facade. She puts on a display of extreme vanity and greed, complaining to Ye Tiangsu about her high standards. She tells him flatly that she even rejected the crown prince, because she refuses to be a mere concubine. She claims her beauty demands that her husband belongs entirely to her. If he can't meet those demands, she declares they simply aren't destined for each other. Ye Tiangsu watches her, his eyes filled with hidden contempt. He marks her as a greedy, Foolish woman, exactly the kind of person he finds easiest to manipulate. Yuan Chu offers to prepare some tea, but internally she is gagging at her own performance, wondering how much longer she has to act like this before she throws up. Ye Tiangsu remains confident, certain he has her wrapped around his finger. Yuan Chu returns with the tea, but as she nears him, she accidentally trips. She tumbles right into Ye Tiangsu's arms, but any hope he had for a romantic moment is instantly incinerated. He recoils with a cry of pain, shoving her away as he realizes his hands are bleeding profusely. Yuan Chu immediately bursts into a flood of fake tears. She explains through sobs that because she is so beautiful, she was given a protective magical artifact called needle clothing. It's designed to automatically attack anyone who tries to touch her without permission. She looks at him with wide, innocent eyes asking if he's hurt, while her inner chibi is laughing hysterically at the successful technical defense of her personal space. Yuan Chu immediately pivots into a masterclass of deception. She widens her eyes with fox concern, claiming she never meant to hurt the prince. She spins a tale of a fiancé from a poor family who gave her the protective treasure, forcing her to keep it close at all times. She leans in, her voice trembling as she asks if he's truly alright. Ye Tiangsu remains stoic as she maintains her innocent facade. He's skeptical, questioning if her fiancé really comes from such humble beginnings. Internally, Yuan Chu is laughing. If he only knew she was talking about Ye Chen, he wouldn't be so calm. To further the ruse, Ye Tiangsu presses her, asking if this fiancé ever explained his true purpose for coming to the empire. Without missing a beat, Yuan Chu claims he's simply a man in pursuit of wealth and a future for them both. She adds that he's a gifted pill maker who has gone to the Su family for work, though she pretends to worry about his success. She sighs, telling the prince that a pride of heaven like him could never understand the struggles of commoners like them. The bait is taken. Ye Tiangsu is baffled, wondering if it's possible that Ye Chen is completely unaware of his own royal lineage. He concludes that without the Ye family's identity, the boy is nothing more than a commoner struggling to survive. Coldly, he cuts her off, declaring he's heard enough. He dismisses her entirely, convinced this brainless woman holds no valuable information. As he turns to leave, Yuan Chu calls out to him one last time. On the inside, she's screaming for him to just get out so she can stop acting. But suddenly, a massive, oppressive shadow looms over the room. A voice commands them to wait. Yuan Chu freezes. She senses a powerhouse who has broken through the cultivation bottleneck. She wonders if her little trick has finally been exposed. A menacing figure, Elder Zhao, steps out from the darkness behind the prince. He doesn't care for pleasantries. He demands she hand over the 1,000-needle artifact immediately. Panic sets in as Yuan Chu realizes the stakes have just skyrocketed. She slowly reaches into her sleeve, pulling out the small, glowing golden garment. In an instant, a burst of dark energy shatters the artifact right in her hand. Ye Tiangsu is startled, asking the elder what's wrong and if the woman was plotting something. Elder Zhao explains with terrifying calm, the prince's body is worth more than 10,000 gold bars. Not even a single drop of his blood can be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Yuan Chu retreats into her chibi persona, crying out that she didn't do it on purpose. Looking at her pathetic display, Ye Tiangsu scoffs. He decides she's far too dim-witted to be a threat, just a useful decorative piece. He offers a hollow apology for the elder's rudeness and tosses a heavy bag of spirit stones onto the table as compensation for the broken treasure. Yuan Chu's eyes practically turn into gold coins. She stares at the overflowing bag in awe. She quickly promises His Highness that his secret visit is safe with her. Ye Tiangsu gives her one last lingering look. A smirk plays on his lips as he promises that he'll be back again. As the royal party departs from the estate, Yuan Chu finally drops the act. She hugs the bag of stones, humming a happy tune and reveling in her charm. However, she knows she needs to create a clear distance between herself and Ye Chen to keep the prince off their trail. Outside the window, a dark mist lingers. Elder Zhao watches for a final moment before vanishing into the air. The moment the pressure lifts, Yuan Chu collapses face first onto her bed, exhausted. She breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that her high-level cultivation from her previous life allowed her to keep her cool under such intense scrutiny. She sits up, patting herself on the back for her quick wits. Then she reveals her true masterstroke. When she handed over the artifact to be destroyed, she secretly managed to harvest a single droplet of the prince's blood. It was a massive hassle, but for Yuan Chu, the prize was worth the risk. The door clicks open, signaling the return of the mastermind. Yuan Chu bursts into the room with her usual high energy, announcing her arrival to her disciple, Xiao Yuan. But Ye Chen isn't in a celebratory mood. He's frantic, warning her that the royal imposter was just there moments ago. Overcome with worry, Ye Chen grabs her, his eyes searching for any sign of a struggle as he demands to know if she's been hurt. Yuan Chu just laughs it off, confident that no one would dare cause trouble within the safety of the academy walls. However, her tone shifts to a proud smirk as she reveals she didn't just escape, she engaged. Even with a high-level master guarding the prince, she found a way to strike. Ye Chen's expression freezes in pure shock. He can't believe her recklessness. "What did you do him?" he asks, his voice laced with dread. With a flick of her wrist, Yuan Chu reveals her prize, a shimmering droplet of the emperor's grandson's blood. She lays out her master plan. They'll use paper kites to snatch blood from the Yi family back home and compare the two. If the bloodlines don't match, they'll have definitive proof that the two were secretly switched at birth. But as she gloats, she notices the room's temperature has plummeted. Ye Chen is staring at her with a terrifyingly dark expression. He isn't impressed by the heist. He's horrified. He reminds her that she knowingly attacked someone protected by a master who surpassed the bottleneck. Yuan Chu, oblivious to his growing fury, continues to brag about how thrilling the scheme was. Ye Chen has reached his breaking point. He demands to know if she understands the gravity of her actions. What if she had been retaliated against? He begins a stern lecture, his voice rising as he imagines the what-ifs of her getting injured. Yuan tries to protest, claiming she's far from weak, but Ye Chen has had enough of her excuses. In a sudden move, he scoops her up, ignoring her panicked cries of, "What are you doing?" He places her firmly across his lap for a disciplinary correction. With a sharp pia, he delivers a stern swat to emphasize his point. "Do you understand what you've done wrong now?" he demands, his face a mask of disciplinary focus. Yuan Chu is mortified, her face flushing as she yells at him for his audacity. After all, he's just the disciple. Ye Chen doesn't flinch, holding his ground as he reminds her how many times he's told her not to take such foolish risks. Seeing that logic won't work, Yuan Chu pivots to a full-blown tantrum. She starts wailing, threatening to leave him and head back to the Thousand Sword Sack. The threat hits Ye Chen right in the heart. He immediately softens, lifting her up to face him. As she looks at him with tear-filled eyes, Ye Chen's anger turns into a desperate plea. He can't stand the thought of her leaving him. Yuan Chu sniffles, explaining through her tears that she only did it because she didn't want to see him suffer anymore. The tension breaks. Ye Chen sighs, his anger completely evaporated as he tells her to stop crying. Yuan Chu pouts defiantly, insisting she isn't crying even as the tears fall. Ye Chen offers a sincere apology, admitting his temper got the better of his judgment. He reaches out to gently wipe away a stray tear, but Yuan Chu isn't ready to let him off the hook so easily, slapping his hand away. Seeing she's still upset, Ye Chen makes a tactical error. He offers to let her hit him back anywhere she wants as a form of restitution. Yuan Chu's eyes instantly light up with a mischievous, vengeful glint. "Hurry up and raise it high," she commands, realizing exactly what she intends to do. Ye Chen's face goes pale with regret. He weakly asks if she can pick any other place to hit, but Yuan Chu is resolute. Since he decided to play the role of the disciplinarian, she's going to return the favor in kind. Ye Chen knows he's in deep trouble, so he pulls out his secret weapon. An overload of cuteness to melt his master's heart. Yuan Chu stares him down, momentarily stunned by how adorable her disciple is acting, but she quickly shakes the thought away. She's not falling for it this time. She demands he prepare himself for a long overdue lesson in discipline. Ye Chen's heart sinks as his ultimate technique fails miserably. Before he can even react, Yuan Chu moves with blinding speed. She looms over him with a mischievous, foo-foo-foo laugh, ready to turn the tables on her disciple. Ye Chen pleads for mercy, but it's far too late to back down now. A sharp PA echoes through the room as Yuan Chu delivers a firm strike of discipline. Ye Chen's eyes widen in absolute shock. The master has officially reclaimed her authority. She doesn't stop there, raining down a flurry of hits while lecturing him about how he dared to be so fierce with her earlier. Rubbing his sore backside, Ye Chen winces and asks if she's finally gotten all that frustration out of her system. Yuan Chu huffs, deciding to let him off easy just this once, but warns him that any future disrespect will result in an even harsher lesson. Seeing an opening, Ye Chen reaches out and grabs her sleeve, tentatively asking if this means they've officially made up. Yuan Chu turns back with a determined look, confirming that the air is cleared. She puffs out her chest, claiming she's always been the most generous and forgiving master in the world. The two share a quiet moment of reconciliation, their hands meeting in a gesture of mutual trust. Ye Chen admits that even though his methods were extreme, he knows she was only acting out of concern for him. He looks her dead in the eye, his voice dropping to a serious tone, as he explains that her safety is his absolute priority, and he needs her to understand the weight of that responsibility. Yuan Chu's heart skips a beat, her face flushing a deep crimson as the sincerity of his words hits her like a physical force. But the heavy atmosphere is instantly shattered when Elderly walks in, demanding to know exactly what they're doing. Panicked, Yuan Chu stammers out that she was simply educating her disciple. Desperate to escape the awkwardness, she bolts from the room, claiming she needs to go fold a paper kite. Left alone, Ye Chen and Elderly share a long, silent look of mutual confusion. The elder can only stare at the door, wondering what on earth he just interrupted. Trying to normalize the situation, Ye Chen calmly pours a drink for the elder. He shifts the topic, asking the old ghost if he ever had a wife or children back when he was still among the living. Elderly is caught off guard by the personal question. He reflects on his past, explaining that his master had declared him a heavenly talent for refining, forcing him to spend every waking moment obsessed with his craft and cultivation. Ye Chen listens intently, realizing the elder sacrificed everything for his power. He presses further, asking if the elder ever even had a simple crush. Elderly admits that in his youth, he certainly had a type, specifically admiring women with hourglass figures. However, a look of deep melancholy settles over his face as he contemplates his current state. He asks why Ye Chen is even bringing this up as the young man begins to walk away. Ye Chen pauses at the door, his voice filled with conviction. He promises that once he breaks through his current bottleneck, he will find the rare materials needed to reshape a true, physical body for the elderly watches him go, a glimmer of pride in his eyes as he realizes just how much his disciple truly cares for him. For the past few days, Ye Chen hasn't been resting. He's been deep in technical experimentation, searching for a way to eradicate the parasitic witherbark once and for all. But even in a crowded city, he isn't alone. Elderly's voice rings out with a sharp warning. A powerful master at the nascent soul stage is tailing him from the shadows. Ye Chen doesn't flinch. A cold, calculated glint enters his eyes as he acknowledges the presence without turning around. He knows exactly who sent this shadow. It's a subordinate of the emperor's grandson, watching his every move. Elderly is furious, demanding to know why Ye Chen is being so reckless, even threatening to intervene if the boy is hiding a death wish. But Ye Chen is playing a much larger game. He realizes the emperor's grandson, Ye Tiangsu, is desperate for someone with a royal bloodline to stabilize his own power, and Ye Chen is the perfect target. From the darkness, the hooded stalker continues his silent observation, unaware that his prey is actually the one setting the trap. Elderly warns that this is like playing with fire, but Ye Chen remains unfazed. His plan hinges on his next move, curing Su Heyu. By successfully treating her, he ensures the Su family's absolute protection and gratitude, turning them into a shield against the royal family's machinations. Elderly is skeptical, questioning if Ye Chen can actually pull off such a feat. To Ye Chen, it's a simple calculation. He views Su Heyu as a necessary test subject. If the procedure fails, he'll simply find other way. Arriving at the Su residence, Ye Chen prepares to begin the operation. Inside, Su Heyu sits in isolation, her body finally stable enough to leave the confinement of her secret room. She looks pale and drained, reflecting on how she was nearly a pawn in a much larger conspiracy. Looking at the marks on her skin, she realizes the royal family is likely the true culprit behind her suffering. When a servant announces Ye Chen's arrival, her eyes light up with sudden hope. She rushes to greet him, her previous hostility replaced by desperate excitement. Ye Chen maintains a professional, clinical distance as they meet in the courtyard. He notes her change in attitude, deducing that the Su family's own investigation has confirmed his suspicions about the emperor's grandson. If he can link the witherbark directly to the palace, his leverage will be absolute. Su Heyu is thinking several steps ahead. With her mother under house arrest and her previous marriage alliance shattered, she is politically vulnerable. She sees Ye Chen's rising talent as her only lifeline to maintain her status within the Danmen sect. Ye Chen reveals the key to her recovery, the Liangxin herb. It's a glowing, poisonous plant designed to isolate the heart and lungs, temporarily suffocating the host. The procedure is high stakes. He intends to use the herb to create a split-second window where he can strike the witherbark with heavenly lightning without killing her. Su Heyu is terrified, her voice trembling as she asks if the medicine will be the end of her. Ye Chen remains stoic, assuring her that as long as he is fast enough, she will survive. Su Heyu hesitates, looking away as she weighs her options. Suddenly, she turns back to him with a different look in her eyes. She realizes that as long as Ye Chen is near, the parasite remains dormant. She makes a startling proposal. She doesn't want the dangerous medicine. She wants him to stay with her forever. While Ye Chen deals with this unexpected complication, the scene shifts to the academy. Yuan Chu enters a hall, only to find an uninvited guest waiting for her. She demands to know why this woman has come to find her. The visitor, Gu Qingqi, stands with a cold, composed demeanor. Yuan Chu is visibly annoyed by the interruption. Gu Qingqi doesn't mince words, noting that Yuan Chu has certainly caught the attention of the emperor's grandson. Yuan Chu is suspicious she's only met the man once. Why the sudden interest? She tells the visitor to get to the point so she can go get dinner. Gu Qingqi steps forward, the atmosphere growing tense. She delivers a staggering offer. If Yuan Chu completes a specific task for the palace, the emperor's grandson is willing to take her as his concubine. Yuan Chu is stunned by the sheer audacity. Gu Qingqi scoffs at her shock, telling her to drop the one true love act and realize that this is the only way to secure her future value. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a blade as Yuan Chu faces down the envoy's insulting proposal. She isn't just offended. She's incredulous that anyone would think she'd sell her dignity for a title. Her eyes narrow, realizing that Gu Qingqi has a very specific and very wrong impression of her character. Gu Qingqi doesn't hold back, sneering as she calls Yuan Chu a talentless waste who only wants to rely on men instead of working hard. She claims the academy's principal is only doing Yuan Chu a favor by letting her in, suggesting she'd otherwise ruin the school's prestigious atmosphere. Yuan Chu doesn't flinch. Instead, a sharp, knowing smile plays on her lips. She calmly asks if this hostility is born from jealousy. Is Gu Qingqi envious of her looks, her talent, or the fact that both Ye Chen Yuan and the emperor's grandson are focused on her? With a playful, almost mocking air, she shrugs it off, claiming it's not her fault she was born this gifted. But the games end there. Yuan Chu turns to leave, her gaze turning cold as she delivers a crushing blow. She tells Gu Qingqi that even if she wanted the position of concubine, she couldn't stand the thought of serving alongside someone like her. When Gu Qingqi tries to grab her, Yuan Chu effortlessly shakes off her hand, refusing to be handled. She delivers an ultimatum. She won't even consider the emperor's grandson until he officially breaks his marriage contract with Gu Qingqi. Yuan Chu's eyes burn with a fierce intensity as she reminds the envoy of the past harms she's overlooked until now. Gu Qingqi stammers, desperately trying to shift the blame for past schemes onto Su Heyu. Yuan Chu isn't buying it. She promises that once she tells Ye Chen Yuan the truth, he won't spare Gu Qingqi a second glance for the rest of his life. Panicked, Gu Qingqi threatens to tell the grandson that Yuan Chu seduced him, trying to flip the narrative. Yuan Chu just laughs. She knows Ye Chen Yuan is already completely loyal to her. No lie Gu Qingqi tells will ever take root in his mind. Originally, Yuan Chu wanted a clean break to focus on her own path, but Gu Qingqi's arrogance has changed her mind. She decides right then and there to hold on to Ye Chen Yuan tightly, if only to make Gu Qingqi's life a living nightmare. Gu Qingqi tries to play the big brother card, claiming she only wants what's best for Ye Chen Yuan. Yuan Chu sees right through the lie, calling her out for the hypocrisy of eyeing other men while already having a fiancé. With a final, dismissive step, Yuan Chu walks away, leaving the envoy fuming in her wake. She's done wasting her breath on someone so beneath her. Left alone, Gu Qingqi clutches a communication crystal, her face twisted in a silent vow to expose Yuan Chu's true nature. But she isn't as alone as she thinks. From the shadows, a masked spy watches every move, noting that the envoy has not only failed her mission, but is distracted by her own romantic obsessions. He realizes this is critical intelligence and prepares to report Gu Qingqi's failure to the emperor's grandson immediately. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, a different kind of drama unfolds. A girl with pink hair trembles, her eyes wide with fear as she waits for a verdict. A man stands before her, his expression unreadable, his presence suffocating. Suddenly, his calm facade breaks into a look of cold calculation. Without warning, he seizes her by the throat, cutting off her breath. He forcefully stuffs a medicinal leaf into her mouth, a brutal correction for her perceived failures. The girl collapses, coughing and gasping for air as the harsh medicine takes hold. The man stands over her, his silhouette looming large, warning her that her constant irritations are reaching a breaking point. He leans in, his golden eyes glowing with a terrifying light, asking if she truly understands the consequences of crossing him. As she weeps and begs for mercy, he demands absolute, unquestioning obedience from this moment forward. Broken and terrified, she can do nothing but nod in submission. He smiles, a chilling, predatory expression, asking if she'll ever dare to make him angry again. She sobs out a promise of total loyalty, realizing she is completely at his mercy. He reminds her coldly that he is the one who granted her life, and he can just as easily take it away. As he stares her down, the girl is paralyzed by his gaze. In her mind, there is only one terrifying realization. The man standing before her isn't human, he's a demon. The air is shattered by a blood-curdling scream that echoes through the halls. Suheiyu collapses as the parasitic witherbark erupts from her body like a living nightmare, its gray vines growing out of control. Ye Chen doesn't flinch, standing his ground as he unleashes a blinding surge of heavenly lightning to suppress the infestation. The shock is too much for her system. Suheiyu faints instantly as the electricity arcs through the room, chairing the parasitic growth. Ye Chen watches with cold precision as the parasitic vines finally begin to shrivel and die under his assault. Tears stream down the girl's face even in unconsciousness, a testament to the sheer agony of the procedure. Elderly breathes a heavy sigh of relief. The radical experiment actually worked, and the host survived. The strategy was as brutal as it was effective. Poison the host to the brink of death to weaken the parasite, then use lightning to starve the witherbark of its last bit of energy. But even Ye Chen knows this method is too extreme for regular use. He might not care about Suheiyu's pain, but he refuses to put his master through such a barbaric process and realizes he needs a better way. With the immediate goal achieved, he signals Elderly that it's time to move on. The problem still lingers in his mind. He has to keep thinking until he finds a safer solution. He wonders how he can possibly explain this violent cure to his master without causing alarm. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, breaking his train of thought. Ye Chen remembers his master's warning. This person played an active role in the schemes against them. The betrayal cuts deep, and his gaze turns toward her with icy, heartbroken disappointment. He reflects on his youth. She was once one of the few who showed him kindness, but she crossed the line by attacking his master. She approaches with a practiced smile, claiming to have urgent news regarding Mu King. Meanwhile, back at the residence, Yuan Chu's intuition spikes as a lock of her hair twitches. She sits alone on the floor, waiting in the quiet of the room. A knock at the door startles her. She wonders if her disciple, Xiao Yuan has finally returned. She quickly transforms her appearance to maintain her disguise before answering. She clicks the door open, but the person waiting isn't who she expected. It's Mu King, looking solemn as he asks for a moment of her time. Yuan Chu remains wary. She has no intention of trusting anyone from the Mu family after the recent betrayals. But Mu King drops a bombshell. He's here to say a final farewell. Yuan Chu searches his face, looking for any sign of a trap. He gestures toward the garden, suggesting they finish their conversation under the open sky. They walk as the sun begins to dip below the horizon, casting long, orange shadows across the grounds. She finally asks the question, where exactly is he going? He reveals his parents are forcing him into the family's secret realm for protection following the royal scandal. It's a secluded training ground where he might be trapped for a long time. Yuan Chu listens in silence as he begins to pour his heart out. He explains that his entire life has been a series of prearranged steps dictated by his parents. From his education to his daily routine, he's never truly had a choice. He looks out at the sunset, the weight of his lineage clearly taking its toll on his spirit. To him, the care his parents provide feels more like a stifling cage than a blessing. Yuan Chu skips a stone across the water, pointing out that many would dream of having such security and support. Mu King looks at her with a sudden, intense focus. He admits that his greatest wish is to be like Chen Yuan, to have the strength to stand on his own and protect her just like his rival does. The weight of family expectations can crush even the strongest soul, and Yuan Chu knows it. She explains to Mu King that powerful parents often struggle to raise equally strong children, yet despite his harsh environment, he's remained remarkably obedient and pure. She sees the light in him that others ignore, praising the fact that he hasn't let his circumstances turn him bitter. But Mu King is drowning in guilt. He looks away, his voice trembling as he asks if she blames him for his helplessness during her time at his family's estate. He feels utterly useless, a mere bystander to her suffering. Yuan Chu stops him right there. With a gentle gaze, she tells him he's wrong. She doesn't see weakness. She sees a profound kindness. She warns him that while the world might view his compassion as a flaw that leads to loss, she believes it's a virtue he must cherish above all else. Her smile is a beacon of validation, cutting through his self-doubt. Mu King stands frozen, completely stunned that someone finally sees his worth. Yuan Chu continues her lesson in empathy, noting that his mother worked tirelessly to raise him. If he turned against his family for her sake, he wouldn't be the man she respects, he'd be a stranger. Mu King finally finds his smile, admitting that she has a unique talent for healing a broken spirit. He arrived feeling like a failure who couldn't uphold his own principles, but her words have shifted his entire perspective. He realizes that despite his perceived flaws, he still possesses redeeming qualities worth fighting for. Sensing the mood is getting too heavy, Yuan Chu shifts into her playful, optimistic self, urging the young boy to keep his head up and focus on his strengths. Mu King wonders if he only looks at his strengths, won't he become conceited and end up hurting himself? Yuan Chu's expression turns serious. She explains that once a person truly learns to love themselves, they don't become arrogant, they become perfect. Every heart possesses a scale, a natural balance that allows one to see their shortcomings clearly without being destroyed by them. It's about finding that internal equilibrium to make the right decisions when the stakes are high. She looks him dead in the eye, her confidence in him unwavering. She has high hopes for his future. Inspired and a bit flustered, Mu King asks the big question. Does she really believe someone like him can actually lead the Mu family one day? Yuan Chu doesn't hesitate. She tells him that once he finds his inner pillar of stability, he'll transform. Persistence and faith are the most powerful forces in existence. If you believe you can do it, you will, she declares. Mu King's gaze hardens with new resolve. He's found his support, and more importantly, he's found something to believe in. With a look of pure gratitude, he tells her that meeting her was the greatest fortune of his entire life. Meanwhile, the atmosphere elsewhere is ice cold. Ye Chen stands tall as Gu Qingqi approaches, the air thick with tension. She tries to sow seeds of doubt, asking him what kind of woman he thinks this Mu King really is. Ye Chen interrupts her, his voice devoid of emotion. He has one final question for her. His eyes are like daggers, piercing through her facade. Gu Qingqi recoils, her confidence vanishing. She panics, wondering if he's seen through her lies. Internally, she's reeling, realizing she has no right to even stand before him after what she's done. Desperate, she tries to play the victim, claiming she didn't realize the other woman was so manipulative and that she's already cut ties with her. Ye Chen isn't buying it. He shuts her down with brutal efficiency. From this moment on, they are strangers. He demands she never speak to him again. Gu Qingqi is left breathless, her world crumbling. Ye Chen delivers the final blow, reminding her that as the future concubine of the emperor's grandson, she should focus on her own business. He leaves her with a terrifying warning. If he ever hears her slandering Yuan Chu again, they won't just be strangers, they will be enemies. Back at the farewell, Mu King looks at Yuan Chu and asks a question that's been burning in his mind. What exactly is Ye Chen to her? Yuan Chu is genuinely confused. She's already told him that Ye Chen is her loyal disciple. With a bright, innocent smile, she adds that he is her most precious person. Mu King watches her, realizing the massive disconnect. From an outsider's perspective, the bond is complex, but Yuan Chu is completely oblivious to any deeper implications. He realizes he can't be the one to shatter her innocence or break the barriers she's built. It's time for him to leave. Yuan Chu is caught off guard by the sudden departure. Mu King chuckles, noting how she fluctuates between being wise beyond her years and being a total child. Yuan Chu just smirks, joking that old ghosts don't have to look the part. As he prepares to depart for his long seclusion, Mu King reflects on her unique nature, a perfect blend of rational wisdom and youthful spirit. With a final, lingering look, he bids her take care, hoping they'll meet again once he emerges from the mystic realm as a stronger man. The night sky hangs heavy over the sect, but inside Yuan Chu's mind is even cloudier. She finds herself spiraling into a deep internal conflict, questioning exactly what kind of person Ye Chen is to her. Images of his gentle smile flash through her mind, contrasting sharply with his dual roles: the loyal disciple who calls her master, and the rising cultivator who commands respect from everyone else. The weight of these thoughts is too much for her to process, leaving her frustrated and mentally exhausted. Eventually, she gives up on the riddle altogether, collapsing onto the table in a daze. The silence is broken when the door creaks open, and Ye Chen steps back into the room. He pauses, his expression shifting to one of mild surprise as he spots his master slumped over the furniture. He wonders why she's chosen such an uncomfortable spot to rest, but as he nears, Yuan Chu stirs, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She immediately snaps back to reality, asking for an update on the Su household crisis. Ye Chen delivers the good news. The situation is handled, and he's successfully secured a method to extract the wither bark. Overjoyed, Yuan Chu reveals a surprise of her own, a full spread of food she prepared herself. Ye Chen freezes, his entire body turning to stone as he stares at the meal. Sensing his hesitation, Yuan Chu bashfully admits she's been secretly honing her culinary skills for years just for this moment. With a nervous gulp, Ye Chen takes a bite. To his absolute shock, the food is actually edible. Overwhelmed by the normal texture and the effort his master put in, he's moved to tears. He looks her in the eye and declares that her cooking is the absolute best, prompting a warm, content smile from Yuan Chu as she promises to cook for him more often. It's a rare moment of peace, though Ye Chen secretly worries about the toll such hard work might take on her. The tranquility is shattered in an instant. Yuan Chu's eyes snap wide as her senses go on high alert. She leaps to her feet, sensing a powerful presence closing in. Shadows begin to bleed from the walls, and a suffocating bounded field slams shut around the room, trapping them inside. From the darkness emerges a cold, white-haired figure, Elder Zhao. Ye Chen's blood runs cold as he recognizes the man as the elite bodyguard serving the emperor's eldest grandson. Yuan Chu demands to know if the prince sent him, but Zhao ignores her, fixating his murderous gaze on Ye Chen. He coldly informs the boy that his luck has run out. Someone powerful has specifically requested his blood. Zhao unleashes a terrifying torrent of dark energy, forcing Yuan Chu to realize they are facing a lethal threat. Ye Chen can feel the pressure. This man's strength has completely surpassed the normal cultivation bottlenecks. Knowing they're outmatched in a head-on fight within the trap, Yuan Chu commands Ye Chen to focus entirely on breaking the bounded field while she holds the elder back. Ye Chen doesn't hesitate, drawing his blade and channeling every ounce of his power. He strikes the barrier with his most devastating move. Heaven's severing sword technique, first form, everlasting separation. Elder Zhao is stunned to find that this little girl is actually a powerhouse in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. As the bounded field begins to crack and loosen, Zhao realizes that if the barrier falls, the Academy's masters will swarm him. Seeing Ye Chen preparing a final, decisive blow to the field, Zhao decides to end the boy's life instantly to secure his escape. He launches a fatal strike, but Yuan Chu moves faster, throwing herself directly into the path of the attack to shield her disciple. Zhao, enraged by her persistence, mocks her for protecting a brat and unleashes the evil spirit of the chaotic heavens. The dark energy explodes across the room, catching Yuan Chu in a devastating blast. As the smoke clears, Ye Chen can only watch in absolute horror, screaming out for his master. Just as the situation turns dire, a mysterious spirit manifestation appears, intercepting the chaos to buy the duo a desperate moment of breathing room. The spirit strikes with a thunderous impact, creating a shockwave that forces the assassin back. Elder Zhao reels from the blow, his eyes wide with confusion as he searches for this unseen fourth combatant. Taking advantage of the distraction, Yuan Chu stands her ground, her aura flaring with a lethal determination to end this threat once and for all. Ye Chen watches in horror, realizing his master's body has reached its absolute limit and cannot take another hit. Blood stains her lips as she commands him to stay back, refusing to let him share the burden of her injuries. In a desperate gamble for survival, she bargains with the bloodthirsty witherbark, demanding the ancient plant grant her its forbidden strength or face destruction along with her. A colossal explosion rocks the battlefield, white-hot energy consuming the entire area in a blinding flash. Surveying the smoldering ruins of the bounded field, Elder Zhao assumes the two disciples have finally been reduced to dust. But as the smoke clears, a look of pure shock crosses the elder's face. Massive, spectral white vines have woven a defensive cocoon, absorbing the brunt of the lethal blast. Yuan Chu clings to the magical structures, her strength fading fast as she continues to shield Ye Chen from the fallout. Ye Chen is paralyzed with guilt, seeing the heavy price his master has paid to ensure his safety. She collapses into a fit of coughing, her life force waning as she struggles to remain conscious. Ye Chen curses his own weakness, knowing his inability to shatter the bounded field is what led to this sacrifice. Sensing his despair, Yuan Chu looks at him with a resolve that transcends her physical pain. She moves closer, her intentions focused entirely on a final, desperate plan to save them both. In a critical medical maneuver, she performs a direct essence transfer to keep Ye Chen standing. Ye Chen realizes she is forcing her own vital blood into him, a final, selfless act to restore his depleted power. They struggle against the weight of the field, bound together in this life-or-death moment of shared energy. She whispers that her blood will provide the strength he needs to finally shatter their prison and survive. With no other choice but to honor her sacrifice, Ye Chen obeys his master, accepting the burden of her power. Above them, Elder Zhao senses a shift in the air. A new, formidable presence has entered entered the fray. He realizes a powerful spirit technique is being channeled right under his nose, threatening his control. The spirit form reappears, glowing with a renewed, ethereal intensity that defies the Elder's expectations. Elder Zhao scoffs at the soul, believing it to be a mere trick of the light rather than a true threat. His eyes burn with malice as he vows to send this soul straight to the afterlife. He charges his energy, ready to wipe them out with a single, final blow. But Yuan Chu rises, a fierce, defiant smile on her face as she declares that she is the only opponent he should be worried about. Elder Zhao unleashes his ultimate strike. Searing flame, burning heaven. A massive vertical pillar of fire erupts, threatening to incinerate the entire landscape. Undeterred, Yuan Chu's eyes ignite with a terrifying, ancient power as she prepares her counterattack. Drawing upon the very essence of the earth, she unleashes her ultimate technique, the realm of 1,000 strengths, commanding the mountains and rivers to rise and crush her enemy. The inferno rages, blinding Elder Zhao as he struggles to peer through the smoke and ash. Arrogance clouds his judgment, as he assumes the fire has already reduced the plants and his enemies to nothing but cinders. Suddenly, a violent crack echoes through the air as a blade shatters the barrier with the force of a limited surge. Ye Chen erupts from the debris, radiating a piercing blue aura that defies logic. Zhao's blood runs cold. He can sense that the boy hasn't just survived, he's somehow recovered every drop of his spiritual energy in an impossibly short time. Realizing the bounded field is compromised, Zhao prepares to flee, but he's already lost his window. A jagged spike erupts through his chest, stalling him mid-escape. Panic sets in as he feels the weapon greedily siphoning away his very life force. Space twists as Yuan Chu teleports directly behind him, her presence cold and lethal. With a demonic glint in her eyes and blood staining her face, she delivers a chilling promise. The game has only just begun. The tremors of this high-level clash ripple across the entire academy. The faculty members stop in their tracks, paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of a breakthrough stage cultivator. Realizing the gravity of the threat, they immediately scramble to notify the principal. Back on the battlefield, Zhao realizes he can't overpower Ye Chen, so he pivots his killing intent toward Yuan Chu. Yuan Chu grits her teeth, knowing she is currently too weakened to counter a teleportation strike from a master of his caliber. But Ye Chen is faster. He conjures a massive dragon shield, positioning himself as an unbreakable wall between the assassin and his teacher. His eyes burn with a singular, terrifying focus. No one will lay a finger on his master. Zhao lunges forward with a desperate roar, determined to crush the wretched beasts in his way. Yuan Chu screams out a warning as the blow nears, but the impact is caught midair by a crushing grip. The principal has arrived. He stands firm, shielding his students with a look of absolute disdain. His eyes glow with a cold, divine light as he stares down the assassin. Identifying the traitor as Elder Zhao, the principal demands to know why he is attacking his own students. The principal's aura explodes into a towering pillar of crimson energy, his resolve clear. Only death awaits those who violate the academy. He challenges Zhao to bring every ounce of his remaining life into one final strike. The two masters collide, triggering a cataclysmic explosion that levels the surrounding area. In the aftermath, Ye Chen rushes to Yuan Chu's side. She tries to play off her injuries, but a violent cuff and the sight of her blood-stained hands reveal the truth. She offers a weak, exhausted smile, but seeing her in this state causes something inside Ye Chen to snap. Driven by a protective rage, Ye Chen prepares to join the principal in the fight. Yuan Chu warns him that a battle of this level is far beyond his current strength, but he ignores the plea, telling her to simply wait for his return. As he turns away, Yuan Chu reaches out for him, her voice filled with worry. Ye Chen dives headfirst into the swirling vortex of energy where the masters are clashing. Even as the principal shouts for him to stay back to avoid being caught in the crossfire, Ye Chen doesn't flinch. Surrounded by crackling lightning and overwhelming power, he declares his ultimatum. Anyone who dares to hurt his master will pay the ultimate price. The battlefield erupts as Ye Chen unleashes a violent surge of lightning, his aura crackling with a deadly, newfound intensity. Gripping his weapon with white-knuckled resolve, he focuses every ounce of his killing intent on the traitor standing before him. His gaze is ice-cold, the look of a warrior who has pushed past his physical limits for the sake of vengeance. Even the traitorous Elder Zhao is visibly shaken, realizing too late that this brat possesses a shocking reservoir of hidden power. Despite his body screaming in protest and coughing up blood, Ye Chen forces his spiritual strength to surge one last time. Suddenly, a small hand steadies his arm, grounding his chaotic energy before it consumes him. Yuan Chu has stood back up, her eyes burning with the same fierce resolve. "Let's do this together," she commands, standing firmly by his side. Ye Chen's shock quickly transforms into a grim determination. With a sharp nod, he accepts her support. They are no longer just master and disciple, but a unified front against a common enemy. The duo activates their ultimate forms simultaneously, calling upon the Jinggang Thousand Strength and the first form of the Heaven-Severing Sword. The two techniques collide and fuse into a blinding explosion of divine pressure that tears through the very air. Elder Zhao lets out a final, agonizing scream as the combined might of their spirits shatters his defenses and blasts him into oblivion. As the dust settles, the cost of the victory becomes clear. Yuan Chu sways on her feet, her spiritual energy completely drained. Ye Chen's eyes widen in alarm as he realizes his master is about to collapse. He catches her just before she hits the ground, his protective instincts flaring as he shields her fragile form. Yuan Chu tries to offer a weak smile, insisting she just needs rest. But the blood staining her lips reveals the true severity of her condition. Her trembling hand betrays the immense spiritual strain she endured to land that final blow. Before they can retreat to safety, a powerful presence commands them to halt. The principal stands before them, his expression stern as he demands an immediate explanation for the absolute devastation of the courtyard. Ye Chen doesn't flinch, prioritizing his master's recovery over the principal's authority, promising a full report only after Yuan Chu is cared for. Recognizing the dire state of the girl's spirit, the principal hands over a flask of rare, high-grade spirit wine to aid her cultivation and recovery. Ye Chen offers a curt thanks, his focus never wavering from the injured master in his arms. As they depart, the principal watches them go, stunned that two cultivators at their level managed to take down a master at the breakthrough stage in a single strike. Later that night at the Sky Pavilion, the moon hangs high over a moment of tense quiet. Ye Chen carefully prepares the medicine, ensuring the spiritual essence is ready for consumption. He urges Yuan Chu to take the 10,000-year spirit essence, explaining it is the only way to heal her fractured spirit. Stubborn to the end, Yuan Chu tries to wave him off, claiming she'll be perfectly fine by morning. Ye Chen refuses to back down, sternly telling her to be good and stop moving so he can treat her injuries properly. She looks at him, seeing the genuine fear and care in his eyes, and finally begins to relent. Exhaustion finally takes its toll as she admits she is simply too tired to argue further. Ye Chen watches over her with a heavy heart, his mind racing with the implications of the night's betrayal. He promises to remain right there, a silent guardian ensuring her safety while she recovers. Yuan Chu identifies their true target, Xiao Yuan, the emperor's eldest grandson. But Ye Chen suspects a deeper conspiracy, theorizing that a mere grandson wouldn't have the motive to kill him. There is a larger threat hiding behind the throne. He realizes Elder Zhao was likely a pawn for someone in the royal family, with a deep-rooted hatred for his parents. His eyes burn with a cold fire. The enemies in the shadows have failed to realize that their failed assassination has only made him more dangerous. Weakly, Yuan Chu pulls at his sleeve, beckoning him closer as if she has one final secret to share. She whispers for him to come near, her voice fading as her strength bottoms out. Ye Chen leans in, listening intently to his master's final instructions. Her body finally gives in to the fatigue, and she collapses into a deep, restorative sleep. Ye Chen remains vigilant, his gaze sharp and protective over the girl who risked everything for him. He settles in, knowing the peace is temporary and the real war is just beginning. Under the silver glow of the full moon, Yuan Chu's form begins to shimmer and transform, her true power stirring in the silence of the night. Yuan Chu's internal world is a storm of desperation. She knows that if her soul flickers out, everything she's built and everyone she protects goes with it. Even the rarest spirit essences are useless now. Her soul isn't just wounded, it's fractured beyond the reach of conventional healing. She harbors a grim secret. During the chaos of the previous battle, Zhao's physical form may have been obliterated, but his treacherous nascent soul slipped through the cracks. Standing under the cold moonlight, she watches over Ye Chen one last time before departing. She's terrified that if he sees the darkness she's about to unleash, he'll never look at her with the same warmth again. She wonders if he could ever truly care for the old monster lurking beneath her youthful facade, or if the truth would shatter their bond forever. With a silent resolution, she vanishes into the night, leaving the safety of the pavilion behind. The full moon hangs heavy over the silent rooftops, a silver witness to the hunt that is about to begin. Like a vengeful phantom, Yuan Chu soars across the night sky, her silhouette cutting a sharp path through the lunar glow. The isolation of her past power used to be a comfort, but in her weakened state, the silence of the night feels like a heavy burden. Every movement is a struggle. She feels handicapped, her body acting like a hollow shell that refuses to obey her commands. But then, she catches a familiar scent on the wind. A predatory smirk plays on her lips. Across the city, the spectral remains of Elder Zhao are frantic. Without a physical host to inhabit, his essence is rapidly leaking away into the void. He's so consumed by his own survival that he doesn't notice the dark figure looming in the shadows behind him. He spins around, his ghostly face contorted in a mask of pure shock. His eyes widen as he recognizes his stalker, the very disciple who orchestrated his downfall. He demands to know her intentions, his voice trembling with a mixture of terror and lingering, pathetic arrogance. Yuan Chu mocks his failed escape, her eyes burning with a cold, calculated focus that freezes him in place. Zhao sneers, foolishly believing her lower cultivation level makes her an easy target for a nascent soul's possession. He decides to go on the offensive, intending to dive into her body and claim her physical form as his new vessel. To his surprise, Yuan Chu doesn't flinch. She welcomes the intrusion with a chilling, confident smile. She literally invites him in, promising not to fight back, a deal that sounds far too to be true. Driven by pure desperation, Zhao's soul lunges forward like a starving predator, eager to feast. He breaches her forehead, thinking he's finally found his salvation and a way to restart his life. But the interior of Yuan Chu's consciousness is a nightmare of ancient seals and oppressive, dark energy. Panic sets in as Zhao realizes he hasn't found a host, he's walked into a cage. He desperately tries to find her core to exert control. Deep within the red void of her mind, he comes face to face with Yuan Chu's true spiritual form, a sharp-toothed, demonic entity that radiates overwhelming power. The realization hits him too late. This little brat is a master of legendary techniques that far surpass his understanding of the world. Glowing red bindings erupt from the darkness, pinning the traitor's soul as he screams in a futile, agonizing attempt to escape his fate. With the technical precision of a high-level master, Yuan Chu absorbs the rogue energy, using Zhao's essence to patch her own fractured spirit. Her eyes flash with a dangerous, renewed vigor as she savors the successful harvest. Finally, she breathes, "I'm full." Under the cover of night, Yuan Chu navigates the quiet streets, her mission complete. Her gaze is sharp, reflecting the weight of the dark power she just wielded. With a sudden burst of energy, she sheds her adult form, transforming back into her small, unassuming self. The gamble paid off. Devouring Zhao Chuo's soul provided the vital nourishment she needed to reach the breakthrough stage. However, the victory tastes bitter. She reminds herself that consuming human souls is a path to corruption she must avoid if she wants to stay true to herself. Looking down at her hands, she knows the cost of power is high. A cold, determined smirk crosses her face. She did what was necessary. As dawn breaks over the academy, the world seems at peace. Inside his quarters, Ye Chen's eyes snap open. He rises slowly, a heavy fog clouding his mind as he wonders how he managed to fall into such a deep sleep. Nearby, Yuan Chu is still lost in dreams, mumbling about wanting cake in her sleep. Ye Chen observes her quietly, noting with relief that her spiritual energy has fully recovered to its peak. Even in sleep, her presence is a comfort to him, a reminder of the bond they share. When she shifts and hides under the covers, he can't help but feel a sense of protective warmth. Deciding not to disturb her much-needed rest, he leaves her to recover in peace. Much later, Yuan Chu finally wakes up, feeling refreshed but groggy. A shimmering note suddenly appears before her. It's a message from Ye Chen, informing her that he's gone to meet the principal and left food and medicinal wine for her recovery. She huffs, feeling a bit coddled. Yet she can't hide the satisfied smile on her face. But as she goes to move, something feels off. She realizes her clothes have become uncomfortably tight, a side effect of her sudden growth in power. Shaking off the confusion, she jumps out of bed and gets dressed, deciding that regardless of the heavens and earth, breakfast is her top priority. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the principal's office is thick with tension. The principal wastes no time confronting Ye Chen about his fabricated background and demanding to know the true identity of his fiancée. Ye Chen remains composed, clarifying that Yuan Chu is actually his mentor from the celestial realm who is assisting him in his quest for the truth. The two face off in a battle of wills. Ye Chen reveals that his mother disclosed his true lineage just before her passing. The principal offers his assistance, but only if Ye Chen is fully transparent. Ye Chen's eyes flash with conviction. He doesn't need help to confirm what he already knows. The principal shifts tactics, bringing up the high-level cultivator who attacked last night, sensing a connection to Ye Chen's secret. He offers a trade, the identity of the person pulling Zhao Chuo's strings in exchange for Ye Chen's trust. He promises the full protection of the academy, an offer few would refuse. But Ye Chen is skeptical, questioning why the principal has been mysteriously absent for the past few years. Cornered by the young man's sharp intuition, the principal admits he was searching for the lost crown prince, whom he views as his own child. He looks Ye Chen in the eye, offering a heart-binding oath to prove his sincerity. Seeing the principal's resolve, Ye Chen finally drops the bombshell. The battle last night was indeed about his identity. The principal's eyes widen in absolute shock, as Ye Chen stands tall, revealing the truth that will change the fate of the empire. When asked if he is absolutely certain of his claim, Ye Chen's gaze hardens. After the events of last night, there is no longer any doubt. He is the eldest grandson of the emperor. Standing before the principal, Ye Chen finally demands the truth about his past, starting with the one person he never knew, his mother. His voice trembles with a mix of longing and curiosity as he asks what kind of person she really was. The principal hesitates, his expression heavy with the weight of long-buried secrets. He warns Ye Chen that while the full truth will take time to uncover, there is a far more immediate threat he must face. His eyes narrow, delivering a chilling revelation. The current empress is the mastermind who wants Ye Chen dead. Ye Chen is staggered by the news, unable to comprehend why his own grandmother would hunt him. But the principal clarifies the twisted family tree. The current empress wasn't the emperor's original partner, but a concubine who clawed her way to power. Her motive is fueled by a bitter, decades-old grudge. She was obsessed with Ye Chen's father, and had it not been for Ye Chen's mother, she would have been the one to marry the crown prince. After the prince's death, her love curdled into a dark desire to erase his entire lineage from existence. Hearing this, Ye Chen realizes his instincts were right. The person targeting him holds a deep, venomous hatred for his parents. The principal offers a supportive smile, reaffirming his loyalty to the true heir. The heavy atmosphere shifts as we find Yuan Chu in her adorable child form, eyes sparkling with excitement. She lets out a massive cheer as she stands before a breathtaking new pavilion. Ye Chen explains that as a reward for handling the chaos from the previous night, the principal has granted them this luxurious new residence as a special privilege. Yuan Chu is over the moon, thrilled by the beautiful flowers and the warm sunlight streaming through the windows. However, the mood turns serious the moment Ye Chen asks about the blood-sucking witherbark, the demonic plant she absorbed. Yuan Chu instantly freezes. Thinking fast, she strikes a confident pose and claims she has the plant completely under control. Ye Chen isn't buying it, questioning how she could possibly communicate with such a volatile entity. Yuan Chu doubles down, insisting the wither bark is actually quite impressive. She spins a tale of its origins, explaining how the ancient progenitor cut off its own roots to survive, turning them into mutated seeds. She claims the plant's consciousness was dormant until she used her own spiritual power to wake it up. With a cheeky grin, she boasts that the heavens favored her elegant and pure spirit, forcing the plant to acknowledge her as its master. Ye Chen stares back with a look of pure skepticism, finding her story a little too convenient. Yuan Chu breaks into a nervous sweat, maintaining the lie at all costs. Inwardly, she knows the truth is much darker. She and the wither bark are in a dangerous, mutually beneficial pact, but she can't let her disciple worry. Ye Chen steps closer, his gaze softening but firm. He tells her she shouldn't hide anything from him, and reveals he has already found a way to suppress the demonic plant. He offers to help her kill it once and for all if she's willing. Yuan Chu's heart skips a beat. She knows the plant has already consumed half her soul, making its survival tied to her own. She quickly waves him off, insisting the creature is now perfectly obedient. Ye Chen watches her closely, still sensing that his master is keeping secrets. Suddenly, the sound of fluttering wings breaks the tension as a small paper crane returns to them. Yuan Chu's face lights up, welcoming the magical messenger back from its mission. They retreat inside to analyze the results of her secret investigation. Yuan Chu produces 2 drops of blood, one from the Yi family, brought back by the crane, and one from a suspicious, counterfeit individual. She intends to use this test to see if the imposter is actually a member of the royal bloodline. With a focused effort, she brings the 2 glowing droplets together. They hover in the air before slowly merging into a single sphere. The results are undeniable. As the blood fuses perfectly, both Ye Chen and Yuan Chu are left in shock. The counterfeit is no fake. They truly possess the blood of the Yi family. Yuan Chu dives into a wild theory. Could the royal guards have secretly swapped the children before fleeing to a backwater country? Ye Chen isn't buying it. The crown prince was an exceptional talent. It's highly unlikely a guard could pull a fast one right under his nose. But Yuan Chu pushes further. Surely the crown prince himself wouldn't have helped switch the children, right? Ye Chen's expression hardens as he considers the mystery. The prince has been dead for years, leaving the truth of what happened that day buried in the past. Suddenly, Ye Chen reaches out, placing a hand over his master's head with a puzzled look. He's stunned by what he sees. He asks her directly, has she actually grown a bit taller? Yuan Chu freezes, her mind going completely blank as she claims she can't feel a single difference. Ye Chen points out the impossible. She's grown over an inch in a single night, and he demands to know what's going on. Internally, Yuan Chu panics. She knows this sudden growth is a side effect of consuming Zhaozhuo, a secret she can never reveal to him. As Ye Chen leans in to investigate the strange phenomenon, Yuan Chu desperately tries to create a distraction. She quickly changes the subject, calling out to her disciple and asking if he's still planning on visiting the Su household today. She flashes a bright, wide smile, hoping his focus on his professional duties will make him drop the hype mystery. Ye Chen confirms his plans but warns her he might be home late, telling his master there's no need to wait up for him. Yuan Chu's face falls instantly. She reminds him of his promise to come home early and tell her stories. Seeing her disappointment, Ye Chen gently pats her head, reassuring her that he will finish his business and return as soon as possible. Reassured, Yuan Chu beams with joy. She tells him to get going, knowing the sooner he leaves, the sooner he'll be back. She waves him off with a cheerful goodbye as he departs to handle the family's political affairs. But as the door closes and he disappears from sight, her playful demeanor vanishes. She lets out a massive sigh of relief. She managed to successfully hide the secret of her transformation for one more day. Then, a realization hits her like a lightning bolt. Today isn't just any day, it's Ye Chen Yuan's 18th birthday. In this world, the 18th birthday is a massive milestone that marks true adulthood, and Yuan Chu is determined to celebrate it properly. She gazes at the falling cherry blossoms, racking her brain for a way to make this milestone truly unforgettable. But she hits a wall. What do you give a guy who doesn't seem to have any hobbies or interests? She realizes with a start that he doesn't even have a favorite food. He only ever eats whatever she is eating. The martial prodigy who will soon wield the divine lonesome sword. He has no need for money, pills, or common treasures. Yuan Chu is losing her mind. How is she supposed to find the perfect gift for the man who seemingly wants for nothing? Suddenly, she has a light bulb moment. She remembers her roots as a transmigrator from modern times and decides to use that knowledge to plan something special. Meanwhile, inside the Su household, the atmosphere is thick with political tension. The family heads are fuming, convinced the emperor's grandson is orchestrating a power grab to consolidate his own authority. Ye Chen walks into the room, cool and collected. He tells the angry leaders there's no need for temper tantrums, as he has news that will help them both. The Mu family head isn't interested in pleasantries. She tells Ye Chen that if he has something to say, he should say it directly. Ye Chen drops a bombshell. Do the 2 family heads realize that the emperor's eldest grandson doesn't actually share a single drop of his blood? The revelation of the imposter leaves the powerful family heads in a state of total shock, as the political landscape shifts beneath their feet. The stakes couldn't be higher as the heads of the Su and Mu families recall the public blood test, that supposedly proved the eldest grandson's royal lineage a day the emperor himself celebrated. But Ye Chen isn't here to reminisce. He produces a glowing projection to reveal a much darker reality. He exposes a sinister plot. The current grandson is searching for a way to exchange his blood with someone possessing the true god emperor vessels. The family heads are visibly shaken, realizing the gravity of the deception. Ye Chen confirms that with the principal's help, they've gathered enough evidence to prove the emperor's eldest grandson is nothing more than a high-level fraud. His gaze hardens as he reveals just how far this conspiracy goes. Last night, a master who had surpassed the breakthrough stage was sent to capture him. Ye Chen explains that he was the target because he is the one who truly carries the god emperor bloodline. The revelation leaves the family heads stunned into silence. Ye Chen identifies his attacker as Zhao Zhuo, a powerful figure from the capital. This points directly to one source of power, the house of Empress Zhao. The realization that the Empress is pulling the strings sends a chill through the room. Ye Chen explains that the Zhao family wasn't just roped into this. They orchestrated the entire coup from the very beginning by backing a fake successor. The Empress has secured a puppet for the throne. Ye Chen lays out the full timeline of their crimes, forcing the crown prince away, installing an imposter, and now attempting to steal Ye Chen's blood to wield the legendary lonesome sword. He issues a grim warning. If the Zhao family succeeds in taking the throne, the Su and Mu families will be the first ones erased. While the evidence is compelling, the family heads argue it's still largely conjecture without a smoking gun. Ye Chen doesn't flinch. He has a plan to provide the final proof, but it will require their total cooperation. As night falls over the manor, the political tension gives way to a personal milestone. Ye Chen returns home, calling out for his master. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes widening at the sight before him. The room has been transformed into a glowing wonderland of mystical blue mushrooms and ethereal light. A group of glowing butterflies flutters toward him, carrying a delicate note. Ye Chen reaches out as the butterflies deliver the message. The note simply asks, "Do you like this scenery?" A warm smile spreads across his face as he realizes the effort his master put into this display. He then encounters a playful ultimatum on a glowing screen. One room holds a surprise, the other a demon, and he can only choose one. Choosing the path of the surprise, he cautiously pushes the door open. Inside, a beautifully wrapped gift box sits on a table showered in flower petals. As he begins to untie the purple ribbon, he's completely unprepared for what's inside. Suddenly, a joyous "Happy Birthday" rings out. Yuan Chu, in her tiny, adorable form, appears holding a giant pair of chopsticks over a steaming bowl of longevity noodles. Ye Chen is floored by the gesture, realizing his master hasn't forgotten his 18th birthday. Looking a bit shy, Yuan Chu admits she struggled to find a fitting gift, finally settling on the traditional noodles. Ye Chen carefully takes the heavy chopsticks, steadying his tiny master in his other hand. Yuan Chu looks up at him, worried that her surprise might have been too simple. She offers him the noodles with a hopeful heart, explaining she spent the whole day preparing the room and the meal just for him. Ye Chen's eyes soften with deep emotion. Overwhelmed by her kindness, he brings the tiny Yuan Chu close for a grateful, heartfelt embrace, cherishing this rare moment of peace before the coming storm. Ye Chen gazes at his master, his expression softening with a mix of surprise and deep gratitude. Perched right in his palm, a tiny Yuan Chu looks up with wide, expectant eyes, asking if he's happy with the birthday surprise she's orchestrated. Ye Chen can't help but smile at the sight of his usually imposing master shrunk down to such a portable, harmless size. Master beams with pride, boasting that she knew exactly how to make her favorite disciple's day special. Unable to resist the charm of her miniature form, Ye Chen reaches out and gives her a playful poke on the head. The tiny master loses her balance instantly, tumbling over in a flurry of robes and wounded pride. Ye Chen lets out a soft laugh, teasingly asking if she's all right as she struggles to regain her footing. Fuming, she shakes her fist at him, demanding he stop horsing around and treat her with the respect a master deserves. To Ye Chen, though, her fiery temper is only 10 times more endearing in this pocket-sized form. She reveals the heart of her gift, a bowl of longevity noodles, made personally to thank him for always taking care of her. She explains that she only shrunk down so he wouldn't feel restrained by her mighty presence while he enjoyed his meal. Ye Chen listens intently as his master continues her tiny rant from the center of his hand. He decides that since it's his special day, he can afford to be the bigger person and forgive her constant antics. Suddenly, Master's expression shifts to one of pure, unadulterated horror. She cries out in despair, realizing her hard work is falling apart right in front of them. The noodles, which took her over a dozen tries to perfect, have sat too long and are now a swollen, soggy mess. Ye Chen doesn't care about the culinary perfection. He reassures her that he's starving and begins to eat immediately. Master reaches out, her tiny hand gripping his finger in a desperate, frantic attempt to stop him from eating the ruined dish. To Ye Chen, every bite is a treasure because he can taste the genuine sincerity she poured into the cooking. Master watches in shock, her face turning pale as he continues to eat the overcooked meal. She leaps toward the bowl, her tiny form moving with desperate speed to intervene. She begs him to stop, shouting that the noodles have clumped into one giant piece and aren't fit for consumption. Ye Chen gently scoops her up and places her back in a safe spot, well away from the bowl. With a warm, reassuring smile, he insists that despite the texture, the flavor is still absolutely delicious. Master pouts, lamenting how her grand plan for an elegant, perfect birthday celebration went completely sideways. As he finishes the bowl, she suddenly remembers the most vital tradition and tells him he must make a wish. She emphasizes that birthday wishes are incredibly effective, and he shouldn't waste such a rare opportunity. Ye Chen closes his eyes, taking the moment to reflect on everything they've been through. Looking down at the empty bowl, he focuses his entire being on a single heartfelt desire. In his heart, he wishes for nothing more than for the two of them to remain together forever. He looks back at her, his eyes filled with a quiet, unwavering devotion that speaks louder than words. Master quickly breaks the tension, asking if he ever investigated the mysterious room rumored to be haunted by a demon. Ye Chen shakes his head, his curiosity finally getting the better of him. Master suddenly transforms back to her full size, now clad in a stunning, limited edition birthday dress. She points toward the dark door, urging him to step inside and discover the final surprise she has prepared. Trusting her completely, Ye Chen cautiously approaches the dark, imposing entryway. He reaches out for the handle, wondering what kind of secret gift could be hidden behind the wood. Before he can even turn the knob, a sudden, powerful force pulls him into the pitch-black room. Master bursts into a mischievous laugh, telling him to enjoy the hospitality of the demon waiting inside. With a wicked glint in her eye, she grabs the handle and slams the door shut. Ye Chen's protests echo from within as he realizes his sentimental birthday has just taken a turn into a chaotic trap. Attention, class. Teacher Yuan is in the building, and today's lesson is all about the mysterious lazy beasts. These creatures are basically giant, hairy blobs of jelly with nothing but two chubby hands and a singular obsession. What drives them? Gray star mushrooms. They'll do anything to get their hands on these snacks. If you're caught carrying some, prepare to be swarmed. These beasts will snatch them right out of your hands. On the bright side, they aren't just thieves. They'll usually leave behind a rare treasure in exchange for the treat. But Teacher Yuan has a warning. If you don't have any mushrooms, the lazy beasts won't leave you alone. Instead, they'll use those meaty claws to squeeze you relentlessly until they've had their fill of fun. Back in the dark room, Ye Chen is learning this lesson the hard way as a sea of fur collapses onto him. He cries out for help, and Yuan Chu finds herself caught in the middle of her own chaotic prank. She realizes she's messed up. Ye Chen is incredibly ticklish, and since he doesn't have any mushrooms to trade, these beasts aren't going anywhere. Ye Chen points out the obvious. Thanks to her gift, they're both completely trapped. As the beasts pile on, Yuan Chu clings to her student, the situation spiraling out of control. She sheepishly admits her original plan was to swoop in and save him with mushrooms, but now they're both stuck in a furry dog pile. Ye Chen maintains his composure, holding Yuan Chu close and suggesting they simply wait until the beasts realize there's no food. Yuan Chu is losing her patience, threatening to release her spiritual pressure to blast the furballs into obedience. But before she can, Ye Chen firmly grabs her hand. He reminds her of the sacred rules. No one is allowed to harm the lazy beasts, or they'll grow to fear humans. Secretly, Ye Chen isn't in a rush to leave. He's enjoying the chance to stay close to his master for just a little longer. He calmly suggests that instead of using force, they should just open the door. Yuan Chu realizes the mushroom spores she planted earlier have finally drifted outside. With a sudden bam, the door flies open. Catching the scent, the lazy beasts immediately stampede out of the room, leaving the pair behind. Yuan Chu is ecstatic, praising Ye Chen as the smartest person she knows. Ye Chen just watches her with a gentle expression. He doesn't care about the chaos. As long as his master is happy, everything is perfect. As the dust settles, they realize the beasts didn't leave empty-handed. They've left a pile of birthday gifts behind. Ye Chen picks up a glowing purple bloom, which Yuan Chu identifies as a rare flower needed to repair Elderly's soul. But the surprises aren't over. Poking at another leftover item, they discover a shimmering crystal. It's a Tianchu stone. Yuan Chu explains that this high-tier magical item can boost a cultivator's defense by 30% once they reach the nascent soul stage. She gathers the treasures and presents them to Ye Chen, declaring that all of this is his official 18th birthday present. Striking a proud pose, she asks him point blank, "Isn't she the greatest master in the entire world?" With a sincere smile, Ye Chen agrees. She is indeed the greatest, and he vows to always stay by her side. The hunt for birthday treasures is nearing its end, but the biggest surprise is still waiting in the shadows. Yuan Chu and Ye Chen stand before the final lazy beast, eager to see if they can hit the ultimate jackpot. The creature stirs, finally yielding its prize. Instead of the usual single offering, it produces two strange, twin-lobed fruits that leave Yuan Chu completely baffled. This is unheard of. The beasts never give more than one gift at a time. Ye Chen leans in, catching a scent that is dangerously sweet, reminiscent of heavy alcohol. His eyes widen as he recognizes the rare specimen. It's a legendary fruit known for its potent life-giving properties. While Ye Chen is visibly shaken by the discovery, Yuan Chu remains oblivious, poking at the strange fruit and noting she's never seen anything like it in her life. Uncertain of its exact effects, Ye Chen decides it's best to wait for Elderly to wake up and provide a professional identification. Yuan Chu, always generous, suggests they simply split the find if it turns out to be beneficial. Ye Chen quickly dismisses the idea, knowing some treasures are better left untouched for now. The excitement of the day finally catches up to the master. Yuan Chu lets out a long yawn, ready to call it a night after their successful haul. But Ye Chen isn't ready for the evening to end. He reaches out, catching her sleeve, expressing a quiet desire to remain by her side just a little longer. He even offers to tell her a bedtime story to help her unwind. Yuan Chu gently declines, insisting she'll sleep like a log and that he should get some rest too. Ye Chen persists, claiming he's heard some interesting news that's kept him too wired to sleep. Yuan Chu sighs, humoring him. She figures it's just the lingering adrenaline from his first major birthday celebration. Giving in to her disciple's request, she agrees to listen. The scene shifts to the quiet of the inner chambers. Before Ye Chen can even begin his tale, the exhausted Yuan Chu has already drifted off, her head resting peacefully on his shoulder. Acting with the utmost care, Ye Chen carries his master to her bed. He looks down at her sleeping form, realizing his audience fell asleep before the first word was spoken. Watching over her, a look of absolute determination crosses his face. He vows to remain by her side as her loyal protector forever, though he understands the weight of the path he's chosen. His dedication to his master is unwavering as he ensures she is tucked in safely for the night. 2 months pass in a flash. The peace is interrupted when a woman from Ye Chen's past approaches him on the sect grounds. Ye Chen meets her gaze with cold indifference. She holds out a formal red envelope and invitation. As Ye Chen takes the letter, she reveals the news. She is betrothed to the emperor's eldest grandson and is officially of marriageable age. Ye Chen grips the invitation tightly. He knows this isn't just a social call. Following the recent political shifts, this invitation is a calculated signal from the capital. A sharp, knowing smile crosses his face. He accepts, noting that his master will be thrilled to hear about this. It's the perfect opportunity for some fun. The woman suggests he bring Miss Mu along, claiming the prince has a specific history with her that would make the banquet very interesting. As Ye Chen walks away, the woman's facade drops. She watches him go with a look of pure spite, silently vowing to make him regret the day he chose his master over her. The stage is set for a deadly royal banquet. Yuan Chu's eyes light up as she clutches the invitation, her excitement for the upcoming banquet practically radiating off the page. She's already plotting, insisting to Ye Chen that they go together specifically to stir up some high-stakes trouble. But Ye Chen is the voice of reason, calmly reminding his master that the event is still months away, and she needs to keep her cool. Behind his calm exterior, his mind is racing. He realizes the ceremony's timing is no coincidence, suspecting it's a calculated trap to force a blood exchange before the Divine Sword secret realm opens. Their strategy session is interrupted by a fluttering blue paper crane, a messenger from the heavens. Yuan Chu recognizes the spiritual mark immediately. It's a direct message from the sect leader. The letter is urgent, summoning Yuan Chu back within the month to lead a team for the prestigious Great Cultivator tournament. Yuan Chu freezes as memories of her past life flood back. In that timeline, this tournament was the exact moment Ye Chen first rose to fame. However, things are different now. Thanks to her guidance, Ye Chen's cultivation has skyrocketed so far beyond his peers that entering him in the tournament would be nothing short of bullying. Ye Chen watches her closely, asking if she truly needs to return to the sect. Yuan Chu confirms she does, noting she needs to settle things before the secret realm's gates swing open. Ye Chen is clearly hesitant, reminding her that the emperor's grandson is getting married in just 3 months. Is she really going to miss it? She gives him a reassuring smile, promising she'll be back long before the wedding festivities begin. As she begins packing her things, Ye Chen prepares to follow, but Yuan Chu stops him in his tracks. She insists on making this a solo trip, claiming it's just a quick visit, and there's no need for him to tag along. "I'll be back before you know it," she chirps, completely unaware of the impact her words have. Ye Chen stands there, stunned by how easily and obediently she's leaving him behind. As she prepares to depart, Yuan Chu's thoughts turn solemn. She can never forget the debt she owes the sect leader. In her past life, when she was hunted for her demonic cultivation, he was the only one who stood by her, sacrificing half of his own cultivation to purify her soul and keep her from falling into darkness. To her, he isn't just a leader. He's family who sacrificed everything for her. She's actually looking forward to the reunion, eager to shock him with just how much her power has grown since they last met. She turns back to Ye Chen, sternly reminding him to maintain his utmost respect for the sect leader in her absence. With a final wave, she tells him to stay put and wait for her return. Ye Chen, ever the protective disciple, can't let her go empty-handed. He insists on staying up to prepare a mountain of travel snacks for her journey. He's visibly anxious, dreading the 3 long months they'll be spent apart. Yuan Chu just laughs it off, reminding him that she's a 14-year-old cultivator, not a helpless child. Ye Chen's expression remains somber, his worry etched into every line of his face. He hands over the massive stash of food, lecturing her to send a message every 10 days and to keep her dragon egg close at all times for safety. Yuan Chu can't help but giggle, thinking that despite his handsome face, Ye Chen is acting more like a doting, overprotective father than a disciple. Without another word, she takes to the skies, leaving the estate behind. Ye Chen watches her figure disappear into the clouds, a bitter thought crossing his mind. She seemed far too eager to leave him behind. The silence of the house hits him instantly, and he wonders how he's supposed to survive 3 months of this isolation. High above the clouds, Yuan Chu is making good time on her floating carriage. As the wind whistles past, she finally begins to wonder why the sect leader was so desperate to call her back. Is it really just for the tournament? Or is there a hidden motive she hasn't seen yet? She shakes her head, deciding not to overthink it and just enjoy the travel. But her peace is shattered by a violent boom that rocks the very air around her. Someone has dared to block her path, and Yuan Chu's eyes snap open in pure fury. Someone is about to regret getting in her way. Yuan Chu stands on the deck of her flying carriage, shouting a defiant challenge into the open air as she senses a massive threat approaching. Suddenly, the ocean below erupts as a gargantuan sea monster, a grade 7 beast, surges from the depths to block her path. Yuan Chu is momentarily stunned, realizing this random roadblock is a creature as powerful as she is. She quickly tries to steady her nerves, reminding herself that her cultivation is nothing to sneeze at, and her fists are ready for a fight. With a sharp, determined gaze, she prepares to engage the beast. She peers over the edge, scanning the churning water for the monster's next move. But her bravado vanishes instantly when she catches sight of something or someone far more terrifying than a sea serpent. Panic sets in as she bolts back toward the safety of the carriage's cabin. Her face pales as she realizes the sheer impossibility of this encounter. Terrified, she sprints away, screaming at the 1,000-year-old plague god to stop following her. Behind her, a massive explosion of water signals the monster has been dealt with in a single, crushing blow. Yuan Chu dives inside and slams the door shut, desperate to put a physical barrier between herself and the nightmare outside. Leaning against the wood, she exhales a sigh of relief, thankful the plague god didn't give chase. She tries to regain her composure, telling herself she's a gentle and approachable person who just had a bit of a rough bump on the road. But her relief is short-lived when a voice from the shadows asks why she seems so afraid of him. The door to the inner sanctum creaks open, revealing a mysterious, long-haired man sitting calmly inside her own carriage. Yuan Chu's eyes widen in absolute horror as she recognizes the intruder. The man looks at her with cold curiosity, asking if she truly doesn't know who he is. He playfully mocks her for running away so fast, suggesting they are old acquaintances who should reminisce about the past. Yuan Chu panics, swearing they've never met and that she's in a massive hurry. Desperate to get rid of him, she begs the powerful figure to just leave her small boat. The man only offers a thin, enigmatic smile in response. He reaches out toward her, his movements slow and deliberate. Yuan Chu tries to use her status as a shield, declaring she is a member of the prestigious Thousand Sword sect. When that doesn't work, she breaks down into a comedic display of tears, claiming she's nothing more than a weak little kitten. The man pauses, repeating the name of her sect as if testing a new mystery. He finds the situation incredibly interesting. Leaning in close, he questions since when the Thousand Sword sect started recruiting such cute members. Yuan Chu tries to deflect his gaze, insisting he's mistaken and that she isn't cute at all. The intruder's tone shifts to one of cold calculation as he notes her incredible talent reaching the spirit-severing stage in her teens is a feat he hasn't seen in his 400 years of life. He stares into her eyes, convinced that she is hiding a massive secret. Yuan Chu internally screams for someone to throw this demon off her boat. She realizes she's in deep trouble. While she's a genius, this man is a big demon lord at the early demigod stage. She tries one last time to act insignificant, claiming to be a plain, dull cabbage. In the tension of the moment, a cultivation tool drops to the floor. The man suddenly grabs her, his grip firm and inescapable as he demands an explanation. He reveals the true reason for his interest. He wants to know why a righteous, peak master like her is secretly using the most forbidden techniques of his own demonic sect. Cornered and fuming, Yuan Chu struggles to contain her rage as she stares at the man who ruined her past life. She remembers it all too clearly how this monster saw her potential and forced her to master the most volatile demonic techniques imaginable. In the world of cultivation, it's a universal law. You either master spiritual ki or demonic ki. Attempting to balance both is considered a death sentence, but the demon lord is a clinical lunatic. He believes the only reason others failed to harness both powers is that they were simply too weak to handle the strain. Driven by a god complex, he spent centuries obsessing over the impossible, searching for a way to merge these two opposing forces within a single vessel. That's when he found Yuan Chu. He didn't see a person. He saw his 1,000th test subject, a tool to be broken and rebuilt for his experiments. Trapped in his grasp, the young Yuan Chu was forced to endure agonizing trials, feeling utterly helpless as her very soul was pushed to the brink of collapse. Against all odds, she survived. Her body didn't just endure the demonic energy, it adapted, transforming her into a unique hybrid capable of wielding the powers of both an immortal and a demon. Back in the present, the demon lord's grip tightens with a sickening crack, reminding Yuan Chu that she is currently at his mercy. Pain flares through her arm, and her eyes widen as she realizes the sheer power gap between them. He leans in close, his voice a chilling whisper as he threatens to break her neck if she doesn't start providing the answers he demands. Yuan Chu is a strategist above all else. She knows that a wise cultivator survives to fight another day, even if it means swallowing her pride. She admits she was forced into a demonic inheritance, playing the victim and questioning how she was supposed to know it belonged to his forbidden sect. She explains that the process nearly killed her, resulting in her current state as a dual-path cultivator. The demon lord is momentarily stunned. The theory he spent lifetimes chasing is standing right in front of him. He examines his own hand, reflecting on how he once thought the simultaneous practice of both paths was a physical impossibility. Without warning, he scoops Yuan Chu up like a specimen, noting with clinical fascination that she appears perfectly stable despite her dual nature. Internally, Yuan Chu scoffed. Of course she's stable, she spent half of her previous life perfecting this balance through grueling effort. She keeps her secrets close, knowing that giving this big demon lord any technical details would be a fatal mistake. Snapping back into her defiant persona, she demands to be released, warning him that the Thousand Swords sect won't hesitate to hunt him down if she's harmed. To her surprise, he actually lets go, dropping her back to her feet. He looks down at her with a twisted sense of admiration, remarking that destroying such a rare and perfect specimen would be a genuine pity. However, he quickly turns the tables, asking how her righteous sect would react if they discovered their prodigy was practicing demonic arts. Yuan Chu doesn't flinch. She coldly informs him that her sect wouldn't care. She explains that the true enemy isn't the energy itself, but the evil spirits who lose control and cause mindless destruction. Clenching her fist, she asserts that as long as she maintains absolute control over her Qi, she is no threat to the righteous path. The demon lord is captivated by her unshakable confidence and raw talent. He declares that he has a soft spot for brilliant children like her, and given their shared demonic compatibility, he proposes a marriage, a permanent cultivation partnership, to further his research. Yuan Chu counters with a lethal technicality. While he is a pure demonic entity, she still holds spiritual purity. If they attempted a dual cultivation session, the influx of her spiritual ki would act like a poison, ending his life instantly. Instead of being intimidated, the demon lord is delighted. It's been ages since anyone has had the courage to threaten him so boldly. A dark smile plays on his lips as he admits that the more people forbid something, the more he feels compelled to possess it. He closes the distance again, his gaze intense as he doubles down on his decision to claim her for his cultivation goals. Yuan Chu recoils in pure disgust, trying to shield herself from his overwhelming presence. She's had enough of his arrogant games and prepares to strike back. As he laughs at her defiance, she raises her fist, warning this asshole that her strikes are rated for everyone. He remains unfazed, insisting that his proposal for a technical partnership is completely serious. He remarks that her energy signature is remarkably pure, sensing that her power would be incredibly beneficial for his own advancement. Infuriated by his clinical and shameless evaluation of her body's utility, Yuan Chu reaches her breaking point. She can't believe this high-level cultivator has the gall to harass her for her power. Channeling every ounce of her dual energy into a blinding counterattack, she screams out her technique, Light of Bliss, as she prepares to blast her way out of this nightmare. The demon lord stands phased, his aura radiating dominance, as he effortlessly deflects Yuan Chu's desperate assault. With a chillingly calm gaze, he observes her every move, analyzing her spiritual strength. He confirms his suspicions. Her techniques are specifically designed to suppress and restrain demonic energy. With a single, sharp flick of his fan, he neutralizes the Light of Bliss, declaring that the time for games is officially over. Before Yuan Chu can react, he reaches out, his fingers brushing her forehead with terrifying precision. She recoils instantly, teeth bared as she warns him that she'll fight to the bitter end if he dares lay another hand on her. Far from being intimidated, the demon lord finds her fury amusing, questioning how such a small creature can hold so much rage. He leans in, his voice a low purr, stating he's in a hurry to secure her for their cultivation path, and has no intention of causing her harm. Yuan Chu is left reeling, her mind racing to understand what this monster is truly plotting. He scoffs at her humility, noting that while others tremble or grovel at his feet, she is the only one who dares to be this interesting. Ignoring her protests, he moves closer, commanding her to stop resisting and accept the inevitable. Yuan Chu's eyes blaze with defiance, but the demon lord is already thinking 10 steps ahead. He dismisses the need for common, vulgar formalities, opting for something far more permanent. He intends to bypass the physical and leave an indelible mark directly upon her soul. Despite her frantic struggles, he pins her in place, his power surging as he begins the ritual. This soul mark is a deep technical bond, essential for the highest level of dual cultivation. With a sharp pull, he extracts a shimmering fragment of her soul essence. As the red energy manifests, Yuan Chu watches in a daze, her strength failing. But the demon lord's expression shifts from triumph to genuine shock. He's found something he didn't expect. Looking deeper into the essence, he realizes there's a hidden brand invisible to the naked eye. It's a spiritual revelation that leaves the situation in total chaos. Yuan Chu demands to know what he's found, her heart sinking. The demon lord reveals the truth. She has already been soul-marked by another cultivator, likely without her even knowing. She denies it vehemently, calling it total nonsense, but he holds her firm, insisting that she has already been branded by someone else's essence. Looking into his eyes, she realizes he isn't lying, and her mind immediately goes to one person, Ye Chen. Could it be that her own disciple, Yuan Yuan, managed to mark her soul? She tries to dismiss the thought, convinced he wasn't at a high enough cultivation level to pull off such a feat. Desperate to break free, she threatens a final, no-holds-barred counterattack. But the demon lord just smiles, unfazed by the existing mark. With a cold, calculated look, he decides that if someone else claimed her first, he will simply overwrite their work with his own. The old soul fragment begins to float, glowing with a dying light. In an instant, the demon lord's power crushes it, causing the previous connection to vanish into thin air. Miles away, the effect is instantaneous. Ye Chen, currently in the middle of a lecture, feels a sharp, agonizing pang in his chest. He stands up abruptly, his face pale with dread as he realizes the unthinkable has happened. The soul link he shared with his master has been violently severed, and he knows she is in mortal danger. Under the open sky, the demon lord continues his work, his fan hovering as he prepares to finalize the new bond. He looks down at Yuan Chu, ready to claim her soul once and for all, ensuring no one else can ever interfere with their partnership again. Yuan Chu isn't about to let the demon lord finish his ritual, her eyes narrow with a cold, lethal focus. With a sharp cry, she declares that he's finally pushed her too far. In a flash of movement, she drives a fist directly into his chest, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual energy that shatters his concentration. The demon lord is caught completely off guard, coughing up blood as his own power backfires. As the chaotic energy dissipates, Yuan Chu's soul force stabilizes, the fractured connection finally returning to her control. Standing her ground, she warns him that if their paths ever cross again, she won't be so merciful. The demon lord realizes too late that she didn't just hit him. She used a specialized witherbark technique specifically designed to corrode and neutralize demonic energy. Before he can even attempt to recover, Yuan Chu delivers a brutal kick, sending him reeling back. The impact launches the demon lord into the horizon, clearing the deck of the flying vessel. Yuan Chu takes a moment to dust herself off, her expression remaining stoic despite the intensity of the clash. She admits to herself that while she should have probably finished him off, her priority is escape. Looking toward the future, she decides that once she reaches the Empire, she'll assume the identity of Mu Qingji to stay under the radar of her enemies. Meanwhile, the demon lord plummets toward the earth like a meteor. He hits the ground with a deafening boom, carving a massive crater into the landscape. Struggling to his feet amidst the rubble, he's covered in wounds, frustrated that a rascal like her managed to leave him in such a state. He watches helplessly, blood dripping from his mouth, as his prize slips away. High above, Yuan Chu's cloud vessel speeds through the sky, leaving the battlefield far behind. Safely away, Yuan Chu estimates that her strike should keep the demon lord incapacitated for at least 8 to 10 days. However, a nagging thought remains. Who was the one who left that mysterious soul mark on her in the first place? Suddenly, the air around her cloud begins to ripple and shake. She spins around, startled by the sudden intrusion. To her shock, it's Ye Chen. He looks absolutely battered, his clothes torn and his face pale. He gasps out that he had to use the forbidden blood shield technique, a dangerous move that burns his own life force just to catch up to her. He's so weak he can barely stand, forcing Yuan Chu to catch him before he collapses. Despite his own agony, his first concern is her safety, frantically asking if she's all right. He looks her over with desperate eyes, terrified that someone might have bullied or harmed his master. Yuan Chu's eyes widen as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. She realizes with a jolt of shock that the soul mark the demon lord tried to overwrite didn't belong to an enemy, it belonged to Ye Chen. Ye Chen looks down, looking like a kicked puppy as he realizes his secret is out. He confesses that he only knew she was in danger because he felt their deep-seated soul connection being violently severed. Enraged and embarrassed, Yuan Chu begins pummeling him, shouting at the brat for secretly placing a mark on her soul without her permission. Ye Chen breaks down in tears, not from the hits, but from the realization that he somehow forgot such a monumental event in their past. He cries out that he truly doesn't remember when or how he did it. Suddenly, a flash of memory strikes Ye Chen. He begs his master to stop being angry for a second, sensing that something changed after they left the Fengchao Kingdom's secret realm. Yuan Chu freezes, her mind racing at the mention of that forbidden place. Overwhelmed by the mounting mysteries and the weight of their bonded souls, she can only cry out in pure frustration. A realization hits Yuan Chu like a physical blow as she recalls the moment her soul was fractured and then miraculously healed back in the Fengchao secret realm. Flashbacks of a hazy, dreamlike encounter flood her mind, leaving her cheeks burning with sudden realization. She looks at Ye Chen, the pieces of the puzzle finally clicking into place. That dream wasn't a fantasy at all. Her heart races as she wonders if she inadvertently drained his energy through a soul link to repair her own spirit. Overwhelmed by the implication, she can only think one thing. She has committed a grave error against her own disciple. She stares at him, wondering how the young, innocent Ye Chen from back then could have even managed such a feat. Ye Chen remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Finally, he speaks, his voice low as he demands to know exactly who was responsible for erasing the mark he had placed on her. Yuan Chu shifts uncomfortably, her attention diverted as she mentions the demon lord's interference. Ye Chen's eyes sharpen with a dangerous glint. He questions if she's referring to the elusive demon lord, who is notoriously difficult to track down. Yuan Chu explains that the demon lord tried to leave his own mark, but she managed to stop him, even if it cost her the original soul link. Ye Chen's fist clenches, a surge of protective instinct rising within him. He looks at his master, his face flushing with a mix of determination and nerves. Without warning, he asks her for permission to establish a brand new soul mark. Yuan Chu's eyes go wide, her mind jumping to the most scandalous conclusion possible as she shouts in shock. Panicked, Ye Chen frantically clarifies that he isn't asking for anything untoward, he simply wants to re-establish the spiritual tracking mark. He explains the cold reality. Her unique physique is a beacon for the greedy and the powerful, and without a way to find her, there's no limit to the danger she might face. He looks away, his voice softening as he insists he just needs to know she's safe. He ponders the technicality of the process, knowing he must be precise to ensure the link holds this time. His gaze turns intense, fueled by a singular focus to protect her at all costs. Yuan Chu watches him, feeling a pang of guilt. She realizes she's been such a handful that her own disciple can't even rest easy. Resigning herself to the situation, she decides that since she doesn't plan on traveling with anyone else anyway, there's no harm in it. With a sharp snap of energy, the process begins. Yuan Chu braces herself, giving him the green light to proceed with the soul binding. Ye Chen's eyes light up with relief and focus. Nervous about the sensation, Yuan Chu asks if the spiritual connection will be painful. The atmosphere grows still under the vast, open sky. Ye Chen offers a small, gentle smile, promising her that he will handle the soul link with the utmost care. Yuan Chu closes her eyes tight, her face flushed as she prepares for the mental intrusion. Ye Chen guides her through the technical steps, instructing her to relax her mind and release her soul's defenses. Their spiritual essence begin to manifest, swirling together in a vibrant display of energy. The two souls intertwine, wrapping around each other in a complex, metaphysical bond. Both focus deeply, their brows furrowed as they synchronize their internal energies. The sudden surge of connection forces a small cry from Yuan Chu as the link solidifies. Shaken by the intensity, she tries to play it cool, acting as if the profound spiritual union was nothing special. Ye Chen remains locked in focus, his eyes reflecting the successful completion of the mark. Yuan Chu looks at him, sensing the weight of the bond they now share. As their foreheads touch to finalize the seal, Ye Chen reaffirms his path. To him, his master is the most important person in the world, and he will never let her go missing again. Back at the sect, Yuan Chu makes an entrance that's anything but subtle, waving her arms and shouting for her sect leader uncle to hear that she's finally home. Inside the grand hall, the sect leader stands tall, surrounded by the high-ranking members of the sect, who have been awaiting their return. Yuan Chu beams with excitement, thrilled to be back on familiar ground, while Ye Chan's dutifully by her side. The warm welcome is cut short when the sect leader scolds her, demanding to know if she's forgotten every rule of conduct during her time away. Yuan Chu doesn't skip a beat, offering a playful, cheeky expression that shows she hasn't changed a bit. Sensing the tension, Ye Chen steps forward with a respectful bow, smoothly intervening to explain that his master only acted out because she missed her uncle so dearly. The sect leader can only manage a disgruntled huff in response, but not everyone is amused. Long Yi's mother chimes in with a sharp tongue, remarking that Yuan Chu is far too old to be acting like a child, and should understand the rules by now. Ye Chen's gaze turns sharp and protective. He doesn't take kindly to anyone belittling his master. Yuan Chu, however, has her own claws. She hits back with a smirk, calling the woman mother-in-law, and pointing out that for someone so old, her progress in the nascent soul stage is embarrassingly slow. The woman is stunned into a rage, questioning how someone with an unstable foundation like Yuan Chu dares to criticize her. But as she tries to size up her opponent, a cold realization hits. She can no longer sense Yuan Chu's cultivation level at all. Yuan Chu leans in, taunting her and asking if she's dying to know how her power grew so fast. The surrounding elders watch the exchange with a mix of shock and intrigue. Yuan Chu delivers the finishing blow, claiming she simply spends her time practicing while others waste theirs on gossip. The burn is so effective that the onlookers can't help but stifle their laughter. The sect leader has to fake a kuff to hide his own amusement before calling for order. He decides to end the bickering and dismisses the group for the day. As the crowd disperses, Sister Zhu approaches Yuan Chu with a warm smile. She invites Xiao Chu over to try a new 100 Flowers honey liquid she recently acquired. Yuan Chu's eyes light up with pure joy as she thanks her sister. Internally, Yuan Chu laughs at her own petty genius calling her enemies mother-in-law to make them feel old while calling her friends sister. Behind her, Longyi's mother is left vibrating with silent fury. Once the room clears, the sect leader's tone shifts to one of serious curiosity as he asks Yuan Chu what her cultivation level actually is. Yuan Chu knows the truth, she's reached the late nascent soul stage after consuming a powerful soul, but she keeps that secret close to her chest. When she hints at her progress, the sect leader's eyes widen in disbelief. Such a leap usually takes decades. She jokingly credits it to being the beloved baby of the heavens. The sect leader isn't entirely amused, warning her that her lack of manners might earn her another round of confinement. That threat instantly wipes the smug grin off her face. The sect leader then turns his analytical gaze toward Ye Chen. He notes the boy's introverted but firm demeanor, recognizing him as a hardworking talent who has already reached the golden core stage of feat. He finds much more respectable than Yuan Chu's chaotic energy. Yuan Chu watches the exchange, sensing the shift in atmosphere. The sect leader instructs Yuan Chu to go and change into proper attire for upcoming guests. However, he commands Ye Chen to stay behind, stating he has private matters to discuss with the disciple. Yuan Chu looks back at Ye Chen, her concern evident. Ye Chen gives her a reassuring, calm smile, telling her to rest easy. With a final wave, Yuan Chu dashes off, eager to find her friend Xiao Qiu. Left alone with the young man, the sect leader gets straight to the point, asking Ye Chen what he truly thinks of his master. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Chen answers with unwavering loyalty. Master is very good. Ye Chen stands before the sect leader, his expression unreadable as he prepares to voice his deepest convictions. He doesn't hesitate, declaring that his master is the single most important person in his life, possessing a significance that transcends mere words. The sect leader, Wang Tianhu, acknowledges his loyalty, noting that both he and Xiao Chu Yuan Chu are remarkably good, if albeit headstrong, children. She observes that while Yuan Chu may appear stubborn, her heart is actually quite transparent, yet she remains unyielding in her ways. Ye Chen bows deeply, vowing to meet the sect leader's high expectations, but he admits there is a mounting pressure weighing on him. He confesses that his master's cultivation level has reached heights that feel unreachable, and despite his relentless training, he finds himself struggling to close the gap. The sect leader watches him closely, her gaze sharpening as she senses his underlying desperation. She urges him to speak his mind without reservation. Taking a breath, Ye Chen makes a shocking request. He wants permission to enter the Wangchuan's secret realm. Behind his calm exterior, Ye Chen's mind is racing. If he remains this weak, he'll never be able to protect his master from the threats closing in on them. The sect leader is stunned, questioning if he truly understands the gravity of what he's asking. The Wangchuan secret realm is no ordinary training ground. It is a desolate abyss known as the Realm of Punishment, reserved for those who have committed the gravest sins. But Ye Chen is undeterred, explaining that if he wants to achieve a breakthrough in record time, he must throw himself into constant, life-or-death combat. To him, this hellish realm is simply a necessary challenge to sharpen his blade. The sect leader warns him that there are no treasures to be found there, only immortal beasts driven to the brink of demonic madness. And if he falls, no one will be there to save him. Ye Chen remains resolute, pointing out the realm's unique time dilation. One day in the outside world equals a full year inside. It is the only place where he can grow fast enough. He proposes a grueling schedule, entering for 8 hours every day, and asks for the sect leader's personal token to grant him access. Seeing his unwavering resolve, she hands him her own token, which will allow him to exit the realm at any moment. However, she leaves him with a chilling reminder. In the heat of battle, a second's delay could mean the token won't save him from a fatal blow. Ye Chen offers a rare, confident smile, thanking her for the opportunity. The sect leader stares at him in silence for a long moment, her expression shifting from concern to something more somber. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Ye Chen looks up, confused by her sudden intensity. She admits that in all her years, she has rarely seen a talent or a face as impressive as his, but she has a vital warning he must hear first. Ye Chen stands at attention, ready for her command. The sect leader's eyes narrow as she prepares to discuss a sensitive matter. She explains that Yuan Chu is at an age where she might experience the stirrings of a first love, and if her feelings for him ever shift from professional to personal, he must not follow her lead. Ye Chen clarifies her meaning. If he senses her heart wavering, is he expected to immediately correct her and maintain their distance? Yes, she confirms firmly. That is precisely what I mean. Ye Chen's hand tightens into a fist at his side as he asks what a strict boundary is being enforced. The sect leader sighs, deciding that because of his long-standing devotion to Yuan Chu, he deserves to know the dark history of their lineage. She reveals the tragic past of Yuan Chu's mother, Wang Tingyu, who broke the ultimate taboo by falling for her own disciple, Yuan Jixu. She describes her sister as a pampered genius who had everything, but her choice to pursue a relationship with her disciple was considered an unethical scandal that rocked the cultivation world. While the sect tried to keep the matter quiet to avoid a public disgrace, the internal damage was already done. The most tragic part, the sect leader reveals, was that the affection wasn't even mutual. It was a devastatingly one-sided, unrequited love that led to ruin. Deep within the majestic peaks the Thousand-Sword sect, a dark history is about to be unearthed. The sect leader's face contorts in pure disbelief as he recalls the moment his sister, Wang Tingyu, confessed the unthinkable. She had fallen for her own disciple, Yuan Jixu. This wasn't just a scandal. It was a violation of every sacred bond they held dear. But Tingyu was never one to back down, her temper flaring like an uncontrollable wildfire at the mere suggestion of giving up on her beloved. Driven by a desperate, blinding devotion, she pleaded with her brother, knowing he was the only one in the world who could truly protect her. When logic failed, she spiraled into a heartbreaking tantrum, lamenting a life she felt was cursed by isolation, and a father who refused to understand her heart. The sect leader could only stare, exhausted by her stubbornness. Finally, his resolve crumbled. He couldn't stand to see his sister in such agony and agreed to help her. Looking back now, his eyes are filled with a heavy, ancient sorrow. He had matched her with Yuan Jixu, hoping for a happy ending, but fate had a much crueler plan in mind. While Tingyu poured her soul into him, Yuan Jixu's heart belonged to another, a woman who didn't even return his feelings. The sect leader warned her as they looked out over the cold, distant mountains of the sect. He begged her to abandon this pursuit before she got hurt, seeing the disaster on the horizon. But Tingyu remained defiant. believing that even a heart of stone could be melted by a sincere spirit. She followed him into the shadows, refusing to let go. When Yuan Jixu was poisoned and on the brink of death, Tingyu didn't hesitate. She utilized her rare pure yin body in a high-stakes medical intervention, transferring her vital essence to neutralize the toxin and save his life. Indebted by this life-saving procedure, Yuan Jixu proposed, but the wedding day turned into a nightmare. The woman he truly loved appeared, claiming she was being mistreated by her husband. The joyous ceremony instantly devolved into a chaotic battlefield as Yuan Jixu abandoned his bride to defend the other woman. The Thousand Sword sect was humiliated, and they forcibly dragged a devastated Tingyu away from the scene. Her spirit broke, her hair turning white from the sheer trauma of the betrayal. Yet, when she heard news that Yuan Jixu was dying again, this time from injuries sustained while protecting that same woman, she couldn't stay away. She arrived at the Yuan residence only to find his cold, lifeless body. The realization that he died loving someone else pierced her heart like a blade, yet her devotion remained unshaken. In a final, impulsive act of defiance against death itself, she stole his body and vanished for 10 long years. When she finally re-emerged, she was a shadow of her former self, worn down by a decade of hiding. She returned to the Thousand Sword sect, not for herself, but for the young daughter she carried in her arms. The sect leader was horrified to see her. Her soul was fractured and overdrawn, barely able to hold its form. He reached out, feeling the ruined meridians in her wrist. Her cultivation was gone, replaced by a chaotic mix of sword and demonic energies. Tingyu fell to her knees, begging her brother to take in her daughter Yuan Chu, as her own life force flickered out. She was a shell of a woman, her body ravaged by the forbidden arts she used to preserve the man she loved. When the sect leader vowed to find the man responsible and make him pay, she stopped him. She viewed her own life as a mark of shame, and only wished for her daughter to have a future she never could. In her final act of maternal sacrifice, Tingyu used the last of her strength to grant young Yuan Chu perfect enlightenment, ensuring the girl would have the talent to survive the cultivation world. The sect leader watches on, the weight of this tragic cycle pressing down on him, serving as a grim warning of why the master-disciple taboo must never be broken again. Her once immense power has completely evaporated, leaving her a shell of her former self. With her final breaths, she kneels before her father, apologizing for wasting her years of training and bringing shame to their lineage. The sect leader can only look on in agonizing grief, cursing the day his daughter fell for the wrong man. He demands to know why she would push herself to such a horrific extreme. Though she knows her lover is finally waking up, Tingyu is simply too exhausted to keep fighting. Her body has reached its absolute limit, and she begs her father to let her fade away rather than remain a burden. With tears streaming down her face, she declares she has no regrets for the life she gave her child. As a shimmering formation glows around the infant, she bestows a name upon her, Yuan Chu. In that moment, the mother's hand falls limp, and her life finally flickers out. The Thousand Sword sect attempted to hold a quiet, low-key funeral, but the peace was shattered when Yuan Jixu actually dared to show his face. Seeing the memorial, he collapses in disbelief, unable to process the reality of her death. The sect leader's voice cuts through the air like a blade, ordering the man to leave. He is no longer welcome in their halls. Jixu remains in total denial, screaming that they must be lying to him. Fed up with the man's ignorance, the sect leader grips his weapon, ready to end the charade. He forcefully reveals the truth, showing Jixu the body of the woman he claimed to love. Tingyu lies among flowers, her form still riddled with the very sword energy that claimed her life. Even now, Jixu has the audacity to try and take her body away. The sect leader's fury boils over, declaring that a man who caused such ruin doesn't even deserve to touch her. As Jixu prepares to fight back, the sect leader's expression turns cold and resolute. He lifts his daughter's body one last time, demanding that the petty arguing stop immediately. The tension in the room is suffocating as the two men face off. Ethereal blue flames erupt as energy surges through the hall. Jixu stands amidst the swirling power, a broken man seeking a ghost. But the sect leader stands firm, his gaze piercing. He tells Jixu plainly, the person he is looking for no longer exists in this world. Looking into the eyes of the man who destroyed his daughter's future, the sect leader draws his sword. He issues a final, chilling ultimatum. If Jixu does not leave the Thousand Sword sect right now, he will ensure he regrets ever being born. In the years following that dark day, the rules of the Thousand Sword sect became absolute, and the tragedy was buried in silence. Yuan Chu grew up never knowing the truth of her mother, as the sect leader kept the secret locked away to protect her. Yet, looking back, he is haunted by the what-ifs, wishing he had been stricter, wishing he had stopped the feelings before they could bloom into disaster. He reveals this painful history to Ye Chen for one reason: to help him understand that Yuan Chu is a child born of immense sorrow. He warns Ye Chen that while he must care for her, he must also be mindful of the boundaries between them, ensuring that history never repeats itself. Ye Chen stands in stunned silence, finally realizing the heavy burden of the legacy he has inherited. Walking away from the heavy warnings of the sect leader, Ye Chen finds himself lost in thought, the tragic history of his master's mother weighing on his soul. Suddenly, a familiar, bright gaze breaks his trance. It's Yuan Chu, bouncing toward him with her usual infectious energy. calling out a cheerful greeting that contrasts sharply with the grim secrets Ye Chen is now carrying. Suspicious of the long meeting, she immediately asks if sect master uncle gave him a hard time. Ye Chen forces a soft, reassuring smile, lying through his teeth to protect her from the truth. Inside, however, he is resolute. To avoid the path of tragedy that destroyed her parents, he vows to keep his professional boundaries as a disciple and never let his feelings cross the line. He informs her that the sect leader has granted him access to a secret realm for intensive training, where he plans to dedicate 8 hours every single day to honing his strength. Yuan Chu, ever the supportive master, cheers him on but warns him not to push himself to the point of exhaustion. Sensing the sect leader is waiting, Ye Chen gently urges her to head inside. He offers a final, lingering head-pat gesture of care for the master he is now determined to protect from afar. As she skips away, waving a playful goodbye, Ye Chen stands alone, fueled by a new, singular focus. He must become stronger, no matter the cost. The scene shifts to the quiet, incense-filled halls of the sect leader's quarters. Yuan Chu peeks inside, hoping to catch her uncle off guard. Sensing her presence instantly, the sect leader is startled by her sudden, mischievous entrance. He quickly composes himself, looking at her with a seriousness that dampens her playful mood. Yuan Chu assumes she's being called in for a standard mission, like leading a team in an upcoming competition. But the sect leader's expression remains grim. He drops a bombshell. He's arranging a marriage for her. His goal is cold and calculated. He wants to find a reliable partner, to keep her grounded, desperate to prevent her from following the same self-destructive path as her mother. Yuan Chu is absolutely horrified, screaming that she's far too young for such a commitment. The sect leader ignores her protests, commanding her to behave, because the suitor is arriving any moment. Yuan Chu is in a total panic. In her previous life, she didn't even think about a partner until she was 30. This timeline is moving way too fast. Her uncle remains firm, insisting she needs someone who can control her wild nature. As she despairs over the situation, the suitor is revealed, the elegant young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Yu. Yuan Chu's eyes nearly pop out of her head. She recognizes him instantly in her past life. This guy was nothing more than a high-ranking henchman for her own disciple, Ye Chen. Desperate for an out, she asks about Jiang Yu's current cultivation level. The sect leader is completely blindsided, his jaw dropping at the sheer impossibility of her progress. He stares in disbelief, wondering how she could have jumped 3 entire levels in such a short time. Yuan Chu doesn't let up, slamming the quality of the suitor he picked for her. She throws a full-blown tantrum, flatly refusing to entertain the idea of the marriage. The sect leader is left reeling, his head spinning from the shock. He tries to regain control, demanding to check her pulse to see how she achieved such a monstrous breakthrough. But Yuan Chu isn't letting him off the hook that easily, shouting that he needs to fix the blind date mess he started before they discuss anything else. The atmosphere at the Thousand Sword sect is heavy with tradition as we open on the serene rooftops of the grand estate. Walking through the courtyard, the young master Jiang Yu catches a glimpse of a familiar face, stopping dead in his tracks as he recognizes the man before him. Internally, Jiang Yu is reeling. He was sent here for an arranged marriage, but the pressure is starting to crack his composure. He knows his own limits, realizing that as a mere golden core cultivator, he has no business trying to court a powerhouse at the nascent soul stage. The thought of being married to someone who could effortlessly overpower him has the young master practically in tears, lamenting his miserable luck. Snapping back to reality, Jiang Yu narrows his eyes, focusing his attention on the disciple standing in his path. He calls out, finally confirming the identity of the man he once faced in battle. Ye Chen Yuan. Ye Chen remains stoic, his voice cold as he asks the young master what business he has here. The two stand in the middle of the courtyard, the air thick with their history of rivalry as Jiang Yu recalls his past defeat. But as Jiang Yu senses the energy radiating from Ye Chen, sweat beads on his forehead, he realizes that Ye Chen has already caught up to him at the golden core stage. Ye Chen, uninterested in small talk, asks if Jiang Yu has come all this way just to spar. Jiang Yu flashes a smirk, revealing the real reason for his visit. He's here on a blind date with Ye Chen's master. He even goes as far as to joke about becoming Ye Chen's new master's husband, laughing at the thought. The comment hits a nerve. Ye Chen's fist clenches tight, his knuckles turning white. With a piercing, icy glare, Ye Chen demands to know if Jiang Yu truly intends to go through with this marriage. Jiang Yu quickly backtracks, admitting that he'd much rather spend his days playing around than being tied down to a strict cultivation partner. Sensing an opening, Ye Chen leans into the technical reality of their power gap, reminding Jiang Yu that his master is a nascent soul cultivator who wouldn't hesitate to discipline a golden core husband. This terrifying mental image sends Jiang Yu back into a state of panic. Seizing the moment, Ye Chen calmly suggests that for everyone's safety, it would be best if the marriage didn't happen at all. The two share a tense, silent look before Jiang Yu leans in close, his eyes gleaming with suspicion. He bluntly asks if there's a forbidden romance brewing between the disciple and his master, reminding Ye Chen that such a thing is a massive taboo. Ye Chen's professional mask slips for a second as he flushes with embarrassment, stammering out a denial. Jiang Yu tells him to relax, admitting he isn't actually that desperate to marry into the sect. He teases Ye Chen, suggesting that his rapid growth must be the result of intensive, behind closed doors training sessions with his master. Ye Chen is momentarily haunted by the memory of his master's rigorous and exhausting training methods. He realizes he needs to correct the misunderstanding immediately, but he decides to use the truth to his advantage. Looking determined, he prepares to drop a bombshell to end the marriage talks for good. He reveals that Master Yuan Chu is actually in the late stages of the nascent soul realm, far beyond what Jiang Yu was told. In fact, she is already on the verge of ascending to the legendary spirit severing stage. Jiang Yu is stunned, realizing he's completely outmatched. He scoffs, calling Ye Chen a total masterholic for being so protective of his teacher's reputation. Relieved to be off the hook, Jiang Yu joyfully sprints away, happy to abandon his matrimonial obligations and leave the masterholic to his training. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a spirit sword as Yuan Chu remains silent, her expression unreadable under the weight of the moment. Jiang Yu steals a glance at his supposed bride-to-be, his mind racing with disbelief at how young and unassuming Lady Yuan Chu appears. He internally questions his father's sanity, wondering why on earth the man is so desperate to secure a strong wife for him from this specific lineage. To Jiang Yu, she doesn't look like a powerful master, she looks like a child he'd be stuck babysitting for the rest of his life. His frustration boils over as he looks at her, mentally mocking Ye Chen Yuan's taste for being devoted to such a little bean sprout. Yuan Chu senses his gaze, her own eyes narrowing as she realizes the sheer audacity of the young master standing before her. Finally, Jiang Yu can't take it anymore and shouts his defiance to the heavens, officially objecting to the arranged marriage. The sect master's attendants watch in disappointment, knowing they've just lost a golden opportunity to form a familial alliance with the powerful Thousand Sword sect. Sensing the deal is dead, the sect master clears his throat to regain control of the room. He keeps it professional, suggesting they drop the marriage proposal entirely and simply hope the two can maintain a friendly connection in the future. Privately, the sect master realized the power balance has shifted now that Yuan Chu has reached the spirit-severing stage. Jiang Yu is no longer a suitable match anyway. Jiang Yu, meanwhile, feels a wave of relief. He initially liked her simple appearance, but he now knows she's a powerhouse that his family couldn't possibly control if things went south. With a final nod, the parties agree to leave the matter behind them. Back at Nanfeng Temple, Yuan Chu breathes a sigh of relief, glad that her strength finally convinced the sect master to stop playing matchmaker. The ordeal has left her completely drained, and she slumped over, exhausted by the political maneuvering. But suddenly her nose twitches, a heavenly aroma fills the air, and Yuan Chu's eyes sparkle with excitement as she wonders if Ye Chen Yuan is preparing a feast. She practically sprints toward the kitchen, nearly colliding with Xiao Qiu on the way. Xiao Qiu? She chirps, surprised to see her friend. Xiao Qiu informs her that she's starting a fast for her training, which means Yuan Chu won't have to share a single bite of the upcoming meal. Yuan Chu sits down to a spread that looks impressive, yet oddly specific. Spirit fish and vinegar, vinegar pork, and vinegar stuffed ribs. She stares at the table, wondering what the final culinary surprise could be. Ye Chen Yuan emerges from the kitchen with a stoic face, presenting the final touch: vinegar steamed spirit rice soup. Yuan Chu freezes, the overwhelming scent of vinegar hitting her like a physical blow. She looks up at her disciple, asking if he accidentally knocked over a massive jar of vinegar in the kitchen. Ye Chen Yuan coolly confirms that a spill occurred, which is why every single dish is now drenched in it. A wave of unexplained guilt washes over Yuan Chu. She wonders if he somehow knows about the date she was forced into. She tentatively takes a bite of the food, trying to remain a supportive master. The soreness is staggering, causing her to wince as her taste buds are pushed to the limit. She forces herself to keep chewing, her face contorting from the intensity. Ye Chen Yuan watches her closely, asking why she's still eating if the flavor is clearly off. Yuan Chu insists she couldn't possibly waste a meal he worked so hard to prepare. She flashes a strained, shaky smile, claiming that despite the soreness, his cooking is still top tier. Seeing her dedication, Ye Chen Yuan finally relents, revealing he was just testing her and bringing out a fresh, perfectly seasoned meal. He smiles gently, telling her he'll handle the vinegar dishes himself from now on. The dinner table is set with a spread that looks more like a punishment than a feast. One dish in particular is piled high with greens, radiating a sour aura that perfectly matches Ye Chen Yuan's mood. Yuan Chu watches him with wide, concerned eyes, wondering why he's subjecting himself to such a bitter meal. She gently points out that he hasn't even taken a bite of the food he prepared. Ye Chen Yuan remains calm, his voice steady as he claims he simply had a craving for something sour today. Seeing his master's hesitation, he prepares to eat alone, but Yuan Chu won't have it and pushes the dish back toward him. She insists that they face the meal together, her expression softening. The tension in the room begins to dissipate as the two share the simple, if slightly too acidic, meal. Ye Chen Yuan is momentarily stunned by her kindness. Yuan Chu offers a reassuring smile, telling him that sharing the dish is perfectly fine, since she doesn't have much of an appetite anyway. When he moves to stand and prepare more food, she immediately reaches out. Her hand catches his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. She pulls him back down, insisting he stop acting like a servant and just eat with her. To break the ice, she digs into a succulent piece of eagle meat, praising his cooking skills to lift his spirits. A genuine smile finally breaks across Ye Chen Yuan's face as he encourages her to eat her fill. However, Yuan Chu's curiosity gets the better of her. She asks what exactly put him in such a foul mood earlier. Ye Chen Yuan's gaze turns serious as he prepares to share what the sect master told him. He reveals that there was a hidden story behind recent events that he needed to process. As he explains the details, Yuan Chu's shock turns into pure indignation. She's furious that the sect master chose to reveal such an absurd matter to her disciple instead of her. She vents about the unfairness of a woman who caused so much chaos, her anger flaring as she realizes the complexity of the situation. Ye Chen Yuan tries to calm her down, suggesting they focus on finishing their meal before heading back to the sect. But the real bombshell drops when Yuan Chu reveals the sect master's ultimate trick. He didn't just call her back for business. He actually tried to set her up on a blind date. The atmosphere shifts instantly as Ye Chen Yuan's black-bellied side emerges, his expression going blank as he processes the idea of a rival. Yuan Chu huffs, declaring that the man was nowhere near her standards and couldn't possibly move her heart. This leads Ye Chen Yuan to question the legitimacy of their mission. He asks if the entire team competition was just a lie to get her there. Yuan Chu admits that the competition part was real, but she feels completely deceived by the ulterior motive. Frustrated, she declares that she's tempted to reject the task entirely to spite the uncle sect master. Ye Chen Yuan looks out toward the horizon, noting that the immortal gateway between realms is drawing near. He expresses his desire to enter the secret realm to improve his strength, wanting to be more confident in his abilities before they return home. Yuan Chu's protective instincts kick in. She worries that pushing for a breakthrough so soon might lead to an unstable foundation. Ye Chen Yuan reassures her with a gentle smile, explaining that the experience in the Divine Sword's secret realm is a necessary step for his growth. Yuan Chu finally relents, realizing that with the White Lotus trouble out of the way, they can focus on their training. She notes that the Thousand Sword Sect's secret realm is a prestigious opportunity, usually reserved only for those who have performed great service. As they wrap up, she gives him a suspicious glance, wondering if the sect master is secretly giving Ye Chen Yuan special treatment behind her back. Back at the sect, Yuan Chu is feeling the lull of the day. Without her star disciple Xiao Yuan around, the big competition feels utterly lifeless and boring. She gazes off, wondering if he's managed to secure any legendary treasures from the secret realm yet. Deep within the Divine Sword realm, Ye Chen Yuan is pushed to his absolute limits. With elderly resting and unable to assist, the weight of survival rests entirely on his shoulders. His gaze is sharp and unwavering. He isn't just here to pass, he's here to conquer. Standing tall against a twilight sky, he makes a silent vow. He will become the strongest, for that is the only way to ensure no one can ever take his master away from him. Back at the peak, Yuan Chu is out for a walk when she suddenly stops. She catches a faint, metallic scent on the breeze and takes a sharp sniff. Her eyes widen as she realizes what it is. The unmistakable smell of blood. Fearing that Chen Yuan has returned from the realm with life-threatening injuries, she rushes toward his quarters. Entering the room, she finds a full spread of food on the table, but the room is eerily quiet. The scent of blood is overpowering here, drawing her toward the inner screen. She cautiously peeks behind it, her heart racing. What she sees leaves her completely frozen in shock. There is Ye Chen Yuan, his back covered in fresh, jagged wounds as he sits in a bath. Startled by the sudden presence, Chen Yuan looks back, his face marked by the toll of his training. He's stunned to find his master standing there. Yuan Chu immediately panics, demanding to help him treat such horrific injuries. However, Chen Yuan remains calm, insisting there's no need for her to step in. Yuan Chu refuses to listen, frantically telling him to get out of the tub so she can tend to his scars. In a sudden move, Chen Yuan reaches out and firmly grasps her hand. He looks at her with a new level of intensity, telling her that she doesn't need to shield him so much anymore. He declares that it's time for him to grow up, because he sincerely wants to be the one protecting her every single second. Yuan Chu is left speechless. She realizes that the Xiao Yuan she knew has fundamentally changed. Despite the tension, she tries to maintain her authority, asking how he expects to recover if he refuses his medicine. Chen Yuan explains that his body has reached a state where these wounds actually increase his durability, healing naturally through his own power. Yuan Chu huffs, her face flushing as she yells that she wasn't worried about him at all. She orders him to finish his bath and come to her room immediately to explain exactly how he ended up in such a state. As he prepares to follow her orders, Chen Yuan looks stronger and more confident than ever before. Meanwhile, Yuan sits on her bed, brooding over the fact that her once obedient disciple is becoming unpredictable and far too independent. She grumbles to herself, wishing for the days when he was younger and much easier to handle. Chen Yuan eventually enters her room, now fully dressed. He calmly explains that while the injuries look scary, they were just a byproduct of the secret realm and have already stopped bleeding. He offers a gentle, reassuring smile, trying to soothe her anger. But Yuan Chu isn't having it. She shouts that she isn't a child and saw exactly how much blood was in that tub. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a sword as the aftermath of the Divine Sword realm lingers. Ye Chen Yuan stands tall, his eyes burning with a resolve that borders on obsession, as he explains his brutal new philosophy. His body must suffer to grow stronger. Yuan Chu can hardly believe her ears, demanding to know exactly which dangerous realm he's been throwing himself into. To ease her rising panic, Chen Yuan presents a sect master's guidance token, a rare tool that allows him to escape the secret realm at any moment if things get too lethal. He offers a soft, reassuring smile, promising his master that he won't push past his absolute limits. Yuan Chu recognizes the artifact immediately. It's her uncle's personal token, granting the highest possible access within the sect. Relenting slightly, she gives him permission to continue his tempering, but with one absolute condition. He is strictly forbidden from entering the treacherous realm of Wang Chuan. Chen Yuan bows his head in a solemn, obedient, "I understand." Hoping to normalize the situation, Chen Yuan asks if she's hungry, noting he even used a cleansing technique to ensure the food was pristine despite his condition. But Yuan Chu isn't fooled. She knows the physical toll of cooking likely reopened his fresh wounds. The thought of him laboring over a stove while bleeding out is too much for her to stomach. Looking at the prepared meal, she feels a wave of guilt and frustration. She stubbornly dives onto the bed, declaring she's lost her appetite and is going straight to sleep. Chen Yuan won't let her off that easy, teasing her that she'll never grow taller if she skips meals. With a look of pure devotion, he offers to feed her himself. Startled, Yuan Chu bolts upright, insisting she's perfectly capable of feeding herself. Her face flushes as she grumbles about being far too old for him to play caregiver. They share a quiet moment over the meal, the simple bowls of food a stark contrast to the divine chaos they recently survived. Chen Yuan then makes a humble request. He'll spend 8 hours a day in grueling training, but he wants the remaining 4 hours to be spent by her side. He admits that telling her stories is the only thing that truly allows him to relax. Yuan Chu, worried about his recovery, tells him to forget the stories and focus on effective rest. She pats the space on the bed beside her, inviting her exhausted disciple to finally get some sleep. A genuine, warm smile breaks across Chen Yuan's face as he agrees. As he lies down, the weight of his fatigue finally catches up to him. He whispers a final, tired compliment to his master's kindness. Within seconds, his eyes flutter shut, drifting into a deep, heavy slumber. Yuan Chu follows suit, her eyes closing as the silence of the room takes over. But her sleep is short-lived. She opens her eyes, glancing over at her disciple. Seeing him completely out cold, she sits up quietly. Despite his earlier denials, the sharp scent of blood still clings to him. She leans in closer, her gaze narrowing with concern. Peeling back his outer robe, she finds his torso wrapped in layers of bandages, hiding the true extent of the damage he's been enduring. It hits her then he's been pushing himself to the brink of death every single day, which is why he collapsed the moment his head hit the pillow. She realizes that the path of cultivation is a brutal cycle of breaking and remaking oneself. And as his master, she can't stop his drive to be stronger. Reaching out, she gently pinches his cheek, calling him a stinky brat for making her heart ache like this. The next morning, the sun rises over the quiet sect buildings. Chen Yuan wakes up, rubbing his head as the fog of sleep clears. He stops, noticing a familiar, medicinal scent lingering on his skin. He looks over to see Yuan Chu still fast asleep, dreaming of snacks and muttering about being full. Realizing she must have tended to his wounds while he slept, a look of profound gratitude and affection crosses his face as he whispers a silent, "Thank you, master." Yuan Chu wakes up with a heavy head, the silence of the room reminding her that her devoted disciple is gone. She realizes that by now, Ye Chen Yuan should already be deep within the perils of the secret realm. But as she sits up, a familiar scent catches her attention. A steaming bowl of food waiting for her on the table. Her eyes light up at the sight of her favorite crisps. Despite the rush to leave for his training, Chen Yuan made sure her meal was prepared and kept warm, a testament to his unwavering care. Yuan Chu is genuinely impressed. His mastery over formations and alchemy has reached a level of precision she didn't think possible for his current stage. She can't help but wonder if the sect master gave him some secret assistance behind the scenes. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, the silence is shattered by the roar of a massive beast. Ye Chen Yuan stands alone in a forest stained with blood, his blade unshed. He's already been here for ages, yet he counts down the 200 days remaining until he can see his master again. Having already cleared the forest of every threat, he sets his sights on the mountains beyond, hunting for even stronger magical beasts to test his limits. His face is weathered and scratched, but a determined smirk plays on his lips. He won't stop until he has reached his peak. Back at the Southwind Temple, the atmosphere is far more peaceful. Yuan Chu wanders the halls, feeling listless and bored without her disciple around to entertain her. Suddenly, her senses sharpen. The metallic scent of blood hangs heavy in the air. She follows the trail to a door, pushing it open with a sharp click. Her heart drops. Ye Chen Yuan is collapsed on the floor, his robes soaked in fresh blood. Panic sets in, but Yuan Chu quickly realizes her small, childlike form is far too weak to lift his dead weight. With a focused wish of energy, she begins to channel her power. In a burst of light, she undergoes a rapid transformation. Standing tall in her adult form, she breathes a sigh of relief. This version of herself is much better suited for the heavy lifting required. She effortlessly sweeps him up into a princess carry and brings him to his bed. As she settles him in, she notices something peculiar. His body is incredibly clear of the usual impurities found in cultivators. Normally, even those who practice bigu and avoid food still accumulate toxins from the pills they consume, unless they've reached the elite spirit severing stage. Yet, after only 2 days in the secret realm, Chen Yuan has somehow purged his system entirely. She reaches out to check his vitals, her brow furrowing in concern. She questions why he would push push himself to such a brutal extreme. Leaning over him to inspect his wounds, she wonders just what kind of nightmare realm is capable of battering a talent like him so severely. She stares down at his pale face, worried for his well-being. Finally, Chen Yuan's eyes flutter open, and he whispers a weak master. He tries to struggle upward, but Yuan Chu immediately pushes him back down, sternly commanding him to stay put. Dazed, Chen Yuan looks at her adult form and comments on how tall and beautiful she looks. Flustered by the unexpected compliment, Yuan Chu poofs instantly back into her small, chibi form. Chen Yuan realizes that while a year has passed for him inside the time-dilated realm, only a single day has gone by outside. His first instinct is to get up and cook dinner for her, feeling guilty for the delay. Yuan Chu isn't having it. She aggressively forces him back into the pillows, telling him that skipping one meal won't kill her. She looks at his thin frame, heartbroken that her tender disciple has lost so much weight in such a short time. Taking a stand, she tells him to shut his eyes and rest. Today, the roles are reversed, and she will be the one taking care of him. Determined to be the perfect caretaker, Yuan Chu takes her role as master to the next level, insisting on spoon-feeding her injured disciple. Ye Chen Yuan tries to protest, reminding her that he is currently undergoing bigu and doesn't actually need to eat. But Yuan Chu isn't taking no for an answer, playfully asserting her authority and demanding he open wide for the porridge. Seeing her stubbornness, the disciple has no choice but to obey, earning a satisfied cheer from his master. Even in his weakened state, Ye Chen Yuan tries to get up to handle the chores, but Yuan Chu immediately shuts him down, forcing him to stay put. When he lets out a small cough, she springs into action, rushing to the window to ensure he has a steady supply of fresh air. She is a whirlwind of protective energy, even offering to swap out his bedsheets to make sure he's as comfortable as possible. Knowing his physical recovery requires more than just rest, Ye Chen Yuan requests a specialized medicinal bath. Yuan Chu is one step ahead, grabbing a scrub brush and declaring that she will be the one to help him with the treatment. The sudden offer leaves the disciple momentarily stunned by her overwhelming enthusiasm for the task. Soon, he is submerged in the potent medicinal brew as Yuan Chu prepares to assist with the intense recovery process. As she works, she questions him about the location of his training, shocked that he sustained such brutal injuries. He reveals he purposely sought out the Yinchuan secret realm, a high-risk territory, specifically to push his strength to its absolute limit. Yuan Chu realizes just how reckless he was, knowing that realm is home to high-order spiritual threats. It's clear to her now why his body was pushed to the brink of collapse after venturing so deep into such a dangerous zone. To speed up his healing, she offers to help purify his aura while she washes his back, focusing entirely on his spiritual stabilization. The intensity of the treatment is palpable, and Ye Chen Yuan remains silent as his master prepares for the next step. Maintaining a strictly professional focus on the procedure, Yuan Chu grabs a stool so she can reach him properly. She steps up, ready to begin the technical process of scrubbing away the remnants of his ordeal. As she begins the task, the room is filled with a heavy silence, focused entirely on the disciple's restoration. Yuan Chu remains locked on her goal, determined to see his wounds close and his strength return. However, the combination of the medicinal steam and the pressure of his own surging aura makes it difficult for Ye Chen Yuan to maintain his composure. Still, Yuan Chu continues the treatment with unwavering dedication, focused solely on her disciple's well-being. Yuan Chu sits in deep thought, her mind racing as she considers the heavy toll the recent battles have taken on Ye Chen Yuan's body. She can't shake the growing unease. The murderous aura radiating from her disciple is becoming suffocatingly intense. She calculates the time dilation one day in the outside world equals 3 grueling months inside the Yinzhao secret realm, and the sheer amount of slaughter he's endured is starting to show. Determined to intervene, she stands up, deciding that this brutal training cycle has reached its limit. She resolves to find the sect master to help guide Ye Chen Yuan back to his normal self before the darkness consumes him. Approaching the majestic main halls of the sect, she meets the silver-haired sect master, who notes how much more stable and mature she has become after her time away. Yuan Chu quickly brushes off the idea of peaceful seclusion, her eyes sparkling as she expresses her desire to head to the Empire to witness the opening of the Sacred Sword Mystic Realm. The sect master grants permission but issues a stern warning. She must stay far away from the volatile royal family of the Empire. Yuan Chu promises to remain focused and professional, though the sect master remains skeptical. He can't help but think of a certain troublesome individual from the Empire who always causes headaches. The conversation shifts as the sect master asks for the location of her disciple. Yuan Chu mentions that Ye Chen Yuan is still pushing his limits within the Wangchuan secret realm, training for 8 hours every single day without fail. The sect master is visibly stunned. 8 hours of that intensity every day is unheard of. He explains that Wangchuan is a death trap filled with high-level monsters. He only intended for the boy to stay for a few days to gain experience. Panic sets in as Yuan Chu realizes there's been a massive misunderstanding. She tries to correct him, claiming it's the Yinzhao realm, but the sect master insists it is definitely the lethal Wangchuan. Horrified, Yuan Chu wonders if her uncle has a personal grudge against her disciple for sending him into such a meat grinder. The sect master delivers a sharp flick to her forehead, scolding her for being so oblivious to her own disciples' whereabouts for an entire month. Yuan Chu's blood boils as she realizes Ye Chen Yuan lied to her about the danger he was in. She grips her teleportation token, vowing to track him down and deliver a harsh lesson once she catches him. Meanwhile, inside the realm, a terrifying roar echoes through the trees. Ye Chen Yuan huddles behind a trunk, bloodied and battered, acknowledging that in his current state, he is no match for a 7th-grade beast. Coughing up blood, he knows he needs to retreat immediately, but disaster strikes as he realizes his entrance token is missing. A beast lunges, shattering the environment around him as he narrowly dodges the killing blow. Desperation claws at him. Without that token, he's trapped in this nightmare. Outside, Yuan Chu activates her master token, which begins to glow with an ethereal light. Suddenly, she feels a violent jolt in her consciousness. The dragon egg is reacting wildly to the surrounding energy. She knows that if the dragon egg is waking up now, it means Ye Chen Yuan's life is hanging by a thread. She tears into the realm, only to be met by a sickening, overwhelming stench of blood. She scans the horizon, horrified to find that every monster within a 50-kilometer radius has been cleared out, suggesting her disciple has pushed even deeper into danger zone. Deep in the wasteland, Ye Chen Yuan is at his breaking point, coughing violently. He stands alone amidst a field of carnage, leaning heavily on his blade. A lone survivor in a world of monsters. The roar of a Tier 7 beast echoes through the treacherous Wangchuan realm, a sound that spells certain death for most cultivators. In a flash of crimson energy, the monster lunges for the kill. But before the claws can find their mark, a small, resolute figure blurs into motion, shielding a battered Ye Chen Yuan from the impact. Stunned and bloodied, Chen Yuan can barely whisper out a single word. Master? Yuan Chu doesn't look back. Her focus is locked on the beast, her aura pulsing with a lethal, protective rage as she demands to know how it dared to injure her disciple to such a degree. Chen Yuan's heart sinks. He knows a Tier 7 beast is equivalent to a spirit-severing stage cultivator, while his master has only reached the late stage of nascent soul. The power gap is massive, but Yuan Chu isn't backing down. She channels her spiritual energy, preparing to bridge the distance. Suddenly, a blinding lightning strike erupts, crackling through the air and paralyzing the beast in its tracks. Gasping for air, Chen Yuan urges her to flee while they have the chance. Taking advantage of the momentary stun, Yuan Chu grabs him and retreats to the safety of a nearby cliffside. Chen Yuan collapses, realizing that while his final trump card bought them time, it wasn't enough to kill the monster. Yuan Chu gently reaches out to him, her eyes filled with a mix of concern and simmering fury. She checks his vitals, her expression darkening as she sees the extent of his internal damage. As Chen Yuan slips into unconsciousness from his wounds, Yuan Chu looks back at the beast from their temporary refuge. The protective master is gone. Only a vengeful powerhouse remains. You're dead, beast. She snarls, her power flaring to terrifying new heights. She descends like a meteor, delivering a devastating blow that sends the massive predator reeling. The beast, once the apex predator of the realm, is reduced to coughing up blood under her relentless assault. Yuan Chu doesn't give it a second to breathe, declaring that since it had the guts to bully her disciple, it's now her turn to return the favor. With a final bone-shattering bang, the battle is over. Yuan Chu lands amidst the dust and debris, the silence of the realm returning. She looks down at the fallen creature, her gaze cold and clinical. Reaching into the carcass, she retrieves the beast's inner core, a Tier 7 prize that will be vital for recovery. Her eyes narrow as she looks back toward her unconscious disciple. She saved him, but his lies and recklessness haven't been forgotten. As for you, she mutters, I won't forgive you so easily. Sometime later, Ye Chen Yuan finally stirs, waking up in the safety of a familiar room. Aunt Xiao Qiu is there to greet him, but the person he wants to see most is missing. When he asks for his master, Xiao Qiu reveals the bittersweet news. Yuan Chu has gone into isolation. Chen Yuan tries to bolt out of bed, but Xiao Qiu pushes him back, warning him that his internal injuries were nearly fatal. She explains that Yuan Chu actually went to the sect master and begged him to forge a great rejuvenation pill just to save his life. Relief washes over Chen Yuan as he realizes his master hasn't abandoned him, but worry quickly replaces it if she's in isolation. Could she have been more seriously injured by that monster than she let on? Xiao Qiu reassures him that her injuries were only superficial, and she's already made a full recovery. However, Chen Yuan knows his master better than anyone. Yuan Chu hates the boredom of isolation and practice. If she's locking herself away, it means she's truly upset with him. The rescue is over, but the real challenge earning back his master's trust is just beginning. Ye Chen Yuan stands before the heavy doors of the meditation chamber, his heart heavy with the weight of his recent deception. He reaches out, his fingers brushing the cold wood, but the door remains stubbornly shut, sealed against his entry. Master, he calls out, his voice laced with a desperation that echoes through the silent hall. He leans in close, straining to hear any sign of life from the woman who just risked everything to save him. Inside, Yuan Chu is far from meditating. She's aggressively snacking, her cheeks puffed out in a defiant pout as she vows to keep this door locked until her anger subsides. Outside, Chen Yuan reflects on his recklessness, realizing that by sneaking into that forbidden territory, He didn't just risk his life, he nearly shattered the trust of the person he cares for most. He pleads through the wood, promising that if she lets him in, he will never repeat such a dangerous mistake. Yuan Chu isn't buying it, her mind racing with the memory of his lies and the terrifying moment he almost died in her arms. Chen Yuan tries a different tactic, reminding her of their promised journey to the sacred sword's secret realm. The mention of the legendary blade hits a nerve. Yuan Chu knows that sword belongs to him, and the thought of a rival snatching it away, while she sits here, sulking, sends a jolt of anxiety through her. She tries to maintain her frosty exterior, but the internal struggle is clear on her face. Chen Yuan's voice grows softer, more sincere, as he explains he only wants to ensure she hasn't pushed herself too hard during her recovery. Yuan Chu covers her ears, dismissed his words as mere, blabbering nonsense to keep her resolve from crumbling. She tells herself that this level of anger can't be coaxed away with sweet talk. Realizing words aren't enough, Chen Yuan decides it's time to bring out the big guns. He mentions the impending deadline for the emperor's grandson's engagement party, the clock ticking on their departure. Suddenly, a violent, hacking cough erupts from him, the sound sharp and painful. Inside, Yuan Chu freezes, her eyes widening in immediate alarm. The coughing continues, sounding more frail with every second. Unable to bear the thought of him collapsing, Yuan Chu's protective instincts override her pride, and she bursts through the door in a panic. She finds him standing there, looking pale but stable. As the dust settles from her explosive entrance, the realization hits her like a ton of bricks. "You tricked me," she shouts, her face flushing with a mix of fury and relief. She turns away, declaring that she's going to ignore him for real this time. But Chen Yuan doesn't let her go. He lunges forward, catching her in a firm, grounding hug, finally able to see her face again. Yuan Chu is caught off guard, her heart hammering against her ribs at the sudden proximity. "Don't move, master," he whispers, his voice trembling with the relief of a man who just found his way home. He thanks her with every fiber of his being, admitting he truly thought the beast in Wangchuan would be the last thing he ever saw. Yuan Chu tries to keep up the lecture, asking where his arrogance went, but her voice lacks its usual bite. Deep down, she admits to herself that she was just as terrified as he was. She realizes that after all these years, this disciple has become her entire world, the only pillar holding her up. Her hand tightens on his sleeve, the reality of how close she came to losing him finally sinking in. Chen Yuan looks down at her, his gaze intense as he confesses the truth. His impatience stemmed from a desperate desire to grow strong enough to protect her, rather than always being the one saved. Yuan Chu looks up at him, a flicker of guilt crossing her face as she wonders if her own high expectations have placed an unbearable burden on his shoulders. Yuan Chu leans into her disciple, her mind racing as she tries to process the sheer scale of his progress. In his previous life, Ye Chen Yuan didn't form his core until he was 29, yet here he is, already standing at the late stage of the golden core. She can't help but wonder if her own high expectations unconsciously pushed him to advance at such a breakneck, dangerous speed. She pulls back, her voice stern as she lectures him on the fundamentals of cultivation. To her, the path must be walked step by step, not leaped over with reckless abandon. She reminds him that even she wouldn't dare enter the Wangchuan mystic realm, questioning if he has a death wish. Ye Chen Yuan remains humble, listening intently to his master's teachings while maintaining a respectful distance. He quickly offers a sincere apology, promising that he will never venture into such a dangerous place again. However, he can't help but point out the silver lining. His risky gamble allowed him to advance 2 levels, bringing him much closer to her own power level. He looks at her hopefully, asking if his growth makes her happy. Yuan Chu tries to maintain her composure, giving a reluctant, "Not bad, I guess," while secretly feeling relieved. Seeing her soften, Chen Yuan smiles to himself, realizing just how easily his master can be coaxed when she cares this much. Yuan Chu clarifies that her previous comments about him looking after her were just a joke. He's still far too young to carry such a burden. She demands that for now, he focus solely on being an obedient disciple. Chen Yuan bows his head, pledging to listen to every word she says. He quickly pivots to restore their bond, pleading with her not to ignore him and promising to prepare a brand new type of snack she's never tasted before. The mention of food immediately grabs Yuan Chu's attention, her anger melting away at the prospect of a new delicacy. Chen Yuan notes her change in mood with a spark of determination, ready to fulfill his promise. He turns to head toward the kitchen to begin his culinary work, but Yuan Chu suddenly lunges forward, grabbing his sleeve with urgency. Confused by her sudden movement, Chen Yuan asks what's wrong. Yuan Chu's eyes wide with realization as she shouts that something is happening. It's hatching. She pulls out a glowing, vibrant blue egg that is pulsing with energy. She realizes that the energy from the winged tiger core they recently acquired was the final catalyst needed for this dragon egg to break. The two of them watch in stunned silence as the first cracks begin to spiderweb across the shell. Yuan Chu expresses a sudden worry. She's not a fan of snakes, and she's terrified the young dragon will look like a serpent in its youth. Chen Yuan calmly explains the technicalities of beast evolution, noting that it should indeed resemble a white snake until it reaches tier 6. Yuan Chu sighs, remembering that in her past life, it took ages for the dragon to grow large enough to be a useful mount. She prepares herself for another long, tedious wait, but the hatching doesn't follow the natural order. The shell shatters with a loud crack, and instead of a reptilian snout, a small, pale human hand reaches out from the debris. Both master and disciple are frozen in shock as the shell continues to fall away. With one final burst of energy, the egg splits completely. Emerging from the remnants is not a beast, but a small, humanoid child with flowing blue hair and pointed ears. Yuan Chu stares at the infant in total disbelief, her mind reeling as she gasps. What's going on here? The dragon egg has finally hatched, but what emerges isn't a beast, it's a mystery that's about to turn the sect upside down. Yuan Chu's eyes widen in pure disbelief as she confirms her suspicions. This isn't just any creature, it's a legendary white dragon in human form. Despite being a literal newborn, the child radiates the overwhelming spiritual pressure of a Tier 6 beast, clutching his eggshell with an air of deceptive innocence. Ye Chen Yuan, however, isn't buying the cute child act for a single second, his expression darkening as he watches the newcomer immediately try to win over his master. While Yuan Chu is lost in a fit of ah-baoos over the adorable hatchling, Chen Yuan is practically vibrating with unspoken irritation in the background. Totally oblivious to the rising tension, Yuan Chu goes full big sister mode, ordering Chen Yuan to stop standing around and go prepare some warm milk and snacks for the baby. For a brief second, a sharp, knowing glint flashes in the child's eyes, a clear sign that there's a calculating mind hidden behind those blue eyes. Reverting instantly to his helpless persona, the boy pouts and begs for Milky, expertly playing on Yuan Chu's protective instincts. Chen Yuan realizes the dangerous truth. This dragon inherited ancient memories the moment he hatched, and he's using them to manipulate Yuan Chu. Sensing the disciple's cold gaze, the child retreats, hiding behind Yuan Chu's sleeve to maintain his facade of total vulnerability. With crocodile tears in his eyes, the boy whimpers that he's scared, successfully driving a wedge between the master and her disciple. It works perfectly. Yuan Chu snaps at Chen Yuan, telling him to quit being so intimidating and go fulfill his duties as a host. Chen Yuan remains stoic, his face a mask of cold calculation as he realizes he's met a formidable rival for his master's attention. Hidden from Yuan Chu's view, the dragon boy shoots Chen Yuan a sharp, provocative look, proving he knows exactly how to push Chen Yuan's buttons. Enough is enough. Chen Yuan scoops up the dragon, firmly stating he needs to find the child some clothes before they can continue the conversation. The boy reaches out desperately for Big Sis, putting on one last dramatic performance before he's hauled away. Yuan Chu, frantic to help, agrees and rushes off to find a suitable outfit for the little one. Chen Yuan maintains a professional front, explaining that as the child's contractor, he simply needs a private moment to establish their technical bond. Left alone, Yuan Chu ponders the incredible mystery of a Tier 6 beast being born with the ability to transform into a human form so instantly. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan marches the wailing dragon out of the room, completely ignoring the child's protests about being treated like a bad person. Outside the serene walls of the sect, the air is about to get a lot heavier. The moment they are out of earshot, the child drops the act entirely, letting out a sharp, annoyed click of his tongue. He mocks Chen Yuan openly, taunting the disciple by claiming he's just jealous because the master finds the dragon cuter than him. Chen Yuan's gaze turns ice cold as he warns the beast that if he remembers his inheritance, he'd better remember the most important rule of this household. His eyes burn with an intense, golden fire as he makes his stance clear. Yuan Chu is his master, and he will not tolerate any interference. The dragon boy isn't easily cowed, defiantly declaring his own intentions to stay by her side as he grows in power. In a blur of high-speed movement, Chen Yuan carries the defiant creature further away to finish this lesson properly. They land on a secluded rooftop, far from any prying eyes or potential interruptions from Yuan Chu. The boy tumbles onto the wooden floor with a painful thud, his bravado finally beginning to waver under the weight of Chen Yuan's aura. Chen Yuan looks down at him with the chilling, narrow stare of a predator who has reached the limit of his patience. Terrified, the dragon stammers about their life contract, hoping the magical bond will protect him from the disciple's wrath. But Chen Yuan doesn't care about technicalities. He draws a needle-thin blade, warning the beast that anyone trying to steal his master's focus will have to answer to him. Ye Chen Yuan isn't buying the act for a second. He knows exactly what this dragon child is planning when it comes to Yuan Chu. The tiny dragon realizes he's in trouble. While the others are fooled, this disciple sees right through his facade. YCY's voice drops to a lethal chill, demanding to know what the creature just muttered. Terrified by the overwhelming pressure, the dragon child squeaks out a desperate promise to cooperate. YCY towers over him, radiating an aura of pure dominance. In a frantic bid for survival, the dragon child cries out, calling Ye Chen Yuan father. But the interrogation isn't over. YCY narrows his eyes, demanding to know what the child will call his master, Yuan Chu. To drive the point home, he presses a cold blade against the child's cheek. Looking into YCY's eyes, the dragon sees a predator who won't hesitate to strike. Panicked, the child shouts that Yuan Chu will be his mother from now on. Finally, YCY looks strangely appeased, his jealousy momentarily cooled by the new family hierarchy. The truce comes with a deadly warning. If the dragon ever risks Yuan Chu's life, it's over. The dragon child quickly agrees, desperate to just go see his mother. YCY refuses. The dragon's form is too unstable, and he must cultivate within the sky pearl first. He also drops a final, strict command: learn to wear clothes or lose your scales. As YCY walks away, the dragon child fumed. He's an ancient dragon, yet he's being forced into human customs, but he vows to make Mother love him more than this arrogant disciple. The time for departure arrives. The sect leader sees them off, entrusting Yuan Chu's safety to YCY. With a firm gaze, YCY promises that his master will be well protected. Yuan Chu, however, just thinks the sect leader is spoiling her disciple way too much. With a final wave goodbye, the duo leaves the sect behind, safely aboard their transport. Yuan Chu ponders a mystery. Why did the white dragon hatch at such a high tier, while her white tiger remains in a deep sleep, despite all the blood she fed it? YCY reassures her that the tiger is simply recovering from its injuries, while Yuan Chu secretly dreams of having two powerful, arrogant mounts. As they trek through the wilderness, YCI questions why they aren't using the faster-flying boat. Yuan Chu admits she's playing it safe to avoid her vindictive enemy, Zhen Liang. Little does she know, Zhen Liang is already closing in, his eyes locked on his target. Suddenly, YCY's instincts scream. He grabs Yuan Chu and pulls her back, just as a massive explosion tears through their path. As the smoke clears, a familiar, menacing face appears. Zhen Liang has found them. Yuan Chu is shocked. How did this guy haunt her all the way here? Zhen Liang hasn't forgotten the humiliation. He survived being left for dead, exposed to the elements and beasts. Now he's back with a dangerous obsession, more interested than ever in the girl who wields such strange and powerful cultivation. The tension is thick as Ye Chen Yuan steps forward, his arm extended to shield his master from the unseen threat lurking in the shadows. His expression hardens as he realizes the sheer scale of the power they're facing. The aura is suffocating, far exceeding even the sect leader's strength. Yuan Chu's eyes widen in realization. Their opponent is in the early god stage, a level they can't hope to match in a direct fair fight. She desperately urges Chen Yuan to retreat into the safety of the Sky Pearl, but it's too late. The air ripples with a sinister energy as Zhen Liang's domain unfolds around them, locking them in a cage where their storage subspaces are completely suppressed. Yuan Chu steps in front of her disciple, her face set in grim determination as she recognizes the man who once tried to leave a mark on her. She demands Chen Yuan stay back, refusing to let him be brave in the face of such a monster. Chen Yuan's mind races, his protective instincts flaring as he realizes the antagonist's true goal. Zhen Liang wants to seize Yuan Chu to exploit her immense cultivation potential. Yuan Chu is ready to sacrifice herself to give Chen Yuan a chance to escape, shouting for him to run while she holds the line. But seeing the predatory look in the enemy's eyes, Chen Yuan's gaze turns murderous. The thought of anyone laying a hand on his master sends a surge of cold fury through his veins. Zhen Liang finally reveals himself, hovering with an air of arrogant superiority. He flickers his fan, looking down at Chen Yuan with disdain, admitting he has no patience for handsome rivals and intends to eliminate the boy first. With a chilling smile hidden behind his fan, he makes his move. He mockingly offers to claim Yuan Chu, but Chen Yuan stands his ground, his voice steady as he declares that it's yet to be seen who will truly emerge victorious. Zhen Liang's eyes narrow, his patience wearing thin. He mocks Chen Yuan's youth, claiming his own cultivation journey began before Chen Yuan's grandfather was even born. He demands the boy surrender, convinced the power gap is insurmountable. Chen Yuan doesn't flinch, firing back that the shameless old man is the one who belongs in the ground. Zhen Liang laughs at the defiance, certain that even a high-grade pill won't save a junior from his wrath. Suddenly, a deafening boom echoes through the domain as a bolt of lightning tears through the sky. Chen Yuan stands defiant, revealing that he isn't using a standard pill. He has consumed the legendary 7-rank Shangxian pill, a high-risk catalyst used to force an ascension to the nascent soul stage. Zhen Liang's face pales as he realizes the boy's insane plan. Chen Yuan is using the chaotic power of a heavenly thunder tribulation to shatter the domain from the inside. Chen Yuan dares the tyrant to try and stop him. Yuan Chu watches in horror, realizing the physical toll this desperate gamble will take on her disciple. Enraged, Zhen Liang lunges forward, determined to end Chen Yuan's life before the lightning can strike again. Yuan Chu screams for him to move, but Chen Yuan stays rooted to the spot, calmly telling his master to wait. The heavens answer with a roar of thunder that shakes the very foundations of the domain, sending a tremor of pure fear through Zhen Liang. The backlash is immediate. Chen Yuan staggers, blood staining his lips as the sheer force of the tribulation tears through him. Yuan Chu catches him, her voice trembling as she calls him a fool for attempting such a dangerous ascension before he was ready. Tears stream down her face as she scolds him, but Chen Yuan only looks at her with unwavering devotion. He whispers that he will never let anyone take her, regardless of the cost to his own life. Overwhelmed with guilt, Yuan Chu sobs, claiming she's a failure as a master and isn't worth such a sacrifice. Chen Yuan reaches out, his gaze tender despite the pain, and gives her the only answer that matters. No, you're worth it. The sky erupts as the heavenly tribulation descends with world-shaking force, signaling a breakthrough that shouldn't be possible. Even a master like Zhen Liang is forced to back off, gritting his teeth, as he realizes he must avoid these lethal thunder strikes at all costs. He watches the chaos from a distance, begrudgingly admitting that this boy is far more special and dangerous than he anticipated. But his arrogance remains unshaken. He decides to simply wait for the storm to pass before finishing them both off. As the domain finally shatters into nothingness, the path to safety momentarily opens. Bloodied but determined, Ye Chen Yuan urges Yuan Chu to retreat into the Sky Pearl now that the barrier is gone. Yuan Chu screams in protest, refusing to leave him alone in the center of the carnage. Ignoring her pleas, he activates the pearl's power, determined to keep her safe regardless of the cost. To him, her safety is the only priority. If he survives, she is protected. If he falls, she will inherit the pearl and his legacy. A bright flare signals her successful transition into the subspace. Now alone, Ye Chen Yuan stands tall against the raging elements, his resolve hardening as he refuses to let this be his end. He gasps for air, coughing up blood, fueled by the desperate need to survive for the master he just saved. Seeing Yuan Chu vanish, Zhen Liang realizes she's been hidden away. He decides to end the battle instantly, summoning his lethal natal demonic energy. This dark force is a specialized technique designed to bypass all physical armor and strike directly at the opponent's internal organs. Ye Chen Yuan is caught in a lethal pincer move between the demonic energy and the descending lightning. His body begins to glow with an intense, blinding light as he fights to stay conscious through the agony. Zhen Liang watches in utter disbelief. He can't understand how the boy is still breathing under this double assault. He pours even more energy into the attack, desperate to snuff out the boy's life once and for all. The antagonist's confusion turns to genuine shock as the situation begins to slip from his control. Amidst the blinding electric discharge, Ye Chen Yuan's battered body refuses to break. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, burning with a cold, terrifying clarity that stops Zhen Liang in his tracks. Sensing a shift in the very atmosphere, the antagonist realizes too late that the tables have turned. He tries to retreat, but finds his body frozen, snared by a dark, inescapable force. He demands to know what the boy is doing as the energy begins to coil around him. Through the pain, Ye Chen Yuan reveals his final move, the Spirit Division body, and his new shield. Zhen Liang's arrogance turns to pure panic as he struggles fruitlessly to break free from the binding. With a chilling, bloodied smile, Ye Chen Yuan promises him he'll soon understand exactly what a shield is for. He reaches out, locking the connection between their souls tight. Dark tendrils drag the powerful cultivator toward the epicenter of the storm. Zhen Liang realizes the horrifying truth. He is being used as a human lightning rod to absorb the tribulation's full wrath. The heavens roar as a massive, final bolt of thunder slams down, obliterating everything in its path. The air crackles with lethal energy as Ye Chen Yuan unleashes his final gambit, weaving a web of power that leaves his opponent with nowhere to run. Zhen Liang's eyes widen in sheer terror as he realizes his own demonic energy is being forcefully fused with Chen Yuan's, a calculation he never saw coming. Despite the blood staining his lips, Chen Yuan stands firm, his gaze icy as the dark aura swirls violently around them. He reveals his trump card, the equivalence reincarnation technique, a forbidden martial art that redirects any attack to a target with the same energy root but only if they are in physical contact. By drawing on Liang's earlier assault, Chen Yuan successfully opened his demonic node, tethering their fates together in a deadly connection. Liang screams in frustration as the demonic energy constricts like a physical noose, pinning him in place. Sparks fly as the first bolts of lightning begin to strike, and Liang realizes he's been reduced to nothing more than a human shield. High above, the heavens prepare to deliver a final, crushing blow that promises to leave no survivors. Chen Yuan braces himself. Even with a meat shield to take the brunt of the impact, he knows he must endure the core of the tribulation with his own strength. The connection holds firm as the sky splits open, pouring down a torrent of celestial wrath. A massive explosion rocks the domain, shattering the landscape as Liang is blasted by the very power he hoped to avoid. Coughing up blood and consumed by rage, Liang vows to kill the boy who made him feel such miserable defeat. But the heavens aren't finished yet, as a deafening rumble echoes through the clouds, signaling the true climax. A colossal pillar of white-hot lightning descends, completely engulfing Chen Yuan in a blinding display of raw power. When the light finally fades, Chen Yuan remains standing, battered but triumphant, fueled by the singular goal of returning to his master. Meanwhile, inside the safety of the Sky Pearl, the atmosphere is far from calm. Yuan Chu paces frantically, trapped behind the barrier and unable to see the chaos unfolding outside. Panic begins to set in as she fears the worst, her mind racing with the possibility that her disciple might already be gone. Her heart sinks, the silence from the outside world becoming deafening. Tears well up as she realizes Chen Yuan is facing these overwhelming calamities entirely on his own. She knows the legend's 72 thunder tribulations are enough to kill, even those with the strongest bloodline. Breaking down completely, she sobs, terrified of what her life would be without him. But outside, the storm has passed. Sunlight breaks through the clouds as Chen Yuan floats in the air, his body miraculously knitting itself back together. He feels a surge of new power, his physical state reaching a peak he's never experienced before. Suddenly, he catches a faint sound echoing through his consciousness, the desperate cries of his master. He immediately enters the Sky Pearl, finding Yuan Chu mid-sob, and softly asks what's wrong. She freezes, looking up with tear-streaked eyes, barely able to believe he's actually standing there. Overcome with relief, she lunges at him, calling him a traitor disciple for scaring her and staying silent for so long. In her flustered state, she snaps at him to stop calling her master, her pride struggling to catch up with her emotions. Chen Yuan just looks at her with a gentle, knowing expression as she continues to huff and puff. He can't help but smile, touched by the realization of just how much she truly cares for his safety. Leaning in with a playful glint in his eye, he offers a new suggestion. How about sure? The dust from the 72 Thunder tribulation has barely settled, but a different kind of storm is brewing inside the Sky Pearl. Yuan Chu is absolutely fuming, her eyes welling with tears of frustration as she demands to know who gave Ye Chen Yuan the right to lock her away for her own safety. Ye Chen Yuan, however, remains dangerously calm, offering a soft, apologetic smile as he uses a pet name that only fuels her fire. I'm sorry, Chewer. Yuan Chu isn't falling for the charm offensive, snapping back with a sharp, "Don't call me Chewer." She sees right through him, accusing her disciple of trying to dodge the serious issue of his recklessness by playing around. Ye Chen Yuan's expression softens, his gaze dropping as he finally addresses her formally. He softly explains that his only motivation was his fear of her getting caught in the crossfire of the deadly bolts. This only insults Yuan Chu further. She bristles, asking if he truly views his own master as a useless burden who can't handle a little danger. Her ultimatum is cold. If he continues to disregard her will and her strength, she'll never speak to him again. For a split second, the weight of her words hits him, but then a small, knowing smile plays on his lips. He realizes that her anger is the ultimate proof of how much she actually cares. If she truly didn't care, she wouldn't even bother being this mad. Yuan Chu is losing her mind, unable to believe this traitorous disciple is actually laughing while she's in the middle of a heated scolding. As he steps toward her, calling out to his master, she tries to maintain her distance. She orders him not to touch her, still determined to hold her ground. But the adrenaline from the tribulation finally wears off, and the physical toll of his ascension catches up in an instant. Ye Chen Yuan's strength fails him, and he collapses forward. Yuan Chu's anger vanishes, replaced by pure instinct as she catches him, shouting his full name in a panic. Even in his weakened state, he manages a weak chuckle, noting that this is the very first time she's ever called him by his name instead of his title. Distraught and confused, she demands an explanation for his condition. He begins to reveal a chilling secret. Every time he faces the brink of death, a strange, alien power stirs within his veins. It was this mysterious force that allowed him to instinctively utilize the equivalent's reincarnation technique against Little Yuan, despite never having learned it. As Yuan Chu reaches out to check his vitals, she's baffled. She hasn't sensed any hidden anomalies within him before. Then the realization hits her. She remembers the forbidden demonic seals she placed on him when he was just a child to keep his awakening bloodline from tearing his body apart. Ye Chen Yuan admits that since surviving the tribulation, he's experiencing strange visions moments, where it feels like he's known her for lifetimes, catching glimpses of the woman she will become in the future. Yuan Chu tries to snap him out of it, warning him that a few mystical visions won't save him from his punishment for leaving her behind. But he silences her with a heavy question. Does she truly want to live and die by his side from now on? The weight of the question catches her off guard, making her wonder why a simple master-disciple pact sounds so much more intense when he says it. She relents, deciding that next time she'll just hide nearby instead of letting him lock her up. Changing the subject to their fallen enemy, she asks what became of Little Yuan. Ye Chen Yuan assures her with cold certainty that the antagonist is buried so deep underground he'll never be climbing back out. Yuan Chu slumps, comically worried that her disciple is becoming so efficient she's going to be out of a job as his protector. She urges him to move so they can leave the area immediately, but Ye Chen Yuan is spent. He leans his weight onto her, suggesting he can just sleep once they reach the Empire. He playfully teases her, asking if the Empire Master will be too angry to let him rest. Exhausted and defeated by his persistence, Yuan Chu shouts that she'll let him sleep as much as he wants, as long as they get moving. The breathtaking spires of the Imperial Academy rise against the horizon, marking the start of a high-stakes new chapter for our heroes. Ye Chen Yuan and Yuan Chu arrive at the gates, their presence commanding immediate attention as they step onto the grounds in formal attire. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierces the ergu. Kink rushes forward, her eyes lighting up as she greets her brother Chen Yuan with visible relief. She beams at them, clearly having spent a significant amount of time waiting specifically for their return. Chen Yuan remains composed, his gaze sharp and analytical as he questions why she was stationed there just for them. The conversation quickly turns to the upcoming wedding banquet, with Kinky expressing her surprise at their long absence. Internally, she's frantic. The Emperor's eldest grandson has been pressuring her daily for news, and she's never seen the royal so anxious. Chen Yuan doesn't miss a beat, preparing a calculated response to shut down any further prying. With a protective stance, he calmly drops a bombshell. The reason they were gone so long is that they went back and got married. Yuan Chu's jaw drops, her face turning a bright shade of crimson at the sudden, unexpected claim. The news hits Kink like a physical blow, her expression freezing in total, stunned silence. Forced to maintain appearances, she offers a strained congratulation before making a hasty retreat to handle her other duties. They watch her leave, the air heavy with the weight of Chen Yuan's bold lie. Chen Yuan knows her presence was no accident, A spoiled girl like her wouldn't wait in person unless the stakes were incredibly high. As soon as they are alone, Yuan Chu demands to know why he would fabricate such a story. He looks at her with a soft, knowing smile, calling his master a silly girl for not seeing the strategic advantage. He explains the technical necessity. In the royal palace, an unmarried couple would be forced into separate rooms, but as a married pair, they can stay together, allowing him to ensure her safety at all times. Yuan Chu is instantly sold on the logic, impressed by his foresight and ready to commit to the ruse for the sake of their mission. With the plan set, Chen Yuan's expression softens as he invites her to head home together. Their hands lock in a firm grip, a silent pact of partnership as they prepare to face the imperial court as one. Inside the dean's office, the atmosphere shifts to professional matters as the dean notes that powerful families have been inquiring about Chen Yuan every single day. Chen Yuan enters with a formal bow, assuring the dean that he is prepared to fulfill every promise he made before his departure. He frames his time away as a strictly technical period of training intended to stabilize and improve his cultivation base. The dean is absolutely floored, realizing Chen Yuan has shattered all records by reaching the early nascent soul stage in a mere 3 months. Chen Yuan keeps his explanation humble, attributing the explosive growth to the harsh environment of the secret realm. The dean offers a stern warning, reminding him that a stable foundation is more important than rapid speed to avoid future trouble. Secretly, however, the dean is in awe, recognizing the fearful amount of willpower required to achieve such a feat. Chen Yuan accepts the advice with the grace of a top-tier disciple. His focus remains unshakable. The dean admits that Chen Yuan has surpassed even his father's legacy, claiming his father would be incredibly proud of his progress. Seizing the opening, Chen Yuan asks about the heavenly sacrifice technique the crown prince once used. The dean confirms it is a god-level technique, but warns it comes with the heavy price of abandoning all human emotions and pleasures. Chen Yuan is skeptical. If the technique requires the total abandonment of desire, how did his father manage to have a child? The dean breaks into a nervous sweat, hesitating to reveal the scandalous truth behind the royal family's history. Chen Yuan leans in, his curiosity piqued by the dean's sudden and intense awkwardness. The truth is hilariously chaotic. His mother essentially kidnapped his father for a month to ensure his conception, leaving Chen Yuan completely speechless at his family's wild past. The grand halls of the Imperial Academy echo with laughter as the guests are ushered in for the festivities. Among the crowd, the atmosphere is thick with political tension and hidden agendas. Gu Qing remains composed, but her mind is racing. She knows the emperor's eldest grandson is plotting something for the wedding banquet, yet his true endgame remains a mystery. Determined to uncover the truth, she slips away to investigate the palace grounds on her own. The silent corridors offer no immediate answers, only a cold, imposing stillness. She pauses, sensing a presence nearby, her instincts on high alert. Suddenly, a shadow looms behind her, catching her completely off guard. Before she can react, the emperor's eldest grandson, Ye Chen Yuan, blocks her path with a sudden, forceful movement. She gasps, looking up to see his piercing gaze fixed directly on her. He demands to know exactly how much of his private conversation she just overheard. Thinking fast, she tries to maintain her poise despite the mounting pressure. She claims she was merely looking for him to discuss their plan to teach Ye Chen Yuan a lesson. He isn't buying it, questioning why she would seek him out at such a specific time unless she had other motives. She brushes off his presence, trying to keep a professional distance as the tension in the room spikes. He pushes further, asking if her only interest in this marriage is the technical advantage of dual cultivation. She quickly reminds him that his bloodline hasn't even activated yet, making any such training impossible for now. Internally, she knows that touching him now offers her absolutely no advantage in her path to power. His eyes narrow as he realizes she's technically correct about the bloodline restriction, but then he issues a challenge, asking what would happen if he demanded they begin their training session immediately regardless. Gu Qing recoils, insisting that she isn't the type of person to rush into such a serious technical commitment without proper preparation. He reaches out, his hand nearly brushing her as he asserts his dominance over their arrangement. Startled by his intensity, she stumbles back, desperate to create space between them. He watches her struggle, his expression cold as he questions her loyalty to their future political union. He mocks her hesitation, telling her to call for help if she truly wants to back out of the arrangement. She stares at him, her mind flooded with the memory of why she chose this path in the first place. She remembers the desperation she felt when Ye Chen Yuan was revealed to have the emperor's blood, forcing her to make a move to protect her status. She tries to push him away, but the weight of her decision looms over her. He gives her a choice: run out the door and end the engagement right now, or stay and accept her role. He smiles sharply, knowing he has her cornered by her own ambition. Gu Qing freezes, the reality of the situation sinking in. She clenches her fists in frustration, hating that she has to choose between her personal desires and her status. He asks her one final time if she has thought it through. Is she leaving or coming back to him? Walking away means breaking the engagement and losing everything she has worked for. She looks back, weighing the nobility of Ye Chen Yuan against the raw power of the eldest grandson. Her ambition wins out, Becoming an imperial concubine is the only goal that matters. She takes a deep breath, her resolve hardening as she makes her choice. Reaching out, she accepts the path she has chosen, linking her fate to his. With a final, decisive movement, she returns to the room, fully committed to the dangerous game of palace politics. The air at the Imperial Academy is thick with tension, but for Yuan Chu, there's always time for a little wonder. As she and Ye Chen Yuan navigate the ornate halls, she can't help but marvel at the opulence surrounding them. Her eyes light up as she points out the breathtaking craftsmanship of the Academy's architecture. These aren't just ordinary decorations. The murals lining the corridor are meticulously crafted from fragments of rare rainbow spirit stones. Sensing her excitement, Ye Chen Yuan offers a casual flex that would make any cultivator jealous. He mentions he happens to have a full bag of those exact stones and tells her to take them just to play with. Nearby students are absolutely floored. These stones are priceless. Yet this gentleman treats them like common pebbles. Yuan Chu, never one to back down from a moment of flair, gets a mischievous glint in her eye. She demands the bag immediately, eager to put the arrogant onlookers in their place. Ye Chen Yuan looks on, half amused and half curious about what his bride is planning. With a soft smile, he hands them over without a second thought. The bag hangs heavy, filled to the brim with glowing, multicolored gems that radiate pure spiritual energy. The surrounding crowd can only gape in envy as the brilliant light reflects off their stunned faces. Yuan Chu holds the bag high, making sure every doubter gets a clear view of the toys she's been gifted. She stares down the gossiping students, relishing the way their arrogance withers under the weight of her sudden wealth. With a triumphant huff, she proves that in this academy, status is power. But Yuan Chu's brand of chaos is unpredictable. As they pass over a bridge, she casually leans over the railing. In a move that would make a treasurer faint, she tosses the priceless bag away, the stones disappearing into the water with a resounding splash. As they move deeper into the palace, the playful mood shifts. They find themselves in a secluded area, the quiet before the political storm. Yuan Chu grows serious, asking what fate awaits them at the upcoming engagement party. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't sugarcoat the danger. He warns her that their enemies will likely try to separate them to pick them off one by one. To counter this, he proposes a clever tactical maneuver. Yuan Chu should use her transformation magic to hide in plain sight. The idea of a secret mission instantly appeals to her. With a sudden poof of spiritual energy, she initiates the technique. Ye Chen Yuan watches closely as the transformation takes hold. In seconds, the formidable master has shrunk down into a tiny, palm-sized version of herself, perfectly perched on Ye Chen Yuan's shoulder. Now safely hidden, she starts to have second thoughts about her earlier display of wealth, wondering if throwing those stones away was a bit too wasteful. Ye Chen Yuan just smiles, maintaining his professional composure. He reassures her that as long as she's happy, no amount of resources is a waste. Tiny Yuan Chu beams, feeling a surge of pride in her disciples' unwavering support. They finally enter the grand banquet hall, where the elite have gathered for the engagement luncheon. Ye Chen Yuan keeps his guard up, noting that the official ceremony is about to begin. However, the undercover mission quickly hits a delicious snag. The scent of royal dim sum drifts toward them, and tiny Yuan Chu is instantly distracted. While Ye Chen Yuan tries to look dignified, he has to discreetly feed his hidden master, who is busy devouring a bun the size of her head. The quality of the palace food is top tier, and Yuan Chu is in absolute heaven. She's so impressed that she starts pointing out other dishes she wants to confiscate for later. Ye Chen Yuan plays along, picking up various treats while scanning the room for threats. Amidst the munching, Yuan Chu makes a vow. They need to learn these recipes so they can enjoy this level of luxury back at home. To the other guests, Ye Chen Yuan looks like a bizarrely hungry loner, piling his plate high and whispering to his caller. They whisper about the poor boy, who's clearly never seen a buffet before, completely unaware that the most dangerous duo in the academy is hiding right under their noses. At the imperial banquet, the atmosphere is thick with tension as two arrogant guests spot Ye Chen Yuan. They immediately begin mocking him, calling him a poor boy who's only there to scavenge free dim sum. But they've made a fatal mistake. They didn't notice the pint-sized powerhouse hidden on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Yuan Chu's eyes narrow with irritation as she listens to their insults. Before the bullies can utter another word, a blur of motion strikes. A smack. Two invisible strikes land with clinical precision. The men recoil in total shock, clutching their stinging cheeks and frantically demanding to know who dared to attack them. One of them turns his fury on Chen Yuan, pointing a trembling finger and accusing him of the assault. Chen Yuan remains the picture of calm, coolly advising them not to be so quick to throw accusations when dozens of witnesses can testify he hasn't moved a muscle. On his shoulder, a smug Yuan Chu crosses her arms. She knows these cannon fodder types only understand one language. A swift lesson in humility. The plan works perfectly. The guards arrive, and seeing the red palm prints as proof of a disturbance, promptly drag the two troublemakers out of the hall. The lead guard informs the disgraced pair that they are no longer welcome at the banquet. Seeing the opening, Chen Yuan decides it's time to make a move, catching Yuan Chu off guard as he prepares to exit. He signals that they are leaving the main hall immediately. Yuan Chu is baffled why flee when they weren't the ones at fault. Chen Yuan leans in, his voice a low whisper. It's not about the bullies. He's realized that Ye Tiangsu isn't just hosting a party, he's actively hunting them. As they move through the corridors, Chen Yuan's sharp eyes spot a unit of Foundation stage guards, Ye Tiangsu's elite private army, positioned like a net. The palace grounds look serene, but the air is charged with hidden malice. Chen Yuan detects a massive array shimmering in the air, a spiritual seal designed to lock down all extra-dimensional spaces and prevent any easy escape. Yuan Chu fuming, realizing that the shameless imposter, Ye Tiangsu, has not only stolen Chen Yuan's identity, but is now trying to seize his very life. Chen Yuan just smiles, promising her that if she likes this palace, he'll simply steal it back for her. The tiny master is instantly fired up, her competitive spirit ignited. She enthusiastically agrees, declaring that they shouldn't leave a single scrap for the usurper. While they navigate the outer gardens, the true villain, Ye Tiangsu, is deep in a secret meeting with a loyal subordinate. The green-haired lackey bows, confirming he has memorized every detail of the dark mission ahead. Ye Tiangsu's plan is ruthless. He intends to orchestrate a public scandal involving Gu Qingqi. By tarnishing her reputation in a high-stakes social trap, he'll force the Gu family into a position where they have no choice but to accept his subordinate as a suitor. The subordinate is stunned by the genius and cruelty of the gambit. Ye Tiangsu casually sets down his tea, his movements measured and predatory. He assures the man that following this path is the only way to become the ideal son-in-law for the powerful Gu family. The core of the plot is revealed. The subordinate will use a high-level transformation technique to masquerade as Ye Chen Yuan. In this disguise, he will initiate a scandalous confrontation with Gu Qingqi, ruining her social standing while framing Chen Yuan for the entire mess. Ye Tiangsu's eyes gleam with cold ambition. A surge of spiritual energy erupts around the lackey. In seconds, his features shift and warp until he is a perfect mirror image of Ye Chen Yuan. The imposter bows low, swearing on his life to execute the plan and secure the Gu family's influence for his master. With a submissive smirk, Ye Tiangsu gives the final order to proceed. Left alone in his chambers, he broods over the chessboard of palace politics. Once Gu Qingqi is controlled through this marriage of convenience, the entire Gu family will be firmly under his thumb. He reflects on the risks he's taken, including the dangerous blood exchange he previously attempted with Chen Yuan. But this social sabotage is cleaner. By tomorrow, the world will believe Ye Chen Yuan is a disgraced rogue who insulted a noble lady. Looking out over his domain, Ye Tiangsu's confidence is absolute. To him, the plan is flawless. Now all that remains is to watch the trap snap shut and finally catch his prey. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes narrow as he assesses the invisible net tightening around him. He stands firm in the middle of the courtyard, sensing that he's no longer alone. The pressure is immense. Ye Tiangsu hasn't held back, sending high-level Golden Core experts to ensure the prince doesn't escape this time. Yuan Chu, in her tiny form, is absolutely livid, ready to unleash a whirlwind of pain on anyone who dares to cross them. However, Chen Yuan keeps his cool, reminding his master that they need to secure evidence of the conspiracy first. His plan is surgical. Expose Ye Tiangsu's true lineage and watch as the rival families tear the antagonist apart for them. Poor Yuan Chu looks completely drained by the mental gymnastics of palace politics. She lets out a frustrated whimper, asking if they're really just going to let the enemies have their way for now. Chen Yuan can't help but smile at her reaction, finding his master's impatience incredibly endearing. He begins to channel his spiritual energy, promising her that once the trap is set, he will handle the fallout personally. Yuan Chu's eyes instantly sparkle with the promise of a fight. With a reassuring look, Chen Yuan confirms that the time for action is nearly here. Fired up and ready for chaos, Yuan Chu cheers him on, eager to see him dominate the battlefield. Elsewhere in the silent corridors of the palace, the atmosphere is thick with tension. A hand cautiously slides open a door, revealing a room that holds more secrets than answers. Gu Qingqi steps out, her mind racing as she tries to decipher the Emperor's grandson's true endgame for the banquet. She moves with purpose, knowing she must maintain her professional composure as the hostess for the upcoming event. Suddenly, she freezes as she encounters a familiar figure waiting in the hall. She believes it's the prince, but it's actually the imposter, who greets her with a calm, calculated smile. He asks for a private moment of her time to discuss a matter of great importance. Though she tries to remain distant, Qingqi's history with him leads her to grant his request, so they can avoid any public embarrassment later. The two stand together briefly before she agrees to accompany him to a more secluded area. She gestures for him to follow her, leading the way toward the gardens. They arrive at a quiet pavilion, tucked away from the prying eyes of the other guests. Qingqi turns to him, demanding that he speak his mind so she can return to her duties. In a sudden, aggressive move, the imposter grabs her, claiming he regrets his past choices and wants to secure their future together immediately. Qingqi is caught completely off guard by this uncharacteristic and forceful behavior. The imposter's gaze turns sharp as he explains that once they are seen together, her social standing will be tied to him forever. She struggles against his hold, threatening to scream for the guards to intervene. The imposter just scoffs, revealing that Ye Tiangsu has already locked down the area. No one will hear her pleas. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she begs him to stop before someone stumbles upon them. He leans in closer, coldly stating that being discovered is the entire point of this calculated social maneuver. He dismisses her fears, noting that everyone else is distracted by the banquet, leaving them perfectly positioned for this frame-up. In the commotion, a flower falls from her hair to the cold stone floor, a silent witness to the trap. Fearing the public scandal of being seen in the garden, Kinky desperately suggests they move inside the pavilion to avoid further attention. The imposter seizes the opportunity, carrying her inside to complete the final stage of Ye Chen Yuan's devious plan to compromise the Gu family. Inside a hidden ritual chamber, the atmosphere is thick with tension as Yuan Chu watches from the shadows, her eyes fixed on the unfolding scheme involving Ye Chen Yuan's very life force. Ye Chen Yuan lies motionless on the cold stone, but he isn't defeated. He telepathically warns his master that Ye Chen Yuan is desperate to initiate a blood exchange immediately, driven by the impending opening of the Holy Sword's secret realm. Despite the danger, Chen Yuan remains calm, deciding to play the part of the victim to see exactly how far this conspiracy goes. Yuan Chu, ever the loyal partner, agrees to hold back and follow his lead. The doors swing open as the imposter, Ye Chen Yuan, arrives with his captive in tow. He looks down at the unconscious prince with a chilling sense of triumph. To Chen Yuan, Chen Yuan was a formidable opponent, but seeing him bound and broken makes the victory feel effortless. He scoffs at the memory of his former allies, glad to be rid of anyone who might hinder his ascent. Hidden from sight, Yuan Chu isn't just watching, she's documenting. Utilizing her spirit-severing stage cultivation, she remains completely invisible to the guards while her spiritual tool records every incriminating second. She's willing to let Chen Yuan play the villain for a few more minutes, knowing every word he utters is a nail in his own coffin. As Chen Yuan prepares the ritual site, the gravity of his depravity becomes clear. Yuan Chu recoils in disgust at the pool of human blood prepared for the ceremony, realizing the imposter's reputation won't just fall, it will be obliterated once this footage goes public. Chen Yuan, oblivious to the camera, maintains his cold, calculating gaze. The arrival of Yi Wenqi, the emperor's grandson's cousin, signals the start of the final phase. Wenqi is eager to begin the technical process of the blood exchange. Chen Yuan agrees, wanting to finalize the procedure before any unforeseen variables can ruin his plan. He knows Wenqi and his family are deep in this conspiracy, making them the perfect accomplices for this dark task. Wenqi sizes up the legendary Ye Chen Yuan, his curiosity piqued by the man whose life he is about to steal. He's heard whispers of the fabled divine emperor blood and wonders if it truly holds the power to wield the holy sword. Chen Yuan ignores the chatter, his eyes burning with greed. He believes the stars have finally aligned in his favor. Suddenly, the victim stirs. Chen Yuan is momentarily rattled that Chen Yuan has regained consciousness so quickly, but he immediately pivots back to his scripted lies. He sneers, accusing Chen Yuan of a heinous crime against Gu Qing to justify the execution. Bound by glowing spiritual chains, Chen Yuan sees right through the facade. He realizes the entire scandal with Gu Qing was a calculated frame-up to ruin his standing before his death. Chen Yuan doesn't deny it. He knows that by the time the truth could come out, Chen Yuan will be a corpse, and the world will only remember the lie. Chen Yuan demands to know the real motive behind this madness. Chen Yuan's patience snaps. He admits that only Chen Yuan's death can bring him peace, and he intends to harvest every drop of that imperial blood. He raises his hand, channeling energy to begin the forced extraction. Chen Yuan pushes further, questioning if Chen Yuan's own imperial lineage is nothing but a sham. Enraged by the truth, the imposter finally roars the confession they've been waiting for. He is nothing more than the son of a palace guard, while Chen Yuan is the true grandson of the emperor. With a maniacal grin, Chen Yuan declares that once the ritual is complete, the true blood will flow through his veins, and no one will ever question his right to the throne again. Even when Chen Yuan warns him of the crown prince's eventual return, Chen Yuan remains unfazed. He believes that with enough power, he can even strike down the crown prince himself. Let the blood offering begin. Chen Yuan screams, lunging forward to finalize his theft. But in the shadows, Yuan Chu is beaming. The imposter has said it all. The trap is sprung, and they have everything they need to tear his world apart. A blood-curdling scream shatters the silence of the estate, signaling that the trap has finally been sprung. Inside the chamber, the imposter's facade crumbles instantly as he lashes out, his frustration boiling over into a violent strike. Ye Chen Yuan sneers with utter contempt, accusing Gu Qing of being a deceptive fraud who isn't nearly as pure as she claimed to be. The commotion doesn't stay secret for long. Outside, the guards and guests are alerted, rushing toward the room to investigate the source of the chaos. Realizing the walls are closing in, the imposter prepares to make a quick exit, but his night is far from over. A hand reaches out to stall him, refusing to let him escape the mess he's created. Ever the manipulator, Ye Chen Yuan grabs the girl, coldly stating that since they've been seen together, she has no choice but to marry him to save her reputation. Gu Qing looks up in sheer disbelief, her voice trembling as she asks why the man she thought was brother Chen Yuan would ever treat her like this. Suddenly, the air crackles with energy as the door is blasted open. An elder storms in with her guards, her eyes burning with rage as she brands the man before her a complete monster. Devastated and broken, Gu Qing can do nothing but weep as the weight of the scandal crushes her. She collapses into the elder's arms, claiming she was cruelly mistreated by the man she trusted. Instead of showing remorse, the imposter calmly adjusts his robes, his arrogance on full display. He looks the elder in the eye with a smug grin, asking if she's truly prepared to kill the man who is now, by technicality, her only option for a son-in-law. The onlookers are stunned, whispering about how this Ye Chen Yuan was supposed to be the academy's top genius and the dean's favorite. The gossip spreads like wildfire. If the emperor's grandson has claimed this woman, how will the royal family even begin to explain this disaster? Poor Misku is left as a mere pawn in a political nightmare, her future seemingly ruined by the man standing over her. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the foundation of the building. Amidst the smoke and debris, a figure is seen bolting from the scene. The guards roar for his capture, convinced the culprit is trying to flee the consequences of his actions. High above the chaos, Yuan Chu comes tumbling through the air, clinging to her precious cargo. She hits the ground hard, the impact sending up a spray of water as she barely manages to stick the landing. Catching her breath, she realizes just how close that call was, admitting to herself that the plan gave even her a genuine scare. She looks back at the burning building, noting that while they can't kill Yi Tiangsu yet, his days are numbered once his true identity is revealed. Another blast lights up the sky, signaling the total collapse of the imposter's sanctuary. The real Ye Chen Yuan sprints through the courtyard, his heart racing as he calls out for his master. Yuan Chu beams, holding up a glowing orb. She's recorded every single second of the imposter's confession, providing the ultimate evidence. Chen Yuan offers a rare, genuine smile, praising his master for her flawless execution of the plan. Yuan Chu hands over the recording, explaining that this evidence will be the spark that sets the Su and Mu families against one another. As the flames roar behind them, Chen Yuan's gaze turns cold and calculating. He plans to let the great families tear each other apart, weakening his enemies before he eventually reclaims his birthright. He confirms that he left the impostor with just a shred of life enough to face the public execution of his reputation once the truth comes out. They pause for one last look at the crumbling estate. The brother Chen Yuan the world knew tonight now nothing more than a disgraced memory. Sensing a presence, Chen Yuan's eyes sharpen as he looks toward the shadows. He stands tall, the true prince emerging from the darkness of the scandal. But as he looks at the chaos unfolding, even he is struck by the sheer audacity of the scheme. Yuan Chu points back at the wreckage, her voice filled with indignation. That person was actually trying to replace you. Ye Chen Yuan decides it's time to flip the script. He tells Yuan Chu to head outside and switch identities, giving her full permission to deal with the imposter however she sees fit. Yuan Chu's eyes sparkle with pure, chaotic excitement. This is exactly the kind of playtime she excels at. Without wasting a second, she takes off to execute the plan. Back at the scene, the imposter is panicking. Seeing the real Ye Chen Yuan alive means his royal protection is gone, and he's staring down a death sentence. The surrounding crowd is completely bewildered, whispering and wondering why there are suddenly two identical men standing before them. Cornered and desperate, the fake decides to double down on his lie, hoping that if he maintains the act, the Academy's rules will prevent them from killing him outright. The tension explodes when an elder arrives, demanding to know which of them dared to hurt his daughter. Sensing an opening, the imposter points a finger at the real Ye Chen Yuan, accusing him of being the transformer who stole his identity. The real Chen Yuan just watches with a calm, almost mocking smile. The elder's fury reaches a breaking point as he demands the truth, while the fake continues his pathetic performance, asking why anyone would dare use his face. Suddenly, Yuan Chu makes her grand entrance, gracefully stepping through the petals and declaring that she knows the person inside. The imposter tries to play the victim, pleading with her and claiming he's being impersonated. He doesn't get a word more out before Yuan Chu delivers a thunderous slap that sends him spinning. She's absolutely livid, demanding to know who gave a wretch like him permission to wear Xiao Yuan's face. She immediately moves to the real Chen Yuan's side, taking his hand to confirm his identity. Chen Yuan's only concern, however, is that touching the imposter's face might have dirtied her hands. Being the ever-prepared strategist, he produces a pair of magical gloves and carefully fits them onto her hands to keep her pristine during the confrontation. While Yuan Chu remains affectionate with the real Chen Yuan, the imposter is left reeling, unable to understand how she saw through his disguise so easily. Yuan Chu's gaze turns sharp and she strikes him again, leaving the fake stunned by her sheer aggression. She makes it crystal clear. She cannot stand seeing a fraud wearing that face. She pummels him with questions, asking if he truly thought he was worthy of such a high-tier identity. She demands a full confession for his vile deeds, looming over him with overwhelming pressure. With one final devastating blow, she shatters his cultivation core into pieces. The imposter is slammed against the wall with a violent bang, his power and his ruse destroyed simultaneously. Yuan Chu stands her ground, declaring that his only fault was the arrogance of impersonating someone he could never hope to be. To wrap things up, Chen Yuan uses cleansing magic to ensure Yuan Chu is completely spotless. He gently removes the magical gloves and incinerates them on the spot, ensuring not a single trace of the imposter remains. With the threat neutralized, he turns his full attention to Yuan Chu, softly asking if her hands are sore and offering a massage after her hard work. The screen fades in on the aftermath of a shocking confrontation. Elder Gu stares down at Yuan Chu, his voice heavy with skepticism as he asks if she's truly prepared for the consequences of crippling a royal's cultivation core. Unfazed, Yuan Chu meets his gaze with absolute defiance, questioning why anyone would think she'd make such a basic mistake when it comes to identifying an enemy. Gu presses her further, demanding to know how she can be so undeniably sure that the man she just ruined is an imposter. Yuan Chu pauses, her expression shifting into a playful, thoughtful hum as she searches for the right way to explain her intuition. In the background, Ye Chen Yuan watches her with bated breath, knowing that the imposter's transformation was actually masterfully executed. Finally, she shrugs it off with a confident smirk, admitting that beyond the logic, it was simply a gut feeling she couldn't ignore. She turns to her disciple, declaring with a grin that the only real version of the prince is her Xiao Yuan Yuan. Ye Chen Yuan's heart swells with devotion. He realizes that just as he can recognize his master no matter what form she takes, she possesses that same uncanny, soul-deep recognition for him. Seeing the lingering doubt in the crowd, Yuan Chu points toward the fallen imposter, telling everyone that the truth is waiting to be uncovered. She explains the technicality. The imposter relied on a magical treasure fueled by his core. Now that his core is shattered, his disguise will inevitably fail without spiritual energy to maintain it. With a spark of excitement, she calls out to Ye Chen Yuan, eager to finally unmask the man who tried to steal his life. Ye Chen Yuan follows her lead, his gentle smile masking a cold curiosity about the man behind the mask. Nearby, the commoners and students are in a state of panic, wondering why the imperial guards and the supposed grandson have suddenly vanished from the scene. The scene shifts to a desolate area nearby, where the ground is jagged and stained with fresh blood. Fallen attendants lay scattered in the shadows, victims of a sudden and violent struggle that went unnoticed by the main crowd. Slumped against a cracked stone wall is the broken figure of the imposter, Ye Tiangsu, his body battered and his royal robes soaked in crimson. Protected by an immortal-grade treasure, Wenqi surveys the carnage, shocked by how quickly their foolproof plan was dismantled. Desperation creeps into her voice as she realizes that if Tiangsu dies now, their entire family legacy and their secret alliance will be destroyed. She lashes out with a rough kick, checking to see if the crippled prince still has a pulse. Her worry quickly curdles into contempt, calling him a useless failure for losing his cultivation so easily. She berates him for his arrogance, mocking him for attacking enemies without even gauging their true power levels. Wenqi spits out insults, claiming that despite a decade of pretending to be royalty, he's still nothing more than a pathetic disappointment. She screams her disgust at him, branding him as nothing but pure, talentless garbage. Suddenly, a blood-slicked hand reaches out from the ground, gripping Wenqi's arm with terrifying, bone-crushing strength. Her arrogance vanishes instantly, replaced by a cold wave of terror as the corpse begins to move. Ye Tiangsu looks up through the blood, his eyes burning with a dark, vengeful light as he reminds her that their family's Doug doesn't die so easily. A chilling, low laugh escapes his lips, echoing with the sound of a man who has lost his honor and has nothing left to lose. Dark energy surges outward, trapping Wenqi in place as the predator finally turns on his supposed master. His gaze narrows, a sinister promise in his eyes that he will find a way out of this humiliation, no matter the cost. Driven by madness, he reveals his final gambit. Since he can't obtain the Divine Emperor blood naturally, he will steal hers to maintain his lie and his position. With a violent burst of power, the air itself seems to tear as he initiates a forbidden blood exchange ritual. Wenqi can only stare in mute horror as the realization of her fate hits her. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air as a massive, shadowy avatar of blood consumes her entirely. As the ritual completes, Ye Tiangsu's eyes glow with a demonic light, cold and calculating as he sacrifices his last ally to secure his stolen identity. The facade finally crumbles as the imposter's disguise shatters like glass, leaving the crowd in absolute shock. Gasps ripple through the courtyard as everyone realizes the man they thought was the prince is a complete stranger. Desperate and cornered, Gu Qing breaks into tears, wailing to Ye Chen Yuan, demanding to know why he would treat her so cruelly. She stands trembling, supported by her attendants, the picture of a woman betrayed. But behind her tears, her mind is racing with a cold, calculated desperation. She knows her reputation is ruined, and her only hope of staying in the royal circle is to pin the blame on Chen Yuan. Yuan Chu looks on, completely baffled by the girl's sudden baseless accusations. Chen Yuan's gaze remains icy as he stares her down, questioning what she could possibly mean by such a claim. Gu Qing doubles down, pointing a finger and asking if he really intends to deny what everyone witnessed. In her mind, she's terrified. If she doesn't make this lie stick, no reputable family will ever look at her again. She refuses to accept a life as a commoner, convinced that as the emperor's grandson, Chen Yuan is the only one who can save her status. She views him as a tool, a pure yang body that can sustain her own life force. As she tries to manipulate the crowd's sympathy, Chen Yuan stands tall, his presence radiating a calm authority. Sensing the tension, the master decides it's time for a snack break, offering Chen Yuan a piece of candy to keep him from losing his cool. In a moment of pure, innocent distraction, she pops the treat into his mouth, momentarily breaking the heavy atmosphere. Chen Yuan's expression softens for just a second as he chews, a brief respite from the surrounding drama. Then, with a sharp, mocking smile, he turns back to the crowd. He reminds everyone that he was with his wife the entire time, and it was she who unmasked the imposter. Stunned, Gu Qingqi tries to pivot, accusing Chen Yuan of intentionally letting the imposter take his place just to ruin her. The onlookers begin to whisper, their opinions shifting as they realize how thin her accusations are becoming. The gossip turns against her, with people noting that her character might not be as pure as they once thought. Chen Yuan doesn't let up, shielding the master as he prepares to dismantle the rest of Qing's lies. He points out the first flaw in her logic. He never even agreed to attend this banquet in the first place. In fact, it was Gu Qing who had been relentlessly hounding him with invitations, trying to force a meeting. He makes it crystal clear he is a man of his word, devoted only to his master, and has zero interest in someone like her. Taking a firm step forward, he dominates the space, his logic undeniable. He asks the crowd if they really think he's stupid enough to ruin his own reputation at the Eastern Palace just to mess with her. He's a man with a future to protect. He would never jeopardize his standing for something so reckless. He then turns the tables, asking why the imposter chose her, specifically suggesting she was part of the setup all along. Gu Qingqi is left speechless, her face pale as her web of lies falls apart. Amidst the heavy interrogation, the master chimes in, her only concern being more sweets. Chen Yuan's voice instantly drops its edge as he checks if she's already finished her treats. She looks up at him with wide, adorable eyes, begging for just one more piece. He can't say no, handing over another candy with a gentle patience that contrasts his earlier fury. With a satisfied puff of her cheeks, the master is happy, allowing Chen Yuan to focus back on the real threat. He looks toward the academy elders, noting that the real mastermind behind this chaos is becoming glaringly obvious. The elders watch intently, realizing the gravity of the situation as the prince still hasn't shown his face. Chen Yuan lays out the ultimate motive. Who actually benefits from this marriage being sabotaged? He delivers the final, crushing blow. The reason the imposter failed is because the man they call the emperor's grandson never possessed the divine emperor's bloodline to begin with. The chess match reaches its endgame as Ye Chen Yuan systematically dismantles the imposter's web of lies. He points out the glaring flaw in the plan. If the emperor's grandson lacked the divine emperor bloodline, he could never activate his true power, making a high-profile marriage to Gu Qingqi a ticking time bomb for his exposure. He gestures to the empty corridors, questioning why the massive Eastern Palace was suddenly stripped of its guards at such a critical moment. It wasn't a lapse in security. It was a calculated move to ensure no one would interfere with the staged scandal intended to ruin Miss Gu's reputation. The crowd begins to murmur in realization. If the guards were missing, how was the imposter caught so conveniently? Ye Chen Yuan stares down the captured pawn, noting that his fearless attitude during the assault was because he knew the grandson would arrive to save the day at the last second. The timing was too perfect to be anything but scripted. The captured man's face twists in frustration as he realizes the script has been flipped. Ye Chen Yuan delivers the killing blow to the narrative. The fake prince wanted to ruin Gu Qingqi, to call off the marriage and frame Ye Chen Yuan as the scapegoat. The onlookers are stunned. In the Eastern Palace, nothing happens without the grandson's command. Elder Gu's face pales as he demands to know how the royal bloodline could possibly be faked. The emperor only sanctioned this union because of that sacred lineage. Ye Chen Yuan stands tall, his gaze piercing. He reveals the ultimate truth. Those with the divine emperor blood can sense one another, and he felt absolutely nothing from the man claiming to be the prince. The revelation sends shockwaves through the courtyard. As the truth sinks in, Gu Qingqi realizes with horror that Ye Chen Yuan isn't just a talented cultivator, he possesses the pure, yang body and the divine emperor blood, making him the most powerful and suitable partner she could have ever dreamed of. But it's too late for regrets. Elder Gu isn't taking any more chances. He corners the accomplice for a final interrogation. With a surge of spiritual energy, he performs a brutal, soul-searching technique. The memories he uncovers are damning, turning his shock into a murderous rage. His fists tremble as the full scope of the betrayal is laid bare. The bystanders watch in terror as the elder's aura turns lethal. Suddenly, the fake prince, Ye Tiangsu, strides into the courtyard, completely unaware that his world has collapsed. He arrogantly demands to know what the commotion is about. He walks with the confidence of a man who thinks he's still in control, but the look in Elder Gu's eyes says otherwise. Branding him a bastard, the elder loses all restraint. He channels his fury into a devastating strike. A massive explosion rocks the palace as the elder's power erupts, signaling the violent end of the imposter's reign. Amidst the chaos, Ye Chen Yuan calmly turns to Yuan Chu, telling her it's time to depart. Gu Qingqi watches them leave, her heart filled with a toxic mixture of envy and despair. She can't understand why Ye Chen Yuan would choose anyone over her. As they walk away, her jealousy manifests into a dark obsession, wondering if she must eliminate her rivals to claim what she believes is hers. Ye Chen Yuan glances back, his eyes cold and unforgiving. Yuan Chu notices the shift in his demeanor. He quickly masks his killing intent, dismissing Gu Qingqi as an utterly insignificant person. Yuan Chu watches him, sensing the depth of his resolve. Internally, Ye Chen Yuan's mercy has run dry. If Gu Qing continues her pursuit, he won't hesitate to end her personally. Yuan Chu reflects on the sheer brilliance of her disciple. He didn't just survive. He played the Sumu and Gu families against each other like pieces on a board. Ye Tiangsu is no longer a threat, and the major families are now locked in a conflict of his making. She looks at her disciple with newfound awe, realizing that despite having no family background, he has managed to bring the entire empire's power structure to its knees. The dust has barely settled on the empire's scandal, but for Ye Chen Yuan and Yuan Chu, the real game is just beginning as they disappear into the quiet cover of the surrounding forest. Walking side by side, the atmosphere is heavy with unspoken tension. Yuan Chu can't help but look at her disciple with a new sense of dread. She's seen his brilliance firsthand, and it's terrifying. She panics internally, wondering if a master like her can even handle someone this calculating, or if she'll end up being sold off the moment she accidentally offends him. Suddenly, Ye Chen Yuan's gaze sharpens. Without a word, he lunges forward, pulling Yuan Chu into a sudden, protective embrace that catches her completely off guard. Startled and breathless, she demands to know what's going on. Chen Yuan doesn't explain. He simply raises a finger to his lips, signaling for absolute silence. In a low whisper, he reveals the truth. They aren't alone. A member of the Gu family is tailing them, likely hoping to salvage their ruined plans. Chen Yuan explains that the Gu family still intends to force him into a political marriage as their son-in-law. To stop their pursuit once and for all, he needs Yuan Chu to cooperate in a high-stakes performance. Yuan Chu is baffled, asking how they could possibly trick a seasoned hunter. Chen Yuan leans in close, his voice a commanding murmur as he tells her simply, "Master, don't move." As he hovers inches away, he notes her rising flustered state with a small, knowing smile, instructing her to close her eyes and commit to the act. Nearby, the sound of thundering hooves breaks the silence of the woods. Elder Gu approaches at a gallop, desperate to catch up to the true prince. He spots the pair partially hidden behind a thick tree trunk. His expression is a mix of determination and calculation as he prepares to make his pitch. Dismounting quickly, the elder prepares to interrupt them. However, he freezes when he sees the two in what appears to be a deeply private, intimate moment, a perfectly staged maneuver by Chen Yuan to signal that his heart is already occupied. Chen Yuan looks up, maintaining a calm and slightly smug composure as he effectively marks his territory. His eyes narrow, shifting from the performance back to the cold reality of politics. He greets the elder with a look of feigned surprise, acting as though they were just interrupted during a tender moment. Elder Gu stands there, looking awkward and realizing his plan to marry his daughter into Chen Yuan's line has just hit a brick wall. Meanwhile, Yuan Chu is left in a daze, her mind racing as she tries to figure out if that performance crossed a line or if it was all just a brilliant bluff. The elder sighs, realizing his leverage is gone. He can't suggest a marriage alliance now that he's seen the strength of Chen Yuan's current relationship. He pivots, focusing on the technicalities of the bloodline. He asks Chen Yuan to confirm if he truly possesses the Divine Emperor's blood. With a polite, humble smile, Chen Yuan confirms the truth. Seeing an opportunity, Elder Gu asks Chen Yuan to act as a witness. He wants Chen Yuan to testify against the impostor, Ye Tiangsu, once the crown prince leaves seclusion so they can force a secondary blood test. But Chen Yuan isn't interested in being a pawn. He tells the elder he's placed the cart before the horse, pointing out that Ye Tiangsu isn't the real threat. With cold logic, Chen Yuan explains that the Zhao family is the true architect of this disaster. They likely staged the initial fake test to lure the Gu family into a trap, using the elder's own daughter as bait. The realization hits Elder Gu like a physical blow. He's been played by the Zhao family for years. Chen Yuan drives the point home. Ye Tiangsu is an insignificant, expendable tool. If the elder pulls the support from the forces backing the impostor, the boy will collapse without the elder even needing to lift a finger. The elder is humbled, admitting that his focus was entirely misplaced. As the elder contemplates his next move, Chen Yuan keeps Yuan Chu close, setting his final boundary. He claims he has no lofty political ambitions or desire for the throne. All he wants is a harmonious, quiet life with his wife. With a final, polite dismissal, he tells the Gu family head not to seek him out again. As they walk deeper into the forest, leaving the political wreckage behind, silence falls between the two. Chen Yuan finally breaks the quiet, noticing Yuan Chu's distant gaze. He asks what she's been thinking about, unaware that his master is still trying to process the absolute masterclass in manipulation she just witnessed. Yuan Chu's mind is a whirlwind of confusion. She can't stop dwelling on the brief moment of closeness they just shared, wondering if their professional boundaries were truly crossed during the staged ruse. Her face burns with a heat she can't explain as she tries to rationalize the sudden shift in her disciple's demeanor. Desperate to break the tension, she pivots the conversation, acknowledging how ruthlessly efficient Ye Chen Yuan was in neutralizing so many political threats with a single move. But Ye Chen Yuan remains stoic, meeting her gaze with a calm, unbothered, "So what?" The sheer calculation he displayed leaves Yuan Chu feeling uneasy, making her wonder if he'd ever turn that cold logic against her and deceive his own master in the future. For a heartbeat, his expression is unreadable. Before a faint, reassuring smile softens his sharp features, the sudden change in atmosphere catches her off guard, leaving her searching for the familiar disciple she once knew. He steps into her personal space, his voice low as he asks how she could ever harbor such dark doubts about his absolute loyalty. Yuan Chu tries to brush it off, admitting she's likely just overthinking his recent tactical maneuvers. Yet, she can't ignore the physical evidence of his growth. He has suddenly become very fierce and formidable. Deep down, she struggles to reconcile this master strategist with the student she is supposed to be leading. On closer inspection, she realizes just how much he has truly changed right under her nose. She tries to convince herself he's still that same harmless, little rabbit, who follows her every command without question. That illusion is shattered when he firmly takes her hand, grounding her in a moment of intense seriousness. With unwavering sincerity, he vows that no matter what happens, he would never harm her, stating that even if she were to strike him down, he would only help her finish the job to vent her anger. The weight of his words hits her hard, his loyalty shining through his steady gaze. In this moment, the deep bond of trust between them is reaffirmed, setting aside the chaos of the empire's politics. Moved by his conviction, she promises in return that she will always stand by him and never cause him harm either. They stand in the quiet garden, the air thick with a mutual understanding that transcends their official titles. Still, Yuan Chu can't help but feel that his kindness is starting to push the traditional boundaries of their relationship into uncharted territory. Sensing her lingering thoughts, he skillfully lightens the mood, promising to bake her favorite goose eggs once they return to their quarters. The mention of food instantly wins her over, his mastery of her personality proving more effective than any imperial decree. Meanwhile, miles away at the imperial palace, the atmosphere is far from peaceful as the sun sets over the seat of power. Inside the cold, ornate halls, the impostor Ye Chen Yuan falls to his knees, his mask of royalty completely shattered. He is a broken man, groveling before the one person who holds his life in her hands. Imperial consort Feng Yuan looms over him, her voice dripping with venom as she exposes his desperate crime, murdering the true heir, Yuan Qi, to steal his identity. She sneers at his incompetence, reminding him that he is nothing more than a tool for the palace who has failed his primary mission. Terrified, Tiangsu tries to shift the blame onto Ye Chen Yuan, claiming his rival was the one who actually killed the prince. But Feng Yuan isn't buying his pathetic excuses, her patience for his constant failures reaching its absolute limit. She warns him that the Gu family is already demanding an explanation, and a forced blood test will soon reveal he lacks the divine imperial vessels. She mocks his lack of foresight, pointing out that the emperor will never believe his son's death was unrelated to Tiangsu's sudden rise. Desperate for a lifeline, he clings to one final hope. If he can claim the legendary holy sword, the empire will be forced to recognize him. Feng Yuan's eyes narrow with skepticism. The sword hasn't made an appearance in ages, making his plan a desperate long shot. Gritting his teeth, Tiangsu swears he will secure the blade, no matter the cost, to prove his worth. Feng Yuan gives him a final chilling ultimatum: if he fails to secure the sword, the palace will leave him to face the Gu family's wrath alone. Left alone and trembling, the impostor realizes that his time is running out, and his resentment toward the true prince begins to boil over. The weight of the imperial palace hangs heavy over the capital, but inside its walls, a storm is brewing that threatens to tear the dynasty apart. Ye Tiangsu stalks through the corridors, his face a mask of barely contained fury. Unable to hold back his rage any longer, he slams his fist into the stone, cursing Feng Yuan for treating him like a common pawn. His outburst doesn't go unnoticed. His cousin, Ye Kai, steps out from the shadows, watching the impostor prince with a cold, analytical eye. Ye Kai issues a chilling warning. The Empress is a nascent soul powerhouse. If she catches wind of their schemes, there will be nowhere left to hide. He urges Tiangsu to suppress his temper, at least until the secret realm of the Holy Sword is conquered. Tiangsu's face is bruised and his pride shattered, but he knows his cousin is right. The Holy Sword is his only lifeline, his only chance to block the enemies closing in on him. Ye Kai reminds him that he's been acting recklessly. With the Zhao and Feng families watching his every move, one wrong step will lead to a shallow grave. Tiangsu remains silent, the weight of the warning sinking in. He glares at the ground, his mind racing through the limited options he has left. "I understand, cousin," he finally mutters, disappearing into the darkness of the hall. Ye Kai watches him go, deciding to return to the Empress's side to ensure no suspicion falls on their branch of the family. But internally, Tiangsu is screaming. He feels trapped between a consort who treats him like a slave and a family that views him as nothing more than a stepping stone. He clenches his trembling hands, vowing that one day, he will be the one trampling everyone else beneath his feet. Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum, the atmosphere is even more volatile. A porcelain cup shatters against the floor as consort Feng Yuan loses her composure. She screams that Ye Tiangsu is nothing but an inadequate failure of a dog. She is left to clean up the political disaster he's created, her eyes burning with resentment. When a servant announces that the powerful Gu family has arrived to demand answers, she coldly refuses to see them. The Gu, Su, and Mu families have all turned against the throne after the disastrous engagement banquet. Feng Yuan knows she's cornered, but she refuses to give up on the Holy Sword. She decides to shield Tiangsu just long enough to use him to retrieve the relic. Even if the elders of the great families come knocking, she'll simply maintain her lie. She has no idea what happened to the true prince, Wen Qi. Elsewhere, far from the palace intrigue, Ye Chen Yuan and Yuan Chu are conducting their own investigation. Chen Yuan reveals his findings on a mysterious woman named Jin Ru. He explains that she is a master of manipulation, a White Lotus, who hides her thorns behind a gentle smile. Yuan Chu listens intently, sensing that this woman is the key to her family's past. Chen Yuan explains that Jinru used her position as a guest in the Yuan family to build dangerous social and political connections. Yuan Chu is horrified to realize her father's first love was such a calculating predator. Chen Yuan notes that while she presents a well-behaved exterior to the world, her true nature is far more sinister. Thanks to the Academy principal's help, he's uncovered that the Yuan family went into hiding specifically because of the chaos she sowed. Yuan Chu pouts, her mind whirring with thoughts of revenge. Seeing her distress, Chen Yuan asks if she's unhappy with the news. She clarifies that she isn't sad, she's just trying to figure out the best way to take this woman down. Suddenly, a mischievous spark lights up her eyes. She suggests that Chen Yuan use his legendary good looks to distract Jinru and lead her into a trap. Chen Yuan is momentarily stunned by the absurdity of the plan. Yuan Chu leans in, teasing him about how his status and youthful charm would make him the perfect bait to expose Jinru's true face to the world. She argues that no matter the age, people are susceptible to a handsome face, and this would prove once and for all that Jinru is a fraud. Chen Yuan quickly shuts down the idea, telling his master to stop playing around. Yuan Chu sighs, realizing her seduction distraction tactic won't fly with her disciplined disciple. Chen Yuan turns serious, explaining that Jinru didn't just ruin a marriage. She manipulated Yuan Chu's father even on his deathbed. He describes her as a woman with the heart of a wolf, someone who felt no guilt while the Yuan household crumbled around her. Yuan Chu's expression hardens. She's done playing games. She looks to Chen Yuan, ready to follow his lead and bring the White Lotus to justice. Inside the tranquil courtyards of a grand estate, a storm of manipulation is brewing. The calculating Jinru dismisses her attendants, keeping only her most compliant pawn, Zhuer, behind for a private interrogation. Hidden nearby, Ye Chen Yuan and Yuan Chu watch from the shadows, their eyes fixed on the unfolding drama. Jinru lashes out immediately, her voice dripping with venom as she demands to know why the maid failed to lure the lady of the house, Liyunyang, away as planned. Trembling, Zhuer explains that she attempted to use the young master's illness as a distraction, but the plan hit an unexpected wall. Jinru is incredulous. She can't believe the madam didn't rush to her son's side personally. The maid clarifies that the madam was too cautious, sending a trusted aide to investigate instead of leaving her post. Livid that her elaborate scheme to compromise the family head has failed, Jinru curses the madam for ruining her one chance to elevate her status in a single move. Watching from their hiding spot, Yuan Chu is disgusted by the woman's audacity. Jinru is more upset about getting caught than the act of drugging a married man. Zhuer falls to her knees, begging for mercy and terrified of being sold off to the dreaded elder son. But Jinru knows her time is running out. With the madam now on high alert, another opportunity won't come easily. Hearing footsteps approach, she instantly shifts gears, ordering the maid to stand up and follow her lead. To ensure total silence, Jinru leans in with a final, chilling threat, using the life of the maid's mother as leverage. Yuan Chu watches with a smirk, finding the theatrical villainy a bit too predictable for her taste. Moments later, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Fu, arrives alongside his stern wife, Li Yunyang. Yuan Chu recognizes the man immediately as the current leader of the household. She notes that even though he was recently compromised by the drug, he's already back on his feet, questioning his resilience. Ye Chen Yuan is surprised by his master's sudden expertise in such matters. Yuan Chu brushes it off with a confident grin, claiming it's all part of being a master. Ye Chen Yuan can only stare in silent disbelief, knowing full well she's never taught him anything of the sort. Sensing his judgment, Yuan Chu shoots him an intense look. She quickly silences him, insisting they focus on the show before them. Back in the courtyard, Jinru stands before the madam, the air thick with tension. Li Yunyang doesn't hold back, accusing Jinru of biting the hand that fed her for years by attempting to manipulate the family head. Yuan Fu seems conflicted, reminding his wife that his eldest brother specifically requested they treat Jinru with kindness. Seeing an opening, Jinru pivots into a White Lotus act, sobbing that she was merely delivering food when the head of the family supposedly lost control and dragged her into a compromising situation. Yuan Fu is momentarily stunned, his resolve wavering as he wonders if he was truly the one at fault. Li Yunyang is having none of it, pointing out the suspicious pattern of Jinru constantly trying to corner her husband. Jinru plays her final card, claiming that a mere guest like her couldn't possibly have the connections to pull off such a scheme. She offers to leave the household immediately, feigning deep hurt over being misunderstood. It's a masterclass in manipulation. Yuan Fu falls for it, stopping her and insisting the family keep their word to support her for life. Li Yunyang is outraged, shouting for her husband to see through the transparent lies. Her voice echoes through the estate as she decrees Jinru's shameless behavior. Jinru doubles down on the drama, insisting that if the madam cannot tolerate her presence, she has no choice but to go. Finally, Yuan Fu loses his patience, shutting down the argument and siding with the manipulator just to keep the peace. Yuan Chu's expression hardens. It's not enough that Jinru ruined Yuan Shixu. Now she's actively tearing apart his brother's family. She realizes that no matter the world, There's never a shortage of fake people looking to exploit others. Ye Chen Yuan looks to his master, asking for her next move. With a sharp, calculating glint in her eye, Yuan Chu reveals she's seen enough. She knows exactly how to bring this manipulator down. With a sharp snap of her fingers, Yuan Chu sets her plan into motion. A massive vortex of spiritual energy erupts around her, signaling the end of Jinru's games. She releases a concentrated wisp of green energy, sending it flying straight toward the unsuspecting manipulator. Jinru can only watch in confusion as the sinister smoke clings to her skin. The bystanders Yuan Fu and Li Yunyang are frozen in shock as the atmosphere shifts. Realization hits Jinru like a physical blow. She stares at her hands in horror as the people around her instinctively recoil in disgust. Desperate, she grabs a mirror, only to see a bloated, unrecognizable reflection staring back. Her beauty has been utterly erased. A blood-curdling scream of pure agony echoes through the estate. Li Yunyang doesn't hold back, laughing at the poetic justice. The woman who used her face to destroy a family is now cursed to live without it. Yuan Chu looks on with a cold, satisfied expression. She turns to Ye Chen Yuan, signaling that their work here is done. Ye Chen Yuan is momentarily stunned. He expected his master to take a more subtle approach, not this level of brute force destruction. Yuan Chu explains that while she originally intended to take the high road, Jinru's constant annoyance pushed her to settle the score immediately. She wants the fake to experience a life where she can no longer rely on her looks or her body to get what she wants. She reveals a terrifying truth. She used bone withering, a banned technique that permanently halts cultivation and ensures the victim can never regain their original appearance. Sensing a shift in the air, she asks Ye Chen Yuan if he thinks she's being too cruel. His response is chillingly loyal. He was actually wondering if he should just kill the woman for annoying her. Yuan Chu waves it off, satisfied that the current punishment is a fate worse than death. As they walk, Yuan Chu wonders how her father could have such terrible taste. Ye Chen Yuan suggests that perhaps her father was simply trying to find a way to bring her mother back, but Yuan Chu remains skeptical. If her parents were okay, they would have come for her long ago. Looking at the path ahead, Ye Chen Yuan vows that he will never become a man who abandons those who matter. Yuan Chu seizes the moment to make him promise. Even if he eventually finds a wife, he can never forget his master. With a soft, genuine smile, he gives her his word. She teases him about his lack of a rebuttal before dragging him off to find some snacks. Time passes quickly as the day for Divine Sword's realm to open approaches. While the capital is gripped by political turmoil, the focus remains on the secluded hall of incense burning. To enter the realm, one must undergo a period of asceticism, clearing the mind of all greed and desire. However, inside the Sky Pearl, Yuan Chu is facing a crisis of her own. She stares at a spread of delicious treats, unable to part with a single one. She looks at Ye Chen Yuan with puppy dog eyes, asking if she can bring the entire hall with her. She insists that without her snacks, she simply won't survive the journey. Indulging her as always, Ye Chen Yuan gives her the green light to bring everything. As the duo prepares for the grueling journey ahead, the weight of their supplies becomes a logistical nightmare. Ye Chen Yuan watches his master closely, wondering if the physical toll of carrying their heavy gear will be far too much for her to handle. Yuan Chu reflects on their usual routine. Her loyal disciple handles the heavy lifting of daily necessities, while she takes responsibility for the precious medicinal pills. To lighten the load for the trek, Chen Yuan asks her to make the tough executive call on which items should be left behind. The gravity of the situation hits her hard as she stares down their limited inventory, looking completely distressed. Every item feels essential, and the choice is clearly weighing on her mind. Her hand hovers over a massive jar of wine, a luxury they likely can't afford to take. Ultimately, she decides to leave it. Without portable storage space, the physical burden of carrying it by hand is simply too great. She can already imagine herself staggering and struggling under the weight of the massive vessel. Chen Yuan offers a grateful smile, thanking her for prioritizing their efficiency and reducing the manual labor required for the trip. Relieved that they are on the same page, Yuan Chu feels their professional partnership is stronger than ever. But the packing isn't over. Chen Yuan begins meticulously folding and organizing her travel attire. Yuan Chu is baffled, questioning why he's packing so many different outfits for a mission that is only supposed to last a few days. He counters with logic. She prefers a fresh look every day, and these lightweight fabrics are technically efficient and won't hinder their travel speed. She suddenly realizes the harsh reality of the realm. There won't be any facilities available to wash clothes. When he asks if she's willing to sacrifice her appearance for the mission, she insists she can endure the rugged, unwashed conditions for a week. Deep down, she's mortified that her disciple has seen right through her personal vanity. Stepping closer to ensure she's paying attention, he asks if her real concern is actually his physical exhaustion from carrying the extra weight. His sudden proximity and serious demeanor catch her completely off guard. He pushes for the truth, asking if she truly feels sympathy for the intense manual labor he has to perform on her behalf. Caught in his gaze, she can't help but admit that she does care about his physical well-being. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke erupts as Elderly finally awakens from his long slumber, loudly demanding to know if they missed him. The room falls into a deafening, Awkward silence as the pair stares at the spirit. The elder is stunned after his long recovery process. This cold reception is the last thing he expected. Maintaining a professional focus on his duties, Chen Yuan politely excuses himself to finish the final preparations outside. Elder Li is left reeling, depressed that his dramatic return garnered absolutely no reaction from the disciple. Yuan Chu explains that his injuries were so severe that his recovery took a massive amount of time, even with the rare spiritual marrow they provided. The elder is just grateful he regained consciousness in time to guide them into the secret realm of the divine sword. Yuan Chu studies him, recalling his past life as a powerful divine spirit residing within Chen Yuan's sea of consciousness. Sensing a rare opportunity, she corners the elder, demanding he provide an obedient and honest answer to a pressing question. The elder stands his ground, telling her to speak her mind and ask away. With a look of genuine confusion, she asks the one thing she can't figure out. Has her disciple been acting weird? Because he finally has someone he likes. Elder Li is back, but he's not in the mood for riddles. He snaps at Yuan Chu, pointing out that since she's with Ye Chen Yuan every single day, she should know his heart better than anyone else. Suddenly, a cold sweat breaks across his face as a terrifying thought strikes him. He stares at her, wondering if she's finally caught onto the truth about the young man's feelings. Panic sets in as he realizes that if she's figured out while he was asleep, the dynamic between master and disciple is about to get a lot more complicated. Yuan Chu leans in, her eyes wide with curiosity. She wonders aloud if love is finally blooming in the young man's heart. The weight of the question hangs in the air, freezing the moment. Then, her ego takes the driver's seat. She strikes a pose, convinced she's the most beautiful girl in the world if he is in love. It's obviously with her, right? Elder Li practically chokes on his laughter at her sheer overconfidence. Yuan Chu's temper flares instantly, a vein popping on her forehead as she fumes at his reaction. She's genuinely offended. In her mind, she's the perfect package, so why wouldn't he like her? Elder Li doesn't hold back, ruthlessly pointing out that she lacks any sort of mature grace or dignity. To him, she's just a child in a master's robes, far from the type of person Ye Chen Yuan would ever fall for. He breathes a sigh of relief internally. He's successfully diverted her attention and kept the secret safe for now. He doubles down, reminding her of their professional roles. She is the master, and he is the disciple. He argues that a polite, respectful youth like Ye Chen Yuan would never dream of having such improper thoughts about his superior. Yuan Chu pouts, insisting that she's at least cute. Elder Li deadpans, telling her that cute is a word for daughters, not a romantic interest. He begins a rapid-fire list of her flaws. She's a troublemaker who charges ahead without thinking, leaving Ye Chen Yuan to clean up her messes. He warns her that her difficult personality is a recipe for misfortune for whoever eventually has to marry her. He waves her off dismissively, continuing his lecture on her lack of master-like qualities. Yuan Chu tries to defend herself, claiming she isn't that much of a handful, but Elder Li is on a roll. He calls out her bottomless stomach, noting she eats from dusk until dawn. He mimics her constant demands for rare ingredients, reminding her how many hours Ye Chen Yuan spends just trying to satisfy her cravings. Yuan Chu can only whine in defeat as her flaws are laid bare. Look at yourself again, he commands, refusing to let her off the hook. He brings up her track record of disasters from the Hun Yuan sect island to nearly getting herself killed with soul-enticing incense. Every time she goes out, she finds a new way to cause a scene. Yuan Chu is left shaking, her confidence completely shattered. Elder Li lands the final blow. She doesn't cultivate, she sleeps until noon, and she never gives any useful advice. Whenever a real problem arises, it's always Ye Chen Yuan who has to provide the solution. Convinced by his logic, Yuan Chu walks away, dejected. She decides those lingering glances from her disciple must have been her imagination after all. She reflects on her previous life, remembering how much he seemed to despise her back then. There's no way he could like her now. Her mind drifts back to those past memories, a time of fierce rivalry. In that life, she was a powerful, tall cultivator in vibrant robes, always looking for an edge. She recalls finding a legendary 9 times refined lingji, a mushroom capable of boosting her cultivation level to new heights. She laughs triumphantly, determined to claim it before the male lead can get his hands on it. She stands at the edge of a jagged cliff, the prize finally within reach. Clutching the glowing mushroom, she celebrates her victory. With this power, she'll never have to worry about being outclassed by him again. She prepares to make her escape, her heart racing with excitement. But then, the sound of a rustling robe shatters her joy. Out of the shadows, a mature and formidable Ye Chen Yuan appears right behind her. Yuan Chu's face pales in sheer horror. He's already there. She hasn't even had the mushroom for 3 seconds, and her rival has already closed the gap. The embers of a dying campfire flicker, reflecting the heat of a battle that just concluded. Yuan Chu sits slumped on the ground, the weight of her nth consecutive defeat heavy on her shoulders. In her past life, she was a force to be reckoned with, yet here she is, fuming because this guy has been outclassing her all day. He didn't just win. He humiliated her by tying her up and seizing the 9 times refined lingji she worked so hard to find. But Ye Chen Yuan isn't the thief she paints him to be. He stands before her, holding the glowing mushrooms with a calm, steady gaze, acknowledging that since she found them first, they rightfully belong to her. However, as a master of efficiency, he knows her path. He pulls out a high-level storage ring containing a rare alternative. Before she can even process the trade, she finds herself literally buried under a mountain of western windgrass. Yuan Chu is beyond livid. She didn't spend all day hunting rare fungi just to be gifted a pile of long clippings. Her protests are cut short, however, when Ye Chen Yuan takes matters into his own hands, literally shoving the medicinal grass into her mouth to force a realization. As the herbs take effect, a sudden warmth surges through her. The western wind grass isn't just filler. It melts instantly, harmonizing with her demonic Kai and accelerating her absorption in a way the Lingji never could. Even as she feels the undeniable benefits, her pride won't let her back down. She secretly wonders if the original Lingji would have been even more powerful. She shouts at him, insisting that eating his gift doesn't mean she's agreed to his terms or his interference. Ye Chen Yuan remains a statue of stoic patience. He knows her temperament. Sometimes, the only way to get her to accept help is to make her experience the results first. Yuan Chu continues her tirade, calling him a cold-hearted, vile man who clearly holds a grudge despite his handsome exterior. His response? Another handful of grass to the face. He stares her down, his patience finally fraying at her stubbornness, while she muffledly screams that she'd rather starve than take his piety food. But the sheer volume of spiritual energy is becoming too much to handle. Her body feels like it's going to explode with power, and she finally buckles, telling him to just leave the rest of the grass and go. With a final, sharp look, he asks if she's finally ready to settle the exchange. Defeated by logic and high-grade nutrients, a dazed Yuan Chu can only offer a weak, dizzy yes. Back in the present, Yuan Chu clutches her head, the embarrassment of the memory making her want to crawl into a hole. How could she have ever thought someone that annoying liked her? Elderly watches her spiral and casually drops the act, claiming he was only joking to see if her brain had turned to mush after her long sleep. He stands tall, his teasing nature on full display. Yuan Chu isn't taking the bait quietly. She fires up, ready to teach the old spirit a lesson for messing with her head. Elderly just smirks, welcoming the challenge from the little troublemaker. Meanwhile, in the secluded waters of his own cultivation, Ye Chen Yuan is fighting a much darker battle. His breathing is labored, his body tensed against a rising pressure. Something he hasn't felt in a long time is clawing its way to the surface. A dark, rhythmic pulse of energy begins to manifest behind him. It's his inner demon, a shadowy reflection of his own suppressed desires. It whispers directly into his ear, taunting him. It mocks how his feelings for Yuan Chu haven't faded, but have instead grown into an uncontrollable force. The shadow looms over him, explaining that the more he tries to bury his heart, the harder it will push back. Ye Chen Yuan grits his teeth, his amber eyes burning with a mix of pain and resolve. He can't let this distraction take hold. He has a mission. The Holy Sword and the Divine Sword's secret realm are his only priorities. With a surge of mental fortitude, he glares into the void. Go away, he commands, forcing the shadowy manifestation to dissipate into the mist. He must remain focused, for the journey ahead will test more than just his cultivation. High above the sect, the morning air is still as the duo prepares for the next leg of their journey. Yuan Chu emerges, lugging a massive sack of supplies, determined to handle her own weight for once. But Ye Chen Yuan is already there, reaching out to take the burden, reminding her they agreed to pack their necessities together for efficiency. Memories of Elderly's previous teasing flash through Yuan Chu's mind, making her hesitate to accept any more favors. She pulls the bag back with a firm grip, refusing to let go. She insists that since these are her personal belongings, it's her responsibility to carry them. She stands her ground, trying to prove she isn't just a pampered master. Ye Chen Yuan merely offers a calm, knowing smile. He reminds her that as her disciple, treating her with the utmost care is simply part of his technical duties. Without waiting for another protest, he firmly takes hold of the luggage. Yuan Chu is stunned by his sudden assertiveness, noting that he's being far more attentive than any ordinary disciple. Ye Chen Yuan leans in, his expression serious, as he explains that he isn't like other disciples. As he secures the bag, he points out that unlike others, he has the unique privilege of serving such a cute master. Yuan Chu is caught off guard by the compliment, her resolve softening instantly. She beams, asking if he truly doesn't see her as just a lazy, hard-to-serve glutton. Ye Chen Yuan tells her to disregard Elderly's nonsense, claiming the old spirit is simply projecting his own jealousy. Yuan Chu is baffled. Why would a powerful spirit be jealous of her? Ye Chen Yuan reveals the truth. Li met him first but failed to secure him as a disciple, losing out to her. This is too much for Elder Li, who manifests in a fit of rage, screaming that he isn't jealous of anyone. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't back down, teasingly asking if Li actually wanted to take Yuan Chu as his own disciple instead. The elder is left speechless, his face turning a shade of frustrated blue. He berates Ye Chen Yuan for leaking their private man-to-man conversations just to stay in his master's good graces. Ye Chen Yuan remains unfazed, coolly noting that he was never sworn to secrecy. Yuan Chu watches the exchange, touched that her disciple is going to such lengths to cheer her up. Energized, she points toward their next destination, the secluded hall of burning incense. Inside the hall, a grand Buddhist statue stands in silent vigil. The two stand before the altar, the atmosphere thick with solemnity. Yuan Chu reflects on the rarity of such a temple, noting the unique blend of spiritual practices housed within these walls. Ye Chen Yuan asks if she wants to explore the grounds or stay put. He explains that this hall is a sanctuary where violence is prohibited, making it a perfect place for peaceful meditation. Yuan Chu, feeling a sudden wave of lethargy, suggests that he go ahead while she stays behind to guard their bags. Ye Chen Yuan suggests they use this time for ascetic practice to cultivate their moral character. Yuan Chu insists she'll just keep watch, but Ye Chen Yuan catches the shift in her tone. He looks at her with a sharp, analytical gaze. He notes that ever since she reached the spirit-severing stage, her interest in active cultivation seems to have vanished. Yuan Chu panics internally, amazed at how easily he reads her. She laughs it off, sitting down and telling him not to mind her. Instead of leaving, Ye Chen Yuan sits right beside her, announcing his intention to stay. Yuan Chu questions if keeping watch really requires both of them. Ye Chen Yuan simply smiles, stating that she'll get bored without a conversation partner. Overwhelmed by his unwavering loyalty, Yuan Chu beams, declaring him the absolute best disciple in the world. The peaceful night at the sanctuary is shattered when an eerie, glowing mist begins to seep through the seams of the wooden doors. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes snap open, instantly sensing a foreign presence in the room. He pulls Yuan Chu close, his voice low and urgent as he warns her about the thick, unnatural fog rolling in. Yuan Chu is still half awake, rubbing her eyes and wondering what on earth is going on. While they try to process the situation, the fog feels increasingly oppressive, like a predator closing in. Chen Yuan doesn't take any chances. He commands his master to seal her senses immediately, warning her not to breathe in a single breath of the mysterious vapor. Things go from bad to worse when he realizes the entire room has been transformed into a sealed pocket space. He can't even reach elderly for backup. With the atmosphere growing more sinister by the second, Chen Yuan decides they can't stay trapped inside and leads Yuan Chu toward the exit. But as they step out, a low, rhythmic chanting begins to echo through the air. Chen Yuan freezes. He's supposed to have his senses sealed, yet the of the chant vibrates directly in his mind. He asks Yuan Chu if she hears it too, but she simply shakes her head. To her, the courtyard is silent. She reminds him of the dean's words. This secret realm is supposed to be free of mortal danger, designed only for trials. As they navigate through the glowing haze, they suddenly hit a massive wall of energy. A glowing, intricate boundary field has completely cut off their escape. Yuan Chu isn't one to back down, and she launches a devastating kick at the barrier. The impact creates a massive shockwave, the sound of the collision echoing like a thunderclap. Despite the sheer force of her spirit power, the barrier remains completely unmoved, not even a single crack appearing on its surface. Yuan Chu stares in disbelief. Her peak-level strength didn't even make it flicker. She looks back at Chen Yuan, the gravity of the situation finally sinking in. They are well and truly trapped. Chen Yuan remains the pillar of calm, reassuring her that since these are trials, their lives shouldn't be at risk. Since there's no way out, he suggests they find a spot to rest and wait for the trial to reveal itself. Yuan Chu's eyes sharpen with a sudden spark of protective fire. She strikes a heroic pose, declaring that she will be the one to protect him through whatever comes next. Chen Yuan can't help but smile at her bravado, softly promising that he'll protect her too. They settle down near a weathered Buddha statue, the stone face watching them through the mist. As they sit together, waiting for the inevitable, Chen Yuan remains on high alert, his mind racing to figure out the nature of this test. That's when the chanting intensifies, the sound vibrating through his very soul. Suddenly, glowing blue seals begin to crawl across Yuan Chu's skin, and Chen Yuan cries out in alarm. Yuan Chu looks at him, completely confused by his sudden panic. Chen Yuan's voice trembles as he points to her hand, telling her that something is horribly wrong. Yuan Chu looks down, her eyes widening in shock as she sees what he sees. In Chen Yuan's vision, Yuan Chu is splitting a phantom image of her appearing right beside her. The realization hits him like a physical blow. This trial isn't physical. It targets the heart. It targets obsessions. And for Ye Chen Yuan, his greatest obsession is his master. The mental strain is visible in his eyes as he struggles to maintain his grip on reality. Yuan Chu reaches out, asking if the fog is finally getting to him, but suddenly, lashes of energy strike out like whips. Chen Yuan groans, clutching his head as the trial begins to tear into his consciousness. Yuan Chu realizes they are dealing with witherbark, a mental parasite that affects anything with a conscious mind. Dark energy begins to seep into Chen Yuan's skin, bypassing all his defenses. His gaze turns hollow, his eyes losing their focus as the trial takes hold of his mind. He begins to slip into a deep, dangerous trance, his body going limp. Yuan Chu can only watch in horror as her disciple falls victim to a trial designed to exploit his deepest feelings for her. Yuan Chu desperately tries to snap Ye Chen Yuan out of his trance, shouting his name as the witherbark trial takes hold. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes are glazed and vacant, lost in a powerful illusion he cannot escape. He whispers for his master, his voice sounding distant and haunted. His spiritual energy begins to spiral out of control, whipping his hair into a frenzy. A toxic green glow ignites in his eyes, signaling that the parasite has achieved full synchronization with his subconscious. Driven by the trial's manipulation, he suddenly lunges forward and pulls Yuan Chu into a tight, desperate embrace. Yuan Chu is frozen in shock, her eyes wide as she feels the intensity of his possessed state. In a daze, he closes the distance, his actions fueled by the chaotic energy of the heart trial. The two stand silhouetted in the eerie light of the sanctuary, caught in a clash of wills. Yuan Chu realizes with horror that Yuan Yuan is no longer in control of his own body. His gaze remains locked on her, burning with an unnatural, sickly light. She begs him to calm down, but her voice falters as a crushing weight settles over her. She feels her strength being siphoned away, wondering if he is inadvertently draining her spiritual essence. A dark, spectral manifestation of the trial looms behind them, gloating that she will have no choice but to endure this ordeal. Panicked, Yuan Chu realizes she'll be knocked unconscious if the drain continues. Spiritual sparks fly between them as their energies collide. The toxic fog begins to seep into her own system, threatening to corrupt her soul. Her heart thumps violently as the witherbark poison attempts to take root in her chest. Knowing she's out of options, she decides to resort to a desperate, technical method to save him. She resolves to physically suck the poison out of his system herself. She leans in, performing a direct spiritual extraction to pull the toxic mist from his lungs and into her own body. The plan is a success. The fog dissipates and Ye Chen Yuan's eyes finally regain their natural clarity. He wakes up and immediately realizes the sacrifice she made, terrified that the fog has caused her permanent harm. Residual energy flickers between them as the immediate danger passes. Deep within Yuan Chu's heart vessels, a hidden defense mechanism activates. A mysterious golden thread lashes out, intercepting the toxic green fog before it can spread. Ye Chen Yuan can only murmur her name, overwhelmed by what has just transpired. The golden thread snaps tight, instantly purifying the poison a powerful protection he never knew she possessed. They finally separate, the air thick with an awkward silence. Yuan Chu is internally panicking, wondering how on earth she can explain the extraction method she just used. She frantically tries to flip the script, reminding him that he was the one who grabbed her first. Ye Chen Yuan remains speechless, staring at her with a mix of confusion and realization. Blushing furiously, Yuan Chu explains that she only sucked out the poison because he had lost control and her strength was being drained. She looks at him with a mix of defiance and worry, asking if he actually believes her explanation. Ye Chen Yuan, concerned only for her safety, asks if she feels any lingering discomfort from absorbing the toxin. She quickly shifts into a more relaxed, chibi-like state, telling him not to worry. She reveals that she is protected by the Buddha's hand-heart binding mantra, a blessing from a high monk that makes her immune to poisons and illusions. Ye Chen Yuan's expression softens, but he curiously asks for the name of this high monk. Yuan Chu laughs it off, explaining that the monk is a wanderer who is nearly impossible to track down. Ye Chen Yuan gives a gentle smile, claiming he just wanted to know the name for his records. Yuan Chu adds that the monk is undeniably the best-looking man in the world, so he'd be easy to spot. Ye Chen Yuan's smile turns a bit forced as he stares off into the distance, clearly not thrilled about the idea of a handsome monk having such a deep connection to his master. Yuan Chu finally steps into the secret realm of the Holy Sword, and the view is nothing short of breathtaking. Lush mountains rise above fields of shimmering white flowers that stretch to the horizon. Brimming with excitement, she turns back and urges Yuan Yuan to keep up as they begin their exploration. Ye Chen Yuan remains perfectly composed, his eyes fixed on his master. With a calm, disciplined nod, he acknowledges her command, ready to follow her every move through the mystery of this land. The peaceful atmosphere is quickly shattered when Elder Li and the little white dragon manifest from their pocket space. The dragon doesn't waste a second, lunging forward and screaming "Mother" at the top of his lungs. He clings to Yuan Chu, declaring how much he missed her. Yuan Chu is completely caught off guard. She points out that he used to call her Big Sis, but the little dragon won't hear it, insisting that the pure affection he feels proves she is his true mother. He then turns his attention to Ye Chen Yuan, calling him father and looking for a warm response. Ye Chen Yuan maintains a professional facade, explaining to Yuan Chu that the dragon only says that because of their spiritual contract. He sighs with faint frustration, claiming he's tried to correct the young dragon many times, but the little one just doesn't learn. The little white dragon is stunned, realizing Ye Chen Yuan is lying through his teeth with a completely straight face. Yuan Chu flushes with embarrassment, worried that any onlookers would mistake them for an actual family. Ye Chen Yuan calmly agrees. However, he then casts a sharp, silent glare at the dragon, telling him to change his speech immediately so he doesn't embarrass the master. The dragon feels the weight of the threat and cowers in fear. While Ye Chen Yuan acts supportive on the surface, the dragon is internally screaming, convinced that his father is the most terrifying person he's ever met. He can only laugh nervously to hide his terror. Elder Li tries to mediate, suggesting that Yuan Chu just let the dragon use the title for now, since he'll eventually grow out of it. He dismisses the dragon's behavior as simple youthful ignorance. The dragon can only sigh at how useless Elder Li's advice is in the face of Ye Chen Yuan's intensity. Exhausted by the drama, Yuan Chu finally relents, telling the little one he can call her whatever he likes for now. As they move deeper into the realm, another group is lurking in the dense forest. Yi Tiangsu, the imposter, is plotting his next move, confident that his royal status as the emperor's grandson gives him the ultimate advantage. He's been waiting for this moment. Having borrowed elite Nasan soul guards, he's actively hunting Ye Chen Yuan. He reflects on his past failure, realizing he underestimated Ye Chen Yuan's early nascent soul stage strength. But this time, he's certain the outcome will be different. He's brought a specialized squad of soul masters to ensure that when they meet, Ye Chen Yuan won't leave the realm alive. Back with our protagonists, the terrain is becoming more difficult to navigate. Yuan Chu notes that Ye Chen Yuan's superhuman perception seems to be failing him in this specific area. Elderly steps in to offer his technical expertise. As a manifestation of the Sky Pearl, he can sense other magical weapons and will lead them straight to their goal. Ye Chen Yuan agrees to let the Elder take point. Elder Li is overjoyed to finally be of use to the team. However, Yuan Chu remains skeptical of the old grandpa's reliability. Given the massive scale of the realm and their tight one-year deadline, she makes a tactical suggestion. They should split up. Elder Li and the dragon instantly agree, hoping for a bit of freedom. Ye Chen Yuan approves the plan but makes a swift executive decision on the pairings. He will stay with the master, while Elder Li is stuck with the little white dragon. The two spirits are left in absolute shock, realizing their plan for a break just backfired completely. Intro music cues. The tension in the Holy Sword realm is reaching a breaking point. Elder Li is fed up, arguing that staying in his spirit form is far too dangerous and that Ye Chen Yuan needs to stop being so stubborn about isolating Yuan Chu. Even the little white dragon tries to chime in, sensing the master-disciple dynamic is shifting into something much more intense. But one icy, soul-piercing glare from Ye Chen Yuan is all it takes to shut down the conversation. The dragon instantly freezes, his bravado crumbling into a stammering mess as he realizes he's playing with fire. He sighs internally, realizing he'll never be able to convince this demon to leave Yuan Chu's side. Scrambling for a compromise, the dragon suggests they stick together since the dangers of this secret realm are still unknown. Ye Chen Yuan hides his true intentions behind a calm mask, casually agreeing to the group's safety. However, the dragon isn't buying the act for a second, keeping a suspicious eye on the calculating disciple. As they move forward, the sheer power of being a male protagonist begins to show. Rare materials and precious ores practically leap out of the ground at Ye Chen Yuan's feet. It's an absurd display of luck, with the world itself seemingly offering him its treasures. Yuan Chu can only watch in disbelief, stunned by how easily he navigates the realm's riches. He even stumbles upon high-quality spirit herbs as if they were common weeds. It's enough to make even his master a little frustrated by the gap in their fortune. Despite his haul, Ye Chen Yuan's first priority is always Yuan Chu. He presents his findings to her with a gentle smile, making sure she feels included in every discovery. Suddenly, his sharp eyes spot something hidden in a cave tucked away in the cliffs. Yuan Chu doesn't waste a heartbeat, rushing toward the entrance with pure excitement. Inside, the cavern is a literal goldmine of ancient artifacts. Ever the devoted disciple, Ye Chen Yuan steps aside and insists that his master takes the first pick of everything they find. Yuan Chu is momentarily taken aback. In her past life, she had to scrap for every bit of loot, but here, Ye Chen Yuan is handing it all over wholeheartedly. She begins sorting through the hall, finding a rare 7th-grade elixir that can temporarily turn a cultivator into a thunder spirit. Next, she unearths a miniature flying magical weapon, perfect for a quick getaway. Then, a mysterious golden scroll that radiates ancient power. She even finds an incomplete grand spell array, so complex it makes her head spin just looking at it. Watching her, Ye Chen Yuan's expression softens. He knows his master doesn't actually care about the value of the items. She just loves the thrill of the hunt. He's content to let her choose like a queen while he handles the heavy lifting. Yuan Chu holds up the golden scroll, asking if he's ever encountered this specific technique before. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes widen as he scans the text. It's the legendary heaven-slitting sword technique. Elder Li is practically vibrating with excitement, urging them to stow it away immediately before any rival cultivators catch wind of it. Yuan Chu beams, looking for all the world like a proud puppy begging for praise after a successful hunt. Ye Chen Yuan can't help but offer a warm, genuine smile. He reflects on their 30-70 split agreement. Even though she claims the lion's share, she always ends up giving him the most vital treasures while acting like she just made the deal of a lifetime. She's absolutely thrilled with their progress. Meanwhile, Elder Li and the little white dragon watch from the wings, completely unimpressed by the sentimental display. The dragon knows the truthy Chen Yuan is a master manipulator, orchestrating these lucky finds just to keep Yuan Chu amused. To keep the momentum going, Ye Chen Yuan points out one last item for her to open. Yuan Chu's eyes sparkle with renewed greed. She unfurls a weathered map, humming a cheerful tune as she looks for the next big score. But as she reads the coordinates, her playful demeanor vanishes. Two specific characters on the parchment catch her eye, turning her excitement into focused intensity. The map doesn't lead to more gold, it points directly to the legendary Su Mirror. Deep within the glowing caverns of the Holy Sword realm, a discovery is made that could change the course of their entire journey. Yuan Chu and Elder Li pore over an ancient map, realizing it points directly toward the mysterious land of Fengwang. The parchment reveals a desolate landscape marked with a crimson cross, indicating a treasure buried deep within the wastes. However, Elder Li isn't celebrating. He warns that the region is a death trap for outsiders, questioning if any artifact is worth such a suicidal risk. Sensing the gravity of the find, Yuan Chu brings the map to Ye Chen Yuan, her eyes wide with anticipation as she asks him to take a look. Ye Chen Yuan's gaze sharpens the moment he sees the destination. Could it be the Su mirror? He realizes in an instant that this is the legendary artifact his master has been desperately seeking since the day they met. He carefully inspects the map, noting that despite its immense value, it's written on surprisingly fragile, ordinary paper. To ensure the precious guide isn't lost to time, Ye Chen Yuan offers to hold on to it, planning to use the kaosha technique to reinforce and protect the parchment. As he takes the map from her hand, his focus is purely on the task at hand. Yuan Chu beams, reminding him with a stern but playful warning not to damage it, as its value is beyond measure. Ye Chen Yuan looks her in the eye, confirming if this is indeed the specific treasure she's been hunting for. She nods. While it's only a lead, it's the best one they've ever had, and she's determined to follow it once they leave this realm. Ye Chen Yuan reflects on her long-standing obsession, remembering how she mentioned the Su mirror the very first time she took him under her wing. He can't help but wonder, what kind of power does this mirror actually hold? Yuan Chu's face lights up as she explains that its capabilities are nothing short of grand. In her mind's eye, she sees a tool capable of the impossible, the manipulation of time and space itself. Elder Li is instantly shaken to his core, shouting that such a thing is impossible. He argues that the laws of reincarnation are absolute and irreversible, dismissing her claim as a mere misunderstanding of the legends. But Yuan Chu isn't deterred. She knows they won't find the truth by standing around arguing, and she's ready to move forward. The seasons turn in a flash. Half a year has passed within the trial of the Holy Sword realm. Yuan Chu is growing restless, frustrated that the legendary protagonist's luck hasn't triggered the next major event yet. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocks the area. Out of the smoke emerges Ye Chen Yuan, looking older, stronger, and battle-hardened. He stands tall, warning his master to stay back as powerful spirits are converging on their location. With blood splattered across his face, he notes that these monsters are far tougher than they look, their hides thick and their blood spraying wildly with every strike. Despite the carnage, he has a brief, innocent worry. He doesn't want to get his new clothes dirty, knowing his master would be annoyed. Yuan Chu watches him, her concern growing as the atmosphere shifts. She senses an unwelcome presence. Someone is approaching. A shadow flickers through the trees, a lethal threat closing in. Ye Chen Yuan immediately steps in front of Yuan Chu, shielding her with his own body. His gaze is cold and murderous, focused entirely on the intruder. Yuan Chu remains alert, her eyes narrowed as the enemy reveals himself. It's the imposter, Ye Tiangsu. He sneers at Ye Chen Yuan, mocking him for their long-overdue reunion. Tiangsu smiles wickedly, telling Ye Chen Yuan that he'll regret the day he let him live. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't even flinch, coldly dismissing the villain as nothing more than a bug that wasn't worth the effort of killing before. Enraged by the insult, Tiangsu screams that Ye Chen Yuan will pay for his arrogance with his life. But Ye Chen Yuan is finished talking. His eyes glow with a terrifying, golden light as he taps into his true power. In a blur of motion, he unsheathes his blade and strikes with a single, devastating slash that cuts through the air. Yuan Chu can only watch in silence as the speed of the attack defies logic. Before the enemies can even process what happened, they collapse into the dirt, defeated in a single breath. Tiangsu is paralyzed with fear. He brought Golden Core experts with him, yet they were slaughtered before they could even raise their weapons. Yuan stares at her disciple, a startling realization hitting her. For the last 6 months, Ye Chen Yuan hasn't been struggling at all. He's been holding back his true strength this entire time. The sky clears over the Holy Sword realm, but the tranquility is just the calm before the storm. Ye Chen Yuan stands tall, his presence radiating a newfound, overwhelming power that demands respect. Yuan Chu can't help but be momentarily stunned. Even after all these years, her disciple's growth and commanding aura are nearly blinding. But the reunion is cut short as the villainous Ye Tiangsu screams for blood, ordering his remaining forces to kill Chen Yuan on the spot. Even the nascent soul Light Guard hesitates, sweating as he senses an aura from Chen Yuan that feels even more terrifying than a spirit-severing master. Seeing the hesitation, Yuan Chu steps forward, asking her disciple if she should be the one to handle these pests. Chen Yuan gives a knowing smile. He knows his master has been itching for some exercise and doesn't want her to be bored. Yuan Chu's eyes sparkle with excitement. Even though her disciple has become incredibly strong, she's thrilled that he still finds ways to rely on her. She strikes a pose, reminding herself that as the master, she is still the powerhouse of this duo. With a confident grin, she charges into the fray, ready to sort out the trash. Ye Tiangsu watches the switch with a calculating glare, wondering why Chen Yuan is stepping back. He foolishly assumes that Chen Yuan's massive display of power earlier was just a bluff, and that he now needs time to recover. Clenching his fist, Tiangsu convinces himself that Chen Yuan is just an overextended nascent soul cultivator. He scoffs, thinking the legendary talent isn't as extraordinary as he first appeared. The blue-haired guard takes the bait, lunging at Yuan Chu with a surge of energy, believing she's an easy target while Chen Yuan is exhausted. Yuan Chu's movement is a blur of grace and speed as she prepares her counter. She hasn't had a real fight in ages, and the thrill of combat is finally surging through her veins. With a sharp swish, she expertly dodges the guard's clumsy assault, her eyes narrowing with lethal focus. A predatory smile plays on her lips as she finds the perfect opening. She unleashes a devastating blast of energy that sends the wind howling across the battlefield. The guard is caught completely off guard, engulfed in a massive boom as her power shatters his defenses. Yuan Chu leaps through the air with the lightness of a bird, practically humming with joy at her own prowess. She lands perfectly, proud that her aim is as sharp as ever. From the sidelines, Chen Yuan watches with a stoic humph, his golden eyes tracking her every move with pride. Yuan Chu doesn't stop there. She turns her gaze toward the mastermind. Next up, it's your turn, she chirps at a panicked Ye Chen Yuan. Terror finally sets in for the imposter as he realizes he's next on the chopping block. In a desperate move, he crushes a handful of inferno pearls to create a lethal distraction. A series of violent explosions rock the area, forcing Tiangsu to deploy a golden shield to survive his own trap. As the smoke billows, Chen Yuan lunges forward, shouting for his master to be careful. In the chaos of the blast, a stray shard manages to graze Chen Yuan's arm. Yuan Chu is at his side in an instant, her face pale with worry as she checks his injury. Chen Yuan remains calm, assuring her that a minor wound like this will heal in no time. However, as a single drop of his blood falls and hits the parched earth, something ancient awakens. The entire realm begins to rumble with a violent, earth-shaking force. Yuan Chu looks around in shock, wondering what could possibly be causing such a massive reaction. Chen Yuan's expression turns serious as he senses a familiar, primordial energy. He tells Yuan Chu not to be afraid. He can smell the scent of the holy sword calling out to them. He reaches out, firmly grabbing his master's sleeve to keep her close. Yuan Chu looks up at him, startled by the intensity in his eyes. Chen Yuan realizes there's no more time for games. The true treasure of this realm is hidden directly beneath their feet. Without a second thought, the two dive into the glowing fissure opening in the ground, descending into the heart of the mystery. As the fissure swallows them whole, Yuan Chu plunges through a swirling blue vortex, her magic failing as she's pulled into the unknown. Just as she's about to hit the ground, Ye Chen Yuan catches her, his steady arms providing a much-needed anchor as her spiritual energy completely dissipates. They land in the darkness, the last remnants of their protective magic fading away into the damp air. Reality hits hard. They've entered a zone where spiritual powers are useless, leaving them vulnerable. Chen Yuan doesn't hesitate. He analyzes the situation with a cold, focused gaze. He steps forward, insisting his master stay behind him, relying on the physical strength of his tempered body to lead the way. Yuan Chu can only sigh at his overprotectiveness, mentally reminding herself that despite her appearance, she's still a powerhouse in her own right. With a small glowing orb for light, they begin their descent into the oppressive silence of the cavern. They navigate the jagged rocks, the path ahead swallowed by shadows. Yuan Chu realizes the stakes are higher than she imagined. Even their storage spaces are locked, and their spirit companions are trapped within. The little white dragon is nowhere to be found, leaving them truly alone in the dark. Every step forward is a gamble in this magic-nullifying tomb. Yuan Chu reflects on the irony. It was Chen Yuan's blood all along that served as the key to this ancient place. When Chen Yuan questions if this is even the right place, Yuan Chu shuts down his doubts instantly. She is certain they are standing in the very chamber of the holy sword. But Chen Yuan is hesitant, wondering why a weapon of such legendary power would ever choose him. He fears the blade might reject his call. Hiding the fact that she knows the future, Yuan Chu looks at him with unwavering confidence. She tells him that as her disciple, everything good in this world is destined to be his. It's a sentiment she's held since he was a child, a bond that has only grown stronger over time. Chen Yuan pauses, touched by her loyalty, and asks the one question on his mind. Why does she treat him so well? In the past, Yuan Chu might have attributed it to his legendary fortune. But now, looking at the man he has become, her answer is different. She tells him it's because he is good, and he deserves the very best the world has to offer, regardless of destiny or magic. The moment is heavy with mutual respect as they stand together in the heart of the mountain. She gives him a bright, encouraging smile, reaffirming that he is worthy of everything. Suddenly, a massive rumble shakes the very foundations of the cave. Chen Yuan instantly pulls Yuan Chu close, his ears picking up the heavy, rhythmic footsteps of a giant beast. He tells her to run if things go south, but Yuan Chu pouts, annoyed that he's treating her like a deserter again. To ensure they aren't separated, Chen Yuan reminds her of the blood mark he placed on her, a technical fail-safe to find her in the dark. Then, out of the shadows, a giant, blood-red eye snaps open, watching them with chilling, ancient intelligence. Chen Yuan holds her back, noting that the creature is deliberately restraining its terrifying presence. Yuan Chu's heart races as she realizes they are facing a beast of impossible power, potentially a 9th-level monster. Chen Yuan remains calm, staring back at the massive entity. The eye studies them, its gaze rolling with a mix of curiosity and judgment. A patch of absolute darkness moves past them, the creature's massive form eclipsing the light. Yuan Chu is paralyzed by the thought that this beast could end them in a single move. But Chen Yuan's mind is working fast, recalling the ancient history of the empire. He asks her about the first beast contracted by the founding emperor, and the realization hits Yuan Chu like a physical blow. It's a coyote. Chen Yuan realizes this legendary guardian isn't there to hunt them, it's there to guide them to the sword. A thunderous boom echoes through the abyss as the duo pushes deeper into the oppressive darkness. Yuan Chu looks up, wondering if their own divine beasts will ever grow to be as powerful as the legends they are chasing. Ye Chen Yuan offers a confident nod, assuring her that as divine beasts, their potential is truly limitless. The trek is grueling, every step across the jagged terrain feeling like an eternity. Without her spiritual powers, Yuan Chu's energy begins to flag, her head spinning from the sheer exhaustion of the journey. But just as she feels she can't go on, Ye Chen Yuan points toward a glimmer of hope, a light up ahead, signaling they are almost there. They reach the edge of a massive overlook, the mist swirling around them like a living thing. Below, the terrifying form of the Teoti emerges from the fog, its glowing eyes a reminder of the power it guards. The scale of the beast is staggering, a true titan of the fissure. Yuan Chu's excitement returns in a flash. This has to be it. The chamber of the legendary Holy Sword. Ye Chen Yuan agrees. The presence of such a guardian proves they've found the heart of the mountain. Yuan Chu is ready to charge in and claim the greatest weapon under heaven. But Ye Chen Yuan stops her for a moment, reaching into his sleeve with a calm focus. Knowing his master is likely starving in this magic nullifying zone, he produces a small surprise, her favorite candy. Yuan Chu is instantly delighted, her exhaustion forgotten at the sight of the treat. He warns her that he only managed to bring 3 pieces, handing them over with a professional's care for his master's stamina. He promises that once they complete their mission and leave this place, he'll prepare a feast worthy of her efforts. Yuan Chu is moved, realizing once again how lucky she is to have such a considerate and prepared disciple. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. The Teoti begins to glow with a blinding intensity. A pillar of celestial gold erupts from the beast, shaking the very foundations of the cavern as the path forward opens. Yuan Chu braces herself, ready to cross the threshold into the unknown. They approach the shimmering barrier together, the light reflecting in their eyes. But as Ye Chen Yuan steps through, disaster strikes. An invisible force violently repels Yuan Chu, sending her tumbling backward. Ye Chen Yuan spins around in shock, reaching out for her as the barrier stabilizes. A dark, swirling vortex manifests behind Yuan Chu, dragging her into the shadows. Despite his desperate cries, she is swallowed by the darkness and vanishes completely. Ye Chen Yuan finds himself standing alone in a vast, silent temple courtyard under a starlit sky. A mysterious, disembodied voice tells him not to be distracted by extraneous persons, claiming the trial has begun. Ye Chen Yuan's anger flares to him. His master is anything but extraneous. The voice ignores his protest, stating that while he was fortunate enough to enter the chamber, obtaining the sword's approval is a feat he must achieve alone. Ye Chen Yuan's gaze hardens with a cold, sharp determination. He looks toward the grand staircase of the temple, where the holy sword sits bathed in an ethereal blue glow, surrounded by ancient runes. While he prepares to face the trial of a lifetime, Yuan Chu is currently hurtling through a chaotic spatial tunnel, cast out toward an unknown destination. The spatial vortex spits Yuan Chu out into a desolate, macabre landscape, where the ground is paved not with stone, but with a sea of bleached skulls and shattered remains. Standing amidst the graveyard of a forgotten era, she looks around in bewilderment. This isn't the trial chamber she expected, and the oppressive atmosphere weighs heavy on her shoulders. Confused and isolated, she can only wonder exactly what kind of nightmare realm she has been discarded into. Suddenly, the silence is shattered as a dark, jagged shadow lunges from the periphery with lethal intent. Yuan Chu's instincts scream a warning, her eyes widening as she barely registers the incoming strike. She throws herself back, the impact of the attack sending a shockwave through the bone-strewn earth. Standing before her is a fierce, blue-skinned demonic entity, its eyes glowing with a predatory red light as it prepares for a second pounce. Yuan Chu grinds her teeth, frustrated by the sudden, jarring shift in the environment's tone. Usually, she could rely on Ye Chen Yuan to handle these threats, but she realizes with a sinking heart that she is truly on her own this time. Reaching down into the debris, she tightly grips a massive, sturdy femur to use as a makeshift club. Deprived of her spiritual powers in this strange zone, she has no choice but to rely on raw, unadulterated brute force to survive. The monster doesn't give her a moment to breathe, closing the distance in a blur of blue limbs. Yuan swings her improvised weapon with everything she has, but the bone shatters instantly upon impact, proving completely useless against the beast's hide. She tosses the useless fragment aside, cursing the wretched luck of landing in such a hostile, power-dampening void. For a heartbeat, there is only silence. Then dozens of glowing red eyes ignite in the darkness, surrounding her from every angle. Her heart skips a beat as the scale of the threat becomes clear. Realizing she's hopelessly outnumbered, Yuan Chu turns and sprints, a massive horde of monsters hot on her heels. As she runs, she fumes over the unfairness of it all, wondering why anyone would ever choose to visit such a barren, have-nothing-you-want wasteland. She realizes she must have stumbled into an overlapping space between secret realms, a geographical glitch that has trapped her in a literal dead end. Desperate and cornered, she lets out a frantic cry for help, hoping anyone can hear her. A sudden flash of movement cuts through the gloom like a bolt of lightning. Before the monsters can close in, a pair of strong arms catches her, pulling her out of the line of fire. Yuan Chu looks up in total shock, unable to believe her eyes. Her savior is none other than Wei Shengyi, who stands firm, shielding her from the approaching shadows. Wei Shengji is equally stunned, staring down at the small girl he just rescued. He takes a defensive stance, his presence alone pushing back the encroaching darkness of the bone realm. The monsters growl and rustle in the shadows, sensing a much more dangerous opponent has entered the fray. Amidst the piles of skulls, the two stand together, an unlikely pair in a land of the dead. Yuan Chu demands to know what he's doing in such a miserable place, questioning if he's here for some bizarre form of combat training. Wei Shengji calmly explains that other secret realms are far too crowded with cultivators fighting over scraps, making this secluded, empty spot ideal for his purposes. He identifies the creatures chasing her as roasted beasts, though they look far more dangerous than the name implies. With a faint smile, he admits he's actually here to collect the rare, high-quality bones littering the ground. Yuan Chu can't help but think he's a total miser for coming all this way for literal trash. He tells her that he heard her cry for help and was shocked to find it was her, as he thought he was the only soul in this realm. He quickly notices that her spiritual flow is completely blocked, leaving her vulnerable. Yuan Chu explains her predicament, detailing how she was inexplicably yanked from her original path and dropped here. Wei Shengji theorizes that since she arrived from another secret realm, she is still suffering the restrictive laws of that previous location. He offers a solution. If she discards the tokens or items tied to the other realm, the restriction on her power should vanish. However, Yuan Chu immediately refuses, knowing that those items are her only link back to her disciple Ye Chen Yuan. Wei Shengji glances away, silently glad that the hostile Ye Chen Yuan isn't around to interfere this time. Left with no other choice and no magic to defend herself, Yuan Chu puts on her most persuasive face and reminds him that as a fellow pupil of the Thousand Sword Sect, it is his duty to protect her. Wei Shengji can't help but chuckle, giving her a reassuring smile and promising to keep her safe. As they prepare to move out, he secretly notes that after a few years apart, Master Yuan Chu seems to have only gotten more charming. The trial for the Holy Sword is finally underway, and the stakes couldn't be higher. We open on a grand, celestial palace, shimmering with an ancient blue light as the ultimate test begins. Ye Chen Yuan stands at the threshold, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he prepares to venture into the unknown. Suddenly, the ground beneath him fractures with a violent crack, glowing with an intense, molten heat. Searing pillars of energy erupt from the floor, transforming the hall into a treacherous gauntlet of fire. A narrow path of floating stones is all that remains, suspended over a literal sea of hell magma. Ye Chen Yuan quickly realizes the catch. His spiritual power is completely suppressed. If he falls, his physical body will take the full brunt of the heat. To claim the sword, he must cross this inferno using nothing but his own physical prowess and iron will. Despite the danger, his mind drifts to his master. He's haunted by the fact that he doesn't know where she was sent during the teleportation. Determined to reunite with her as quickly as possible, he decides there's no time to waste on hesitation. With a burst of speed, he leaps into the air, his silhouette framed against the roaring flames. He lands perfectly on the first stone, the heat radiating off the magma below. He observes that the reputation of the hell magma's temperature is no exaggeration. But his resolve doesn't flicker for a second. He maintains his focus, moving with the grace of a seasoned warrior. One by one, he navigates the floating stones, balancing precariously over the molten lake. With one final, decisive step, he reaches the other side. He glances back at the path he conquered, noting that while this was only the first level, it was surprisingly manageable. Ahead of him lies a massive, glowing staircase leading toward a towering structure. As he ascends toward the light, the very air seems to rumble with ancient power. He identifies his next destination, the Imperial Pedestal. Meanwhile, in the desolate bone wasteland, Yuan Chu is feeling the weight of the separation. She looks out over the grim landscape, wondering if her disciple has managed to obtain the holy sword yet. She tries to stay positive, telling herself there shouldn't be any problems for someone as talented as him. Her survivalist companion, Wei Shengji, interrupts her thoughts with a smirk. He mentions that while this secret realm is lacking in resources, it's famous for one specific delicacy and asks if she wants to try it. Ever the foodie, Yuan Chu's eyes light up as she follows him toward a new area. They arrive at a hidden, vibrant oasis where the water sparkles with a mysterious blue hue. Yuan Chu is momentarily stunned by the sudden beauty hidden within the graveyard of bones. But the delicacy isn't exactly friendly. A ferocious-looking piranha leaps from the water with a roar, snapping its jaws at her. Wei Shengji doesn't even flinch, catching the aggressive fish mid-air with his bare hands. Yuan Chu is skeptical, looking at the sharp-toothed monster and doubting it could possibly taste good. Wei Shengji just gives her a knowing look, confident in his survival skills. They continue their trek through a misty forest, where the wind blows through strange, jagged rock formations. They encounter a group of massive, intimidating apes guarding the area. Instead of fighting, Wei Shengji reveals a small jar of rainflower spirit dew. He explains this rare liquid can only be collected by the fan apes of this realm, and is a key ingredient for a legendary soup recipe. He smiles, explaining that he learned the recipe from someone familiar with this realm before he entered. With the dew in hand, the duo manages to catch a rabbit-like creature to complete their ingredients. Yuan Chu watches with anticipation as they secure their prize. It's a success. They have everything they need for a feast. As evening falls, Yuan Chu realizes they've spent the entire afternoon gathering supplies and are finally ready to eat. Wei Shengji starts a crackling campfire, the orange flames dancing in the twilight. Watching him work, Yuan Chu can't help but compare him to Ye Chen Yuan, She notes that while they are both cooking, the vibe is completely different. When her disciple cooks, he has the elegance of a scholar playing a zither. Wei Shengji, however, is a rugged survivalist. He's practical, efficient, and doesn't care if a little wood ash falls into the pot as long as the food is hot. As the soup begins to boil over the spirit fire, the aroma fills the air. Yuan Chu's eyes sparkle with genuine excitement. Despite the rough preparation, the final dish looks absolutely incredible, and she can't wait to dig in. Deep in the bone realm, the aroma of a survivalist feast begins to waft through the air as Wei Shengji carefully tends to a simmering pot over a crackling fire. Just as the broth reaches a boil, Yuan Chu's hunger gets the better of her, and she reaches out for a premature taste. But Wei Shengji is faster, sharply slapping her hand away and scolding her, insisting that this isn't how a proper meal is enjoyed. As Yuan Chu recoils, looking genuinely stunned by the rejection, Wei Shengji can't help but feel a surge of amusement. He finds her defeated, pouting expression surprisingly charming, realizing that seeing her like this brings a rare smile to his face. He hides his delight behind a composed exterior, savoring the playful dynamic. Yuan Chu isn't one to give up easily, though. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she waits for a moment of distraction and quickly sneaks a scalding sip of the soup. The heat hits her instantly, sending her into a panicked, flailing fit as the boiling liquid burns her throat. She breaks into a coughing fit, her face flushed red from the heat. Wei Shengji just sighs, looking at her with a mix of pity and exasperation, asking why she's in such a rush when no one is going to steal her food. Despite the burn, Yuan Chu is undeterred, her stomach growling as she begs to finally dig in. Wei Shengji shuts her down one last time, warning her that if she eats it now, it'll be so good she might literally swallow her own tongue. He returns to his craft, roasting skewers over the open flame to perfection. The scent is intoxicating, making Yuan Chu's mouth water as she watches with wide, impatient eyes. For the final touch, Wei Shengji adds a delicate sprinkle of seasoning to the bowl, before finally presenting the completed meal with a confident grin. Yuan Chu dives in, taking a massive bite of the roast and a deep gulp of the soup. Her eyes practically transform into stars as the flavors explode on her palate. She exclaims that it's absolutely amazing, her previous impatience completely forgiven in the face of such culinary mastery. As they eat together under the twilight sky, a comfortable silence settles between the two allies. Suddenly, Yuan Chu pauses, looking up with a thoughtful expression to ask if she can take some of the food to go. Confused, Wei Shengji asks why. She explains that because the ingredients are unique to this realm, she wants to save some for her disciple, Ye Chen Yuan, who has never had the chance to taste something this exquisite. The mention of her disciple leaves Wei Shengji speechless for a moment. He looks down at his storage ring, lost in thought. He eventually confesses a long-held secret. Back when he was a kid, he actually wanted Yuan Chu to be his master. Yuan Chu is visibly confused by revelation. Wei Shengji elaborates, explaining that during the grand selection competition, his goal was to win first place just so he could choose her as his mentor. Yuan Chu laughs it off, teasing him that he actually lucked out, because being her disciple is far from an easy task. She admits she has no real clue how to teach, and she's mostly been making things up as she goes with Ye Chen Yuan. Yet, Wei Shengji looks at her pensive form, thinking to himself that while a capable master is good, what he truly desired was someone like her, someone who genuinely cares and thinks of their student. The moment of reflection is shattered by a sudden, sharp sound. Wei Shengji's eyes narrow instantly. A swoosh echoes through the trees as something or someone approaches their camp. Yuan Chu senses the shift in the air, her gaze sharpening as she looks toward the shadows. Emerging from the brush are several bedraggled figures. Wei Shengji stands his ground, wondering if these people are also here to explore the secret realm of the bones. Yuan Chu looks at them with pity, noting how thin and miserable they look, as if they haven't eaten in weeks. However, one of the newcomers looks back at them with a hollow, confused stare, delivering a shocking revelation. They aren't in a secret realm at all. This is the Shu Kingdom. The atmosphere shifts from a quiet meal to a grim reality as Wei Shengji observes the trembling refugees, realizing these people are likely natives who have no idea they're living inside the 100-bone secret realm. Yuan Chu watches them intently, her usual playful demeanor replaced by a sharp, calculating focus. Wei Shengji remains silent, his mind racing as he processes the implications of finding civilization in such a desolate place. He concludes that because they are natives, they are completely unaware of the spiritual significance of their own land. Yuan Chu's eyes widen in realization as the pieces of the puzzle begin to fit together. The refugees look up at the duo with a mixture of awe and fear, their faces gaunt from starvation. One of them asks with a trembling voice if cultivation and Taoist priests even exist anymore, revealing a shocking lack of spiritual knowledge. Wei Shengji notes the incredibly thin spiritual energy in the area, realizing this place is a void for cultivators, inhabited only by those who have never touched the path of immortality. Yuan Chu is stunned. In the celestial realm, everyone cultivates to some degree, but these are pure mortals, a concept she's never encountered in person. Her gaze softens as she looks at the suffering before her, the gravity of their plight sinking in. She rests a hand on her chin, deeply troubled by why these people are in such a miserable state. Stepping forward, she gently asks if their country is suffering through a famine. With a warm, reassuring smile, she tries to put their fears to rest, insisting that she and Wei Shengji aren't bad people. The refugees look at her with desperate hope, their eyes pleading for a miracle. Yuan Chu's heart goes out to them as she listens to their harrowing story. One refugee explains the nightmare. 2 years ago, a black hole appeared at their capital, and now, anyone bitten by the creatures emerging from it doesn't die, they turn into monsters. The land itself is dying, cracked and barren, as the country collapses under the weight of this supernatural plague. Driven by hunger and fear, the survivors have been forced into the dangerous forests just to find a scrap of food. Yuan Chu's expression hardens into one of pure outrage. She explains that the laws of heaven require a balance, and the monster realm should never have merged with the human realm. Wei Shengji deduces the cause. A reckless cultivator must have shattered the boundary between worlds, causing them to bleed into one another. He warns that if this continues, the monsters will eventually devour the entire mortal realm. Yuan Chu is fuming, calling the failure to repair the boundary promptly an absolute outrage. Her eyes burn with a new sense of purpose. She can't just walk away. Wei Shengji senses her shifting mood and asks what she plans to do. She turns to him with a grin, suggesting that since he's so capable, he should be the one to give these people a helping hand. Wei Shengji hesitates, worried that meddling in the affairs of this realm will only bring them unnecessary danger. But Yuan Chu isn't taking no for an answer, promising to use her secret manual token to bail them out if things get too risky. She cheers him on with infectious energy, telling Uncle not to be so afraid of a little hero work. Wei Shengji can only stare back in stunned silence, completely outmatched by her enthusiasm. Finally, he lets out a resigned sigh and agrees to do his best. Yuan Chu beams, calling him Uncle again in gratitude while the refugees bow, hailing him as a great immortal. Yuan Chu immediately gets to work, offering more of their supplies to the starving crowd. Wei Shengji watches his resources disappear with a pained expression, muttering a reluctant, "all right." He's practically crying on the inside, realizing these were valuable items he intended to sell, now being given away for free. He sulks in chibi form, feeling the sting of his dwindling retirement fund. Yuan Chu notices his gloom and playfully promises he'll get everything back with double interest. She laughs, telling him that if all else fails, he can just demand reimbursement from the sect leader who will definitely pay up. The forest seems a bit brighter as the tension breaks. Wei Shengji looks at Yuan Chu, realizing that despite her mischief, she has a heart of gold. Seeing the refugees have finished eating, he decides it's time to set aside his grievances and get down to business. Yuan Chu is practically vibrating with excitement. She's ready to dive headfirst into this new mission, eager to save a country and prove that she's more than just a powerless master. The imperial pedestal looms under the moonlight, a silent witness to a trial that has pushed many to their breaking point. Within its glowing blue halls, Ye Chen Yuan stands battered, blood staining his face, but his resolve remains unshaken. His hands are stained crimson, his very clothes soaked from the intensity of the struggle he's endured to reach this point. An ancient voice echoes through the chamber, noting that every one of the 100 steps he's taken has been a brutal test of spirit. The voice is impressed. Despite his youth, Ye Chen Yuan's golden eyes haven't wavered, even when faced with supreme power. "I haven't," he replies simply, his voice cold and focused. The voice finds it strange. He has such immense potential, yet he seems to harbor no selfish desires or worldly pursuits. As he continues to walk forward, the voice asks if he's curious why the last person who stood here failed so miserably. It claims it isn't trying to kill him, it's just searching for a single spark of emotional fluctuation. Ye Chen Yuan offers no reaction, his back turned as he marches toward his goal. He approaches the heart of the pedestal, where a dark, ancient blade floats in a sea of blue energy. This is the artifact, a weapon of unimaginable power. The voice tempts him, mentioning how proud his father would be if he secured such divine strength. A small smile plays on Chen Yuan's lips. "Master said I can obtain it," he says confidently. "So how could I be disappointed?" The voice instantly picks up on the shift in his tone. It has found his one true weakness. His master. Suddenly, the energy in the room surges violently. Chen Yuan's eyes widen in shock as the light begins to take a specific shape. Out of the swirling mist, a vision of Yuan Chu appears, looking as innocent as ever. The trial reaches its cruel climax. "Come on," the voice commands. "On last test, kill her." The lonely sword spirit watches closely, refusing to follow anyone who hesitates like the candidate before him. It tells Chen Yuan that this girl is already locked away and cannot see his actions, yet she still believes he is doing all of this for her. The blade pulses, offering him a deal. Abandon his attachments, embrace solitude, and it will help him ascend to the heavens. Chen Yuan looks at the vision of his master and smiles warmly. He remembers her quirks, her face, and everything they've been through. As the vision of Yuan Chu begins to fade into the light, she looks back with a hint of sadness. But instead of striking, Ye Chen Yuan turns his back on the artifact entirely. The sword spirit is stunned. He's walking away from the ultimate power. "Don't you want the divine artifact?" The voice screams, desperate now. Chen Yuan's gaze turns ice cold. "If obtaining the divine artifact requires me to harm her? Sorry, I don't want it." He continues to walk away, leaving the floating blade behind. The spirit realizes it can't move him. No matter the temptation, he won't budge. Then, The tone of the trial shifts completely. You've been through the test. You've passed. Chen Yuan stops in his tracks, confused by the sudden change. He looks back, wondering how his refusal could possibly be the answer. He thinks of his master, the one person who doesn't fit the mold of a typical cultivator's ambition. The spirit explains that the final test wasn't about strength, but at what a person is willing to sacrifice for the Tao. Chen Yuan stares at the blade, realizing the complexity of the trial he just survived. He questions if pursuing the Great Way without any desires or demands is even a path worth taking. He turns back to the altar, standing before the floating weapon once more. With a steady hand, he reaches out and firmly grasps the hilt. As the sword erupts in a brilliant light, the spirit delivers its final truth. Only those with deep feelings in their hearts can truly understand the sorrow of this sword. Ye Chen Yuan has claimed his prize. As the dust settles over the capital of Shu, a heavy silence hangs over the ancient rooftops, standing amidst the swirling winds. Ye Chen Yuan listens as the lonely sword reveals its tragic lineage. Its first master was none other than the founding emperor himself. The blade hums with a sorrowful resonance, a physical manifestation of a legacy built on sacrifice. Looking at the glowing steel, Chen Yuan asks the question weighing on his heart. If the emperor was so powerful, why couldn't he save the woman he loved? A vision of a lone woman walking into the light appears, a reminder that the emperor once waged war against the very heavens to defy her short destiny. Even in the face of death, the emperor refused to yield, choosing instead to cultivate his soul, so that their spirits would remain tethered across every reincarnation. He spent lifetimes searching for her, a solitary figure watching over a vast, indifferent horizon. As the golden light of dawn breaks through the heavy clouds, the sword wonders if its former master ever truly found the peace he sought. Chen Yuan remains focused, the wind whipping his hair as he absorbs the weight of this eternal devotion. He challenges the artifact, questioning if it's merely mimicking its old master's standards, or if it has developed a soul of its own. The tension breaks for a fleeting second as the sword reacts with a flash of jealousy, proving it's more than just cold metal. With a decisive motion, Chen Yuan's hand clamps onto the hilt. Above him, the heavens fracture as golden light pierces through the gloom. He swings the blade with absolute conviction, unleashing a torrent of celestial energy. A massive pillar of light erupts from the palace, screaming toward the sky and signaling the birth of a legend. Below, the citizens of Shu can only stare in disbelief as the divine sword finally awakens. Suspended in a vortex of raw power, Chen Yuan finally claims the weapon as his own. His gaze is sharp, reflecting the absolute power now flowing through his veins. He becomes the center of a golden supernova, the energy of the breakthrough shaking the very foundations of the earth. The sword's spirit confesses its truth. It was forged to be strong, but it was never complete until it understood the heart. Through the reflection in Chen Yuan's glowing eyes, the sword reveals how it was reforged with emotional threads to bridge the gap between weapon and soul. Shards of memory float by, showing the characters for love that the emperor's wife personally engraved upon the blade. Chen Yuan stands amidst the floating crystals of the past, realizing his true mission isn't just to be the strongest, but to protect those he loves. With a satisfied smile, he sheathes the divine weapon, the bond between master and blade now unbreakable. The surge of energy is so immense that his cultivation level skyrockets, officially breaking through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. But power means nothing without his master. He immediately demands to know Yuan Chu's current location. The sword's spirit assures him she is safe for now, though she is currently occupied at the city's defensive perimeter. Chen Yuan wastes no time, looking toward the horizon with renewed purpose. Meanwhile, across the snowy, desolate streets of the inner city, the atmosphere is grim. Yuan Chu and Wei Shengji find themselves surrounded by desperate refugees who hail them as their only hope. Wei Shengji looks on with a somber expression, realizing the weight of the lives resting on their shoulders. The crowd swarms them, begging for news of food and safety from the monsters lurking outside. Shengji maintains a professional, stoic exterior, but internally, he's calculating their dwindling resources. He knows that if the monsters don't kill these people, starvation surely will. Thinking fast, Yuan Chu puts on a brave face, telling the frightened crowd to stay calm because they are immortals sent to protect them. The refugees gasp, their despair turning into a fragile, desperate hope. They fall to their knees, pleading for the immortals to save them from the encroaching darkness. Yuan Chu keeps up the act, though the pressure of the situation is clearly mounting. Shengji realizes he needs to provide a practical miracle to back up their claims. He produces a high-grade spirit stone, knowing that while it's powerful, it's far too potent for ordinary mortals to consume directly. Exhausted by the logistical nightmare of saving a starving city, Shengji can only hope that Chen Yuan arrives soon to tip the scales. Ye Chen Yuan stands atop the mountain peaks, a new, overwhelming power surging through his veins after his breakthrough. But peace is short-lived as a pack of greedy cultivators surrounds him, demanding he hand over the legendary divine sword he just obtained. Inside his sea of consciousness, the little white dragon is eager to pounce and defend his master. However, Ye Chen Yuan shuts the idea down. The sword alone has already made him a massive target, and revealing more of his hidden cards would only invite more relentless enemies. He stares down the mob, his presence radiating a cold, immovable pressure that fills the clearing. His eyes burn with a golden intensity, a silent warning to anyone foolish enough to step forward. The leader of the group sneers, offering a false choice. Surrender the treasure now or face immediate execution. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't hesitate for a second. Of course, I choose to let you all die right here. He erupts with a violent burst of energy, the sheer force of his mid-stage nascent soul cultivation sending shockwaves through the forest. With a disdainful scoff, he prepares to show these scavengers the true gap in their power levels. A streak of lethal light cuts through the air, signaling the start of a one-sided slaughter. Attacks rain down from every direction. But Ye Chen Yuan moves like a ghost, parrying every strike with effortless, technical precision. The ground shatters under the weight of the magical assault, smoke and debris billowing into the sky. As the dust clears, Ye Chen Yuan stands at the center of the crater, unharmed and radiating a terrifying golden aura. Dark energy and blood spray across the battlefield as he begins his counteroffensive. He stands amidst the chaos, his hair fluttering in the wind as he calmly evaluates the remaining threats. Wiping a stray drop of blood from his lip, he mocks the crowd, asking if they want to continue this as a group attack, or if anyone is brave enough for a one-on-one challenge. Infuriated by his arrogance, three powerful cultivators launch a desperate, coordinated strike. A cacophony of explosions rocks the area as their magical energies collide with his defense. Suddenly, a brilliant golden barrier envelops him, perfectly absorbing every ounce of their combined power. The attackers are stunned. Their speed is incredible, yet they realize they aren't even scratching the surface of his protection. They double down on their efforts, hoping to wear him down and deplete his energy through sheer persistence. In his palm, a miniature golden artifact hums with divine power. Ye Chen Yuan smiles, noting that the protective treasure his master, Yuan Chu, gave him is proving to be incredibly useful in this lopsided fight. Massive plumes of fire and energy erupt around him, but he remains the calm eye of the storm. A titanic beam of light slams into the earth, threatening to vaporize everything in its path. But Ye Chen Yuan lands with feline grace, his footing as solid as the mountain itself. Spikes of energy erupt from the ground, framing him in a silhouette of pure dominance. He stands tall, sparks of raw power dancing across his robes as he prepares to end the farce. The cultivators tremble as the terrifying realization hits. Despite his overwhelming performance, he hasn't even drawn the divine sword yet. A high-ranking elder steps forward, trying to claim moral authority by declaring the sword property of the empire. His subordinates are already broken and battered, their confidence completely shattered by the youth's strength. They whisper among themselves, plotting to seize whatever scraps they can if the empire manages to secure the main prize. Believing Ye Chen Yuan must be exhausted after two major attacks, the mob rallies for one final charge, desperate to overwhelm him with their numbers. Ye Chen Yuan's lips curl into a predatory smirk. They've walked right into his trap. Purple lightning crackles to life in his hand, forming a localized storm of pure destruction. His eye flashes with a lethal violet hue, the sign of a master ready to finish the game. The elder's face pales as he finally understands the true, monstrous scale of the power they've provoked. The sky above the battlefield fractures as a violent surge of purple lightning tears through the clouds, signaling the beginning of the end for the greedy cultivators. A massive pillar of celestial thunder slams into the earth with enough force to shatter the very foundation of the mountain. Standing at the epicenter of this chaotic storm, Ye Chen Yuan remains untouched, looking like a god of war descending upon mortals. The attackers are frozen in horror as the lightning effortlessly bypasses their strongest defensive barriers, leaving them completely exposed. Agonizing screams fill the air as the high-voltage energy surges through their bodies, proving that their numbers mean nothing against true power. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes narrow with cold indifference. To him, these experts are nothing more than a nuisance. He doesn't even move a muscle as another wave of lightning rains down, methodically picking apart the remaining resistance. Even without drawing his weapon, his presence alone exerts a crushing pressure that suffocates everyone in the vicinity. The survivors tremble, realizing they are facing heavenly thunder, a power that shouldn't be possible for someone to wield so casually. The Empire Elder's face pales as he realizes his massive mistake. Ye Chen Yuan isn't just a talented kid, he's an invincible monster at the nascent soul level. For the first time, the elder feels a cold sweat break across his brow, wondering if even he has a chance of surviving this encounter. Ye Chen Yuan lets out a bored sigh, his expression mockingly calm despite the carnage surrounding him. He gestures to the crowd, his voice dripping with disdain as he tells them all to stop wasting time and attack at once. The elder tries to maintain his dignity, claiming he originally intended to show mercy, but his trembling voice betrays his fear. Ye Chen Yuan's expression shifts to one of fierce loyalty as he mentions his master Yuan Chu. To him, these thieves who try to steal through force aren't even worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as her. Insulted and desperate, a cultivator lunges forward with a murderous roar, desperate to end the young prodigy. He unleashes a blinding blast of energy, hoping to catch the boy off guard. A sharp arc of light cuts through the air, but Ye Chen Yuan is already gone. He moves like a ghost, reappearing behind his opponent with terrifying speed. Frustrated and terrified, the attacker demands that Ye Chen Yuan finally draw his divine sword. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes ignite with a golden glow, reflecting his absolute dominance over the battlefield. He repeats his ultimatum. They aren't worth the effort of unsheathing his blade. Enraged by the blatant disrespect, the mob charges forward in a final, desperate wave. Energy slashes collide in a chaotic explosion of light as they try to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. But Ye Chen Yuan has already won. He raises a hand, and golden particles begin to dance around his fingertips as he activates a hidden technique. With a sharp gesture, he takes control of the surrounding energy, weaving it into a complex spiritual net. A look of grim satisfaction crosses his face as the formation takes hold, sealing the fate of everyone within its reach. He notes that while the formation is simple, it's more than enough to handle this group. A massive swirl of blue energy erupts from his palm, spiraling into the sky like a localized hurricane. The energy expands outward in a split second, creating a massive dome that traps the entire battlefield. From a distance, it looks like a giant, glowing orb has swallowed the mountainside whole. Then, the true horror begins. Ye Chen Yuan summons a wisp of pitch-black demonic energy into his palm. He feeds the dark mist into the ceiling formation, tainting the very air his enemies breathe. The cultivators realize too late that they are being poisoned by the most volatile energy imaginable. The elder coughs up blood, his internal organs failing as the demonic energy wreaks havoc on his cultivation. The mob is broken, with many falling to their knees as they begin to realize the terrifying truth. Ye Chen Yuan masters both immortal and demonic arts. They scream in terror, realizing that if they stay inside the seal, the demonic energy will cause their bodies to literally explode. Hands reach out in desperation, begging for the nightmare to end as they swear to give up on the divine sword. The elder, now looking like a ghost of his former self, pleads for his life, asking why it has to end in death. Ye Chen Yuan looks down at them, his voice cold and unwavering. "Are you begging me now?" he asks. He demands a sincere apology, reminding them that they were the ones who attacked him without provocation. In this world, strength is the only law, and Ye Chen Yuan has just become the judge, jury, and executioner. Ye Chen Yuan stands tall, the undisputed master of the battlefield, as the dust finally begins to settle. Below him, the once arrogant army of cultivators has been brought to their knees, forced to submit to his overwhelming power. Only the Empire Elder remains standing, his pride refusing to break even as his world crumbles around him. The Elder spits out a defiant roar, claiming that as an out-of-body stage expert, he only kneels to the heavens and his master never to a brat like Ye Chen Yuan. Ye Chen Yuan's gaze turns cold as ice, and a sinister dark aura begins to flicker around his silhouette. Without a word, he lashes out with tendrils of demonic energy that snake toward the elder with lethal, suffocating intent. The elder's eyes widen in sheer terror as the corrupting force bypasses his defenses, hitting him with the weight of a mountain. Ye Chen Yuan delivers a final, chilling ultimatum: admit his mistakes now, or face an immediate death. The elder's hands tremble with a mix of rage and fear as the demonic pressure begins to crush his very soul. Finally, his pride is shattered, and he is forced into a humiliating crouch, while silently vowing revenge for this disgrace. The entire group is now completely suppressed, trapped under the terrifying weight of Ye Chen Yuan's dual-path cultivation. With a dismissive scoff, Ye Chen Yuan looks down at the defeated mob with nothing but pure contempt. He casually retracts his energy, the dark mist swirling back into his palm as the immediate threat is neutralized. Seeing that they've lost their will to fight, he decides he's wasted enough time on these insects and prepares to depart. His thoughts immediately drift back to his master, wondering if she is anxiously waiting for his return. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland filled with the skulls of the fallen, a different kind of crisis is unfolding. Yuan Chu and Wei Shengji overlook a massive, teeming horde of monsters that have completely overrun the valley below. Yuan Chu senses something deeply wrong. The natural laws of the realm are being suppressed by a strange external force. Wei Shengji calculates the grim logistics of their task, noting they need to harvest 500,000 glabella bones from the creatures. He looks at the sheer scale of the slaughter required, his expression stoic but wary. Yuan Chu pitches a clever plan instead of doing all the tedious work themselves. They can let the locals handle the bone extraction once the monsters are cleared. Wei Shengji looks at her, wondering exactly how she expects him to handle such a massive workload on his own. With a bright, mischievous smile, she gives the command, "Go down there and wipe out every single monster in sight." She reminds him that once the killing is done, he needs to find help for the harvest while she investigates the barrier. Wei Shengji sighs, realizing the sheer amount of time and effort it will take to clear a horde of this size alone. But as he looks back at her, his resolve begins to soften. Yuan Chu turns on the charm, giving him a look so persuasive that it makes it impossible for him to refuse. Defeated by her enthusiasm, he agrees to take on the mission while Yuan Chu cheers him on with excitement. However, he stops her for a moment, stating that he has one specific request in exchange for his labor. He demands that she personally provide him with a payment the next time they meet. Without waiting for her reaction, he turns and descends toward the monster-infested valley to begin the hunt. Yuan Chu stands there puzzled, trying to decipher what kind of payment he could possibly be after. Her eyes suddenly light up as she assumes he must be asking for a significant financial reward. She laughs it off, confident that as a wealthy, rich lady of cultivation, she can easily afford whatever fee he asks for. Nearby, a specialized microorganism successfully lures away a powerful spirit beast that was guarding the area. Seizing the opening, Yuan Chu leaps down into a deep crevice to investigate the source of the realm's instability. She touches the boundary point, confused as to why the defensive barrier has completely vanished from this specific location. Her sharp eyes catch a glint of something unusual embedded deep in the ground. It's a specialized hairpin, deliberately placed there to sabotage and destroy the barrier's foundation. She grunts with effort, putting all her strength into pulling the cursed object out of the earth. As the pin finally comes free, a small, startled creature suddenly pops out of the ground with a cry. Yuan Chu beams with excitement, thrilled to have uncovered a major clue to the mystery. But she isn't alone from the shadows. A pair of glowing eyes watches her every move, whispering that he's finally found his little chewer. Ye Chen Yuan hits the ground like a localized lightning bolt, his aura radiating a cold, suffocating pressure as he finally arrives at the search site. His boots crush the dirt with an ominous finality. He's not here for a scenic tour. Clutched in his hand is the divine sword, and his expression is nothing short of murderous as he demands answers. The sword spirit is practically sweating bullets, stuttering out an explanation about the secret realm's complex, intersecting paths. But Ye Chen Yuan isn't buying the excuses, his irritation flaring into a visible, jagged vein as the sword admits it acted on impulse. With a gaze that could freeze a sun, he offers a single chilling word. So, he leans in, his eyes burning with a terrifying orange glow, demanding to know if this legendary weapon is actually incapable of finding his master. The sword spirit quickly pivots, insisting it can find him, desperate to de-escalate the situation. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes narrow, sharp as the blade he holds as he calculates his next move. Terrified of being melted down, the sword spirit begs for 3 days to track her down. Ye Chen Yuan isn't that patient. He gives the spirit exactly 1 day to bring her back unharmed, or he'll personally reforge the blade into scrap metal. The sword spirit is left reeling, cursing its luck for ending up with such a ruthless master. Master Li and the little dragon manifest nearby, trying to talk Ye Chen Yuan off the ledge. Master Li urges him to stay calm, but Ye Chen Yuan's focus is absolute. The little dragon pipes up, reminding him that Yuan Chu is resourceful and cute enough to turn any misfortune into a win. But Ye Chen Yuan's fear isn't about monsters or traps. He's worried that questionable people will try to get close to his master while he's not there to protect her. Deep in the desolate wasteland, surrounded by the remnants of fallen beasts, the atmosphere shifts. Yuan Chu and Wei Shengji stand before a massive, glowing barrier stone, investigating the breach. Wei Shengji, ever the pragmatist, asks if the spiritual barrier has finally stabilized. Yuan Chu's concern lies elsewhere. She's worried about the monsters that have already slipped through into the mortal realm. Wei Shengji considers this, his sharp eyes scanning the horizon. He points out a nearby forest where the spiritual energy is unusually high. Yet strangely, the monsters refuse to set foot inside. Yuan Chu's eyes light up with realization if the beasts are terrified of that forest, there must be a powerful deterrent hidden within. They venture into the twisted, skeletal woods, determined to find the source of this fear. Yuan Chu is practically buzzing with excitement, ready to capture a beast just to see what makes it tick. They emerge into a breathtaking clearing filled with vibrant purple flowers that stand in stark contrast to the surrounding decay. Suddenly, a spirit beast twitches in the shadows, its body racking with tremors. It lunges toward them, but Wei Shengji is faster, standing his ground as the creature closes in. With a flick of his wrist, he prepares to strike. He doesn't kill it. Instead, he skillfully knocks the beast directly into the patch of purple flora. The creature hits the ground hard, right in the center of the blossoms. Within seconds, the aggressive beast goes limp, completely subdued by the environment. The delicate purple flowers sway innocently, hiding a potent secret. Yuan Chu watches in awe as the once deadly monster becomes totally incapacitated. Wei Shengji uses his spiritual energy to probe the area, confirming the flower's effect. The beast is paralyzed, unable to muster even a hint of its former rage. It tries to wake, twitching feebly, but the forest's influence is too strong. Wei Shengji confirms it. There is something in this forest that can effortlessly neutralize these monsters. Yuan Chu leans in, her eyes wide as she examines the blooms. She reaches out, touching the petals to understand their properties. She realizes it's the pollen, a natural, non-lethal sedative that works instantly on spirit beasts. Her mind immediately goes to the big picture. If they can harvest this pollen, even ordinary people can defend themselves against the monster horde. Wei Shengji smiles, revealing he has spirit liquid that can accelerate the growth of these flowers on a massive scale. This is the ultimate win-win. They can protect the city and use the local population to help harvest the valuable spirit bones. Wei Shengji watches her, his expression unreadable as he acknowledges her sharp tactical mind. But his gaze sharpens, sensing a shift in the air or perhaps a hidden observer. Yuan Chu doesn't notice. Her attention is grabbed by something else entirely. She gasps, looking down at her waist as her command tablet begins to glow with an intense, rhythmic light. Xiaoji, look! My command tablet is responding. The mission was a success, but the clock is ticking. In Yuan Chu's hand, the command tablet begins to pulse with a brilliant, urgent light. Her eyes widen as she realizes the summons is real. The trial is calling her back, and she has no choice but to answer. Wei Shengji watches her, his expression unreadable as he confirms that her time in this sector has officially run out. As the teleportation magic takes hold, Yuan Chu's feet begin to lift off the ground. She waves a cheerful goodbye, leaving the heavy lifting of the monster horde and the new cultivation plan entirely in Wei's hands. Don't forget, she shouts, reminding him of his duty to teach the others how to grow those paralyzing flowers. Wei stands alone in the clearing, watching her departure with a lingering, focused gaze. Yuan Chu isn't one for somber goodbyes. She calls out one last compliment, labeling him a truly good person for his help. She promises him a grand reward for his hard work the next time their paths cross. her voice fading as she ascends. Next time, Wei whispers to himself, the weight of her promise hanging in the air. He calls out to the sky, making sure she remembers that she owes him big time. High above, Yuan Chu gives a final, cute nod of affirmation before vanishing into the swirling clouds. The winds howl as she travels through the upper atmosphere, the world below becoming a blur of blue and white. She wonders if Ye Chen Yuan is already scouring the land for her, worried that his divine sword might have already sniffed out her location. Suddenly, a strange ripple in the air catches her attention, a distortion that shouldn't be there. Her intuition screams danger as she senses a suffocatingly powerful presence closing in. A slender, pale hand reaches out from the void, effortlessly plucking a floating leaf from the air. It's the demon lord, Liu Yang, and he's found her with a chillingly calm smile that promises trouble. Images of their past conflict flash through her mind. Out of everyone in the realm, he is the last person she wanted to encounter. A surge of dark energy erupts, cutting off her path and sealing any hope of an easy escape. Yuan Chu spins around to flee, only to be hit with a terrifying realization. Her spiritual powers are still suppressed by the divine sword's secret realm. Where do you think you're going, little girl? Liu Yang's voice echoes, dripping with cold, predatory amusement. He looms over her, his presence so overwhelming that the very air feels heavy. Yuan Chu freezes, cursing her own curiosity and regretting ever getting involved with this ancient monster. His eyes lock onto hers, noting how much time has passed since she last crossed him. Yuan Chu grits her teeth, her mind racing at 100 miles an hour to find a weakness. He reaches out with terrifyingly casual dominance, his fingers brushing her face as if she were a captured prize. He makes his intentions clear. This wasn't a chance meeting. He came to this realm specifically to find her. The demon lord leans in closer, his dark aura completely enveloping her. Yuan Chu recoils, the sheer pressure of his energy leaving her breathless and cornered. She pushes against him with all her strength, demanding to know what business a lord of his stature has with her. Internally, she's screaming, terrified of what this malevolent spirit has planned for her soul. He chuckles darkly, sensing the insults and fear she's desperately trying to hide behind her eyes. Backing away slowly, she tries to play it off as a simple misunderstanding between old acquaintances. He repeats the word misunderstanding with a sharp, mocking edge. He hasn't forgotten the past. He reminds her exactly how she injured him and used him as a human shield. He threatens to consume her whole to settle the debt, his eyes glowing with a malicious, purple light. Yuan Chu panics, hilariously trying to convince him that as a spirit, she wouldn't even taste good. He ignores her pleas, focused entirely on the pure spiritual energy radiating from her form. He calls her delicious, noting the absolute lack of impurities in her soul, a rare delicacy for a demon. Suddenly, the token in her pocket burns with heat. Wei Shengji is calling for her, but she is trapped in a stalemate. She realizes this pervert demon has no intention of letting her go to answer the summons. If she doesn't act now, she'll be dragged into his warped dimension, lost to the world forever. Stealing her resolve, Yuan Chu knows she has to find a way to subdue this monster before he carries out his threat. Inside a dimly lit room, the air is thick with tension as Yuan Chu finds herself cornered by the formidable demon lord, Liu Yang. He watches her every move like a predator, noting the way her eyes dart around as she desperately searches for an escape. Yuan Chu tries to play it cool, arguing that her past attacks on him were nothing more than reasonable self-defense. She reminds him of his previous attempts to take advantage of her, insisting that she only did what she had to do to survive. Her hand gestures wildly as she recounts how he tried to use her for his own gain in the past. The room falls silent as she points out the harsh truth. His cultivation foundation is currently unstable because he advanced too prematurely. With a hopeful look, she asks if they can finally call it even and go their separate ways, but Liu Yang's expression softens into something far more dangerous. He remarks that after all this time, little Chuer has only become more adorable. He leans in, a chilling smile playing on his lips, as he offers her a deal to let bygones be bygones. There's just one catch: he expects her to marry him, promising he won't be angry with his own wife. Yuan Chu is absolutely floored, her mind racing to process this sudden shift in his demands. In her past life, this man wanted to use her as a lab rat for his experiments, yet now he's obsessed with marriage. It makes zero sense to her. She quickly argues that her parents would never approve of such a union. Liu Yang's gaze turns icy as he dismisses her concerns. Their approval is irrelevant to him. He reveals a pregnancy fruit in his possession, coldly stating that once she carries his child, her sect won't have any grounds to object. Panicking at the thought of his plan, Yuan Chu desperately tries to pivot the conversation. She bets that his relentless pursuit is actually about her secret, how she can cultivate both immortal and demonic paths simultaneously. This catches his interest instantly. He stops his advance, demanding to know if she's finally ready to talk. Sweat beads on Yuan Chu's forehead as she realizes she's playing a high-stakes game of poker. As he maintains a strictly professional focus on her reaction, she suggests he conduct a technical experiment to prove her words. Though he looks skeptical of her sudden cooperation, She pleads for him to listen. Finally, he gives her the floor to explain herself. Yuan Chu spins a tale of survival, claiming a high monk once saved her life by destroying her spirit veins and gifting her a unique cultivation method to suppress demonic energy. She insists this is the only reason she can balance both paths without exploding. Jun Liu Yang is intrigued but suspicious, questioning if the secret could really be that simple. Seizing the moment, Yuan Chu offers to recite the technique right now so he can test its effectiveness himself. As she begins to speak the ancient words, glowing runes and spiritual symbols begin to swirl around the demon lord. His eyes widen as he feels the technique taking hold. Surprisingly, spiritual energy begins to flow into his body. He focuses entirely on the internal circulation, wondering if this simple technique is truly the legendary key to dual cultivation. He continues to draw on the energy, testing the limits of this new power. Yuan Chu watches him with a hawk-like intensity, waiting for the perfect moment. Jun Liu Yang prepares to manifest the energy, attempting to condense a small flame in his palm, using the newly absorbed spiritual power. A tiny spark flickers to life, appearing to prove her right. But suddenly, his expression twists in agony. He collapses, coughing up a spray of blood as the energy turns volatile. "You deceived me?" he snarls, realizing too late that he's fallen into a trap. Yuan Chu stands over him, explaining that while the technique works for her, it causes a violent backfire the moment anyone else tries to use spiritual energy. She knows her unique physique is the real secret one he can never replicate. The demon lord is left gasping on the floor, his strength rapidly failing him. Yuan Chu's innocent facade vanishes, replaced by a look of cold determination. He struggles to speak through the blood, realize he's been completely neutralized. With a triumphant smirk, Yuan Chu looms over her captor. He can't use his demonic energy now, and for the first time, the master of the situation has finally changed. The tables haven't just turned. They've been completely flipped. Yuan Chu hums a playful, mocking tune as she stands over her fallen captor. Jun Liu Yang can only groan in agony, the devastating backfire of his own cultivation technique leaving him paralyzed and helpless. The once fearsome demon lord is now at the absolute mercy of the girl he tried to force into marriage. With a mischievous glint in her eye, Yuan Chu draws a small, sharp blade. Since Jun Liu Yang is so obsessed with his peerless looks, she decides it's time for a permanent, artistic makeover. The demon lord seethes with internal rage, screaming, "You dare!" in his mind, but his body refuses to move. Unfazed by his silent fury, Yuan Chu prepares the first stroke, her expression chillingly calm. Jun Liu Yang attempts to crush her spirit, using his massive divine consciousness, trying to intimidate her into submission. But Yuan Chu just smirks. She's seen far worse. She taunts him, promising that from this day forward, his face will carry her mark. The blade meets skin as she begins her work, carving directly into the demon lord's pride. Jun Liu Yang's eyes burn with a murderous light, his teeth gritted in humiliation. Yuan Chu notes his mental assault, but she isn't budging. In fact, the more he resists, the more she's inspired to carve even more shameful characters onto his forehead. The demon lord is stunned. He can't comprehend how someone so much weaker than him can be this fearless. He realizes that despite his superior power, he has no control over this girl's indomitable spirit. With a final, satisfied flourish, Yuan Chu finishes her masterpiece. Jun Liu Yang struggles to sit up, the fresh mark on his face pulsing with spiritual energy as he vows she'll regret this. Yuan Chu just giggles, noticing he's desperately trying to expel the chaotic energy from his system. She contemplates her next move, looking down at the incapacitated lord like a bothersome pet. Knowing she can't stay forever, she pulls out a mysterious golden scroll. She realizes he'll eventually recover and hunt her down, so it's time for a clean getaway. She triggers the artifact, and a blinding explosion of light fills the chamber. Jun Liu Yang watches in shock, unable to see through the brilliant flash. A massive surge of energy ripples through the air. She calls it her grand human transformation, a high-level escape trick that leaves the demon lord grasping at shadows. In a swirl of mystical energy, she vanishes completely from the demon's lair. Jun Liu Yang is left in the deafening silence, baffled that there wasn't even a trace of spiritual fluctuation to track. The realization sinks in. She played him perfectly from start to finish. He stares into the void, his pride shattered. He bellows a promise that she's dead for sure. But for now, he's the one left in the dust. Miles away, the scene shifts to the lush, sun-drenched canopy of a distant forest. Yuan Chu touches down, finally free from the demon lord's clutches. She leans against a tree to catch her breath, realizing that Jun Liu Yang's final, desperate move almost caught her. It was a close call, even for her. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, cutting through the forest air. It's Ye Chen Yuan, his face radiating pure relief at the sight of his master. He rushes forward and pulls her into a tight, protective hug, telling her just how much he missed her. He pulls back, his eyes searching hers, demanding to know what could have possibly held her up for so long. His expression is dead serious. He's clearly been worried sick. Yuan Chu looks at his determined face and hesitates. She knows how filial and protective Ye Chen Yuan is. If she tells him about the demon lord's kidnapping attempt, he'll head straight into a suicidal revenge mission. To keep him safe, she decides to keep the secret buried and shifts the conversation toward their next objective, the White Bone's secret realm. The reunion continues under the clear blue sky, where the air is thick with unspoken secrets. Yuan Chu strikes a proud pose, her hands on her hips as she convinces herself that her recent mischief was actually a selfless good deed. Suddenly, the divine sword spirit manifests in its miniature form, looking incredibly smug about the chaos it's witnessed. The little spirit floats with an air of superiority, clearly enjoying the drama unfolding between the master and her disciple. Yuan Chu reaches out to grab the floating chatterbox, snatching the spirit mid-air before it can spill her secrets to Ye Chen Yuan. Ye Chen Yuan remains composed, presenting a mysterious glowing orb to his master. Yuan Chu's eyes light up with pure wonder. She can't believe he actually secured the legendary divine sword. In her past life, she never had the chance to see this weapon up close, and she wonders if it's because her little Yuan didn't need it or simply didn't want to use such power against her. She stares at the artifact, her face glowing with the excitement of a child seeing a new toy. However, inside the sword's spiritual dimension, things are far from peaceful as a muffled protest rings out. The white dragon spirit, Xiaoba, has the sword spirit in a literal chokehold to keep him quiet. The sword spirit is furious, demand to know why he isn't allowed to speak his mind. Xiaoba glares at him, warning him that the eternal bachelor, Ye Chen Yuan, hasn't even revealed his true feelings yet. She panics, reminding him that if the night demon, Jun Liu Yang, finds out, they'll all be in deep trouble. The sword spirit just looks on, completely unimpressed by her frantic warnings. Inside the artifact's internal space, the tension is palpable as they watch the outside world. The sword spirit observes Ye Chen Yuan with a critical eye, baffled at how a man so ruthless and decisive toward others can suddenly become so incredibly patient with this young girl. Deciding that someone needs to humble the protagonist's spirit eventually, the sword spirit settles in to watch the show. Back in the forest, Yuan Chu tries to focus on the sword, but Ye Chen Yuan isn't having it. He shifts her attention back to himself, asking why she isn't looking at him instead. Yuan Chu teases him, wondering if his ego has grown as thick as his skin. Ye Chen Yuan responds by playfully pinching her cheek, insisting that his master has always been the cute one. Yuan Chu swats his hand away, telling him to stop covering her face while they talk. She lets out a frustrated sigh, complaining about how all of them are making things difficult. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes sharpen instantly. He caught the slip of the tongue. Yuan Chu freezes, realizing she just accidentally hinted there were others involved in her disappearance. He leans in with a terrifyingly calm smile, asking if she really only encountered microorganisms during her time away. Yuan Chu tries to laugh it off, her sweat-beaded forehead betraying her nerves. But Ye Chen Yuan's gaze is like a razor, cutting through her facade. He shifts tactics, looking at her with a hurt, dejected expression that hits her right in the conscience. Yuan Chu's soul practically leaves her body from the pressure. She panics, frantically asking if he smelled something or someone on her. Ye Chen Yuan plays the part of the wounded disciple perfectly, using his puppy eyes to break her down. He stares intensely, waiting for the truth to crumble out of her. Finally, her conscience snaps. She begs him not to look at her like that, promising to tell him everything as long as he promises not to be impulsive. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't hesitate, dropping the bombshell question, "Is it Jun Liu Yang?" Yuan Chu is floored. How could he possibly have known? He explains coldly that he recognized the lingering scent from their very first encounter. Yuan Chu quickly grabs his arm, pleading with him not to seek revenge. She insists she won the encounter, and that he doesn't need to fight her battles. She waves it off, calling the demon lord nothing more than a troublemaker who isn't worth their time. Ye Chen Yuan looks at her deeply, asking if she's only hiding the truth because she's afraid he'll put himself in danger to hunt the demon lord down. Yuan Chu can only offer a nervous, guilty laugh. Ye Chen Yuan reaches out, pulling her into a sudden, firm embrace that catches her completely off guard. Yuan Chu stands frozen in his arms, her eyes wide with shock, but the warmth of the hug is eclipsed by Ye Chen Yuan's dark, possessive whisper as he asks the one question he's been burning to know. "Did he hug you?" The air turns cold as Ye Chen Yuan's jealousy flares. He looks at Yuan Chu with a piercing gaze, demanding to know if the demon lord actually hugged her. Yuan Chu stammers, her face turning bright red as she admits she was pinned down for a moment. That's the breaking point. Ye Chen Yuan's hand clenches into a tight fist as he struggles to contain his rage toward his rival. He suddenly grabs her shoulders, his presence overwhelming and protective. Leaning in close, he whispers that he'll be the one to help her with her bath, ensuring every trace of the demon lord is washed away. Yuan Chu is completely dwarfed by his intensity, her heart hammering against her ribs. "No need. I can do it myself," she squeaks, trying to maintain some distance. But Ye Chen Yuan isn't backing down. He reminds her that he's been by her side since childhood and has seen it all before. His expression turns somber, stating he simply doesn't want to endure these feelings of distance anymore. He leads her toward a secluded, steaming hot spring for a thorough cleansing. Yuan Chu is a nervous wreck, imagining the sheer awkwardness of being washed while wearing nothing but her thin inner robes. Later that night, the moon shines brightly over the silent forest. Yuan Chu sits alone by the water, her mind racing as she reflects on the day's chaos. Xiaoba, the dragon spirit, pops up to check on her, sensing her internal turmoil. "I'm just thinking about complicated adult matters," she sighs, looking exhausted. She can't wrap her head around why her disciple was so insistent on helping her with the bath today. She tries to focus on a meditation spell to calm her nerves, but it's no use. Every time she remembers the way he looked at her, she feels an overwhelming urge to just run away and hide. Xiaoba offers to help, claiming his dragon heritage gives him plenty of adult knowledge to share. Yuan Chu looks down, her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Xiaoba, do you think he loves me?" she asks softly. Xiaoba doesn't hesitate, cheering that dad obviously loves mom more than anything. The little spirit figures Ye Chen Yuan must have just been drunk on emotion to act so strangely. Yuan Chu pulls the spirit closer, desperate for clarity. "But do you think his feelings are the same as yours, or something different?" she wonders. She stares into the distance, realizing the dynamic between them is shifting into uncharted territory. Xiaoba explains that they've been acting like a devoted couple for years without even realizing it. Yuan Chu blinks, completely caught off guard. The dragon spirit insists that their bond has long surpassed simple familial affection, becoming a deep, unbreakable connection. Yuan Chu falls silent, realizing the truth in those words as she looks at the spirit. Xiaoba tells her to stop overthinking. After all, they've shared everything since the beginning. It's too hot today, she shouts, making excuses for her burning cheeks. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out, "Master, I'm back." Ye Chen Yuan emerges from the shadows, carrying a rabbit he caught for dinner. Yuan Chu jumps up, telling him to forget the hunting, because she has something special prepared. She reaches into her spatial ring with a triumphant smile. She pulls out a set of skewers, still perfectly preserved. Ye Chen Yuan takes one sniff and immediately knows it isn't her cooking, it was made by Wei Shengji. "Don't be picky," she insists. "I didn't even eat my fill so I could save some for you." Ye Chen Yuan looks away, claiming he doesn't really care about food, but seeing her tiny, excited form holding out the snack softens his heart instantly. He gazes at her with a look of pure devotion, his earlier jealousy melting away. "If it's brought by master, then I'll definitely eat it," he says, giving in. As they share the meal, Xiaoba happily munches on a skewer, noting that while Ye Chen Yuan is a big villain to others, he only has eyes for his master. Under a blanket of infinite stars, the night hums with a quiet, mystical anticipation. Yuan Chu is wide awake, her eyes fixed on the heavens as she meticulously counts the celestial bodies. Noticing her restlessness, Ye Chen Yuan approaches, wondering why his master hasn't retired for the evening yet. Yuan Chu reveals she's been running some quick calculations, her mind racing with technical precision. With a spark of excitement in her eyes, she explains that the Divine Sword's secret realm is on the verge of opening. The moon hangs high, signaling an event so rare it's said to be unforgettable in one's lifetime. Yuan Chu is determined. She refuses to sleep until the first stars of the phenomenon reveal themselves. Ye Chen Yuan watches her with a gentle, knowing smile, assuring her that she doesn't actually need to wait through the long night. Confused but curious, Yuan Chu reaches out, tugging at his sleeve for an explanation. She's eager to witness the legendary Star Lake, and she's not about to miss this chance. Together, they begin to walk through the meadows, Yuan Chu humming a light tune, her spirit lifted by the night air. Meanwhile, near a quiet mountain pavilion, the atmosphere is a bit more chaotic. Xiaoba is in a full-blown meltdown, lamenting the fact that Master Lei left for training and abandoned them to witness everyone else's success. The little dragon feels like a complete outsider to the grand events unfolding. Even the sword spirit can only watch in silent exasperation as Xiaoba continues his dramatic flair. Back in the fields, tiny white flowers sway in the grass, catching the faint glow of the atmosphere. The air begins to shimmer as if the sky itself is descending to the earth. Above them, the celestial canopy shifts, becoming more vibrant and alive. Suddenly, a mote of pure starlight drifts down, landing softly in Yuan Chu's waiting palm. Her face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy as she holds the fragment of the cosmos. Ye Chen Yuan watches her, his gaze filled with a profound, quiet devotion. Standing side by side in the glow, the world seems to fall away. He finally confesses his secret. He has already mastered the Divine Sword and technically controls this entire realm. He admits he could have opened it at any time, but he chose to be selfish, wanting to prolong these quiet moments alone with her. But seeing her anticipation, he decides it's time to fulfill her wish and open the realm officially. Inside the heavenly peak, Xiaoba is stunned by the sudden change in plans. He warns that once the realm opens, a surge of spiritual energy and land dragons will be waiting for them to handle. Ye Chen Yuan is resolute. He refuses to let Yuan Chu wait a second longer than necessary. Seeing his determination, Xiaoba can only sigh and go along with it. With a surge of power, the Divine Sword activates, its blade glowing with an ethereal light that pierces the darkness. Immediately, the sky erupts into a spectacular display of shooting stars, trailing fire across the blue expanse. Yuan Chu's eyes widen, reflecting the celestial firestorm above. She's absolutely mesmerized, exclaiming that the shooting stars are the most beautiful thing she's ever seen. Ye Chen Yuan looks at her, his voice soft as he agrees that the view is indeed truly beautiful. As the meteors rain down, Ye Chen Yuan makes a silent vow. A single lifetime isn't enough to see everything the world has to offer, so he will accompany her everywhere, forever. Yuan Chu reflects on her journey, admitting that she used to think she was unfortunate. But as she gazes at the man beside her, her perspective shifts. She realizes she has seen things others can only dream of, and she feels truly, deeply blessed. Ye Chen Yuan smiles, his heart full as he looks toward their shared future. He notices her eyelids growing heavy, the excitement of the night finally catching up to her. Yuan Chu drifts into a peaceful state, her energy spent from the night's wonders. She leans against him, seeking the comfort of his presence. Ye Chen Yuan pulls her into a protective, tender embrace, cherishing this moment of absolute trust and companionship under the fading stars. The morning sun crests over the horizon, painting the tall grass of the Divine Sword's secret realm in a soft, ethereal glow as the world begins to wake. Yuan Chu slowly blinks her eyes open, the light of a new day filtering through her lashes. As her senses return, she realizes she spent the entire night resting comfortably in Ye Chen Yuan's lap, his presence a constant, steady warmth. Startled, her mind races with a mix of embarrassment and guilt. She quickly apologizes, worried that she must have been quite a burden, pressing down on him for the duration of the night. But Ye Chen Yuan only looks at her with a gaze full of tenderness, assuring her that seeing her happy makes everything worth it, and promising that even more beautiful sights await them in their future. With unwavering conviction, he leans in and delivers a vow that carries the weight of a lifetime. He will always be by her side. The sheer sincerity in his voice leaves Yuan Chu beaming, her heart overflowing with joy at his devotion. However, she quickly shifts her focus back to their current situation, realizing the secret realm should be opening its gates any moment now. A flicker of concern crosses her eyes as she contemplates the weight of their achievements. She knows that once they step outside with the divine sword in their possession, they'll likely be walking straight into a hornet's nest of trouble. Ye Chen Yuan remains unfazed, calmly explaining that His Majesty is finally emerging from seclusion, which changes the political landscape entirely. He reveals his master plan. With the Emperor active, he can finally prove that Tianlin isn't the rightful eldest grandson and restore his own true identity. A sharp, calculated smile plays on his lips. He's ready to teach the remaining members of that treacherous bloodline a lesson they'll never forget. Yuan Chu's eyes sparkle with excitement, fully supporting his drive to reclaim what was stolen. As the atmosphere shifts, Ye Chen Yuan gently pats her, noting that the realm's teleportation is imminent. Before they leave, he offers to gather some fresh spirit fruits to prepare a final breakfast for her. Yuan Chu agrees, but warns him not to wander too far if they aren't standing together when the teleportation triggers. They could be separated. She watches him walk away into the lush landscape, a sense of peace settling over her. Suddenly, a realization hits her like a bolt of lightning. She remembers the pearl meteor fire she had found earlier. Hurrying back to the spot, she's relieved to find the glowing orb still nestled in the grass. With a focused expression, she begins injecting her spiritual energy into the pearl. Within moments, the sky erupts into a spectacular display of light, recreating the breathtaking meteor shower from the night before. She laughs in triumph, thrilled that she managed to record such a magnificent event to keep as a souvenir. But as she reviews the recorded scene, her eyes widen in shock. Her face flushes a deep crimson as she realizes the pearl didn't just capture the meteors, it captured every word of Ye Chen Yuan's intense, private vow. Before she can process the embarrassment, the realm's power surges, and she's whisked away into the sky with a startled cry. Deep within the forest, oblivious to the chaos, the scenery is tranquil. Ye Chen Yuan's hand reaches out, expertly plucking a pristine spirit fruit from a branch. Xiaoba, the dragon spirit, hovers nearby, playfully telling him there's no need to fuss over breakfast since they're leaving. Ye Chen Yuan ignores the comment, his focus remaining sharp and professional as he prepares for their departure. Nearby, the sword spirit sits in a corner, looking utterly dejected and ignored by his master's singular focus on Yuan Chu. Feeling completely unappreciated, the sword spirit and Xiaoba break into a comedic display of tears, lamenting how they've been cast aside. Ye Chen Yuan shoots them a stern look, telling them to stop imitating Yuan Chu's dramatic antics. Xiaoba snaps back, pointing out the blatant double standard. Ye Chen Yuan clearly loves it when Yuan Chu acts that way, so why can't they? He even tries to claim he's just as adorable as Chuchu's mom, earning a weary facepalm from the protagonist. Ye Chen Yuan sighs, wondering how his high-level weapon and contract beast ended up being so incredibly unreliable compared to old allies. The sword spirit then leans in with a mischievous glint, asking when exactly he plans to make a move now that his master has grown up. The question catches Ye Chen Yuan off guard, sending a rare wave of flustered energy through him. Suddenly, Xiaoba's expression shifts to one of pure realization. He remembers exactly what Yuan Chu was doing with that pearl, as he explains that she used the origin pearl to record the meteor fire, and everything else. Ye Chen Yuan's face goes completely pale with shock. The realization hits him. His most private, vulnerable moment is now a permanent recording in his master's hands. Ye Chen Yuan stands alone in the vast, open field, his mind racing with the weight of his secret. His usual calm is gone, replaced by a look of sheer, mounting anxiety. He spots Yuan Chu sitting nearby and breathes a small sigh of relief. She's still here, and it seems she hasn't noticed his panic yet. He looks at his master, his heart heavy with unspoken words. His gaze drops to her hand, where she tightly clutches the origin shadow pearl. Testing the waters, he cautiously asks if she used the pearl to record the meteor shower. Yuan Chu quickly tucks the pearl into her sleeve, her movements sharp and defensive. She looks back at him with wide, startled eyes, while Ye Chen Yuan's nerves reach a breaking point. His hand trembles as he reaches out, finally asking the question he dreads. Did she see what was on the pearl? Yuan Chu looks away, claiming she hasn't had a chance to look at the footage yet. She turns the question back on him, asking with a hint of suspicion if he wants to see it again. She holds the pearl out toward him, but Ye Chen Yuan instantly lunges forward to stop her. He tries to mask his desperation, insisting they can just watch it together some other time. Yuan Chu abruptly stands up, declaring she needs to go pick some dream grass, and telling him to hurry up and follow. Ye Chen Yuan isn't finished, grabbing her sleeve to keep her from walking away. Yuan Chu stops and looks at him, telling him plainly that he doesn't need to lie to her. She reveals that she can feel his pulse. She knows exactly how nervous he is right now. The facade finally shatters. Yuan Chu's face flushes with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Seeing her reaction, Ye Chen Yuan realizes the truth is out. He asks sullenly, "So, master, you saw it all, didn't you?" Yuan Chu explodes in a fit of frustration. She admits she saw everything, but firmly reminds him that she views him as her disciple, her family, and nothing more. She sinks to the ground, accusing him of bullying her and breaking his promises. With tears stinging her eyes, she calls him a villain. She's furious, realizing he deliberately lulled her to sleep and had the audacity to call her his wife in the recording. Ye Chen Yuan stands before her, absorbing her rage with a somber expression. He quietly confesses his greatest fear. He genuinely thought she would run away and leave him forever. Yuan Chu yells back that she did try to run earlier, but with the realm opening soon, she knew there was nowhere to hide. Her anger begins to melt into a reluctant concern. She looks away, admitting that he's so sensitive and prone to overthinking that she was terrified of what stupid things he might do if she actually left him. She claims she only stayed to fulfill her duty as a master and keep him on the right path. A wave of relief washes over Ye Chen Yuan as he realizes her true motivation. She stayed because she was worried he would lose his mind with grief. Yuan Chu tries to maintain her tough exterior, denying it and claiming she only cares about her own status as a hero. But Ye Chen Yuan isn't listening to her excuses anymore. He pulls her into a firm, protective embrace, overwhelmed with gratitude that she's still by his side. Even as she rants about him being a rebellious disciple and demands he let go, he holds on tight, refusing to let his master drift away again. The atmosphere in the quiet field shifts as the weight of the truth settles between them. Ye Chen Yuan looks down, his voice steady as he tells his master she's mistaken about his intentions. He leans in, admitting a dark, vulnerable truth. If she had walked away just now, his mind would have completely shattered. His gaze softens, revealing a level of desperation he usually hides behind his calm exterior. Yuan Chu recoils, her face flushing as she accuses him of using blatant emotional blackmail to keep her by his side. Instead of apologizing, a gentle, knowing smile plays on Ye Chen Yuan's lips. He pulls her into a firm, protective embrace, arguing that since she's the one who raised him, she must take full responsibility for his future. Yuan Chu looks away, pointing out the obvious irony. Everyone knows he was the one who actually looked after her all these years. He reaches out, his fingers gently brushing through her hair in a gesture of pure devotion. With a bright, confident expression, he declares that if she won't do it, then he will be the one to take responsibility for her instead. This sudden role reversal leaves the Yossi master completely flustered and confused. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes lock onto hers, burning with a new, undeniable intensity. Yuan Chu can only stare back, realizing the dynamic between them has changed forever. He confesses his deepest fear. He truly believed that once she found out about his feelings, she would be angry, leave him, and never see him again. Standing together in the open field, he vows that he will no longer suppress his heart, choosing to stay by her side openly. Yuan Chu pushes his hand away, frustrated by his sudden, bold persistence. She warns him with a blush, threatening that if he tries to take advantage of her kindness again, there will be consequences. He simply calls out to her, his voice dripping with a calculated sincerity. He turns on the charm, giving her a pitiful look that he knows she finds impossible to resist. Yuan Chu fusses in frustration, unable to believe how easily he's manipulating her soft heart. As they walk together, it's clear the power balance has shifted. The student is now the one leading the emotional pace. Internally, Ye Chen Yuan reflects on how he used to lie to himself, pretending his devotion was merely that of a loyal student. But now that she has grown up, those lies are over. He refuses to hide his true feelings a moment longer. He looks at her, comparing their bond to a classic tale of a prince and princess who stay together forever. He moves in close once more, pleading with her to stay and never leave him. Yuan Chu falters, her hand clutching her chest as her resolve begins to crumble under his gaze. He knows something is holding her back, and he asks her if she can finally just follow what her heart truly wants. His gaze is unwavering as he prepares to hold her, telling her that if she wants to push him away, she must do it now. His hand reaches for her, the air between them thick with a lifetime of shared history. Yuan Chu looks deep into his eyes, finally asking herself the ultimate question. Does she actually hate his devotion, or has she been lying to herself this whole time? In the quiet after the storm, Ye Chen Yuan holds Yuan Chu close, finding a brief moment of peace under the open sky. But the tranquility is shattered as a sudden, violent energy blasts tears through the air. Chen Yuan's instincts flare instantly, his eyes sharpening as he senses the incoming threat. Without a second's hesitation, he scoops Yuan Chu into his arms and leaps back, narrowly dodging a devastating blow that shatters the very ground where they stood. They land safely, but Yuan Chu is left reeling, wondering what just happened. The danger escalates as a sinister black miasma begins to seep from the earth, coiling around their feet like a living trap. Chen Yuan grits his teeth. He knows this isn't just a random attack, this is a calculated ambush. Before Yuan Chu can process the situation, a strange, glowing force begins to lift her away from the ground. The dark energy surges upward, creating a dense wall of smoke that separates the master from her disciple. Yuan Chu reaches out, her fingers brushing against a cold, impenetrable barrier. She calls out for him, her heart racing as the dark fog thickens. On the other side, Chen Yuan's expression turns ice cold, his focus shifting entirely to the hidden enemies. The air twists violently as a powerful formation manifests, swirling with lethal intent. Emerging from the shadows are the elders of the Yao Kingdom, their faces twisted with arrogance and greed. The lead elder narrows his eyes, declaring that they are trapped within a great demon formation. Cornered by the darkness, the duo stands their ground against the overwhelming odds. Yuan Chu feels the shift in the atmosphere, her own power beginning to ripple outward. She steps forward, her aura exploding with authority as she demands to know who dares to try and steal the divine sword. Her eyes burn with a protective fire, proving she's not just a master in name. The elder is momentarily stunned by her defiance but quickly sneers, calling her nothing more than an insect. Yuan Chu doesn't back down, shouting a fierce warning that they'll regret ever crossing her. The elder scoffs, recalling that Chen Yuan only won previously because of his demonic energy. He rallies his group, confident that their combined strength will crush this little girl. With a sharp command, he points his staff and orders the attack. A massive pillar of energy rains down from the sky, aimed directly at them. Yuan Chu braces herself, standing firmly in the path of the destruction to shield Chen Yuan. But inside the coiling darkness, Chen Yuan's patience has finally reached its limit. His eyes glow with a lethal, crimson light as his demonic power begins to leak out. He makes a split-second decision. He won't let his master be caught in this crossfire. He must send her out. He triggers a powerful teleportation spell, enveloping Yuan Chu in a blinding light. The enemies gasp in confusion as their primary target suddenly vanishes into thin air. Yuan Chu is launched out of the formation, helpless as she's rocketed away from the battlefield. With his master safe, Chen Yuan summons the divine sword. The blade hums with terrifying power as he prepares to end this himself. The elder realizes too late that the prize he sought has now become his executioner. Alone within the vortex, Chen Yuan stands like a god of ruin. Black lightning crackles around him as the formation begins to buckle under the weight of his killing intent. Blood trickles down his face, but his gaze remains fixed and merciless. He has one message for those who dared to disturb his peace. They shall be killed without mercy. Meanwhile, Yuan Chu lands outside the secret realm, completely dazed and confused. How did little Yuan end up sending me out? She looks back at the horizon, her heart heavy with worry for the disciple she left behind. Suddenly, she freezes. The air behind her grows heavy with a familiar, chilling energy. Her eyes widen in shock as she senses a presence she hasn't felt in a long time. She turns slowly, finding a mysterious figure stepping out of the shadows. A purple-haired man greets her with a smirk, his eyes glinting with mischief and hidden depth. Little Chuer, did you miss me? Yuan Chu freezes, her mind racing as she realizes the gravity of her situation. The man before her hasn't just cornered her. He's intentionally left a mark of his dominance behind. The pressure is suffocating, and she quickly calculates that his power has already reached the terrifying heights of the mid-divine transformation stage. The mysterious man, Little Yuan, wears a chillingly calm smile, reminding her of their last encounter where her defiance seemingly only fueled his interest. Desperate to maintain some distance, Yuan Chu grips a makeshift weapon, her posture tense as she prepares for the worst. She starts backing away, stammering out excuses and claiming her previous actions were nothing more than a clumsy accident. But Little Yuan is faster than the eye can follow, lunging forward with predatory precision to close the gap. He snatches her up instantly, ignoring her frantic cries to be released as he asserts his absolute control. Yuan Chu glares at him, her mind spinning with a tactical analysis of his overwhelming strength. She recognizes that even at her previous peak, she was barely a match for where Little Yuan stands right now. In a final act of desperation, she prepares to strike with the lethal, bloodthirsty, withered wood. However, Little Yuan's gaze sharpens, sensing the killing intent before she can even move a muscle. He intercepts her strike mid-air, threatening to neutralize her permanently if she dares to follow through. Instead of anger, he shows a twisted sense of admiration, recognizing the extinct weapon and marveling at the surprises Yuan Chu continues to provide. Yuan Chu can only pout in defeat, her hidden trump card rendered useless against such a monster. He pulls her into a firm, restrictive hold, noting with a cold sense of possessiveness how much she has grown since they last met. With a surge of energy, he prepares to move his captive to a more secure location. He tucks her under his arm like a trophy, completely disregarding her protests. Yuan Chu demands to know his endgame, her eyes wide with mounting dread. His answer is simple and terrifying. He's taking her home to the demon realm. Flashing the mark on his neck, he declares that a person of her nature belongs among the demons. Panic sets in as Yuan Chu realizes she's being forcibly separated from Ye Chen Yuan before they could even settle their affairs. She breaks down, realizing the catastrophic consequences of being whisked away into the heart of enemy territory. Her only hope lies in the blood mark Ye Chen Yuan placed on her, a tracking beacon that should allow him to find her anywhere. She scolds herself for her earlier arrogance, realizing she should have never underestimated the dangers of this world. Little Yuan watches her internal struggle, mocking her lack of fear as her pure honesty or total delusion. Yuan Chu remains silent, her expression hardening as she realizes she is truly trapped. Without a second thought, Little Yuan takes to the skies, carrying his prize away with effortless speed. As they fly, he notices the glowing mark on her neck, his eyes narrowing as he identifies the foreign energy. He realizes it's a tracking seal, a tether connecting her to her protector. Yuan Chu tries to warn him, claiming the mark is permanent and that removing it will trigger a madness in Ye Chen Yuan that the world isn't ready for. She looks at him with genuine concern, hoping the threat of Ye Chen Yuan's wrath will give him pause. But Zhen Liutang's expression remains ice-cold, unimpressed by the warning. He scoffs at the idea of misfortune, welcoming anyone who thinks they can challenge the might of the demon world. With a casual flick of his power, he begins to forcibly erase the blood mark, severing the connection entirely. Miles away, the battlefield erupts in a storm of violet lightning as Ye Chen Yuan unleashes his full demonic potential. His eyes glow with a lethal intensity, his mind focused solely on slaughtering the elders so he can return to Yuan Chu's side. He grips his blade, the air crackling with enough energy to level the surrounding landscape. He leaps into the air, manifesting a colossal pillar of celestial light as he prepares his ultimate strike. This is unrestricted dominance, a display of power so vast it dwarfs everything else on the battlefield. The Yao elders scream in terror, begging him to stop before his rage destroys the very foundations of the empire. Ye Chen Yuan offers no mercy, his voice a cold echo of death as he commands them to perish. He swings his sword, a definitive arc of energy that cuts through the fabric of reality. But mid-slaughter, he suddenly halts, his face turning pale. With pure horror, the blood mark is gone. He has lost his only way to find his master. With a cold, calculating smile, Zhen Liutang erases the final trace of the tracking mark, certain that no soul would be foolish enough to pursue them into the heart of the demon realm. Yuan Chu watches him, her mind spiraling as she realizes the gravity of her situation. She fears there's no way forward and wonders if her disciple will truly understand her predicament. High above the clouds, Ye Chen Yuan is a portrait of focused, golden-eyed fury, his spirit vibrating with the need to find his master. The divine sword spirit attempts to act as the voice of reason, warning him that the captor's power is immense and suggesting that perhaps Yuan Chu even left of her own accord to find some space. Ye Chen Yuan isn't in the mood for lectures. He narrows his eyes and dismissively tosses the legendary weapon aside like a piece of junk, leaving the spirit fuming at the disrespect. Turning to Old Li, he asks with a hauntingly calm voice if his internal panic is becoming too obvious to hide. The group analyzes the evidence. Yuan Chu would never have surrendered without a massive struggle, unless she was forced, and the method used to erase her spiritual imprint is a terrifyingly familiar tactic. Losing his patience, Ye Chen Yuan seizes the spirit once more, demanding the absolute truth and threatening to bring the full weight of the empire down upon them if they keep playing dumb. With a final, explosive burst of speed, he streaks across the horizon like a falling star. Deep within the jagged, forbidding mountains of the demon realm, a dark city awakens under the moonlight. After a grueling 3-day journey in a cloud carriage, a physically exhausted Yuan Chu finally arrives at her destination. The city erupts in cheers as the subjects greet their ruler, hailing him as Your Majesty, while curiously eyeing the small captive he has brought back with him. Yuan Chu's eyes flash with indignation when she hears herself described as a human pet, her pride remaining unshaken despite her shackles. For a fleeting moment, the warmth of the domain surprises her, but that illusion of gentleness is instantly shattered when Zhen Liutang roughly hauls her toward the main city. As the demon lord basks in the adoration of his people, he looks down at Yuan Chu with a smirk, promising her that they will have plenty of time for a very long talk. The demon realm, a jagged, desolate wasteland under a sky of swirling purple shadows. Cloaked in a heavy mantle, Ye Chen Yuan stands before the towering gates of the demon capital, his presence cold and unwavering. He knows the layout. This world is fortified by 97 layers of natural barriers, each one a death trap for outsiders. His small companion warns him of the impossible task ahead to reach Yuan Chu. He must bypass every single one of them. For any other spiritual cultivator, the ambient demonic energy would lead to a violent self-destruction. But Chen Yuan is different. During his last heavenly tribulation, a demonic hole opened within his body, allowing him to store and neutralize the very energy that should kill him. His eyes ignite with a piercing orange glow. He is ready to tear through the barriers of this world. Inside the city walls, the air is thick with gossip about the demon lord's return. Word has spread that he didn't return alone, bringing a spiritual cultivator back to his private chambers. Chen Yuan catches the whispers, his expression darkening as the rumors of Yuan Chu's captivity reach him. His fist clenches until his knuckles turn white, his internal rage simmering just beneath the surface. The small spirit tries to offer a glimmer of hope, assuring him they will find her. Chen Yuan remains focused on the cold logic of the hunt. To pass the final barriers, he needs the physical form of a demon or a high-ranking noble token. He eyes a glowing sigil, the mark of a high-level demon official. A dangerous resolve fills his gaze as he calculates exactly whose token he needs to borrow. Meanwhile, the prisoner Yuan Chu is far from suffering, sitting before a massive banquet of delicacies. Her mind, however, is a whirlwind of worry, not for herself, but for how Chen Yuan will react to her disappearance. She wonders if his feelings for her are merely the result of her being the only woman in his life. The thought is maddening, making her consider if it's better to sever their master-disciple bond now to save him future pain. But the memory of a past kiss suddenly flashes in her mind, sending a deep blush across her face and shattering her resolve. Her inner turmoil is interrupted as Jun Liutang takes his seat across from her. Yuan Chu takes a bite of the feast and immediately complains that the food tastes awful. Liutang is stunned. This meal was crafted by the Demon Realm's top chef, yet she dismisses it without a second thought. He's baffled by her change in attitude. She used to tremble in his presence, so why is she so brave now? His demonic aura flares up, and he demands to know if she's ready to pay the price for her insolence. Yuan Chu doesn't even flinch, continuing her meal with total indifference. Li Tang leans in close, his voice a low growl as he asks why she no longer fears him. Yuan Chu looks him in the eye and gives a mischievous, knowing smile. She explains that she's been watching him. While the outside world sees a monster, the people within his castle show him genuine loyalty and support. She's seen the way his subordinates look at him, a level of respect that can't be manufactured or faked. She raises a finger, ready to deliver her final verdict. Liu Tang waits, his expression deadpan as he prepares for whatever she has to say. She beams at him, declaring that for a great demon lord, he's actually a surprisingly good person. Li Tang's composure snaps and he fumes as she laughs at his expense. He tries to maintain his terrifying image, claiming he has no qualms about slaughtering those from the spiritual world. Yuan Chu isn't intimidated, pointing out that his actions speak louder than his words. She chirps that since she's a rare half-spirit, half-demon hybrid, he's practically her natural protector. Liu Tang is left speechless by her sheer shamelessness. She winks at him, noting that despite capturing her, he's still providing her with the best food and treatment. She throws her head back and laughs joyfully, completely turning the tables on the demon lord. The atmosphere in the demon capital is heavy with more than just demonic energy. It's thick with the weight of ancient secrets. Yuan Chu remains composed, her sharp gaze fixed on the man who holds her captive. Jun Liutang, dropping his facade of intimidation, taps the table rhythmically. He admits that since she's already seen through his act, there's no point in playing tricks in the dark anymore. He cuts straight to the chase. He wants the secret of how to cultivate both immortal and demonic paths. If she provides it, he'll grant her any condition she desires. Yuan Chu remains silent for a moment, processing the gravity of the request. She challenges him, demanding to know the true motive behind such a desperate search for power. She promises that if he is honest, she will give him an answer. The air between them crackles with tension as they lock eyes, neither willing to blink first in this high-stakes psychological game. Jun Liutang finally relents, realizing that transparency is his only currency. He leans in, his eyes darkening as he prepares to reveal a history buried by time. Yuan Chu listens intently, her usual playful nature replaced by genuine curiosity. He begins the tale of the demon world's birth, a tragic origin born from a forbidden love between a deity and a demon. Their union produced monster siblings, half-god and half-demon. The gods of that era, fearing this hybrid bloodline, hunted the pair down with the intent to execute them. But the siblings were far more powerful than the heavens anticipated, repelling their pursuers with terrifying strength. Unable to kill them, the gods resorted to a different tactic. They carved out a desolate piece of land to serve as a permanent prison. This realm was a wasteland, devoid of air, sunlight, or rain, a place designed to break anyone trapped within. Yet, against all odds, the siblings didn't just survive. They grew stronger, raising 4 children in that harsh, unforgiving environment. Eventually, the gods passed away, and the siblings managed to shatter the seal that bound them. Fueled by generations of isolation, they planned a full-scale invasion of the human world. However, they soon realized a cruel irony. Their bodies had adapted so completely to the demonic energy of their prison that they could no longer survive in the purity of the human realm. Forced to retreat, they established a new barrier, not to keep others out, but to keep the demonic energy in, ensuring their own survival. They attempted to change their fate by having their children marry humans, hoping the next generation could return to the light. But the demonic blood was too potent. Every child sent to the human world perished instantly. They were effectively evolutionary prisoners, bound to the shadows of the demon world. Upon their deaths, the ancestors sacrificed their physical bodies to reinforce the demon eye and the barrier, ensuring the realm would remain grand for their descendants. This sacrifice allowed the demon world to flourish as it does today. But as Jun Liutang stares into his tea, his voice turns somber. He reveals the terrifying truth. The demon eye and the barrier have begun to fail. Yuan Chu's eyes widen in shock as the magnitude of the crisis sets in. Jun Liutang explains that for the past 1,000 years, the barrier has been shrinking by more than 10 feet every single year. He grips his cup, the weight of a dying world on his shoulders. If this continues, the demon world will eventually vanish, leaving its people with nowhere to go. The extinction of his race is not a possibility, it is an approaching certainty. Yuan Chu finally understands the desperation in his eyes. He doesn't want power for conquest. He wants the secret of dual cultivation so his people can adapt their bodies to the human world before their home disappears. Jun Liutang confirms her suspicion. If they can cultivate as humans do, The problem of their survival is solved once and for all. He envisions a future where his people aren't confined to a shrinking cage. Yuan Chu, ever the pragmatist, suggests that reinforcing the barrier would be much easier than changing the biology of an entire race. Jin Liutang sighs, admitting they've tried for centuries, but every attempt has been a failure. Yuan Chu looks at him with newfound respect, seeing the burden he carries as a leader. He speaks longingly of the human world, its vastness and beauty, and laments that demons can rarely reach the golden core level required to even dream of surviving there. His only wish is for a day when his people can walk anywhere without restrictions. His gaze is distant, filled with a quiet, noble hope. Yuan Chu realizes that his constant wandering wasn't for pleasure, but to scout places his people might one day call home. Catching her sympathetic look, Jun Liutang suddenly becomes flustered and reverts to his aggressive persona, threatening to imprison her forever if she doesn't cooperate. Despite his bluster, Yuan Chu can't help but smile. Beneath the demon lord exterior is a ruler who truly cares for his people. Finally, the pieces of the puzzle fall into place for Yuan Chu. She realizes that in his previous life, Jun Liutang never offered an explanation for the chaos he caused. The weight of that tragic history hangs heavy in the air, a memory of blood and isolation that still seems to haunt the present. Jun Liutang is quick to catch her shifting mood, narrowing his eyes at her sudden change in expression. Yuan Chu is internally rattled, realizing that despite his calm demeanor, this man is dangerously perceptive. She quickly tries to mask her thoughts with a playful front, hoping to deflect his scrutiny. But Jun Liutang isn't finished. He circles back to the core mystery. How can she possibly cultivate both immortal and demonic techniques simultaneously? Realizing that honesty might be her only leverage, Yuan Chu decides to come clean. She explains that her unique ability isn't tied to a specific secret manual, but rather her literal physical make up her constitution. Jun Liutang remains skeptical, his gaze hardening as he admits he's never heard of a constitution capable of such a feat. Yuan Chu panics, waving her hands frantically to swear she isn't lying this time. She insists her constitution is an extreme rarity, far surpassing even the fabled pure yang bodies in its complexity. To add weight to her claim, she mentions that her foundation was further refined by techniques taught to her by a high-ranking monk. The revelation hits Jun Liutang like a physical blow. If the secret is tied to her genetics, it's a problem that can't be replicated or taught to his people. For a moment, Yuan Chu feels a pang of guilt, thinking he might actually be a righteous leader, burdened by the survival of his race. However, Jun Liutang's solution is anything but conventional. A sharp glint enters his eyes as he formulates a new plan. He proposes a strategic alliance. If they marry, their descendants could inherit her unique constitution, eventually allowing the demon race to intermarry and survive in the human realm. He notes that since the realm's barrier is still holding for now, they have plenty of time to secure this future legacy. Yuan Chu's brief moment of sympathy evaporates instantly. She realizes her imagination was running wild. This man isn't a tragic hero. He's a total eccentric who needs to be handled with extreme caution. Meanwhile, near the outskirts of the capital, a new player enters the fray. The demon saint Ye Chen Yuan. She senses a powerful presence approaching and stops in her tracks. Her eyes widen in pure shock as a familiar face emerges from the shadows. It's Ye Chen Yuan, looking as cold and determined as ever. Ye Chen Yuan can't believe her luck or her misfortune to see him here in the demon realm. She remembers him vividly, though not for his heroics, but for a bizarre past misunderstanding that left her questioning his social boundaries. Ignoring her shock, Ye Chen Yuan gets straight to the point, holding out a request. He demands to borrow a high-grade talisman from her collection. She recognizes it instantly, a 7th-grade divine shield talisman, an incredibly rare tool for high-stakes escapes. She's hesitant, noting that such items aren't handed out easily, and demands to know his business in the main city. Ye Chen Yuan's gaze doesn't waver. He simply states he is there to find his woman. Ye Chen Yuan is appalled, her mind jumping to conclusions about his character based on the rumors she's heard. But Ye Chen Yuan has no time for her judgment. He unleashes a crushing wave of nascent soul pressure, making it clear that his patience has reached its limit. Terrified by the sheer intensity of his power, Ye Chen Yuan realizes she has no choice but to cooperate. She agrees to lend him the talisman, but only on the condition that she accompanies him. Ye Chen Yuan looks at her with icy indifference. Even as she tries to maintain her pride as a saint of the demon clan, she knows she's outmatched. Ye Chen Yuan gives her one final, chilling warning. She can come, but if she slows him down for even a second, he won't hesitate to end her. The air in the demon realm is thick with tension as we return to a world bathed in an ominous crimson glow. High above the jagged peaks, a streak of light cuts through the darkness, a silent herald of the chaos to come. Back on the ground, little Chu looks up at Ye Chen Yuan, her voice small but steady. She urges him not to be so anxious, sensing the storm brewing within him. Having grown up on her mother's blood, she possesses an uncanny intuition. She can feel that while her mother has been captured, she hasn't been harmed yet. Ye Chen Yuan's gaze remains cold and razor-sharp. He tells himself that perhaps his master needs this time to buffer, to process the shock of being taken. But deep down, a seed of doubt gnaws at him. When Jun Liutang snatched her away, she must have been terrified. Would she even want to see him right now? His internal conflict vanishes, replaced by a dark, possessive resolve. No matter what, master belongs to him. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on her will pay a price beyond imagination. Watching him from the shadows, Ji Hongyan is mesmerized by his volatile emotions. One moment he's cold as ice, the next, he's a portrait of pure anxiety. She's convinced that some old vixen must have seduced this cold-hearted boy to put him in such a state. If this mysterious rival is as formidable as she suspects, Ji Hongyan knows her own position is in serious jeopardy. She has to see this vixen for herself. Meanwhile, deep within the heart of the demon realm, the night is silent over the sprawling palace. Zhen Liutang strides through the gardens, carrying Yuan Chu like a prized treasure. He promises to show her the true face of his realm, but Yuan Chu isn't buying the tour guide act. She glares at him, her face a mask of silent protest. Does she even have the right to refuse this grand tour? Suddenly, the heavy atmosphere breaks as a chorus of voices rings out. "Your Highness!" A group of demon children rushes forward, their faces lighting up with pure joy at the sight of their leader. They swarm around him, eager to hear about his travels and whether he had any fun. Among them is little Qiao Yi, who proudly reports that she's been practicing her cultivation diligently. The children aren't interested in politics. They just want a story. Yuan Chu watches the scene, stunned by this sudden shift in tone. She sees an opening to sneak away while the demon lord is distracted, but the moment she tries to bolt, Zhen Liutang releases a subtle wave of spirit pressure. He's not letting her go that easily. Forced to stay, she listens as Zhen Liutang begins a tale of a dreamlike land. He describes spirit butterflies that hang from trees like vines, absorbing spirit liquid before taking flight and covering the surface of a cyan lake. His voice is uncharacteristically soft, his expression almost nostalgic. He paints a picture of a dense green canopy, colorful mushrooms, and a world teeming with life. He speaks of beastmen who serve guests cotton-sweet fruit, a fruit so soft and sweet it feels like a dream. Yuan Chu finds herself swept up in the imagery, her eyes sparkling. Is this the paradise she's been looking for? But the mood shifts when Qiao Yi looks down, her voice trembling. She asks if he's lying. Her mother told her that the world outside is a nightmare, even worse than the demon realm, and that without enough cultivation, they would never survive it. To these children, the beautiful place Zhen Liutang describes sounds like a cruel fairy tale. Yuan Chu realizes the tragic truth. The spiritual energy of the outside world is toxic to lower-level demons. Most of these people will never leave this realm in their entire lives. The parents tell these lies to protect their children, to kill the longing for a world that would only lead to their certain death. Zhen Liutang looks the children in the eye, his voice firm. He tells them that everything he said is true. Only if they believe it will they have the strength to reach the golden core stage and see it for themselves. Qiao Yi clenches her fists, her heart heavy with the weight of her own perceived lack of talent. Gently, Zhen Liutang pats her head, offering a rare moment of genuine encouragement. Overjoyed, the little girl asks for a kiss on the cheek. The demon lord obliges with a fatherly, innocent peck. Immediately, the other children start clamoring for the same treatment. Qiao Yi scolds the boys, asking why they want kisses too, but they don't care. They want their emperor's blessing, just as much as she does. Zhen Liutang laughs, calling them the future pillars of the demon world. Yuan Chu stands frozen, completely blindsided by this display of warmth. The Holy Father, light radiating from him, is almost too bright to handle, but the moment is fleeting. Zhen Liutang turns his gaze back to her, catching her staring. With a smug, arrogant smirk, he asks if she's looking at him like that because she wants him. The spell is broken instantly. Yuan Chu's face turns bright red with irritation. As expected, the guy is still incredibly annoying. As night falls over the demon realm, the city below glows with an eerie, crimson light, a stark reminder of the harsh world these people inhabit. Gazing out from the high stone walls, Yuan Chu's expression is unreadable. Her mind heavy with the weight of the realm struggles. Suddenly, Zhen Liutang approaches, his gaze fixed on the horizon as he breaks the silence with a simple, "Not bad." Yuan Chu doesn't turn away, admitting that despite the realm's reputation, his governance has kept this place remarkably peaceful and stable. Sensing her curiosity, Zhen Liutang asks if she understands why his subjects look up to him with such unwavering devotion. He reveals a heavy burden. A prophecy claimed that the demon realm would one day fall into absolute chaos, and he was born as the only one capable of stopping it. Since his birth, his father conditioned him to believe that the survival of their world rested entirely on his shoulders, tasking him with the impossible duty of fixing the weakening barrier. He wears the responsibility like a suit of armor, every stitch of his robes a reminder of his duty. Looking down at the streets he's spent a lifetime protecting, he recounts the grim lessons of his youth. He was taught that the vibrant spirit world was a dream. They could never touch that. Demons were nothing more than a people abandoned by the heavens. He turns to Yuan Chu, his eyes searching for answers as he asks if she truly believes their tragic fate was decided by the stars. The memory of a demon who caught a mere glimpse of the spirit world and died instantly haunts him. The sheer beauty of that world was too much for a demon's body to handle. To him, the world is a bloody dream, where even the flowers are stained with the cost of survival. Yuan Chu listens intently, sensing the deep-seated trauma behind his words. Overwhelmed by his own nihilism, Zhen Liutang's composure cracks as he demands to know how she can stay so optimistic in a place defined by sorrow. Yuan Chu doesn't flinch. Instead, she tells him point blank that his perspective is fundamentally flawed because he chooses to focus only on the darkness. When he questions what could possibly be good about their existence, Yuan Chu takes a different approach. She reminds him that the demon realm has its own unique strengths. For instance, their demonic bloodline grants them physical bodies far more resilient than any humans. Growing up in such a cutthroat environment has made his people fiercer and more courageous than those in the lands above. She points out that the children born here inherit the combined strengths of their mixed bloodlines, giving them an edge others can only dream of. In terms of raw talent for cultivation, the demons actually far surpass the human realm. Beaming with a sense of cosmic wisdom, she explains that the way of the heavens is built on balance. She smiles warmly, challenging his belief that they are cursed. Yuan Chu posits a revolutionary theory. The heavens don't despise the demons, they envy them. To maintain balance, the universe must suppress them because they are naturally too powerful. Jin Liuteng is visibly stunned, his worldview shattered by this single shift in logic. He looks at his own hands, realizing for the first time that the self-loathing every demon feels for their bloodline might be entirely misplaced. He begins to wonder if he should actually be proud of his identity instead of mourning it. Looking back at the city, he sees his people not as victims, but as survivors who endure the same pain and struggle as anyone else. Yuan Chu decides it's time for a demonstration, telling him she has a special gift to show him. She pulls out a rare treasure from the Whitebone secret realm, a light unique to the mortal world. With a flick of her wrist, she launches the treasure high into the dark sky. It erupts into a magnificent display of fireworks, painting the red clouds with brilliant sparks of gold and violet. Jin Liutang stands frozen, mesmerized by the artificial stars blooming above his kingdom. The vibrant colors reflect in his eyes, washing away the shadows of his past. He looks at Yuan Chu, the light of the display illuminating his face in a way his subjects have never seen. She tells him that sometimes, all it takes to solve an impossible problem is a simple change in perspective. As the sparks rain down, a new sense of hope begins to take root. Down in the streets, the citizens look up in awe, believing this beautiful spectacle is a gift from their king. Cheers of "Long live your majesty" echo through the city walls, the people's spirits lifted by the sudden beauty in their harsh world. Jin Liutang listens to the roars of his people, the weight on his shoulders finally feeling a little lighter. He bows his head, looking out over the city he once thought was doomed. A new light shines in his eyes, one of determination rather than despair. Standing tall amidst the fading fireworks, he whispers a silent thanks to the girl who changed his world. Under the ominous glow of a blood-red moon, Yuan Chu rests, oblivious to the encroaching shadows. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, sensing a presence that shouldn't be there. In a flash, the demon lord Jun Liutang is looming over her, his sudden appearance catching her completely off guard. He wears a chillingly calm smile, questioning her actions with a predatory curiosity. Yuan Chu pulls the covers tight, her expression a mix of annoyance and genuine concern for his mental stability. Unfazed, the demon lord reclines on her bed with casual arrogance, acting as if he owns the room. He reaches out, his movements slow and deliberate, testing her boundaries. "Little Chu," he murmurs, his voice dripping with a condescension that masks his true intentions. He grabs a lock of her hair, asserting a dominant presence that Yuan Chu refuses to acknowledge. He leans in close, suggesting they put her resolve to the test right here and now. But Yuan Chu isn't playing along, violently shoving his arm away with a sharp refusal. She leaps back, her eyes blazing as she issues a lethal ultimatum. Leave now or prepare for a fight to the death. The demon lord's smirk only grows, fascinated by the fact that she shows zero fear in his presence. He mocks her sense of integrity, claiming that even the strongest resolve has a breaking point. As he reaches for her again, the tension in the room reaches a boiling point. Yuan Chu braces herself, her heart racing as the demon lord closes the distance. She unleashes her spiritual pressure, a final warning that she is ready to burn everything down to defend herself. He counters with a flicker of his own dark energy, taunting her to try and stop him. He leans into her space, whispering that she should simply accept the inevitable outcome of their clash. Yuan Chu looks down, spotting an opening in his spiritual defense. A spark of power erupts between them, a sign that the lesson is about to become a full-blown battle. But the room explodes as Ye Chen Yuan bursts through the entrance, his arrival as sudden as a thunderclap. His eyes burn with an intense, vengeful fire, his gaze locked onto the man touching his master. Yuan Chu is stunned to see him, but the demon lord doesn't let go, keeping her close in a provocative display of power. Behind him, Ji Hongyan is speechless, completely misinterpreting the chaotic scene before her eyes. Jun Liutang remains defiant, declaring that those who interrupt him will face immediate consequences. His eyes glow with a lethal purple light as he warns Ye Chen Yuan that he's stepped into a den of lions. A massive shockwave of energy tears the architecture apart, signaling the start of a high-level confrontation. Dust and debris fill the air as the two powerhouses prepare to collide. In the chaos, Ye Chen Yuan pulls Yuan Chu into his protective embrace, his voice low and reassuring. But his eyes tell a different story. They are cold and murderous, promising to dismantle anyone who dares touch his master. Yuan Chu reaches out, sensing the dangerous level of killing intent radiating from her disciple. The demon lord doesn't back down, summoning a terrifying aura of dark energy that threatens to consume the room. Beams of pure spiritual force clash in the air, the sheer power of the impact shaking the very foundation of the building. Ji Hongyan watches from the sidelines, struggling to make sense of the complex relationship between the aunt and her nephew. The absurdity of the situation hits her. The human realm has truly become a place of unpredictable madness. Even the spirit companions are caught up in the fray, their bickering adding to the frantic energy of the night. Yuan Chu grits her teeth, worried that Ye Chen Yuan's protective streak might lead him into a trap. A blinding streak of light cuts through the darkness, a testament to the lethal skills on display. As the dust settles, Yuan Chu watches with bated breath, knowing this confrontation is far from over. The battlefield is a ruin of shattered stone and spilled blood. A hand scrapes against the dirt, the only sign of life from a fallen combatant. The mighty demon lord, Liu Tang, is forced to his knees, coughing up blood as his arrogance is finally crushed. He stares up in absolute shock, unable to fathom how a mere human has surpassed the limits of a spirit realm master. Watching from the sidelines, Yuan Chu's heart sinks. She realizes that even if Ye Chen Yuan were pushed to his limit, this level of power is unnatural, it's heaven-defying. Her eyes narrow as she senses a terrifying shift in the air. High above, Ye Chen Yuan hovers like a dark god, the 188 heavenly demon seals she placed on him shattering one by one as his true bloodline awakens. Yuan Chu is paralyzed with fear. If his bloodline fully awakens now, he won't just win this fight, he will dominate the heavens and the earth, leaving nothing but ashes in his wake. Desperate to save him from himself, she leaps into the sky. The seals on Ye Chen Yuan's body dissolve into light, releasing a torrent of raw, ancient energy. As the demonic power surges, Ye Chen Yuan's consciousness begins to drown in a sea of red. His eyes glow with a murderous, inhuman light, focused entirely on slaughter. Yuan Chu gasps as she realizes the danger. He has forcibly opened his acupoints and is devouring every ounce of demonic energy in the vicinity. If this continues, the entire city will become a river of blood. She knows that if the demon race's ancestors are awakened by this chaos, they will unite to destroy him before he can even finish his transformation. The sky screams as YCY pushes his body to a breaking point, challenging opponents far beyond his level with a madness that threatens to consume his very soul. Ignoring the lethal domains locking onto her, Yuan Chu dives into the center of the storm. Ye Chen Yuan prepares his ultimate move, the first form of the heaven-splitting sword technica strike meant to erase everything in its path. Stop, she cries out, throwing herself into his arms to break his killing intent. She intercepts him mid-air, her presence acting as a shield for his crumbling mind. Though he is possessed by rage and the singular desire to kill Liu Tang, the touch of his master causes the madness to flicker. Yuan Chu holds him close, her focus entirely on stabilizing his volatile energy through direct contact. Slowly, the demonic glow in his eyes begins to recede as he recognizes the woman in his arms. They drift slowly through the dark sky, the catastrophic energy finally beginning to dissipate. Below them, Ji Hongyan rushes to support her defeated cousin, her magic barely keeping him stable. She is mortified, never dreaming that the legendary demon lord could be humbled so thoroughly. Meanwhile, Yuan Chu remains focused on the task at hand, holding Ye Chen Yuan tightly to act as a conduit for the excess energy. She is acutely aware that the entire demon realm is watching them, but she cannot let go until the demonic miasma is fully purged. She grips his robes with determination, forcing the chaotic power to settle. As the haze clears, Ye Chen Yuan looks at her with a newfound clarity, his gaze softening. A wary, gentle smile touches his lips as he finally returns to his senses. The last wisp of the demonic seal vanishes into the night. Back in the safety of their quarters, the tension of the battle still hangs heavy in the air. Yuan Chu tries to pull away to maintain her professional composure, but Ye Chen Yuan is faster, his hand firmly catching her sleeve. A sudden, sharp movement brings them face to face once more. Yuan Chu stands flustered, her mind racing as she worries that the demonic awakening might have permanently altered his personality. She looks at his hands, fearing the darkness that almost took him. But Ye Chen Yuan looks at her with an intensity that burns brighter than any demonic flame, declaring that he has grown up and he won't wait any longer to claim his destiny. The air is still as the morning sun filters through the master's chambers, but a heavy conversation is about to unfold. Grandpa Li has spent the night reflecting, and he's finally reached a startling conclusion. He fully supports the permanent bond between Ye Chen Yuan and Yuan Chu. The sudden shift catches Yuan Chu completely off guard, her usual confidence replaced by a look of pure confusion. Before she can protest, Old Li corners her, determined to make her see reason. He insists that she and her disciple are a match made in heaven, a duo that simply belongs together. Yuan Chu isn't buying it, snapping back that he needs to find some backbone and stick to his original stance. But Old Li is on a roll, listing every one of Ye Chen Yuan's virtues from how he spoils her to how he indulges her every expensive whim. He reminds her that no one else in this world understands her tastes and thoughts as deeply as Chen Yuan does. Yuan Chu tries to play it cool, but the logic is starting to sting. Old Li drops the hammer, warning her that if she lets a man this devoted walk away, she'll be the only one losing out. Desperate to maintain the status quo, she asks why he can't just remain her disciple forever. Old Li scoffs at the idea, pointing out that once Chen Yuan finds a wife, his priorities will shift, and he won't be there to wait on her hand and foot. Then, the roast gets personal. He reminds Yuan Chu that she's lazy, hates cultivating, and is essentially a magnet for trouble. He lists her legendary tantrums and her habit of spending money like water, wondering aloud who else would ever put up with her. In fact, he claims that anyone else would have lost their patience with her personality a long time ago. He begs her to stop hesitating before this golden opportunity slips through her fingers. He points out that Chen Yuan is feeding her 3 meals a day, yet she still acts ungrateful. That's the final straw. Yuan Chu's eyes gleam with mischief as she decides it's time to turn the tables on the old man. She suddenly bursts into dramatic, fake tears, wailing that old Lai is bullying her. Right on cue, Ye Chen Yuan rushes into the room, his face etched with genuine concern for his master. Without a second thought, Chen Yuan steps in front of her, telling old Li that if he has a problem with their bond, he should take it out on him instead of master. Old Lai is stunned into silence, watching his well-intentioned advice backfire spectacularly. Yuan Chu leans into the act, sobbing about how old Li called her rebellious and wasteful. Chen Yuan doesn't hesitate. He looks her in the eye and tells her she's perfect, just the way she is, and she never needs to change. Old Li tries to stammer out a defense, but Yuan Chu doubles down, accusing him of calling her a spoiled troublemaker. Chen Yuan's tone turns stern as he lectures old Li, telling him he needs to be far more tolerant of Master's youthful spirit. Victory secured, Yuan Chu sneaks a glance at old Lai and sticks her tongue out in a playful taunt. It's the ultimate provocation. Old Li's anger levels explode, visible steam practically rising from his head. Driven to his limit by her antics, he loses his cool entirely and blasts off. He screams that he's running away from home, leaving the others to watch his dramatic exit. Once the chaos settles, Chen Yuan calmly tells Yuan Chu she can stop the waterworks, as he knew it was an act all along. But his next words are heavy with sincerity. It doesn't matter if she's faking or not, because he will always be on her side. The playfulness fades as Yuan Chu quietly admits that some of old Li's criticisms were actually true. Even as the grumpy old man fumes in the distance, Chen Yuan draws closer, offering his unwavering support and telling her not to let the words upset her. Looking at her with absolute devotion, he leaves her with a final, chillingly loyal promise. In his heart, his master has no flaws. In the quiet morning light, Yuan Chu gazes out, her mind heavy with the weight of her connection to Ye Chen Yuan. Even without a formal seal, she can feel the shift in their bond, a depth she hadn't anticipated. Her eyes narrow as she weighs her options, wondering if she should even acknowledge the intensity of his devotion. Despite their search for the ancient mirror, she knows her time by his side might be temporary, and the uncertainty gnaws at her. A dark memory from her past life resurfaces, the crushing sensation of her soul being drained. She remembers her final moments, screaming curses at Ye Chen Yuan as her world ended in a violent flash. Back then, there was no escape. Her soul was trapped in the wreckage of her own demise. Now, that same chilling weakness has returned, vibrating through her spirit. A sharp, sudden pang in her heart yesterday felt like a premonition of death itself. She stares into the distance, desperate to understand how her past end is reaching into her present. Ye Chen Yuan interrupts her thoughts, sensing her distress. Yuan Chu masks her fear with a new resolve. She'll keep him as a disciple to keep things simple. If he was the one who oppressed her before, she'll spend this life getting her revenge by bullying him at every turn. But the dynamic is far from what she planned. Ye Chen Yuan leans in with a smirk, playfully pinching her cheek. "What are you doing to your master?" she demands, her authority crumbling. He just chuckles, telling her she's simply too cute to ignore. Retreating into the heaven pearl, Yuan Chu fumes, realizing her obedient disciple is actually a sly rabbit who refuses to follow her lead. Their peace is shattered when a violent ripple of energy tears through the air outside. The demon lord Zhen Liutang has arrived, and he is looking for blood. He's insulted that they dared to strike him and then vanish, and he's not letting them off easy. Ye Chen Yuan steps forward, his aura flaring. He promised not to start a fight, but he's more than ready to finish one. Yuan Chu realizes they've overstayed their welcome on Zhen Liutang's home turf. The situation turns critical when a scout reports that the Spirit Realm Empire has mobilized, surrounding the area to capture Ye Chen Yuan. If they stay, they'll be caught between a vengeful demon lord and entire army. Zhen Liutang mocks their bad luck, threatening to hand them over to the Empire's torturers. But before he can strike, the duo slips through his fingers, vanishing back into the subspace of the pearl. Safe for the moment, Ye Chen Yuan prepares to teleport them back to the Empire. Yuan Chu hesitates, thinking of the prophet hidden within the demon eye, the one person who might explain her past life's tragedy. The risk is astronomical, but she needs the truth. She reaches out, firmly grabbing Ye Chen Yuan's sleeve to stop their departure. His response is a flat, immediate no way. He refuses to leave her exposed in the heart of the demon race's holy land. While they argue inside, Zhen Liutang is left outside, fruitlessly screaming at the void for them to come out and face him. The air in the demon realm is thick enough to choke a god as violent purple energy surges through the desolate landscape. "Are you all right?" her companion asks, his eyes filled with concern as the atmosphere grows heavy. He warns her that the demonic energy here is suffocatingly dense, a physical weight on the soul. Yuan Chu grits her teeth, insisting she's fine. Her body just hasn't adjusted to this dark power in a long time. Stealing their resolve, the duo presses forward into the gloom. Finally, the massive silhouette of their destination looms through the fog. They've arrived. Before them stands the legendary demon eye, a gate sealed with ancient, ornate rings. Her companion explains that entering is a privilege reserved solely for the demon king himself. Somewhere within these clouds dwells a figure of immense power, the guardian of the demon race. Logically, he shouldn't leave his post. His primary duty is to protect this sacred site. Yuan Chu stares at the gate, realizing they have no choice but to wait for a sign. Doubt gnaws at her. Can a prophet truly unravel the mysteries of her past life and reincarnation? She approaches the towering entrance, feeling the weight of destiny on her shoulders. Taking a leap of faith, she flies toward the massive handles to investigate. Suddenly, the air freezes. A sharp, terrifying killing intent pierces the silence. A small, robed figure descends from the heavens, radiating a blinding aura of authority. Yuan Chu is caught off guard. This deadly intent feels strangely small, yet undeniably unsettling. Her companion immediately drops to a bow, greeting the newcomer as the Lord Demon Master. The old master's face is weathered, his presence commanding absolute respect. The atmosphere is thick with tension as the two parties face each other. Yuan Chu bows deeply, requesting guidance to save the future of the demon realm. The demon master's eyes flare with a sudden, supernatural light. Her companion cries out in alarm as the master's power surges. Yuan Chu is plunged into a psychic storm, her vision turning a fractured, glowing red. The master speaks. While she is a mystery to him, the fate of the demon race is clear. Visions of a fractured reality flash before her eyes. He warns of a great calamity, one orchestrated by none other than Zhen Liutang. The realization hits like a physical blow. This matches the exact catastrophe she foresaw. The crushing pressure vanishes as quickly as it came, leaving Yuan Chu gasping for air. She trembles, trying to process the weight of the prophecy. Turning to her companion, the demon master commands him to leave at once. Though hesitant to leave her side, he has no choice but to obey the master's order. He leaves her with a stern warning: behave herself while she's in the master's presence. Now, only Yuan Chu and the mysterious master remain before the gate. A sudden flash of light erupts, blurring her vision. Whoa! He disappeared, she exclaims, finding herself standing alone in the void. The silence is deafening. She realizes she shouldn't have met this cryptic figure alone, but there's no turning back now. Determination burns in her eyes. She will find her answers here. The demon master eyes Yuan Chu curiously, asking why she chose to stay behind. Yuan Chu remains calm, preparing to reveal a deep truth. She explains the bridge between their worlds. While she cultivates both immortal and demonic techniques due to her unique physique, Ye Chen Yuan does so because of his divine emperor's bloodline. They are both individuals favored by the heavens themselves. Despite their rocky start involving a literal fight, she suggests they've reached a level of professional acquaintance. But Yuan Chu has an ulterior motive. She wants access to the forbidden demon eye. The demon master is skeptical, asking what she could possibly want there. He warns her that the eye rarely grants prophecies to anyone. Yuan Chu isn't deterred, begging for just one chance to visit. She drops a bombshell, swearing on her life that the demon eye will collapse within 100 years. Stunned by this revelation, the demon master notes she's never mentioned this catastrophe before. Yuan Chu hides her inner thoughts, unable to explain how she knows the future. Ultimately, the demon master relents. Acknowledging the gift she previously brought to his realm, he agrees to take her there to broaden her horizons. Yuan Chu realizes he's referring to the technical marvel of the fireworks she provided. He vows that the demon realm will repay this favor if she ever faces trouble, though he maintains his aloof composure. The serious atmosphere quickly breaks as they fall back into their usual high-energy bickering. The scene shifts drastically to a jagged cliffside where a massive confrontation is underway. Ye Chen Yuan stands at the center of a swirling vortex of energy. His gaze is sharp, radiating an intense golden authority. The Empire's representatives issue a final ultimatum: accept a blood pact and sever his contract with the divine sword, or face certain death. Ye Chen Yuan looks at the legendary blade, refusing to yield. The sword has already recognized him. There is no turning back. The officials scream that only those of imperial blood are worthy, branding him a public enemy. They demand he hand over the relic immediately. As the pressure mounts regarding his lack of imperial blood, a new player enters the fray. The dean of the First Academy arrives, shielding Ye Chen Yuan with a powerful barrier. He stuns the crowd with a single sentence: Ye Chen Yuan is the true eldest imperial grandson. The spectators are paralyzed with shock, recognizing the speaker as the crown prince's own mentor. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't wait for their permission. He grips the divine sword, and a pillar of celestial light erupts into the sky. He swings the blade, unleashing a wave of pure, divine energy. The sheer weight of his presence forces every soldier and official to their knees, as if the primordial emperor himself had returned to Earth. The crushing pressure makes it impossible for anyone to stand. The sword glows with an ancient seal, confirming that Ye Chen Yuan bears the direct bloodline of the heavenly emperor. Standing over his defeated foes, Ye Chen Yuan asks if they still intend to force their ritual upon him. He dares them to doubt the sword's judgment just because it chose him. Terrified, the soldiers realize they cannot question the legacy of the empire's forefather. But as the truth settles in, a haunting question arises. If Ye Chen Yuan is the rightful heir, then who is the person currently ruling from the palace? As Yuan Chu steps deeper into the heart of the demon eye, Her latent demonic power flares up instinctively, responding to the overwhelming energy saturating the air. Surprisingly, the crushing pressure she felt outside vanishes, replaced by a gentle, soothing magic that flows through her entire body. Beneath the massive, glowing ritual arrays, she catches a scent that stops her in her tracks, the unmistakable, powerful smell of the demon mother's blood. From the center of the Crimson Chamber, the demon master's voice echoes, inviting her to take a seat and begin their fated exchange. He is blunt, immediately questioning if she possesses the legendary heavenly eye to see the future. Yuan Chu remains guarded, refusing to reveal the source of her knowledge for now. The ancient master accepts her silence, but poses a counter-condition. He will resolve her doubts only if she reveals how to stop the demonic calamity she predicted. Yuan Chu meets his gaze with startling honesty, admitting she doesn't have a solution. She only knows that in her past life, Zhen Liang's path led to certain death. Impressed by her transparency, the 200 to 800-year-old sage prepares to share his vast wisdom. Finally, Yuan Chu voices the fear that has been haunting her, a sudden, paralyzing weakness deep within her soul, making her feel as if she might vanish at any moment. She describes strange out-of-body experiences, desperate to know if she is cursed or suffering from a terminal illness. She wonders if her unique path of cultivating both immortal and demonic arts has finally backfired. However, the master dismisses this theory. Despite the rarity of her path, he confirms her body has perfectly mastered the balance between both energies. If it isn't her cultivation, Yuan Chu is left at a total loss. The demon master begins to explain a fundamental truth of the universe. A living person should never be able to feel their own soul, as it is the core foundation of their existence. When Yuan Chu presses for the exceptions, he gives her two. The first is a soul-shattering injury, which she quickly rules out. Then, he drops the bombshell. The second possibility is plain rejection. He explains that her soul is being actively rejected by the very world they stand in. As her power grows, the rejection will intensify, until the laws of the world eventually erase her. Stunned, Yuan Chu realizes she is being hunted by the heavenly Tao itself. The master elaborates on the vast cosmos, describing a multiverse of parallel worlds and dimensions, some primitive, some advanced, and some entirely alien. He explains that those who accidentally cross the impenetrable barriers between these planes are viewed as anomalies to be purged. Leaning in with a gaze that seems to pierce through her very spirit, he asks the ultimate question: are you from another plane? The demon master begins with a cryptic riddle, comparing fate to those lost in the mountains who return to find a century has passed, or those who stumble upon the notebooks of transcendent beings and gain the power of foresight. He turns his piercing gaze toward Yuan Chu, demanding to know which kind of anomaly she truly is. Yuan Chu stands silent, the weight of her secret pressing down on her. Finally, she confesses the chilling truth. She is dying because this world has rejected her soul, and as she grew stronger, the heavenly Tao finally took notice of her existence. She admits she is like those who found a notebook of the future, possessing knowledge that shouldn't be hers. Looking away, she realizes her life is no longer her own. It's a fragile existence slipping through her fingers. Intrigued, the demon master asks what her foresight reveals about the future of the demon realm. Yuan Chu gazes into the distance, recalling the fragments of her previous life. She explains that in her past existence, a savior appeared to prevent the total collapse of the demon realm. As she speaks, the atmosphere in the chamber shifts, growing dark and heavy. The demon master's eyes widen in sheer shock as he gasps out a name of legend: Mother of Demons. A terrifying red silhouette begins to manifest, radiating an overwhelming power. Before the massive altar, the demon master immediately drops to his knees, trembling as he realizes the ancient consciousness of the mother of the demon race has actually awakened. The pressure is too much for him, and he collapses under the sheer weight of her presence. Swirling currents of red energy begin to circle the room, signaling a transformation. Yuan Chu watches in stunned silence as the ritual takes a turn she never expected. The energy snakes around her feet, anchoring her to the spot. A colossal, divine figure towers behind Yuan Chu, dwarfing her in scale. Slowly, the Mother of Demons manifests in her full, ethereal glory, her long tail shimmering with celestial light. She looks down at the small girl, acknowledging her presence with a single, echoing word. The entity's eyes are a kaleidoscope of cosmic power, locking onto Yuan Chu's soul. As their gazes meet, the world around Yuan Chu begins to shatter. Suddenly, the ancient realm vanishes, replaced by the cold, steel skyline of a modern city. Inside a dimly lit apartment, a man named Yuan Yuntao is mid-shout, his face contorted with rage as he looms over a young girl. He looks at her with utter contempt, his eyes filled with bitterness. Trembling, the girl, a modern incarnation of Yuan Chu, reaches out and whispers, "Dad." He snaps back instantly, barking at her never to call him that again. Yuan Chu's heart breaks as she remembers the desperation of that life. She knew her father didn't have much time left and needed money to survive. Crying, she recalls being willing to sacrifice her own happiness and marry a stranger just to pay for his medical bills. But the man doesn't care about her sacrifice. He turns his back on her, coldly revealing that he isn't even her biological father, so her fate means nothing to him. Yuan Chu begs him to listen, pleading that she was deceived by the people he sent her to. He ignores her cries, walking away without a single backward glance. Back in the demon realm, A single tear falls from Yuan Chu's eye as she realizes she is nothing more than a lingering attachment to a past that failed her. She sobs, feeling like a mere spectator to her own tragedies. Sensing her profound grief, a voice whispers in her ear, pointing out how those people took advantage of her kindness and asking the ultimate, tempting question. Don't you want to take revenge? The vision of the modern world flickers like a dying flame, showing Yuan Chu the life she left behind and the father who abandoned her. The mother of demons looms over her, a predatory grace in her movements as she offers the ultimate temptation, the power to change everything, provided Yuan Chu serves the demon clan. Her smile is sharp, knowing exactly which heartstrings to pull to get what she wants. Yuan Chu's gaze hardens, caught between the pain of her past and the uncertainty of this dark bargain. She questions why an ancient deity would need her help specifically when so many powerful demons have already failed. The mother of demons simply dismisses the doubt, insisting that Yuan Chu is the only one who can achieve the impossible. To prove her point, she reveals the terrifying truth of plain rejection. The more Yuan Chu's cultivation grows, the more this world will violently reject her soul. Helping the demons isn't just a choice, it's a way to accelerate a process that has already begun. Yuan Chu can only offer a hollow, bitter smile as the weight of her existence settles in. The deity delivers a final, crushing blow, warning her that her love for Ye Chen Yuan is a death sentence. To stay by his side is to act against the will of heaven, which will eventually destroy him. Is it truly impossible? Yuan Chu whispers, her world crumbling. Her eyes well with tears as the realization hits that her very presence might be a curse to the one she loves most. The mother of demons reaches out, her touch cold and clinical as she reminds the girl that not all feelings result in a reward. She points to the Buddha's hand-binding heart spell Yuan Chu placed on herself, a desperate measure that has now become a shackle. Tears finally stream down Yuan Chu's face as she's forced to confront the depth of her own emotional entrapment. Surrounded by a blinding, celestial light, she admits that the temptations of this life are too great to face alone. In a burst of desperate resolve, she declares her true goal: to return to her original world and save her father. She screams into the void, feeling like an incomplete being who has no right to love or be loved in a world where she doesn't belong. Curled into a ball of grief, she loses track of who she even is anymore. The mother of demons watches with a glowing, predatory eye, her trap finally snapped shut. Yuan Chu's consciousness begins to fade into the darkness, her spirit broken by the weight of 2 lifetimes. She's left sobbing in the silence, a lone figure in an endless sea of black. The heavy, ornate doors of the inner sanctum finally groan open, signaling a return to reality. Yuan Chu emerges from the spatial rift, her expression unreadable but her path set. The deal is struck. She will do whatever it takes to complete the mother of demons' task. She approaches the demon master, who stands waiting in the dim light. Without a hint of hesitation, she makes a chilling request: take me to the abyss of the gods. The demon master recoils in pure shock at the mention of such a forbidden place. His eyes widen as he spots a terrifying mark on her chest, the demon seed. It's a parasitic tether planted by the mother of demons, a ticking time bomb that could lead to total demonic possession if her inner demons are triggered. He solemnly asks if she truly understands the nature of the abyss. Yuan Chu's eyes burn with a terrifying, singular focus. She doesn't care about the risk. The demon master begins his grim explanation, revealing that the abyss is a graveyard for divine beings. These gods possessed unimaginable power, and even in death, their lingering energies have curdled into something far more dangerous. This sorrowful, twisted energy has manifested as a malignant miasma that refuses to dissipate. It's a corruption so potent that even the divine race couldn't cleanse it, forcing them to seal the area off entirely. The miasma is a literal plague, blotting out the sky and choking the life out of the demon clan's lands. It is a realm of absolute death, where any intruder faces the risk of their body literally exploding from the sheer pressure of the energy. Despite the warning, Yuan Chu offers a polite, chillingly calm thanks for the information. She begins to walk, her footsteps heavy with purpose. They reach the edge of the abyss, a swirling vortex of purple shadows and lightning that looks like the mouth of hell itself. The demon master gives her one final chance to turn back, asking if she is truly prepared to enter. Yuan Chu stares directly into the heart of the storm, her resolve absolute. I'm going in. Determined to find a way to stay by Ye Chen Yuan's side, Yuan Chu searches for a glimmer of hope in the mother of demons' eyes. The ancient entity leans in, whispering a chilling solution. The only way to appease the heavens is to survive the abyss of the gods. The mother of demons explains that because Yuan Chu has altered the course of fate so drastically, the heavenly Tao has marked her for death before she can even reach the late stage of soul division. A single tear escapes as Yuan Chu realizes the gravity of her situation. Her only other choice is to abandon her cultivation and live a fleeting, fragile mortal life. The demonic tether curls around her, offering a final lethal gamble. If she enters the abyss and the heavenly Tao shows mercy, she might earn the time she so desperately craves. But the risk is absolute. Failing means going berserk or becoming a nameless, wandering soul, barred from reincarnation for all eternity. Watching the exchange with dread, the demon master demands to know what the mother of demons is truly after. Yuan Chu reveals the impossible task. She must retrieve the heart of the gods. The revelation leaves the demon master speechless. These hearts belong to fallen deities, ripped out to ensure they could never enter the cycle of rebirth. Stepping toward the darkness, Yuan Chu leaves a final message. If she doesn't return in 3 days, tell Ye Chen Yuan her death wasn't the demon clan's fault. He must find Su Jing for the truth. With a final breath, she plunges into the dark maw of the abyss. The descent is a nightmare of sensory deprivation, an all-consuming chill that threatens to freeze her soul. Tears blur her vision as the cold takes hold, but her heart screams a single command. She needs more time. Suddenly, a brilliant light fractures the darkness. Visions of her past begin to flicker before her eyes, starting with the face of her father. Other familiar faces appear in the shards of light, questioning her safety. Then, the image of Ye Chen Yuan manifests, his golden eyes filled with an intensity that pierces through the void. The abyss echoes with his voice, calling out to his master. The light intensifies as the shards coalesce. In the vision, Ye Chen Yuan stands before her, confessing a devotion that has burned for a lifetime, begging her to stay and keep him company. Yuan Chu's heart aches as she remembers their unfulfilled promises, the dreaming heaven realm, the starry lake of Lintian, all the places they were supposed to explore together. Her eyes snap open, burning with a new fire. With a defiant scream that she will not die in this godforsaken place, a massive explosion of spiritual energy erupts, clearing the fog to reveal a horrifying field of bleached bones. She stands amongst the remains of those who failed, realizing that without her renewed resolve, she would have been just another skeleton in the pile. Steeling herself, she turns her back on the graveyard and marches deeper into the gloom. Just as she prepares for the next trial, a sudden flash of light blinds her. The dark abyss vanishes, replaced by the warm, golden glow of a modern library. Standing before her is a girl in a school uniform, smiling brightly and offering a hand in friendship, pulling Yuan Chu back into a world she thought she'd left behind. Yuan Chu's mind fractures as a familiar face emerges from the Hazlin Qianqian, a ghost from a modern past life she thought she'd buried forever. But there's no warmth in this reunion, only the venomous sting of a bully's tongue calling her a lowly child. The jealousy is palpable as Qianqian corners her, demanding to know why the boy they both knew chose Yuan Chu over her. Before she can even process the trauma, the scene shifts and the accusations turn to greed, painting her as a gold digger who only wants a man for his money. A cold hand reaches out, pulling her deeper into this labyrinth of manufactured guilt and social isolation. Suddenly, she's facing a woman offering a devil's bargain: marry into a wealthy family, and her father's medical bills will be magically erased. Yuan Chu's eyes tremble with exhaustion. Every memory in this abyss is a trap designed to break her spirit through the weight of responsibility. The world blurs in a flash of mental agony as the vision shifts again. A voice whispers her name, Jiao Chu, pulling her toward a new, yet equally painful, illusion of family. She looks up, her heart racing as a man steps into the light of her fractured memory. It's Wen Tianqing, claiming to be her biological father, promising to take her away from her poor life to live like a princess. But the mask of fatherly love slips instantly, revealing a monster who views her as an unexpected illegitimate child, meant only to serve his interests. Rage flares in Yuan Chu's eyes as she spits out his name, realizing the depth of the betrayal she once suffered. The vision twists, leading her to the cold, sterile doors of a mental hospital, room 302. Inside, a woman in a hospital gown begs her to flee, warning her that every single person in the Wen family is pure evil. Reality shatters as a voice screams for her not to believe a single word of the lies surrounding her. The horrific truth is finally unmasked. She wasn't brought back to be a daughter, but to be a container, a living organ donor for a heart transplant. The psychological weight is too much to bear. Yuan Chu lets out a soul-shattering scream as blood-red tears stream down her face, the abyss finally beginning to consume her. Meanwhile, far from the darkness of the abyss, the peaceful horizon of the cultivation world is about to be disrupted. Ye Chen Yuan freezes mid-stride, his instincts screaming that something is horribly wrong with the person he cares for most. Standing on the cliff's edge before his subordinates, he commands them to wait, his gaze fixed on the distance. He doesn't hesitate for a single heartbeat, launching himself into the air like a streak of pure energy. Even as others warn him that running off will ruin his reputation, he ignores them. His master is in trouble, and the world can wait. His companions are left in shock, wondering how he could possibly sense Yuan Chu's distress from such a massive distance. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes burn with a desperate, golden intensity. He can feel her pain as if it were his own. Back in the dark, the voices in the abyss intensify, chanting a singular, murderous command: just die. They call her a jinx and a curse to everyone she meets, preying on her deepest, most secret insecurities. A dagger clatters onto the floor before her, a physical manifestation of the abyss's ultimate goal: her self-destruction. She stares at the cold steel, her resolve crumbling as the voices show her visions of her parents' misery. The voices reach a fever pitch, demanding she end her life to save the reputation of her school and everyone who helped her. Stab it down quickly, they scream, the psychological pressure becoming an unbearable physical force. Yuan Chu lets out a hollow, chilling laugh, her mind pushed to the absolute brink of the void. Yuan Chu stands alone in the crushing darkness of the abyss, surrounded by a violent storm of purple energy that threatens to tear her soul apart. Above her, a sinister portal churns, raining down a crushing pressure that shatters her surroundings and her very skin. Deadly beams of light streak toward her like executioner's blades, leaving no room for escape. The abyss whispers poison into her mind, mocking her survival and promising that even if she escapes this void, The heavenly Tao itself will eventually erase her existence. A massive strike descends as the voices remind her she's an outsider who doesn't belong in this world, demanding she choose her way to die. A single drop of blood hits her skin, a physical mark of the agony she's enduring. Trapped on her knees among the remains of the fallen, Yuan Chu lets out a hollow, chilling laugh. But the latter isn't a sign of defeat. It's the spark of a fire as she refuses to die until her obsession is fulfilled. Rising from the pile of bones, she stands firm against the tide of cowards who let fear crush their spirits. A golden aura erupts from her, a defiant light in the dark, as she screams that she is no coward. The abyss sneers back, pointing out the tears on her face as proof of the terror harboring in her heart. Tears continue to fall, wetting her lap as she's forced to confront her own vulnerability. Clutching the cold ground, she hears the voices begging her to just give up and join the dead. The darkness swirls into a maddening vortex, promising that persistence is nothing but the most painful path. Yuan Chu's voice is steady now. She admits that everyone feels fear, and she is no exception. Her eyes burn with a new light as she realizes that belief is the ultimate weapon once she believes she is capable. Nothing can stop her. She sits in a meditative trance, a pillar of golden light radiating from her body, as she claims her own path and her own obsession. Stepping over the literal remains of those who failed before her, she remembers her promise to her father. To stay optimistic, no matter how twisted the world becomes. If fate wants her dead, she'll defy it. If the heavens want her dead, she'll overthrow them. Standing tall, Yuan Chu declares her name to the void, vowing that even if she dies, she will do so with a clear conscience and no regrets. The abyss responds with a terrifying, massive demonic shadow that looms over her. The beast mocks her, declaring that no matter her cultivation level or her lack of inner demons, she is destined to die in this graveyard. Yuan Chu looks at the hollow entity and realizes the irony. She's searching for the heart of the gods among these heartless monsters. Calmly, she takes her seat, whispering, "I understand." The demon recoils in shock as it realizes she isn't fighting anymore, she's trying to enlighten them. Ancient golden scriptures spiral around her as she vows to comprehend the true meaning of the Tathagata, turning the abyss into a place of enlightenment. Suddenly, a massive slash of brilliant light cleaves through the darkness. The demonic void is torn wide open, its shadows consumed by a superior power. Beams of pure energy slice through the nightmare, shattering the illusion once and for all. Through the rift, a familiar voice calls out. Ye Chen Yuan has arrived, his presence a soothing balm as he tells her she's safe and free to do whatever she wants. With a gentle, protective smile, he stands before her, vowing that he is here now and will never let anything harm her again. Yuan Chu's spirit burns with a new, divine intensity as she channels her inner strength. With a roar of determination, she declares that today, master and disciple will shatter the chains of this abyss together. But standing in their way is a titanic manifestation of pure malice, a shadowy dragon that looms over them like a god of destruction. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes flash with a lethal coldness as he steps forward, swearing that anyone who dares touch his master will meet a merciless end. He channels his merit, dedicating his very soul to the sacred path of the Buddha's pure land. Beside him, Yuan Chu begins her chant, her voice echoing through the void to alleviate the suffering of all realms. The clash is instantaneous, a violent explosion of light and shadow that rocks the foundations of the abyss. Chen Yuan rockets through the darkness, golden chains trailing behind him like streaks of divine lightning. The strain is immense. He coughs up blood, his body pushed to its absolute limit against the monstrosity. The beast snarls, its jaws dripping with the essence of the void, ready to consume them whole. But Yuan Chu remains steady at the center of the storm, protected by an impenetrable barrier of golden scriptures. Beams of celestial energy erupt, cutting through the purple miasma like a hot knife through butter. Chen Yuan draws the creature's focus, shouting that he is its only true opponent. He prepares his ultimate technique, the second form of the heaven opening. The command rings out, standing 8 directions. As a web of golden chains erupts to bind the heavens themselves, the chains coil around the darkness, tightening with the weight of divine law. The shadow dragon is ensnared, its power neutralized by the overwhelming brilliance of the technique. With a gaze of absolute focus, Chen Yuan prepares the final blow. He strikes with the force of a falling star, shattering the illusion and the entity in a single, blinding flash. The shockwave of the breakthrough ripples outward, catching the eyes of everyone in the distant city. From a high balcony, a mysterious woman watches the horizon, her heart racing at the impossible light. She whispers a name in disbelief: Xiao Chuer. Could it really be her? Back in the abyss, Yuan Chu ascends, her body bathed in a pillar of golden radiance as she recites the ultimate truths of the Bodhi mind. Her cultivation surges, breaking through the barriers and reaching the middle stage of spirit manifestation. A shimmering orb manifests, before her the true heart of the gods, revealing the hidden purpose behind the demon seed planted within her. She realizes that to achieve rebirth, she must push herself past the point of no return. The battle over, Chen Yuan collapses onto the cracked earth, his strength completely spent. But he's not letting her off easy, demanding a serious explanation for her reckless behavior. Yuan Chu freezes, sweat dropping as she tries to come up with a valid excuse for landing in such a death trap. Her disciple delivers a swift flick to the forehead, prompting a yelp of pain from the almighty master. Chen Yuan isn't buying the act, his expression flat and unimpressed by her antics. She tries to play the victim, claiming that while her surface wounds are gone, she's still gravely injured on the inside. He raises an eyebrow, his skepticism reaching an all-time high. Thinking fast, she grabs his arm, trying to distract him with her soft-hearted concerns for the people of the demon realm. She sighs dramatically, blaming the heavens for making her just too kind for her own good. Chen Yuan just sighs and delivers another gentle poke, unable to stay truly angry at her. She puffs out her cheeks in protest, calling him an impudent and presumptuous disciple. Despite the chaos, a small, weary smile tugs at his lips. No matter what happens, he can never seem to get the better of her. The battle with the shadow dragon has subsided, leaving the desolate, rocky peaks of the abyss in a haunting silence. Ye Chen Yuan's sleeves flutter in the wind as he prepares for the next move. Despite her protest that she can walk, he sweeps Yuan Chu off her feet, cradling her in a firm, protective hold. Yuan Chu flails her legs, her face flushed with embarrassment as she insists she's perfectly fine, while her inner chibi self frets over the total loss of her masterly dignity. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't miss a beat, his steady stride carrying them forward as he calmly informs her that for her reckless behavior, a punishment is in order. The sudden shift in his tone catches her completely off guard, her eyes widening in genuine shock. Looking down at her with a knowing, almost teasing smile, he notes that she seems to be practically asking for that punishment right now. His gaze becomes piercing, his eyes glowing with an intensity that demands her full attention. In this moment, the power dynamic has shifted entirely. The master has become the one caught in a trap, much like a confused kitten in the paws of a clever rabbit. Yuan Chu's heart races, her mind spinning as she remembers the effects of the Buddha's hand-binding heart spell. Sensing her lack of self-awareness, Ye Chen Yuan leans in closer, his expression softening as he stares into the eyes of the master he refuses to let go. He leans down, his voice dropping to a low, focused whisper as he tells her that his devotion isn't a fleeting moment, but a lifelong commitment. Looking directly into her soul, he declares that no matter what world he is reincarnated into, he is destined to find her and fall for her all over again. Yuan Chu is left utterly stunned, her face turning a bright shade of red as she realizes her disciple has mastered the art of smooth talking. As his hand rests near her, Yuan Chu's thoughts turn heavy, contemplating the curse on her body and the complications of her sect that might prevent her from ever truly responding to his feelings. He finally sets her down, her boots meeting the cold ground of the abyss. She looks up at him with a rare, vulnerable sincerity, asking him, pleading with him not to fall for anyone else while she is still by his side. In response, Ye Chen Yuan closes the distance instantly, his face inches from hers in a moment of extreme proximity. Yuan Chu's eyes go wide, her breath catching as the world around them seems to vanish. She tries to remain professional, reminding herself that he was injured, and she should restore master-disciple discipline once they escape this place. But as their faces remain dangerously close, he asks her what she could possibly be so distracted by. She hides her face in her hands, admitting she's debating whether or not she should push him away. With a faint, confident smile, he asks if she's reached a conclusion yet. Her inner self is a mess of nerves, unable to give him a straight answer. Seeing her hesitation, Ye Chen Yuan leans in even further, suggesting that perhaps another close moment will help her think more clearly. The silence of the mountain pass hangs heavy over the duo. Moments later, Yuan Chu stomps away, her face burning as she grumbles about her lips being swollen despite his promise to let her think slowly. Ye Chen Yuan follows behind with a triumphant, satisfied grin, calling out for his master to slow down. They trek through the jagged, frozen landscape, two silhouettes against the vast emptiness. Suddenly, they stop. A mysterious, white-haired figure stands perched on a cliff edge, watching them with an enigmatic presence. Yuan Chu's expression sharpens into one of grim determination. She has completed the task assigned to her by the Mother of Demons, and the true mystery of this realm is about to unfold. The air in the demon realm is shifting. As the dust settles from their monumental task, an elderly prophet gazes toward the horizon, questioning if this world will finally see the sun, moon, and stars once more. With a bright, hopeful smile, Yuan Chu confirms it a new era of light is coming. Overwhelmed by this miracle, the old man bows in deep reverence, swearing his blade to her cause, though a flustered Yuan Chu quickly tries to stop his formal display. She beams, modest as ever, insisting that she gain just as much from this journey as the demon race did. But the prophet sees what she cannot. A radiant power of merit now blankets her soul, a divine light that will shield her from whatever trials the future holds. With the heavy lifting done, he informs the duo that the Demon King himself has been waiting to receive them. Yuan Chu's mind is already racing. She's determined to use her knowledge of the past to ensure Zheng Liang survives this timeline. As the pair begins to follow the prophet out, the old man suddenly commands Ye Chen Yuan to wait. His eyes glow with an eerie intensity as he peers into the young man's very soul, sensing a fate that defies all logic. He notes the impossible contradiction. Ye Chen Yuan is a vessel of pure demonic energy, while Yuan Chu possesses an innate Buddha nature. By all laws of heaven, their paths should never have crossed. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't flinch. With a cold, defiant smirk, he makes his stance clear. He doesn't believe in fate, only his own will. The prophet's expression darkens. He warns that if Ye Chen Yuan wishes to remain by her side, he must suppress his bloodlust. The more he indulges in his demonic nature, the more repercussions he will inadvertently bring down upon Yuan Chu. Incensed by the suggestion that he could harm his master, Ye Chen Yuan demands to know exactly what makes her situation so special. But the prophet offers only a cryptic parting shot, vanishing into thin air while warning that those who know too much of the heavenly Tao invite disaster. A cheerful shout from Yuan Chu breaks the tension, calling for her Little Yuan to hurry up. Ye Chen Yuan instantly masks his inner turmoil with a gentle smile, responding to her call. However, as he follows her, his thoughts remain dark. He dismisses the prophet's warnings. As long as he is breathing, he vows that no harm fate-driven or otherwise will ever reach his master. The scene shifts to the imposing gates of the Demon King's palace. The Demon King himself stands ready, eager to know if the malignant miasma has truly been dispelled. As the heroes arrive, the king can't help but throw a jab, questioning if someone with a heart as impure as Ye Chen Yuan's could really save their realm. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't miss a beat, firing back a sharp remark about the king's advanced age. The king, a man of pride, is instantly triggered, shouting that he's still in his prime and can live for over a millennium. Ye Chen Yuan continues the psychological warfare, mockingly suggesting that the king only looks young because of high-grade youth-preserving pills. Fuming with rage, the Demon King looks ready to start a second war, forcing his wife and subordinates to physically hold him back to maintain professional appearances in front of the crowd. The palace guards and bystanders wisely look away, pretending they didn't see their ruler's undignified outburst. Breaking the tension, the Demon Queen steps forward and takes Yuan Chu's hands in hers. With a voice full of genuine warmth, she thanks Yuan Chu on behalf of the entire demon race, promising that their world will never forget the light she brought back to them. The Demon King, finally calming down, joins his wife in offering their heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging the pain of living in eternal darkness that Yuan Chu has finally ended. They lead the pair inside for a formal reception. As the queen walks side by side with Yuan Chu, Ye Chen Yuan watches from behind, his eyes narrow with a possessive shadow. He finds himself annoyed that so many others are finally recognizing the brilliance of the woman he considers his and his alone. Yuan Chu looks back, urging him to keep up, and Ye Chen Yuan's icy gaze melts into one of absolute, unwavering devotion as he follows her into the palace. Standing before the imposing altar of heaven, a massive stone pillar choked by ancient, thorny vines, the atmosphere is heavy with the weight of history. The Demon King explains that the staff resting atop this monument was left behind by the legendary Demon Father himself. Long ago, when the Demon Father was forced to retreat to this realm, he sought every possible way to improve its harsh environment, with this altar serving as his final, desperate hope. He sacrificed his own essence, using his very bones as the foundation for this platform, to plead with the heavens for a light that could purge the toxic miasma. Tragically, the heavens remained silent, and the Demon Father, heartbroken, eventually abandoned the effort. As death approached, the miasma only intensified, leaving him no choice but to transform the altar into a barrier to contain the poison, though it meant his people would remain trapped with the toxicity for generations. Now, the Demon King reveals a prophecy. Only the one who clears the miasma is worthy of inheriting the staff. He believes that person is Yuan Chu. Yuan Chu is visibly stunned by the revelation. Despite the staff's immense power, she hesitates, insisting she doesn't use demonic energy, and that the artifact should stay with the demon clan. Internally, she views the legendary item as a massive responsibility, believing that only someone truly dedicated to the clan's future should wield such a troublesome treasure. The Demon King remains solemn. He cannot ignore his ancestor's final wish. He admits that while no one else has ever been able to budge the staff, Yuan Chu might be the exception. Seeing no other way to help, Yuan Chu decides on a simple solution. She'll just pull it out and hand it over to them. Below, a crowd of demons gathers, whispering in disbelief. They find it hard to believe that this young-looking girl could achieve what their greatest leaders could not. With a nod from the Demon King, Yuan Chu offers a confident smile. She leaps into the air, soaring toward the top of the vine-covered pillar. As she nears the summit, the ancient thorns instinctively pull back, clearing a path for her feet to touch the stone. Standing at the top, she realizes the staff is far larger than it appeared from the ground, but she prepares to exert her strength. She reaches out, her hand firmly gripping the cold metal of the artifact. With a look of intense focus, she gives a sharp tug and the staff slides out of the altar as easily as a needle from cloth. The onlookers gasp in shock. The impossible has just happened. The staff erupts with a brilliant, divine radiance, vibrating with power in her hand. Yuan Chu holds the staff high, and the air itself seems to shatter. The crystal atop the staff glows with a blinding intensity, shooting a massive pillar of light straight into the dark clouds above. Thunder rumbles and lightning flickers through the sky as the beam of energy tears through the miasma, purifying the atmosphere. Suddenly, rain begins to fall, but the demons realize something miraculous. The water is clear and transparent, completely free of the toxic black miasma that has plagued them for centuries. Yuan Chu looks on, satisfied that the air is finally clean. Below, the Demon King drops to his knees in the mud, overcome with emotion. He prays to the Demon Father, declaring that the evil has been eradicated and the demon realm will never be the same again. One by one, the Demon Queen and the citizens join him, kneeling in the rain to offer their deepest gratitude and blessings to the hero who redeemed their world. Standing atop the altar, Yuan Chu is bathed in a celestial glow, holding the staff that changed everything. From below, Ye Chen Yuan watches her, his expression filled with quiet pride as he witnesses her triumph. Yuan Chu looks down at the people she saved with a gentle smile. At that moment, a spectral image of the demon father manifests behind her, confirming to the awestruck crowd that their savior has truly arrived. The heavens finally break open, bathing the once darkened realm in a divine, purifying light. The demon king stands transfixed, the weight of a new era settling on his shoulders as he glows with newfound power. Amidst the swirling energy of the altar, Yuan Chu remains the calm center of the storm, holding the legendary artifact. Without a moment's hesitation, she offers the scepter to the demon king, a casual "here you go," shifting the fate of a nation. She insists that the weapon has its own will and has chosen him as the only one who can truly transform this realm. But the demon king hesitates, shaking his head in a display of profound humility, claiming he lacks the merit to lead after she was the one who purified the land. Yuan Chu stares back, her resolve unshaken despite his self-doubt. He looks away, burdened by the belief that he doesn't deserve to inherit the demon father's grand will. To prove her point, Yuan Chu takes a leap of faith, plunging a small seed into the desolate earth. She holds out a glowing green seed, challenging the very nature of this dying land. The demon king is skeptical. Restoring life to this contaminated soil isn't just difficult, it should be impossible. The two lean in close, eyes glued to the dry crack in the ground, waiting for a miracle that seems delayed. She carefully nudges the seed deeper into the parched earth. For a moment, nothing happens. The seed sits motionless in the dirt. The demon king sighs. See, no reaction, convinced the land is beyond saving. But Yuan Chu isn't finished. She reaches out, ready to provide the final catalyst. A single, potent drop of blood falls from her finger, striking the seed with the force of destiny. Instantly, the earth shudders as a vibrant green sprout bursts through the surface. A massive wave of life energy explodes outward, sweeping across the landscape in a blinding flash of green. In the blink of an eye, the gray wasteland is transformed into a lush paradise of blooming flowers and fluttering butterflies. The citizens can hardly believe their eyes, weeping with joy as they witness the impossible restoration of their home. Yuan Chu plants the scepter firmly into the now vibrant earth, sealing the realm's new fate. Resting casually against the artifact, she tells the king that his own sincerity is what truly moved the heavens. The demon king is stunned into silence, his heart finally beginning to accept the truth of her words. His people cheer him on, urging a Yang to step up and claim his rightful place. She extends the staff once more, asking if he's really prepared to let everyone down. She reminds him that his blood was the key to awakening the heart of the gods. The land has already chosen him. With a playful smirk, she asks if he's stopped loving his home, leaving him with no choice but to accept. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the king pulls her into an emotional embrace, thanking his savior for everything. But in the distance, Ye Chen Yuan's blood begins to boil, his face darkening with a terrifying, protective rage. His companions desperately scramble to hold him back before he levels the entire area in a fit of jealousy. The demon king remains focused on Yuan Chu, his voice thick with genuine appreciation for her sacrifice. She gives him a bright smile, simply happy to see the realm at peace once again. He raises the scepter high, vowing before heaven and earth to protect the demon realm until his final breath. The announcement of a 3-day celebration sends the entire city into a state of pure euphoria. However, the king then makes a bold request, asking Yuan Chu to stay and let him propose a permanent alliance with her sect to keep her near. Yuan Chu is caught completely off guard, while Ye Chen Yuan's killing intent reaches a breaking point. The sheer shock of the proposal sends the onlookers tumbling over in disbelief. Ye Chen Yuan's patience snaps as he moves to intervene, his hand cutting through the air with lethal precision. Towering over the scene with eyes glowing with fury, he issues a chilling ultimatum. Are you seeking to start a war? The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a blade as Ye Chen Yuan steps firmly between his master and the demon king, his eyes burning with a possessive fire as he declares she is his alone. He doesn't care about titles or status. His gaze remains cold and unwavering, focused entirely on protecting what he considers his. The demon king, Little Yuan, can only stare back in disbelief, questioning the audacity of a disciple claiming his own master. He warns Chen Yuan that this path is a dangerous one, reminding him that the scandal at the Wanjian sect proves that harboring such feelings will only lead to Yuan Chu's destruction. But Chen Yuan's resolve is absolute. He stares the king down, coldly retorting that it's already far too late for warnings. The king's patience snaps as he grips his staff, magical energy surging around him like a storm, declaring that the final decision isn't up to a mere disciple. Yuan Chu, however, has had enough of the testosterone-fueled posturing and looks on with pure exhaustion, wondering why they have to ruin a perfectly good celebration with a fight. To break the tension, she humorously intervenes, treating the two powerful men like bickering pets that need to be separated. Chen Yuan looks at her with a mix of hurt and suspicion, asking if she's only stopping him because she has feelings for the king. Yuan Chu sighs, reminding him that they have an entire empire waiting for them outside, and they can't afford to be trapped here in a petty feud. She tells Chen Yuan to stay put for just a moment while she has a final word with the king, promising they will leave immediately after. She even throws in a stern warning. If he doesn't behave, he's grounded from the demon realm for good. Chen Yuan reluctantly backs down, his expression sour but obedient to his master's command. In a brief moment of levity, the two share a lighthearted exchange, momentarily forgetting the chaos of the realm. Turning back to the demon king, Yuan Chu doesn't mince words, flatly telling him there is absolutely no romantic future for them and suggesting they remain strictly professional friends. The king is left speechless, his face a mask of silent disappointment. Yuan Chu tries to soften the blow with a laugh, jokingly saying it's only natural for him to like someone as talented and cute as her, but those are just surface-level traits. She beams with her usual infectious energy, trying to bridge the awkward gap with humor. The king finally offers a soft, bittersweet smile, seemingly accepting his defeat. Yuan Chu continues to cheer him up, explaining that being friends is better, because then he'll never have to worry about losing her to someone else. She stands before him, bright and radiant, hoping to leave the realm on good terms. The king reaches out, and they share a firm, professional handshake to solidify their new alliance. However, the mood shifts to serious business as Yuan Chu delivers a final warning from the demon mother regarding the demon eye. The king's eyes widen in shock. He had no idea the core of his realm was in jeopardy. She explains that the blood pool is nearly depleted, and he must begin collecting the remains of the fallen to replenish its energy in the years to come. She gestures emphatically, detailing the technical requirements for the realm's survival. This is a critical task. If the pool fails, the entire demon realm could collapse, and she urges him to remember every detail. Little Yuan nods solemnly, promising to send his people out immediately to begin the grim, but necessary collection. With her duty fulfilled, Yuan Chu bids him a final farewell, eager to return to the world outside. She begins to walk back toward the waiting Ye Chen Yuan, leaving the king behind in the floral clearing. But as she steps away, a hand suddenly clamps down on her arm, and the air crackles with a sinister purple energy. In a shocking betrayal, the Demon King ignores their truce and forcibly pulls Yuan Chu into a powerful magical barrier. Ye Chen Yuan's face contorts in pure horror and rage as he screams for his master, watching her vanish right before his eyes. Demon King Little Yuan refuses to let go, his voice filled with a desperate intensity as he calls out to his captive audience. He offers Yuan Chu a permanent sanctuary, promising that no matter who opposes her in the future, he will always be her shield. The king's words hang heavy in the air, a standing invitation to rule by his side, leaving Yuan Chu stunned by the sudden weight of his proposal. Without warning, he reaches out, his finger glowing with a mysterious energy as he makes contact with her forehead. He reveals that he's placed a permanent mark on her, a warning to Ye Chen Yuan that he is always watching, ready to step in the moment the disciple fails his master. The atmosphere shifts instantly as Ye Chen Yuan arrives, the tension between the two powerful men reaching a lethal boiling point. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes burn with a cold, terrifying fury, his patience for the king's interference completely evaporates. Sensing the impending explosion, Yuan Chu tries to defuse the situation with a playful exit, desperate to lead her disciple away before blades are drawn. The Demon King stands his ground, watching them depart with a look that suggests this power struggle is far from over. As they traverse the desolate landscape, the silence between master and disciple is deafening. Yuan Chu breathes a small sigh of relief, foolishly thinking the danger has passed and the temper of her disciple has finally cooled. But she's wrong. Ye Chen Yuan suddenly seizes her hand, his grip firm and unyielding. Panicked and flustered, Yuan Chu tries to reason with him, reminding him that they are still on enemy territory and cannot afford a distraction. Ye Chen Yuan's gaze is piercing as he brings up the king's bold gesture, unable to shake the image of another man attempting to mark what belongs to him. Even their spirit companions are feeling the heat, debating the severity of the king's actions and the discomfort it has caused within their group. He pulls her in close, his protective instincts overriding everything else as he stares her down. Yuan Chu is frozen, caught off guard by the sheer intensity radiating from her student. He claims he's wiped the king's mark away, but then darkly mutters that such a stain can never be fully erased with just a hand. She looks up at him, wide-eyed and confused, wondering exactly how he intends to fix the situation. Ye Chen Yuan brings up a memory from the past, reminding her of how he once erased a previous mark left by her mother. He demands to use that same method now, his focus entirely on reclaiming her from the Demon King's influence. The spirits realize the stakes have changed. His motives are no longer those of a simple, heartbroken child, but a man asserting his place. They stand locked in a tense standoff, the world around them fading away. He leans into his vulnerability, claiming his heart is broken to lower her guard and gain her sympathy. From the shadows, their allies watch the drama unfold, completely speechless at the bold display of internal sect drama. The chibi spirits are already placing bets on whether the master will cave to the disciples' relentless pressure. Their companion worries about the consequences, knowing the sect ancestors would never approve of such a brazen lack of discipline from Xiao Yuan. Amidst the chaos, the spirits joke about eloping, adding fuel to the fire of an already volatile situation. Yuan Chu finally snaps, her face flushing crimson, as she tries to reassert her authority, shouting that she is the master and he must listen to her commands. Ye Chen Yuan doesn't flinch, stating that his restraint is the only reason he hasn't taken more drastic measures already. Overwhelmed by the prying eyes of their companions, Yuan Chu hides her face in embarrassment. With a soft, triumphant smile, Ye Chen Yuan reminds her that she is his one and only priority in this world. He pulls her into a final, sweeping embrace, a silent vow to protect her from any king or commoner who dares come between them. Sometime later, the duo finds refuge indoors, finally away from the prying eyes of the realm. Attempting to make amends for his outburst, Ye Chen Yuan presents her with a plate of her favorite treats, promising to seek permission before acting so boldly next time. Yuan Chu isn't buying it, pouting as she declares that her rebellious disciple has lost all his credibility with her. Ever the strategist, Ye Chen Yuan doubles down on the bribes, offering to cook a special meal to win back her favor. As he moves to prepare the food, the quiet domestic scene belies the storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface. Yuan Chu watches him, a realization dawning on her. Her disciple is sinking deeper into a devotion that she might no longer be able to control. Yuan Chu stares into the distance, her mind heavy with a singular, hidden goal. She must eventually return to her past to save her father. She clutches a glowing bead, a crucial gift from the demon mother that serves as her compass to locating the elusive Sujing artifact. The beads pulse with a rhythmic light, signaling that she is finally closing in on her target. She tightens her grip, a silent vow hardening in her heart. Her plan is set. She will remain by Ye Chen Yuan's side until the very end, and only then will she use the Sujing to depart, a solution she believes is the perfect compromise for them both. For a fleeting moment, she beams with pride at her own perceived cleverness, but memories of her previous life suddenly flood back, a time when she and Ye Chen Yuan were bitter rivals who had just concluded a brutal 300-round battle. In that life, a desperate Yuan Chu pleaded with him, promising to vanish from his sight forever if he would only return the Sujing to her. The cold, past version of Ye Chen Yuan held the mirror-like artifact with total indifference. He questioned why she would gamble everything for such a seemingly useless trinket. Yuan Chu explained its life-saving potential, offering him any other divine artifact in her possession in exchange for the mirror. However, his gaze sharpened, his eyes glowing with a terrifyingly keen realization. He deduced the truth instantly. If she obtained this mirror, she wouldn't need anything else in this world, because she had no intention of staying in it. Despite her frantic bargaining, he turned his back on her, completely unswayed by her wealth or status. His refusal was absolute, no deal. Refusing to let her only hope slip away, she chased after him through the palace corridors. She promised to endure any trial, climbing mountains of blades or diving into seas of fire if he would just grant her request. He remained like ice, stating he had needs and ordering her to leave him at once. She tried a different tactic, claiming her knowledge of hidden treasures made her an indispensable ally he couldn't afford to lose. She even resorted to playful threats, promising to pester him during every meal, every fight, and every moment of rest until he yielded. She wore a determined grin, swearing to become his shadow and make his daily life a constant series of interruptions. For the briefest second, a faint, knowing smile touched his lips, but he stood firm, noting that her desperation only made the mirror more suspicious, and he wouldn't fall for her traps. He coldly reminded her that as a high-level cultivator, he had no need for food or sleep, rendering her threats powerless. Left behind in the wake of his departure, she shouted in pure frustration at his stubbornness. Later, Ye Chen Yuan consulted with Elder Li, who confirmed that while the Sujing was a unique artifact, it offered nothing he currently required. Ye Chen Yuan stared at the object, his mind racing with calculations. He recalled the ancient legends. The Sujing grants power over time and space, but it is a one-time used tool. The truth hit him with chilling clarity. She wanted to reach a point in time or space that didn't exist in this world, meaning she never planned on coming back. The realization that she was planning a permanent escape left him deeply unsettled. In his mind, a mysterious, cloaked figure appeared, tied to the dark secrets of the mirror's origin. Back in the present day, Yuan Chu finally snaps out of her daze, the heavy memories of their past life still lingering in her eyes. Ye Chen Yuan approaches her gently, breaking her trance as he presents a dish of rare yui eggs he prepared specifically for her. The steam rises from the meticulously prepared meal, a stark contrast to the coldness of their previous existence. As she eats, she marvels at how much better this life is, wondering how they were ever such bitter enemies. Yet her expression softens with a hint of melancholy. She can't help but wonder what he felt when she finally died in that original timeline. She contemplates the seemingly unsolvable nature of their bond across two lives. Noticing her sudden shift in mood, Ye Chen Yuan reaches out, his focus entirely on her well-being. With a protective and tender gesture, he gently wipes a stray bit of food from her face, silently asking what has her so lost in thought. Yuan Chu tries to keep up a tough front, pouting as she insists that a delicious meal won't be enough to make her forget Ye Chen Yuan's past mistakes. But as she digs into a rare, exquisite yui egg, her resolve crumbles under the weight of pure culinary bliss, leaving her feeling a twinge of guilt for how easily she's being won over. She can't help herself, savoring every bite of the precious delicacy while her anger melts away. The egg is prepared to perfection, a testament to Chen Yuan's dedication to her happiness. Chen Yuan watches her with a soft gaze, explaining his tactical move. He sent his entourage ahead to the Empire so they can travel undisturbed, allowing him to focus entirely on his master's well-being. That night, as they rest under the pale moonlight, Chen Yuan holds her close, but the peace is shattered by a sudden, violent intrusion into his consciousness. A blinding explosion of golden light tears through his mind, pulling him into a vision that feels far too real to be a mere dream. Panicked, Chen Yuan finds himself a helpless spectator in a desolate landscape, screaming out for his master as he realizes he cannot interfere with the scene unfolding before him. His eyes widen in horror as he watches a version of himself from a past life, his expression cold and haunted. In this vision, a younger elderly stands beside a battle-worn Chen Yuan, warning him that they might be walking into a deadly trap. The horror peaks when the camera pans down to reveal Yuan Chu lying motionless on the cold ground, her clothes stained with blood and her eyes vacant. A hand reaches out, checking for a pulse that isn't there, confirmed by the grim silence of the battlefield. Elderly delivers the crushing blow, his voice heavy with disbelief as he confirms the unthinkable. She's dead. The vision of the past Chen Yuan is struck with a paralyzing shock, his pupils trembling as the reality of his loss sinks in. Elderly is baffled, questioning how a cultivator of her caliber could fall so easily after holding her own for days in previous encounters. The past Chen Yuan gathers her lifeless body into his arms, his heart breaking as he cradles the woman he once denied. Lei speculates that she may have suffered a cultivation deviation or succumbed to the lingering effects of a devastating blood curse. The truth is even more tragic. It's revealed that Yuan Chu had cast a forbidden blood curse on herself, just to obtain the Sujing and teleport to Chen Yuan's side, a sacrifice that drastically shortened her lifespan. Elderly berates the past Chen Yuan, pointing out that if he had simply agreed to exchange the artifact with her, when she pleaded for it, this tragedy could have been avoided. The weight of his past self's possessiveness hangs heavy in the air as the silence of regret takes over. A mysterious hooded figure cold-bloodedly suggests burning the body so they can proceed to the boundless ghost realm without delay. But the past Chen Yuan only pulls her closer, his grip tightening as if he could pull the life back into her cold frame. When Elderly asks if he intends to bury her in a nearby jade pit, Chen Yuan stands up, carrying her with a terrifyingly calm resolve. The hooded figure then suggests a dark alternative, using a puppet refining technique to turn her empty shell into a powerful tool. Chen Yuan's response is chillingly firm. He doesn't want a puppet. He intends to bring her back to life. The announcement leaves Elderly and the hooded companion stunned, as the laws of life and death are not so easily broken. With a gaze burning with obsession, the past Chen Yuan declares his singular mission. He will resurrect her, no matter the cost to the world or himself. The hooded figure warns him of the ultimate price, noting that the last person who attempted such a feat ended up with their soul completely obliterated. Chen Yuan remains undeterred, looking down at Yuan Chu's face with a devotion that borders on madness. Elderly argues that it's impossible because her soul has already vanished, leaving nothing but an empty vessel behind. As the vision fades, we see one last glimpse of the fallen Yuan Chu, a reminder of the tragedy that once was. The past Chen Yuan's final words echo with a haunting desperation. If she is dead, then he is dead too, for she is the only proof that he ever truly lived. Ye Chen Yuan's eyes snap open, the chilling echoes of a past life's tragedy still screaming in his mind. The vision of Yuan Chu's death is a scar that won't heal. Panicked, he reaches out for the only person who matters, pulling Yuan Chu close as she stirs from her sleep. He doesn't just hold her. He clings to her, burying his face in her hair as if she might vanish if he lets go for even a second. Confused but compassionate, Yuan Chu reaches up to stroke his face, offering the warmth he desperately needs. She whispers words of protection, unaware that he's the one who's seen the end of the world. ICI plays the part of the vulnerable disciple, claiming ghosts are coming for him just to ensure she stays by his side. He pulls her into a crushing embrace, his heart racing against hers. As she drifts back into a peaceful slumber, he remains wide awake, the weight of his secret fear pressing down on him. Watching her sleep, a dark thought flickers through his mind. What if she leaves him again? Yuan Chu is out cold, completely oblivious to the storm brewing in his soul. He looks at her with a gaze that borders on obsession, his resolve hardening. He pulls her even tighter, promising himself that without her, there is no life worth living. Days later, the atmosphere shifts from domestic comfort to the cold reality of war. They are approaching the Empire, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Inside the Heaven Pearl, YCY stands before his master, his professional exterior masking his deep-seated anxiety. Yuan Chu listens intently, ready for the coming storm. But YCY is more worried about her stomach than the battle. He hands her a high-level storage ring packed with warm food, promising to return to her every night without fail. He becomes the ultimate, nagging disciple, fussing over every detail of her safety until she has to practically shoo him away. In a rare moment of playful vulnerability, he asks for a kiss as a parting gift, testing the boundaries of their bond. Yuan Chu is left flustered, her face turning a bright shade of crimson as she processes his bold request. He backs off with a smirk, satisfied with her reaction, but his final instructions are dead serious. Stay safe, stay in the peril, and call him the moment anything feels wrong. With a final look back, he prepares to depart. His parting words are a promise. Master, I'll miss you. Yuan Chu is left behind, stomping her feet in a mix of frustration and embarrassment at his constant teasing. Elderly watches from the sidelines, noting how the great demon lord has finally learned to speak his heart even if it's a bit overwhelming. But as YCY steps out, the playfulness vanishes. His face turns to stone, It's time to settle the score with the Empire. High above, a massive Empire spaceship cuts through the clouds, carrying the weight of a crumbling dynasty. Inside, the political vipers are already hissing. An elder official tries to maintain order, declaring that the real crown prince has been found. But the doubters are loud. One official sneers, questioning if Ye Chen Yuan is nothing more than a bastard child or a fake. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut. They argue that even if he is the chosen one, he's merely a symbol, not a ruler. The dissent grows as they claim the crown prince only ever had one true heir. They accuse the dean of favoritism, refusing to accept a student as their superior. But their bickering is cut short. The air itself begins to vibrate with raw power as Ye Chen Yuan makes his grand entrance, descending like a god of judgment. He lands with a heavy thud, his presence silencing the room instantly. He isn't there to negotiate. His eyes glow with a lethal, golden light as he delivers his ultimatum. Between him and his rival, Ye Tiangsu, only one person is walking away alive, and it won't be Tiangsu. The atmosphere inside the Night Empire's palace is suffocatingly tense as emperor. Ye King Kang grills his supposed grandson. He demands to know if Ye Tiangsu faked his bloodline test just to survive the cutthroat political games of the court. Caught in a corner, Tiangsu grovels, admitting he only did it out of a desperate need for self-preservation. But Tiangsu isn't fighting this battle alone. A high-ranking consort steps in, reminding the emperor that while the divine sword is a legendary prize, the grandson they've raised since childhood is irreplaceable. She plays her cards carefully, begging the emperor not to favor a stranger and hurt the feelings of the family he already knows. She argues that Tiangsu has been a model prince, far superior to some random guy who just appeared out of thin air. Then she drops a poison pill. She warns the emperor that the people of the immortal sect are never truly without desire, suggesting this long-lost heir could be a trap designed to infiltrate the empire. Tiangsu seizes the moment, doubling down on his display of submission. He swears he is willing to go through fire and water to prove his loyalty to the throne. The emperor remains stoic. He knows this isn't just family drama, it's a matter of national security involving the most powerful sect in the land. The discussion is suddenly interrupted by a guard announcing a momentous arrival at the palace gates. The emperor stands tall, ordering his court to welcome the wielder of the divine sword with the absolute highest level of respect. The officials turn as one, their eyes fixed on the entrance. High above, a massive imperial ship breaches the clouds, its golden sails casting a daunting shadow over the palace grounds. It descends with mechanical precision toward the grand stairs. The sheer scale of the vessel signals that the true heir has arrived to claim his birthright. From within her hiding spot, Yuan Chu whispers a telepathic warning, sensing the wave of hostility waiting for them. She knows Ye Chen Yuan's appearance threatens the interests of every corrupt official in the room. Chen Yuan remains unshaken, calmly adjusting his appearance as he prepares to step into the Viper's nest. Inside the Heaven Pearl, the spirits are busy analyzing Chen Yuan's tactical advantages. They discuss his yin-yang rebirth body, a rare physiological state that allows him to exponentially increase his power through high-level synchronous training. The blue spirit is stunned. He's heard of such a powerful technical trait, but never imagined he'd see it in person. The white spirit jokes that if one intensive training session isn't enough to crush his enemies, Chen Yuan just needs to repeat the process 10 times over. They conclude that this technical cultivation method is the most efficient way for Chen Yuan to achieve total dominance. Suddenly, their gossiping is cut short by a violent physical shock. Elderly is furious, reminding the foolish spirits that Chen Yuan can monitor every single thought within his mental space. Realizing they've just insulted their master while he was listening, the spirits descend into a state of pure, comedic terror. Ignoring the chaos in his mind, Chen Yuan finally stands face to face with the emperor. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he summons the divine sword, the blade humming with ancient, terrifying authority. He wields the weapon with effortless grace, the light of the blade serving as his ultimate credential. The emperor watches in silence, acknowledging the undeniable power standing before him. Without another word, the sovereign commands Chen Yuan to follow him into the heart of the palace. They enter the grand audience hall, a room lined with powerful officials waiting like hungry wolves. Yuan Chu warns him one last time about the murderous intent filling the room, but Chen Yuan just smirks. He didn't come here to negotiate. He came to take the throne. The air in the imperial hall is thick enough to choke as the emperor, Ye King Kang, grapples with a political nightmare. What rank could he possibly give the true heir, Ye Chen Yuan, without causing a total collapse of the current order? He knows the divine sword wouldn't settle for a secondary position, and neither would a man of Chen Yuan's caliber. The tension is shattered when a guard bursts in, announcing that the head of the powerful Mu family has arrived, demanding an immediate audience. Before the emperor can even process the request, another report comes flying in. It's a literal parade of power. The three most influential families in the empire, who usually avoid court like the plague, have all arrived at once. In the middle of the chaos, Ye Chen Yuan stands perfectly still, a subtle, knowing smirk playing on his lips as if he's been expecting this guest list all along. The announcements keep coming. The Zhang family, and even the president of the Alchemist Association, are at the gates. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the gathering, the emperor has no choice but to let them all in. The heads of the Su, Mu, and Gu families stride into the hall with the weight of an approaching storm. The emperor demands to know what could possibly bring these titans together on the same day. The Mu family head steps forward, his voice cold as he announces he's there to file a formal complaint. When the emperor asks who the target is, the answer is a bombshell. Both the Mu and Su family heads point their fingers directly at Ye Tiangsu, accusing him of cold-blooded attempted murder against their own children. The Gu family head joins the fray, revealing how Tiangsu humiliated his daughter at a betrothal banquet just to cover up his own fading reputation. He demands justice, stating his daughter is currently in critical danger because of Tiangsu's schemes. The emperor is visibly shaken, while the consort's face pales as she realizes the walls are closing in. She frantically scans the room, realizing these old power players are clearly working in perfect synchronization with Ye Chen Yuan. The emperor tries to play peacemaker, suggesting there might be a misunderstanding, but the Gu family head scoffs, reminding him that dozens of witnesses saw Tiangsu's true colors that day. As the court officials begin to whisper in shock, the consort desperately tries to delay the inevitable, begging to move the discussion to tomorrow. There's no need for that, a firm voice cuts through her desperate stalling. A new witness steps forward, revealing that he too was a victim of Tiangsu's attempts to frame others for his own crimes. The emperor's patience finally snaps, his voice booming through the hall as he demands to know exactly what is going on. Tiangsu, trembling, tries to play the victim, claiming it's all just a big mistake. He drops to his knees, pleading that he's being framed by a hidden enemy. But his lies are cut short as the Gu family head reveals they've already performed a soul search on the culprit, proving the orders came directly from Tiangsu. Tiangsu tries to argue that since the witness is now dead, there's no proof, but the Su family head is one step ahead, pulling out a glowing memory orb. The orb projects a crystal-clear image of Tiangsu, his face twisted in malice as he admits his plan to eliminate everyone and steal Ye Chen Yuan's blood. The officials watch in horror as the projection plays on. The ultimate truth finally rings out for the entire court to hear. Tiangsu admitting he is nothing more than the son of a lowly guard, while Ye Chen Yuan is the true, rightful grandson of the emperor. The consort is frozen in terror, her political maneuvering rendered useless by the undeniable evidence. In a final, pathetic act of defiance, Tiangsu screams that the recording is a fake, a ploy by Chen Yuan to steal the throne. The Mu family head looks down at him with pure disgust before grabbing the fraud's arm and challenging him to the one test he can't fake: a bloodline verification. Right here, right now. The tension in the Night Empire's court reaches a fever pitch as Emperor Yi King Kang reels from the chaos. What started as a simple grudge match has spiraled into a full-blown identity crisis for the royal family. He looks toward the stoic Ye Chen Yuan, stunned that a mere teenager could orchestrate the backing of the realm's most powerful families. Beside him, the consort is in a state of desperate panic. She clings to the emperor, pleading for her son's life and claiming Ye Chen Yuan is a master manipulator who has spent his short time in the empire weaving a web of lies. The emperor remains stone-faced, his piercing gaze weighing the gravity of the accusations. The court erupts into a frenzy, with voices from all sides demanding a blood test to settle the matter once and for all. A loyalist official shouts that this is a frame-up, insisting that someone has fabricated evidence to ruin the crown prince. But Lord Su isn't backing down. He challenges the room, asking why they are so terrified of a simple test if the prince has nothing to hide. Enough. The emperor's voice thunders through the hall as he slams his hand down, demanding immediate order. The consort shoots a sharp, calculating look at her son, who is visibly breaking under the pressure, sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing no other way out, Ye Tiangsu drops to his knees in a display of manufactured grief. He begs his grandfather for trust, framing himself as a victim of a power-hungry usurper. Despite the evidence, he maintains he is a genuine descendant of the royal line. With his back against the wall, he takes the gamble. He is willing to undergo the blood test right now. Lord Su accepts the terms immediately. If the blood proves Tiangsu's innocence, he promises to kowtow in a public apology. The consort's fear melts into a smug, victorious grin, believing they have the upper hand. However, a dark secret lingers beneath the surface. Tiangsu has already taken extreme technical measures to ensure his blood matches the emperor's. Standing with newfound, arrogant confidence, Tiangsu rises. He glares at Lord Su, warning him to remember his promise to apologize when the truth is revealed. The legendary blood dragon cauldron is brought forward, its ancient surface glowing with mystical energy. Tiangsu humbles himself before the throne, requesting a single drop of the emperor's blood to verify his lineage. The emperor remains stoic, pricking his finger and allowing a ruby-red drop to fall into the swirling waters of the cauldron. In a bold move to appear transparent, Tiangsu offers the cauldron for inspection, daring anyone to suggest he's cheating. The heads of the great families watch with bated breath. Tiangsu's eyes burn with malice as he accuses Ye Chen Yuan of conspiring with others to frame him. Ye Chen Yuan remains completely unfazed, his calm silence speaking volumes. Tiangsu bites his finger hard, and his blood plunges into the cauldron. To the absolute shock of the entire court, the 2 drops of blood merge perfectly. The family heads are stunned into silence, their accusations falling flat. Tiangsu lets out a triumphant, cold smile, asking if there are any more questions regarding his birthright. He immediately turns the tables on Ye Chen Yuan, labeling him the illegitimate child who tried to steal the crown. Tiangsu plays the part of the virtuous martyr, claiming he would never stoop to underhanded tactics like blood swapping. He even feigns heartbreak toward the Gu family, pretending he still cares for his betrothed despite their perceived betrayal. Finally, he stands tall with a chilling authority, demanding that the dignity of the crown prince be restored, and his accusers kneel before him. Despite the faked blood test results, Ye Chen Yuan remains the calmest person in the room, standing firm against the weight of the entire imperial court. He narrows his eyes, his gaze piercing through the lies as he prepares the next move. Even the high-ranking officials can feel the atmospheric shift. Something isn't right. Chen Yuan doesn't miss a beat, turning his attention to the missing pieces of the puzzle and questioning the whereabouts of Yuan Chu, the 3rd prince's grandson. The accusation hits like a physical blow, sending a visible tremor of panic through Ye Tiangsu, who desperately tries to mask his guilt with outrage. With a cold, calculated smirk, Chen Yuan demands to know the truth from the one man who should be seeking justice. All eyes turn to the 3rd prince, a man caught between his duty and a devastating secret. Behind his stoic mask, the old man is crumbling, haunted by the realization that his own grandson's life was likely sacrificed to fuel Tiangsu's rise. His hands tremble with a mixture of grief and suppressed rage, yet he remains frozen. Watching from the sidelines, the consort calculates the odds, knowing that if the 3rd prince breaks now, their entire web of lies will unravel. She bets on his greed, believing he will choose the potential power of a future emperor over the ghost of a dead grandson. A cruel, victorious smile hides behind her fan as she watches the old man prepare to sell his soul. Stepping forward, the 3rd prince finally finds his voice, but it isn't to demand the truth. Chen Yuan stares him down, asking point-blank where the young prince is hidden. The 3rd prince delivers a blatant lie, claiming the boy is simply mischievous and confined for cultivation, warning Chen Yuan not to drag his family into this mess. Tiangsu exhales a breath of pure relief, his confidence surging back as his cover holds. Emboldened by the lie, Tiangsu sneers at Chen Yuan, demanding he finally give up and accept his fate. But inside Chen Yuan's mental space, his allies are far from finished, fuming at the blatant corruption and the technical trickery used to bypass the blood test. Chen Yuan projects a technical analysis via water mirror, explaining that the blood-forbidden technique involves an insidious drug that can be easily exposed using specific herbal seeds. Tiangsu begins to lose his composure again, shouting for Chen Yuan to be silenced before he can explain the science of his fraud. Unfazed, Chen Yuan calmly notes that the required seeds are readily available in the imperial pharmacy, and the truth is only a few minutes away. Tiangsu's arrogance is replaced by a cold sweat as he realizes he's being backed into a corner. Just as the court officials try to intervene to protect the royal bloodline, a surge of spiritual energy ripples through the air. A subspace portal tears open in the center of the hall, a feat of high-level cultivation that leaves the assembly speechless. Out leaps the young and energetic Chu Chu, appearing as a surprise witness from Chen Yuan's private dimension. The consort is visibly shaken. She never expected Chen Yuan to possess the power to maintain a subspace, let alone hide a witness inside it. Chen Yuan steps in front of the girl, shielding her from the guard's advance with a protective stance. Chu Chu doesn't seem intimidated at all, mockingly sticking her tongue out at the corrupt officials. She takes center stage, explaining that while blood exchange is a powerful forbidden art, there is a specific, curse-breaking spell designed to reverse its effects instantly. The nobles listen in stunned silence as the technicalities of the counterspell are laid bare. An elder confirms the theory. The spell can restore a person's blood to its original state, but it requires a near-impossible component. To work, they would need a sample of Tiangsu's blood from before he performed the forbidden exchange. Thinking they've found a loophole, the antagonists begin to smirk until Chu Chu winks and holds up a glowing droplet. She has the original sample, and the game is officially over. Chu Chu doesn't waste a single second, raising a glowing drop of blood and declaring her intent to shatter the seal once and for all. Her eyes burn with a sharp, calculating intensity. She knows that if Ye Tiangsu has truly tampered with his own essence, this original sample will expose the lie instantly. With a precise flick of her wrist, she sends the crimson bead flying toward its target. Panic strikes the consort, who screams for her subordinates to intercept the blood before it can reach Tiangsu. A guard lunges forward with desperate speed, but Ye Chen Yuan is already one step ahead, unleashing a wave of spiritual pressure that halts the interference dead in its tracks. Taking advantage of the opening, Chu Chu leaps gracefully into the air, bypassing the chaos with the agility of a seasoned warrior. The consort can only watch in mounting frustration, cursing her luck as the situation spirals out of her control. Chu Chu sticks the landing with perfect poise, her hand cutting through the air in a blur of motion. The consort is momentarily stunned, unable to track the girl's lightning-fast movements. With a confident smirk, Chu weaves through the spiritual remnants of the struggle, her power rippling across the floor in a dazzling display of technique. As Chu touches down, the consort believes she's intercepted the threat, holding what she thinks is the decisive blood bead. She crushes it with a smug, triumphant grin, thinking she has erased the evidence. Even Ye Chen Yuan begins to look relieved, thinking the danger has passed. But the air suddenly shifts behind him. A hand reaches out, gripping Chen Yuan's shoulder with terrifying precision. Chu reappears like a ghost right behind him, a playful yet lethal gotcha etched on her face. As she reveals the consort crushed a mere decoy, the real blood bead is still in her hand. She slams the true sample into Chen Yuan, triggering a violent reaction that sends bolts of energy through his body, forcing a gut-wrenching scream from his lungs. Ye Chen Yuan stands firm, shielding Chu as the forbidden technique begins to unravel. Chen Yuan's agony is palpable as the forced bloodline connection is violently torn away. His face contorts into a mask of pure horror and rage, his secret laid bare for all to see. The onlookers gasp in realization. It's clear now that Chen Yuan was under the influence of a dark, forbidden technique. The Emperor's expression turns cold and lethal, his eyes glowing with a quiet, terrifying fury as he witnesses the fraud. Chen Yuan collapses to the ground, gasping for air as his strength fails him. Drenched in sweat and trembling with fear, his true commoner nature is exposed. Desperate, he looks up at the Emperor, whimpering a plea for mercy to the man he once called grandfather. The Emperor remains unmoved, his hand extended as he prepares to finalize the proof himself. A needle pricks Chen Yuan's skin, drawing a fresh sample of his now revealed blood. The Emperor watches the droplets fall, landing directly into the ritual bowl to confirm the lack of royal resonance. His gaze is heavy with disappointment and cold judgment. Turning his wrath toward the consort, the Emperor demands the truth, asking how many more lies she has woven behind his back. He towers over her, his voice dripping with disdain as he commands the lowly woman to speak. The consort immediately pivots, bursting into tears and playing the victim. She claims she was only trying to protect a child she raised and had no idea he wasn't of royal blood. Chu watches the performance with a cynical eye, realizing the consort is ruthlessly abandoning her pawn to save her own skin. Chen Yuan realizes his entire world has crumbled because of Ye Chen Yuan, but his survival instinct kicks in. He isn't ready to die yet. He looks at the consort, calculating his next move. He knows that if he betrays her, he's a dead man, but if he shields her, she might still have the power to protect him. He decides he must keep her in power at any cost. Throwing himself to the floor, Chen Yuan begs for mercy, insisting that the consort knew nothing, only acted out of a motherly desire to protect him. He takes the full weight of the blame, crying that he was so afraid of being abandoned that he attempted to steal Ye Chen Yuan's bloodline for himself. He begs the Emperor to execute him for his sins but to spare the consort, maintaining her facade of innocence even as she continues her act of grief. Chu is genuinely surprised by Chen Yuan's resilience and cunning. He's a dog that refuses to stop biting even when cornered. The Emperor stands in silence, his face shadowed and unreadable as he weighs the fate of the traitors. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the hall burst open with a loud bracket, and a guard announces a sudden arrival. The Gong family has arrived, requesting an immediate audience. Just as the dust begins to settle on the bloodline scandal, a new player enters the arena. Lady Feng Zhaoru, the powerful matriarch of the Feng family and mother of the disgraced consort Wan Yi, marches into the hall with an air of untouchable authority. Her gaze is cold and calculating, radiating the confidence of a woman who believes her family's status puts her above the law. Seeing her mother, Wan Yi lets out a desperate plea, hoping this arrival will be her salvation. Chu senses the shift in the room immediately. She leans into Ye Chen Yuan, whispering a sharp warning that these newcomers are far from friendly. She tightly grips his sleeve, her instincts screaming that a new battle is about to begin. The tension in the room reaches a breaking point. The Feng family has enjoyed preferential treatment for generations due to their connection to the founding empress, and Zhaoru is clearly here to cash in on that legacy. Without missing a beat, Zhaoru offers a shallow bow to the Emperor, but her tone is anything but submissive. She demands to know why her daughter is being forced to kneel like a common criminal. The Emperor's expression darkens. He is in no mood for entitlement after being deceived for years. Zhaoru continues her bold play, painting Wan Yi as an innocent victim who was deceived by others. She shamelessly asks the Emperor to give the Feng family face and overlook this minor misunderstanding. This demand backfires spectacularly. The Emperor's fury boils over as he realizes the Feng family has grown far too arrogant, thinking they can dictate terms to the throne itself. Ye Chen Yuan can't help but let out a sharp, mocking smirk. He steps forward, his voice dripping with disdain as he asks exactly where they get the nerve to demand face after such a monumental betrayal. Zhaoru turns her venom on Chen Yuan, calling him an arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. She sneers, claiming that the divine sword is wasted on someone so unreasonable, comparing him to a pearl covered in dust. Chu is livid, wondering if this woman is literally blind to Chen Yuan's obvious talent and right to rule. But Chen Yuan is unfazed. He stands tall, protecting Chu, and tells Zhaoru that he earned his place through the recognition of the divine sword, something a name alone could never achieve. He strikes a nerve, pointing out that his strength is real, unlike those who simply coast on the achievements of their ancestors. Zhaoru is pushed to the edge, accusing him of insulting the founding empress herself. Chen Yuan counters with a logic that silences the room. He has the divine sword as his proof of worth. But what does she have? Is she suggesting the Feng surname is more noble than the imperial bloodline? Cornered, Xiaoru desperately appeals to the emperor, crying out that she is being insulted. The emperor's response is a hammer blow. He repeats Chen Yuan's question, asking Xiaoru if she truly believes her family stands above the imperial house. Stuttering and pale, Xiaoru tries to backtrack, realizing she stepped into a trap. The emperor doesn't let up, officially declaring Ye Chen Yuan as the imperial grandson. If he has something to say, the Feng family has no choice but to listen. The revelation hits the hall like a physical shock. The title is official. Wan Yi's face drains of all color. Her last hope of reclaiming power has just evaporated. The emperor's patience has reached its limit. He slams his foot down, issuing a series of ruthless commands. He orders Tiangsu to be thrown into the deepest dungeon for interrogation and strips Wan Yi of her status, banishing her to the cold palace. As guard sees Wan Yi, she screams for mercy, begging her mother to save her. But Xiaoru remains chillingly silent, her eyes warning Wan Yi that any further words will only make things worse for the family. Watching the villains fall, Chu can't hide her satisfied smile. This sends Xiaoru into a final, violent rage. She lunges at Chu, calling her a wild girl and threatening to end her life. Suddenly, a spirit beast intervenes, biting Xiaoru to halt her attack. In the chaos, Chu doesn't back down, even getting physically involved to defend herself against the older woman's assault. As the scuffle breaks, Chu is left breathless. Ye Chen Yuan immediately steps in to check on her, carefully wiping her face to ensure she wasn't injured during the confrontation, maintaining a strictly protective and professional focus on her well-being. Xiaoru screams about the violence in the hall, trying one last time to play the victim. But the emperor has the final word. He reminds her that he is the ultimate authority in this hall, and her family's era of special treatment is officially over. The weight of the truth is finally crashing down, and matriarch Xiaoru is desperate. Pointing a trembling finger, she refuses to accept reality. She stares at Chu, convinced that everything she's seen is a lie. In a fit of hysteria, she accuses the girl of casting a mental illusion to deceive the court. Chu isn't intimidated. She simply sticks her tongue out in a playful taunt, completely unfazed by the matriarch's breakdown. Ye Chen Yuan watches the exchange with a sigh, worried that his companion's mischievous nature might be reaching its limit. Sensing the chaos, Master Li steps in, physically hauling the little rascal away before she can cause a bigger scene. With the distractions cleared, Chen Yuan turns his cold gaze back to the Feng family. He's seen enough of their hollow arrogance. He demands to know what they are truly hiding. A lack of skill, or just pure shamelessness? A Feng representative screams about their dignity, claiming they are the maternal clan of the founding empress, and will defend that honor to the death. Suddenly, a streak of light cuts through the air. Chen Yuan's blade whistles past, embedding itself with lethal precision and silencing the room. He reaches out, his fingers brushing the hilt as he prepares to shatter their legacy. His eyes glow with an ancient power, a warning that he is about to make them see themselves clearly. Xiaoru is terrified, gasping that Chen Yuan is declaring war on a millennium-old clan. But Chen Yuan just offers a chilling smile. He reveals the divine sword's secret. The founding empress wasn't even a member of the Feng family. He lays out the brutal history. The empress was from a branch the Fengs had discarded for having poor talent. Standing tall, Chen Yuan mocks their pathetic tactics. Xiaoru screams for him to shut up, her face contorting in rage and denial. But the truth is out, they are frauds stealing a name they don't deserve. The weight of the revelation is too much. Xiaoru's legs give out, and she collapses as her world crumbles. The court erupts in whispers as the scandal of the century unfolds. Chen Yuan stands firm, holding the divine sword, the only living witness to the truth. Watching from the throne, the emperor is deeply impressed by his grandson's composure and sharp mind. The emperor wastes no time. He issues a crushing imperial decree. The Feng family's noble title is revoked, and they are demoted to the lowest rank aristocracy, effective immediately. The shock is so great that Xiaoru literally faints, her spirit seemingly leaving her body in despair. The emperor then addresses the other family heads, promising a full investigation and compensation for the chaos. Finally, the emperor turns his focus to the man who saved the empire's dignity. He commands Ye Chen Yuan to kneel and officially confers upon him the title of imperial grandson, naming him the successor to the throne. Chen Yuan bows, accepting the heavy responsibility of the crown. But even as he accepts his new status, his eyes burn with a different fire. He has one more mission. He must journey to the dream-hanging glacier to find his father. The emperor reflects on the heavy toll of his past, remembering the many lives lost during his own desperate search for his missing son. He realizes that while the impostor Tiangsu never cared for his lineage, Ye Chen Yuan's unwavering drive to find his father proves he carries the true royal bloodline. Despite this connection, the emperor shakes his head in warning, knowing the dream-hanging glacier is far too treacherous for a young cultivator. But Ye Chen Yuan remains undeterred, bowing deeply as he declares his filial duty. He cannot allow his father to face the frozen wasteland alone while others plot in safety. This display of integrity moves the emperor, who sees in Chen Yuan a true royal descendant, a stark contrast to the petty schemers who have plagued his court. Rising with renewed purpose, the emperor decides to postpone further discussion until after the divine sword baptism ceremony. eager to announce his true successor to the entire world. Back at the guest quarters, Chu is over the moon, cheering at the top of her lungs for Chen Yuan's incredible victory. Even the small spirits in the room seem to dance with joy, celebrating the total collapse of the arrogant Feng family. Chu can't help but laugh, imagining the look of despair on Feng Xiaoru's face now that her family's prestige has turned to dust. She recalls the hidden history revealed by the divine sword, how the Feng ancestors bullied the founding empress, only to later shamelessly steal her glory. Closing her eyes in disgust, she finds their downfall to be the ultimate form of poetic justice. Her celebration is cut short when she notices Chen Yuan standing right before her, his presence commanding the room. He looks down at her with a gaze that is both calm and intensely focused. Chu finds herself momentarily stunned, her usual energy faltering under his steady stare. While the spirit animals joke about the absence of their other allies, who are likely still processing the day's events, Chen Yuan reaches out, his hand steady and purposeful. He leans in close, maintaining a strictly professional but firm proximity as he prepares to discuss their next steps in training. As the spirits banter about who is truly in charge, the rest of the group, Master Li and the others, are shown elsewhere, far too electrified by the day's revelations to even think about sleep. Chu tries to lighten the mood, suggesting they go out to tour the exquisite palace grounds, but as she tries to step back, Chen Yuan firmly catches her hand to ensure she stays focused on the lesson at hand. He looks at her with a serious expression, reminding her that his role as her disciple also involves a strict level of mutual discipline and accountability. The spirits illustrate this dynamic with a playful scuffle, showing that true mentorship requires a firm hand. Chu protests, her face flushing with the intensity of his dedication to her improvement, but Chen Yuan simply lifts her up, showing he won't let her slack off on her responsibilities. He emphasizes his commitment to her growth, wanting to ensure their bond as master and disciple remains unbreakable. Chu is left wide-eyed by his unwavering devotion to their shared path, but Chen Yuan doubles down, promising to stay by her side through every trial they face. Suddenly, a paper crane messenger flutters into the room, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. They both settle down to read the urgent message. Chu's grandfather, Wang Tingfeng, has finally emerged from his long seclusion. Chen Yuan reflects on the man's tragic history, knowing the elder's heart was shattered after the passing of Chu's mother. Chu is shaken. In her memories of the past timeline, the old man never survived his seclusion, making this a massive shift in destiny. As Chen Yuan looks on with concern, Chu hides her face, overwhelmed by the strange and nervous prospect of meeting a powerful relative who was supposed to be gone. With the divine sword baptism ceremony looming, Ye Chen Yuan turns his attention to the shifting tides of the imperial court. He questions Chu on whether she truly wishes to face her grandfather after his long seclusion. Chu, maintaining a composed and respectful demeanor, insists that, as an elder of her clan, it is only right that she pays her respects now that he has emerged. She remains optimistic, playfully assuring a skeptical Ye Chen Yuan that her grandfather is bound to be impressed by him. With a burst of confidence, she declares that no one could possibly resist her adorable charm, so there's nothing to worry about. In a quiet moment of focus, Chu reaches out to her master, seeking his guidance as they prepare for the political storm ahead. Ye Chen Yuan offers a protective and professional gesture of support, steadying his disciple before the chaos begins. However, Chu finds herself momentarily lost in thought, her internal monologue reflecting on the strange lack of resistance she feels. Watching her closely, Ye Chen Yuan wonders if the binding heart spell is clouding her true feelings, yet he notes that she doesn't seem to pull away from his presence. He contemplates a future where, once the spell is finally broken, their bond might evolve into something even more profound. The scene shifts abruptly to the cold, moonlit atmosphere of the imperial palace. The silence is shattered as a heavy door is kicked open with authority. The emperor strides in, his expression unreadable and his presence suffocatingly heavy. Realizing her precarious position, Feng Wanting rushes toward him, her voice trembling as she addresses her husband. She immediately drops to her knees, begging for mercy and pleading that any punishment be directed solely at her rather than the Feng family. Behind her tears, she calculates that as long as her family remains in power, she still has a chance to claw her way back from the brink. The emperor is in no mood for theatrics, demanding she answer one critical question. Did she have a hand in the death of Yi Wenqi? The accusation strikes Feng Wanting like a physical blow, leaving her paralyzed with fear. The emperor forces her to look him, his grip firm and his gaze piercing. He reveals that her third brother has already been arrested, and he demands to know if she was the one who encouraged Yi Tiangsu to drain the royal blood. Faced with the ruin of her conspirators, she struggles to find words to defend herself. The emperor presses harder, asking exactly when she realized Yi Tiangsu was a fraud and why she chose to conceal the truth from the throne. From a hidden vantage point on the roof, Ye Chen Yuan and Chu observe the interrogation with professional detachment. Ye Chen Yuan analyzes the empress' behavior, noting that her ulterior motives are clear to anyone with a discerning eye. Chu wonders if the emperor's previous affection for her will cloud his judgment during this trial. Ye Chen Yuan keeps his disciple secure as they watch the drama unfold, his focus entirely on the tactical implications of the empress's downfall. Desperate, Feng Wanting attempts to manipulate the emperor's emotions, reminding him of how she first pursued him years ago. Watching from above, Chu finds the Empress's attempt at a scandalous, romantic diversion to be utterly transparent. Feng Wanting weaves a tale of how she was captivated by the Emperor's heroic charm despite their age gap, hoping nostalgia will soften his heart. She cries out, claiming she only protected Ye Chen because she had raised him since he was a child and couldn't bear to see him harmed. The Emperor remains a pillar of stone, his eyes filled with a cold, glowing skepticism. She doubles down on her lies, claiming Ye Chen learned the forbidden art of blood replacement in secret, and that she only found out when it was too late. She shifts the blame to her brother, insisting she only colluded with him to save the boy's life, not to overthrow the lineage. The Emperor stares her down, unimpressed by the web of excuses she's spinning. Sobbing, she begs him to believe her, citing their decade-long marriage as proof of her loyalty. She attempts one last desperate embrace, reminding him of the sacrifices she made as a member of the Zhao family. The Emperor coldly removes her hand, his patience completely exhausted. He turns his back on her, warning her that she must face the consequences of her deception. With a final command, he orders the palace attendants to take charge of the mistress, effectively placing her under house arrest. The servants move in quickly to secure the area as the Emperor departs. One attendant enters the inner chamber, their movements swift and purposeful. Feng Wanting immediately demands an update on the situation outside, addressing the figure as Ye Kai. The figure, revealed to be a master of disguise, offers a chilling smirk, telling the Empress not to worry as the real game is just beginning. The atmosphere in the palace is suffocating as Empress Feng Wanting paces her room, her mind spiraling into a vengeful rage against the child she believes was born only to ruin her life. She grips her robes, her knuckles white as she recalls the years spent poisoning the Emperor just to maintain her grip on the throne. With the Crown Prince set to return, she knows her window is closing. She must seize absolute power and turn the empire upside down before he arrives. Her eyes burn with a cold, calculated fury, refusing to let her hard-earned influence slip away. She bites her thumb, obsessing over the day she will make the Emperor kneel and admit he was wrong to ever doubt her worth. High above, Ye Chen Yuan and Chu observe every detail of her breakdown from the rafters, silent witnesses to her madness. Chu is visibly disturbed, realizing that being loved by a woman this vicious would be nothing but a curse. Ye Chen Yuan remains stoic, his analytical gaze fixed on the Empress as he prepares for the next phase of his plan. Meanwhile, the disguised Ye Kai remains focused on the mission, determined to save the imperial bloodline at any cost. He urges the Empress to stop her spiraling and focus on the immediate problem, getting Ye Tiangsu out of his cell. The Empress sneers, seeing Tiangsu as nothing more than a failed pawn who isn't worth the risk of further exposure. Ye Kai counters with a chilling warning. If the Emperor performs a soul search on the prisoner, their entire conspiracy will be laid bare. The realization hits her hard. She knows she can't risk Tiangsu talking, even if she is currently under house arrest. Ye Kai leans in, whispering a technical strategy to feign illness to bypass the guards and facilitate a secret meeting. The Empress watches him carefully, questioning why this man is so desperately loyal to a mere pawn in their game. She ultimately agrees to the plan, her eyes glowing with dark resolve as she prepares to execute the deception. Before they proceed, she insists on finalizing the terms of their tactical alliance to ensure total cooperation. They confirm the final details of their coordination, ensuring their movements are perfectly synced for the coming move. Behind the closed curtains of the cold palace, the final stages of their secret plot are set into motion. On the roof, Ye Chen Yuan quickly shields Chu's eyes, preventing her from witnessing the intensity of their clandestine meeting. He realizes exactly how far the Empress is willing to go to secure her escape and reclaim her power. Chu tugs at his sleeve, frustrated at being kept in the dark while their enemies plot. As they retreat into the night, Ye Chen Yuan notes that the Empress has just handed them a massive weakness that will save them the trouble of making a move themselves. Chu is energized, ready to charge straight to the Emperor and expose the treacherous duo immediately. The fallout is swift and brutal. After receiving the news, the Emperor storms the cold palace and executes the traitorous Ye Kai on the spot. With the internal threat neutralized, the palace transitions into a period of quiet power shifts as the investiture banquet and divine sword baptism begin. High-ranking guests and officials watch with interest as the new hierarchy of the empire takes shape. Ye Chen Yuan makes a grand entrance accompanied by Chu, whom he introduces to the court under the alias Mu King. Chu plays her part, but she's internally fuming at her rebellious disciple for the lack of respect he shows her in front of outsiders. The guests are already whispering, assuming this mysterious young woman is destined to be the future wife of the Crown Prince. However, the disguise isn't perfect. Gu Kink watches from the crowd, her expression turning to one of deep suspicion. She recognizes the woman immediately. This isn't a stranger, it's Ye Chen Yuan's master. Ye Chen Yuan catches her gaze, his expression unreadable as the social stakes of the banquet rise. Unable to contain her confusion, Gu Kink demands to know exactly who the woman standing beside him truly is. The secret is out, and the atmosphere at the banquet turns ice cold as Gu Kink refuses to let the deception slide, pointing a trembling finger at the supposed Mu King guest. She confronts the pair directly, her voice cutting through the music and chatter of the elite. With a sharp gesture, she tears down the facade, declaring to the entire room that this woman isn't a stranger, she is clearly Ye Chen Yuan's master. Gu King's eyes flare with a mix of betrayal and fury, accusing them of harboring feelings that defy the traditional boundaries of their station. The revelation sends a shockwave through the gathered nobles. The idea of the crown prince being involved with his own master is a scandal of unprecedented proportions. Chu feels the weight of 1,000 judging eyes, realizing that her identity has been completely exposed, and she is now at the mercy of her disciple's next move. But Ye Chen Yuan doesn't flinch. He holds her firmly, his voice steady as he confirms the truth to the entire empire. Indeed, she is my master. He pulls her close, shielding her from the crowd's piercing gazes with a protective, unwavering stance. As the guests begin to whisper and gossip about the breach of etiquette, Ye Chen Yuan raises his voice to make a vow that silences the room. He declares his intention to return to the sect, handle his affairs, and then formally propose a permanent union. Chu can hardly believe her ears, her heart racing as she processes the magnitude of his public commitment. Ye Chen Yuan takes the full brunt of the scandal on his shoulders, claiming any perceived mistakes are his alone, fueled by his own inner resolve. His gaze turns predatory, his eyes glowing with a dangerous light. Suddenly, he unleashes a tidal wave of oppressive spiritual force, the unmistakable aura of the soul manifestation, realm pinning every detractor to their seat. He issues a chilling ultimatum. Anyone who dares to slander her, or cause her even a moment of distress, will see their entire family pay the ultimate price. Gu Kinki, desperate and heartbroken, tries to appeal to their shared history, asking if he has forgotten the status she was promised. She laments her position, wishing she were the one held in such high regard. She argues that since the previous prince was a fraud, she should rightfully take her place as the crown princess consort by the emperor's original decree. Chu's patience snaps at the sight of Gu Kink trying to claim her disciple. She steps forward, gripping Ye Chen Yuan's arm to signal that the debate is over. With a defiant look, she claims him as her own, asserting her place by his side in front of everyone. Ye Chen Yuan looks down at her, surprised but clearly moved by her sudden boldness. Before the scene can escalate further, a senior official intervenes to restore order. He firmly leads the protesting Gu Kinki away from the banquet, ending the public confrontation. As she is dragged off, Gu Kink seethes with resentment, convinced that if she had only met the true crown prince sooner, things would be different. In the quiet aftermath, Chu looks down, the adrenaline of the moment fading into a deep sense of uncertainty. She covers her face, overwhelmed by the chaos of the evening and the boldness of the declaration. Ye Chen Yuan looks at her with a soft, confident smile, promising that as long as he is there, she never has to worry about the world's judgment again. He leans in, whispering for her to wait for his formal proposal when they return to the sect. Chu is left completely flushed, the reality of his words finally sinking in. 3 days pass, and the tension hasn't left her. Chu hides under her blankets, wondering if her rebellious disciple was actually serious about his vow. She tosses and turns in a fit of nerves, unable to find her usual composure. Her spirit companions chime in, asking why she's hesitating when Ye Chen Yuan has proven his absolute devotion. They agree that a man so powerful and family-oriented is a rare find, urging her to embrace the situation. Even the youngest spirit points out the political reality. Now that Ye Chen Yuan is the imperial crown prince, the 10,000 Swords sect will likely have no choice but to approve their unique bond.